Chapter 1137 Snow. This abandoned planet wasn't deserted. There were a lot of mortal cities on it. Due to the fact that not many cultivators came here, it was quite peaceful. At this moment, it was winter on this abandoned planet, and snowflakes fell from the sky. In some villages, the snow attracted the playful children. Today was a major festival for this planet. The origin of this festival had long since disappeared in the river of time and was forgotten by a majority of the people. However, this custom was unknowingly passed down until it became a habit. Every household lit up lights. It seemed like one could hear joyous laughter from all directions. It was originally night, but due to the lights from every household reflecting off the snowflakes, it was still very bright, though it wasn't as bright as day. There was a young man silently walking forward in the snow, leaving behind a trail of footprints. However, the footprints weren't very deep and were soon covered up by the snow, all traces swept away. This youth was wearing all white, and even his hair was white. When the snowflakes fell on his hair, it was almost impossible to distinguish between his hair and the snow. The cold wind of the night gently blew the snow on the ground into the air, mixing it with the falling snow. The snow eventually fell once more, and there was no distinction between the new and old snow. This youth quietly walked through this snow. The snow was very deep, and the youth produced slight crunching sounds as he walked. However, the wind was very loud, and this crunching sound was covered by the wind. The youth's white clothes were very thin, and his pants and shoes were also very thin, but he didn't seem to fear the cold. He silently faced the wind and snow. His heart was filled with melancholy and the bitterness of having to leave as he slowly walked forward in the snow. The sharp northern wind contained cold and snow as if it wanted to stop the youth from leaving home on this holiday. However, it all fell apart after landing on the youth. It was powerless. In the dark, snowy night, there was no one else around him. Only the wind and snow accompanied him. After an unknown amount of time, the youth stopped. It was impossible to see the landscape of where he was at, as the entire ground was covered in snow. This was a plain. Here it is. Wang Lin raised his head and calmly looked at the sky. The snowflakes fell before him and blanketed the ground. He shook his head to shake the snow off his head. Wang Lin let out a deep breath and turned to white mist that gradually disappeared. He gently took a step, and then the surroundings shook. At this moment, a silent storm picked up all the snow within the area and blew it into the sky. The snow was blown far away by the wind. After the snow was gone, a giant formation appeared in this 10,000 feet area. This formation was very complex and had pieces of stone positioned within it. After silently pondering a bit, Wang Lin let out a sigh and walked into the center of the formation. Then his right hand reached at the void and a crack to this storage space opened. With a thought, the stones he had gathered on the way here all flew out one by one. They hovered in the air, and there were no less than 100. As Wang Lin waved his right hand, these stones all scattered and landed in different positions. In an instant, the formation lit up and slowly showed signs of activating. As the formation activated, the snow that was falling didn't get close. It was all pushed away by the formation. Wang Lin sat on the ground and silently pondered. His right hand reached out and grabbed an origin soul from his storage space. This origin soul's eyes were closed. It was unconscious. Holding the origin soul, Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and pointed at the origin soul multiple times. The origin soul trembled with every point and then was finally thrown into the air by Wang Lin. The origin soul began to stretch and twist until it formed a vortex. This vortex whistled and miserable screams came from inside it. At this moment, the formation on the ground activated and a roar replaced the wind. The formation lit up, but the light didn't fly into the sky. Instead, it went into the vortex. As popping sounds echoed, the vortex seemed to be constantly open. As Wang Lin sat there, his hands formed a seal and he calmly said, "Use the soul as the guide." Blood light immediately came from the vortex. As Wang Lin's words echoed, the light entered the vortex. It seemed like all the power from the formation was sucked out, and it turned into dust. Even the stones became ashes. The vortex in the sky stopped rotating and began flashing. It was completely dark inside, as if it was a passage. Wang Lin stood up and stepped into the vortex. He looked back at the ground. Although this was an unfamiliar planet, it was still the Alliance star system. This place contained the aura of his home, his family, his friends, and his story. I don't know when I can return. Perhaps I'll never be able to return. Fortunately, I have the snow and wind to send me off. That's enough. Wang Lin revealed a bitter gaze as he let out a laugh. He walked into the depths of the vortex, and the vortex gradually disappeared without a trace. The vortex disappeared from the plains of this abandoned planet, but the laughter continued to echo. The laughter was slowly drowned out by the snow. The empty 10,000 feet area on the plain was slowly filled in by snow. Just like Wang Lin's footprints, it all disappeared. The four great celestial realms each had a star system under them. The Rain Celestial Realm had the Alliance, and they only had one rank 9 cultivation country. The Thunder Celestial Realm had All Heaven, which had families with inheritances from ancient times. The two different types of environments caused the cultivation methods and directions of each system's cultivators to be very different. Even though they were all cultivators, the difference was huge. Compared to the Alliance's strict rules, All Heaven had more freedom. However, all that freedom could be given up for the honor of the family. Honor was above everything. The Cloud Sea under the Wind Celestial Realm was very different from these systems. The Cloud Sea star system was bigger than All Heaven. It could be said that among the 4-star systems, the Cloud Sea star system was the biggest. At a glance, the space wasn't dark, but covered by a thin layer of fog. This fog existed almost everywhere in the Cloud Sea, and divine sense would be hindered by it to a certain degree. Due to the fog that had existed for almost an eternity, the Cloud Sea star system didn't look like a star system, but more like a cloud sea. This was the origin of its name. Due to the unique fog, even powerful cultivators could get lost without a star map. They would be forever trapped inside this fog if they didn't have one. Even spatial bending was severely affected. Though it had its uses, they were not many. No one knew the origin of this fog. This fog that filled the Cloud Sea seemed to have existed since before the ancient celestial realm disappeared. Unlike how All Heaven and the Alliance, which were divided into East, South, West, and North, the Cloud Sea wasn't divided like that. The Cloud Sea made it difficult for cultivators to know the exact direction. The fog also didn't allow the Cloud Sea star system to be divided like that, and instead it was based on the concentration of fog. From inside to out, there were a total of 9 ranks. These 9 ranks were actually 9 irregular-shaped rings. The outermost was rank 1, and the innermost was rank 9. The continent of Mo Luo existed in the 5th rank of the fog. From afar, the continent would fade in and out of existence. At the center of the continent, there was a towering black tower that exuded a soft light that enveloped the continent. This made it so the fog couldn't get into the continent and always pushed it away. This made the area around the continent clear. It wasn't that the Cloud Sea star system didn't have real cultivation planets. They were just very rare. Most were concentrated in rank 7 or higher areas, and there were less than 100 total. Below rank 7 areas, it was mostly filled with these floating continents. Each continent represented a different sect. Rain was falling down on the northern part of the continent of Mo Luo. This rain covered the world as it poured down, and it had rained for unknown amount of time. The ground was already covered in mud, and all the leaves were bent over as if they were suppressed by the rain. The rain rolled along the line in the center of the leaves and fell on the ground. Small beasts hid in the corners and trembled in the rain. On the ground, there were a few small, colored snakes playfully moving in the mud and water. For them, such a rainy night was the perfect time for them to forage. This was a jungle. There was no sound aside from the sound of the rain falling on the leaves. It was relatively quiet. There would occasionally be flashes of lightning in the sky that would light up the earth covered in darkness. Deep within the jungle, there was a formation about 1,000 feet wide. As the rain fell and washed away the soil, it made this formation even more clear. There were no cultivators around here. The last group of cultivators guarding this formation had left 3 months ago. However, they hadn't destroyed the formation, as if they still had a glimmer of hope. The lightning flashed in the night. When it lit up the world once more, cracking sounds came from the formation. However, the roaring thunder completely suppressed the sound. A blue light appeared from the formation and gradually covered it. The rain in the sky seemed to fall even faster, as if it knew that a cultivator that didn't belong to the Cloud Sea, one who would shock the 4 celestial realms, was going to appear. The rain fell even harder. The amount of flashing lightning increased. Chapter 1138, Rain. There was a mountain range far east of the jungle on the continent of Mo Luo. This mountain range was very strange. It didn't wind like a dragon, but formed a circle. There was a giant basin in this circular mountain range. The basin was filled with pavilions, and their lights illuminated the night. However, there was a sense of sadness in the basin. Not even the rain could suppress the sadness, and not even the lightning in the sky could cause the sadness to dissipate in the slightest. There were 8 large 100 feet thick pillars scattered around the mountain outside the basin. The 8 pillars were all equal distances apart from each other without the slightest difference. They seemed to grow from the mountain and pierce into the sky. About 100,000 feet in the air, the 8 pillars collected with a large Taoist temple. From a distance, it looked like the Taoist temple was supported by the 8 pillars and floated in the air. Aside from looking majestic, this Taoist temple was very ordinary. It was quaint, but also gave off a powerful pressure that shrouded the earth. At this moment, as the rain quickly fell, a bell echoed across the mountain range. The sound of the bell was majestic as it broke the rain and replaced the thunder. However, it seemed to cause the sadness below to become even stronger, and there were even faint sounds of crying. Countless cultivators walked out from the pavilions inside the basin. There were men, women, and children among them, and they all wore Taoist robes. They let the rain fell on their bodies and wet their hair. They didn't use any spells and looked sorrowfully at the Taoist temple as the rain fell on their faces. The rain mixed with the tears that fell down their cheeks. An old man in a Taoist robe sat in the Taoist temple above the basin. He looked very kind, but his face was pale. He quietly sat there, and his expression was calm. There were 4 people kneeling before him. Among the 4, there were 3 men and 1 woman. Aside from 1 man and the woman being middle-aged, the other 2 were both old men. They knelt there with sad expressions, but there was no lack of respect on their faces. The woman, who was very beautiful, bit her lower lip and tears fell from the corner of her eyes, wetting the floor. The old man's eyes were filled with kindness. There was also reluctance in his eyes as he slowly said, "Teacher's lifespan is about to end. You all shouldn't feel too much sorrow. All cultivators will have a day like this. After teacher leaves, the Origin Sect will rely on the 4 of you. Teacher." Even more tears flowed out from the woman's eyes. She looked at the old man and memories flashed through her mind. The remaining 3 looked even more sad. "Unfortunately, I wasn't able to break through to the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Otherwise, during the trip to the rank 8 Spirit Origin Sect, I wouldn't have had all my vitality sucked away by someone from the main sect and ended up like this." The old man shook his head. There was unwillingness in his eyes, but even more helplessness. The middle-aged man clenched his fist and said, "Teacher, that purple Dao sect placed a formation on our continent of Mo Luo and secretly went to the Alliance star system. When they failed to come back, why did the main sect place their anger on us?" The old man pondered. His face became even more pale and a death aura emitted from his body. He slowly said, "The main sect must have a reason for this. Don't try to understand their reasoning. If you're unsatisfied, then bring my Origin Sect out of last place in the competition held by the main sect in 100 years. Then your teacher can laugh merrily in the afterlife." The 4 silently pondered. There was a hint of bitterness in their sadness. The sect competition that occurred every 1,000 years was a big event in the Cloud Sea. All the sects in the Cloud Sea would participate, but in this competition, they always returned last and had never been able to soar. The death aura on the old man became even stronger. He took a deep breath and looked at the rain outside the temple as he raised his dried-up right hand. A few months ago, his hand wasn't like this, but at this moment, it was as if all the blood and flesh had been drained. It was like a skeleton's hand. Seeing the old man's hand, even more tears came out from the woman's eyes. The remaining 3 clenched their fists. They were about to break their own jaws from clenching their teeth too hard. The old man didn't look at his right hand and waved at the void. A spatial crack to a storage space appeared. This crack was purple, and the moment it appeared, a terrifying aura came out. Shortly after, a dark purple giant python slowly poked out its head. This python's head was dozens of feet large. The moment it appeared, a pressure filled the Taoist temple. However, this python looked tired, and the head that came out circled around the old man. There was sorrow and reluctance in its eyes as its tongue touched the old man. "After I die, this rank 5 purple-eyed python will be my Origin Sect's sect beast. All of you, treat it well." The old man's face was no longer pale, and was even red. He looked more energetic. However, this was merely his last wind. His end was nearing. "Now let teacher use the last of my vitality to use the great beneficent spirit spell, and find a spirit partner child for my Origin Sect. Come to think of it, I was chosen by my teacher like this. At that time, I was only a village youth." The old man revealed a nostalgic smile as his hands formed a seal, and he closed his eyes. The 4 of them sadly looked the old man before them. They knew that all the sect leaders of the past that hadn't died outside had used the last of their vitality to use the great beneficent spirit spell. It was supposed to find someone on the continent of Mo Luo that would be of great help to the Origin Sect in the future. This spell was very mysterious, and no one could explain the way it worked clearly. Not even the old man in the Taoist robe understood it clearly. He just knew that this great beneficent spirit spell had been passed down for a long time. This spell wouldn't always succeed. In truth, Over the countless years, every time the sect leader of the origin sect was going to die, they would use this spell. Over the countless years, it had only succeeded twice. The rest all failed, indicating that no one fitting existed on the continent of Mo Luo. The old man in the Taoist robe's last trace of vitality and origin energy burned. A blue flame appeared around his body, and then he gradually disappeared before his 4 disciples. During this, his divine sense was exceptionally empty, as if he had touched some law. His divine sense enveloped the entire continent, looking for the spirit partner child. He searched again and again, but he found no sign of the spirit partner child. The old man in the Taoist robe let out a sign as he knew the great beneficent spirit spell didn't succeed. At this moment, inside the Taoist temple under the burning blue flame, only his head remained. He was about to disappear completely. However, just at this moment, his divine sense noticed a light coming from the rain in the northern part of the continent of Mo Luo. The reason he paid attention to that jungle was because that was where the gateway to the Alliance star system was located. He clearly saw the transfer away light up, and at the same time, a white figure slowly walked out. His white hair flowed in the dark night, and even the rain seemed to tremble. What was even more strange was that the rumbling thunder seemed to fear this person and unexpectedly dispersed. The mind of the old man in the Taoist robe trembled violently. His mind had never been so clear, and at the instant he saw the youth in white, he had a terrifying guess. This person wasn't a cultivator from the Cloud Sea. Just at this moment, the youth in white coldly looked at the sky. This gaze caused the thunder to stir and quickly retreat. The old man in the Taoist robe was shocked, and the gaze of the youth in white caused his mind to be shaken. Due to using the great beneficent spirit spell, he seemed to have fused with a special kind of law, allowing him to clearly see countless resentful souls around the youth in white. There were too many resentful souls to count, and it was a shocking sight to behold. They all stared ferociously at the youth in white, but none of them dared to get close. These were all the people that had died by Wang Lin's hands. A sense of extreme danger suddenly filled his mind, and he frantically tried to recover his divine sense. He had to tell his disciples of this news as soon as possible. He had to let his disciples escape and report this news to the main sect. Inside the Taoist temple, the old man that was almost burned out of existence suddenly opened his eyes. This action caused the 4 people before him to look up. North region. He could only say these 2 words, as his life had come to an end. His origin soul collapsed, and his divine sense disappeared into the void. All traces of his existence were wiped from the world. The old man was filled with unwillingness and struggled to scream out 2 more words before he disappeared from the world. White hair. The 4 of them stared straight ahead as their teacher died. The 4 words their teacher left behind shocked them, but they didn't know why their teacher's face was filled with shock. In the origin sect, the bell echoed, and in the basin was filled with cries. As the bell echoed, there was sorrow, reluctance, confusion, and panic. All disciples of the origin sect, go to the northern part of the continent of Mo Luo and look for anyone with the qualifications to cultivate, regardless of their age, especially if they have white hair. At the northern part of the continent of Mo Luo, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the sky. The rain fell and landed his body. The water melted the snow he had on him from the Alliance and slowly flowed off his clothes. Then Wang Lin slowly moved forward on this foreign land. The snow from the Alliance and the rain from the Cloud Sea. At this moment, there was no way to tell them apart. When I left, the snow sent me off, and when I arrived, the rain welcomed me. It's not bad. Wang took a deep breath of the air in the Cloud Sea and then walked into the depths of the jungle. Chapter 1139, Ceng Niu. As Wang Lin slowly walked through the jungle, there were small snakes moving within the mud. He also saw some fist-sized toads jumping in the mud and water. They seemed to enjoy the rain. Wang Lin felt like everything was very strange after entering the Cloud Sea. He didn't know where he was, and began to ponder as he walked in the mud. He had come here to avoid Tua's sun, but with Tua Sen's power, he could easily break the barrier between the 2 star systems. It seemed when that time comes, there would be no place for him to hide. Rather than constantly escaping, I should establish a foothold in the Cloud Sea as soon as possible. Once my original body has passed the 3 trials 7 calamities, I'll think about a path for the future. Wang Lin looked at his waist and below. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. The most important thing is to blend into the Cloud Sea with the identity of a cultivator from the Cloud Sea. Wang Lin looked up at the falling rain. Like the snow from the Alliance that merged with the rain, he had to do this as well. While moving forward, his body gradually became smaller, and his hair slowly turned black. His appearance changed slightly, and he looked like an ordinary, poor scholar. He walked out from the raining jungle. The rainy season on the continent of Mo Luo would continue for several months. It wasn't until the earth was completely moist, people's bones began to ache, and everyone smelled slightly of rust that the rain would finally stop. Whether it was the cultivators or mortals, everyone on the continent Mo Luo was used to this. For cultivators, they would either go into closed-door cultivation during the rainy season or leave the continent to hunt for fierce beasts. Except, during this rainy season, almost all the members of the only sect on the continent of Mo Luo came out into the rain and headed to the northern area of the continent. Rays of light filled the sky and seemed to open up a path in the rain. If one looked from the ground, they would see a meteor shower-like scene. As for the mortals, they were mostly beside their fireplaces, enjoying the warmth of their homes. They would sometimes look outside their windows. It was dull but warm. The North Water Village was just like its name. It was located in the northern part of the continent of Mo Luo and was within 500 kilometers of the jungle. The people of the village mostly survived by farming, but there were teams of hunters in the village that hunted in the nearby valley. The people of the North Water Village would organize a group of experienced people every rainy season to go to the jungle to capture water toads. During these months of rain, these villagers would go 4 or 5 times. Every time they returned, they would be carrying large sacks filled with living water toads. When these villagers returned, their families would all come greet them in raincoats. Even the children would excitedly look at their fathers, brothers, uncles, or even grandfathers when they brought back bags of water toad. They would always be in a joyous mood. However, when the villagers of the North Water Village returned from the jungle this time, aside from bags of water toads, they also brought back a person. This was a very ordinary youth, and he looked very thin. He seemed to be unable to withstand the chill, and was wearing a raincoat a villager had gifted him. He silently stood there with a strange expression. There was a hint of melancholy and reminiscence as he silently looked at the village before him. Little brother Ceng, this is our North Water Village. You can live here for a period of time until the rainy season passes. Then you can follow along the mountain path to Spring City. A burly man in a raincoat passed the sack of water toads to someone else and smiled at Wang Lin. Wang Lin revealed a smile as he clasped his hands and said his thanks. The burly man waved his hand and smiled. I have never gone to school and have never learned any manners. Since we've met on the road, we are friends, so there's no need for brother to be polite. This rain is heavy, so quickly go inside the house. Mother of my child, quickly tidy up the back room and let brother Ceng live there. The woman wearing a raincoat next to the man looked at Wang Lin and smiled. She didn't ask her husband who this person was and quickly returned home. After tidying up the back room, she also brought over a clean set of bedding. This burly man had a lot of prestige in the village, so a lot of neighbors came during the night. They naturally drank a lot of wine. Wang Lin sat at the side and held a bowl of wine. He looked at the mortals with a smile as he drank, and his heart was calm. After drinking, the burly men all laughed loudly. One of the men who was more than 40 years old took a bowl of wine to Wang Lin and said, Brother Ceng, our family's third brother said that if not for you, he wouldn't have survived that snake bite. This old man won't forget your life-saving grace. After he spoke, he drank the entire bowl of wine. Wang Lin smiled. Then he picked up the jug of wine on the table and took a big gulp before wiping his mouth and saying, This wine isn't strong enough. The surrounding burly men all applauded when they saw this. The host that allowed Wang Lin to live in the back room laughed. Woman, go bring the 3 jugs of North Water Village wine. I want to let brother Ceng know we have some strong wine. The burly man's wife shook her head and went into the house. 2 more juniors followed, and soon, 3 jugs of wine were brought out. Time slowly passed like this, and in a flash, 1 month passed. The rainy season wasn't over, but the rain had lessened. There were even days where the sun would appear briefly and the rain would stop. Wang Lin was very popular in the village. Everyone seemed to accept this very quiet neighbor who was very good at drinking. The villagers also accepted him as a doctor. Many elders and villagers with stubborn disease witnessed Wang Lin's medical skills. They also accepted his exquisite wood carvings. Wang Lin was a carpenter on top of being a doctor. If time continued to pass and he could forget the crisis with Tua's son, forget the life and death of a cultivator, forget the schemes of life, then this was a life Wang Lin was looking forward to. He liked this peaceful life and enjoyed the village's joyous life. However, Wang Lin knew that this kind of life was like the brief sun during this rainy season. It would soon disappear. The cultivators of the Origin sect arrived at the north part of the continent of Mo Luo. They searched and searched again for mortals who were qualified to cultivate. Some were young, and some were middle-aged. As for white-haired elders, they also looked at them, but most were not qualified. Even those that would not be able to achieve any result before their death. On this day, a cultivator arrived on the Northwater village. This cultivator looked no more than 20 years old, but he was at the foundation establishment stage. At his age, with his cultivation level, he could be considered a leader among the younger generation. This cultivator's expression was cold, so he immediately frightened the people of the village. They all came out from their houses and trembled in the rain. The people of the continent of Mo Luo all knew of cultivators. They also understood that if this cultivator became angry, it would only take a moment for this person to slaughter them all. Zhao Yu frowned as he looked at all the mortals in the village. The rain bounded off 3 inches from him, keeping his clothes clean. The villagers were being soaked by the rain as the piercing cold invaded their bodies. The adults were fine, but the children were trembling due to the cold and hugged their parents. They had already been standing here for almost 15 minutes, but the cultivator still hadn't spoke. Immortal, the rain is cold and the children are weak. They can't stand this much more. How about? The burly man that had taken Wang Lin in began to speak. His little daughter was already frozen pale. However, before he could finish speaking, Zhao Yu's cold gaze flashed over and forced the burly man to swallow his words. Zhao Yu let out a cold snort and coldly said, "If they can't even withstand the rain, how can they become cultivators?" His cold snort contained a trace of his cultivation, and as it echoed in the ears of the villagers' faces became pale. As Wang Lin stood within the crowd, his expression became gloomy. He walked out from the crowd and walked toward Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was startled and was about to shout, but then his eyes filled with confusion. His gaze moved from Wang Lin and onto the villagers. Then he calmly said, "All of you, go back." The villagers were startled. They quickly took their children and rushed back inside. They didn't notice that as they scattered, Wang Lin waved his right hand. An invisible heat wave flowed into all the villagers' bodies and dispelled the cold. In the rainy night, Wang Lin walked ahead and Zhao Yu walked behind. He was no longer confused, but it was as if he had lost his soul. The actions of the Origin Sect lasted nearly a month, and they gathered 31 mortals from the northern part of the continent of Mo Luo. Among them, 17 were teenagers and the rest were youths. All of them were sent to the Origin Sect and settled down in the giant basin. The 4 great elders of the Origin Sect placed great importance on the 31 people, and they were split among the 4 elders. Among the 7 people picked by the only female elder, Yanfei, there was a youth named Ceng Niu from the Northwater village. Chapter 1140, Origin Sect. Origin Sect's southern courtyard. Although pavilions covered the basin, there were also buildings on the southern part of the mountain range. In particular, within a red forest that was red all season, there was a red pavilion. It had a number of dancing cranes carved onto it, and it was very beautiful. Yanfei liked red, and almost everyone in the Origin Sect knew this. Not only was her house red, Yanfei even had a unique feeling toward red clothes. At this moment, Yanfei was wearing a red dress with her hair spread out behind her. She quietly sat there, and her face was still pale, as there was still sorrow that hadn't dissipated. This made her even more beautiful with a hint of red. However, even her 3 senior brothers weren't qualified to appreciate this lovely scene, because their cultivation levels were a step lower than Yanfei's. The peak Nirvana scryer Yanfei was the #1 beauty of the Origin Sect, and she was very famous within the rank 5 domain. There were many people who had ideas about her, but due to her teacher's peak Nirvana cleanser cultivation, no one dared to make a move. However, now that her teacher had died, the Origin Sect was in its weakest state. Right now, Yanfei was holding a jade. This jade was purple, and she mercilessly squeezed it. Her jade-like hand even turned slightly white. There was humiliation in her eyes, but she could only endure. She even wanted to crush the jade in her hand, but when she thought of the consequences, the humiliation increased. After letting out a deep breath, she just barely fixed her mood and looked at the 3 female disciples before her. Then she quietly said, "Let them come in." Yanfei had only taken 3 disciples, and all 3 were female. The second disciple, Su Yun, had the highest cultivation level. She was half a step into the illusory stage. Although Su Yun wasn't as beautiful as her teacher, she was extremely delicate and had a gentle personality. It didn't take long for 4 pale-faced, trembling youths to enter. When they entered the room, they didn't even dare to breath. They lowered their heads and didn't know what they were doing. Yanfei's gaze swept past the 4 youths as she softly said, "Eldest disciple, 3rd disciple, each of you take 2. Their talent is very ordinary, and whether they will become the spirit partner child will depend on luck. After 1 month, if they aren't recognized by the purple eye teacher left behind, send them home." 2 of the female disciples respectfully nodded. Then they took the 4 youths and departed. Teacher, there are 3 more. They are a bit old, Su Yun softly said on the side. Yanfei looked at the purple jade and mercilessly squeezed it. After silently pondering for a moment, she shook her head. There is no need to see them. Take them under you. Teacher still has things to do, so you can leave. Su Yun hesitated for a bit as she looked at the purple jade in Yanfei's hand. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she let out a sigh and respectfully left the room. It wasn't until Su Yun left that killing intent filled Yanfei's eyes. She was like a jade azura as she squeezed the purple jade. The humiliation in her eyes was completely replaced by killing intent. Rudy, even if I, Yanfei, die, I won't become your cultivation partner. There were 3 people outside the red pavilion. Aside from Wang Lin, there were 2 more youths. One of them looked simple with simple clothes. The other had a slightly evil look and wore a blue shirt. He had a bit of grace to him. Su Yun came out with worry in her heart and looked at the 3 of them. When she saw the youth in blue, she frowned. The 3 of you, hold still. I'll take the 3 of you back to the sect. Su Yun waved her jade-like hands. Then clouds appeared and took the 3 of them down to the bottom of the mountain range in the southern area. It didn't take long for them to arrive outside an intricate courtyard. There were a lot of plants planted in the courtyard, as well as several houses. When the cloud disappeared, the youth in blue turned pale and his body trembled. Then he began puking on the side. It was obvious that the speed was too fast, and it was his first time flying, so he had lost his courage. As for the simple youth, his face was also pale. His body trembled, but he didn't puke. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his gaze fell on the plants in the courtyard and carefully looked at them one by one. Su Yun looked at Wang Lin and her eyes lit up. She was very confused about Wang Lin's calmness. When she saw his gaze fall on the herbs, she couldn't help but ask, "You recognize them?" "Some of them," Wang Lin slowly said as he withdrew his gaze. Then he calmly said, "I'm a doctor." Su Yun carefully looked at Wang Lin and said, "Since you recognize some of them, then you can stay here and take care of the herbs here." After that, she slapped her bag of holding and took out a jade. After concentrating for a bit, she threw it. This jade immediately flew off into the distance. This spell caused the simple youth to become very excited, and even the youth in blue revealed a look of yearning. It didn't take long for 2 rays of light to come from the distance, revealing 2 young cultivators. "Greetings, teacher." The 2 cultivators stood before Su Yun and were very respectful. Arrange a place for the 2 of them to live and give them the chance for the first 3 layers. After Su Yun gave her order, she walked into the courtyard. Then she turned around, pointed at Wang Lin, and said, "You, come in." This girl's turn and point would be a bit charming if her cold attitude was removed. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he walked into the courtyard. The fragrance of the herbs rushed into his face, and just one breath made him feel refreshed. Although he looked neutral, he was shocked. There were many herbs in this courtyard that were already extinct in the Alliance and all heaven. "You will live there." Su Yun pointed at the wood house before her. She had already been observing Wang Lin as she felt he was too calm. If he was a cultivator, it would be fine, but no matter how much she checked, this Ceng Niu didn't have a trace of spiritual energy. This surprised her greatly. However, she didn't think about it too much. After telling him the method to take care of the herbs and giving him the cultivation chance, she ignored Wang Lin. She went into the house in the middle and began to cultivate. She was desperately trying to reach the corporeal yang stage so she could be of some help to her teacher. When she thought of the purple jade in her teacher's hand, Su Yun felt bitter. She knew that her teacher's looks had caught the attention of many powerful cultivators. Now that the ancestor had died, many people's hearts were moved. When she thought about how her 3 uncle teachers refused to help, Su Yun bit her lower lip tightly. If I can't reach the corporeal yang stage this time, I can only take the soul-parting death pill. Thinking about the terror of the soul-parting death pill, Su Yun took a deep breath. After pondering for a bit, she closed her eyes to cultivate. She recently had a bit of a breakthrough in her domain, so she wasn't far from the corporeal yang stage. After Su Yun left, Wang Lin faintly smiled and looked around at the herbs before walking into his own house. He found that his house wasn't big. Aside from a bed, there was a wood table. There was an oil lamp on the table. Stretching his body, he lied on the bed and looked at the wood roof, revealing a relaxed expression as he did so. He hadn't had it this easy in a very long time. Whether it was the North Water Village or his current location, both had given him a rare peace of mind. After cultivating to his level, aside from cultivating, the most important factors were understanding Dao and law. Lying here, Wang Lin felt calm, and he vaguely grasped some ideas. True and false. Perhaps I'm between true and false right now. Wang Lin revealed a smile and slowly closed his eyes. It didn't take long for the sky to gradually darken. Now the room was completely dark. Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes, but he didn't light the lamp. Instead, he sat down and his hands formed seals. Then he pointed at multiple parts of his body. After letting out a breath of foul air, his body split into two. His avatar and original body split in this wood house in the southern courtyard of the Origin Sect. His original body sat there, and everything below the waist was only bones. His bones were dark and there were faint, red lines across the bones. If anyone else saw this, they would definitely gasp. The original body was even worse than when he was at the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. It seemed like his injuries were even worse. In truth, Wang Lin had fused with his original body as early as when he left the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect to save the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor in the Rain Celestial Realm. However, due to the original body's problem, even though they were fused, there wasn't much ancient god power left to use. Ancient gods encounter 3 trials, 7 calamities. According to 2C's memories, only after reaching 6 stars should I encounter the first 2 calamities of the first trial. I didn't think I would face the first trial early. The first trial involves the flesh calamity and the bone calamity. Both are indeed strong. As Wang Lin looked at his original body, he waved his right hand. A crack to his storage space opened and fist-sized blood crystals flew out. All of these blood crystals released a blood light. But, strangely enough, the lights were all contained within the room and none of it leaked out. Wang Lin looked at the blood crystals as he waved his right hand, and the blood crystals flew at his original body. They landed on the skeleton-like lower half and gradually covered that part of the body. His original body opened its eyes and then sank into the ground, disappearing from the room. He continued to sink until he reached the depths of the continent of Mo Luo. Then he closed his eyes and began to absorb the aura from the blood crystals. Wang Lin had searched through 2C's memories when his original body's 3 trials, 7 calamities arrived early. After looking through the memories, he was enlightened and had a guess. His ancient god body was incomplete compared to the body of a true ancient god. It would be very difficult to pass the first trial without an ancient god's heart blood. However, this was only his speculation. Wang Lin wasn't sure if his original body could pass the flesh calamity of the first trial. As he pondered, time passed, and the morning sunlight entered the room. The sound of the pouring rain also entered Wang Lin's ears. Chapter 1141, Lu Yanfei. Even the morning air was damp during the rainy season on the continent of Mo Luo. Pushing open the window, countless drops of water would landed on the windowsill. Some even splashed onto Wang Lin's face. This rain was very cold, but cold rain in the morning could help one awaken. Looking through the window, the rain was strong. The herbs in the yard were a lot tougher than normal plants, so the rain did no harm to them. The rain fell on the herbs and nourished the roots. Waves of spiritual energy spread out from the rain. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he picked up an umbrella and walked out from the room. The sound of his feet landing on the mud mixed with the sound of the rain falling on his umbrella. Wang Lin listened to this sound as he felt the origin energy of the world. He was happy as he slowly walked forward. Suyun's cultivation session hadn't ended. She was still silently cultivating, trying to break through the illusory Yin stage into the corporeal Yang stage. She wasn't aware that Wang Lin had left, though even if she wasn't immersed in cultivation, she wouldn't know of Wang Lin's departure. After arriving at the Origin Sect, Wang Lin didn't hide his cultivation level. Given his current status, he didn't feel the need to hide it. However, without using any spells, no one could see that he was a cultivator, as no one could see through his cultivation. A Nirvana cleanser cultivator's origin energy was integrated with the world, allowing them to absorb origin energy from the world to use. As long as the origin energy inside his body doesn't move, then no origin energy fluctuations will appear. If this was all, Lu Yanfei might have seen something. However, Wang Lin had a sliver of source origin and had already seen the 3rd step. He had also experienced what it was like to be a 3rd step cultivator with the help of Celestial Emperor Qinglin. Therefore, there was no one on this continent that could see through his cultivation. He held the umbrella wearing white clothes as he walked out of the yard and began to walk through the Origin Sect. He did encounter other cultivators, but they were all in a rush and didn't disturb each other. Wang Lin walked up the mountain from the southern courtyard. He didn't use any spell and used his body to walk toward the peak. The mountain breeze was very strong at the top of the mountain. At a glance, the clouds covered the sky and there was lightning flashing within them, releasing muffled sounds of thunder. Wang Lin breathed in the wet air, looked at the scene in the distance, and felt the origin energy of the world. Wang Lin's heart was calm. If not for the uninvited guest, he would enjoy this feeling. He was at a place where no one knew him. He was in a foreign world, savoring the smell of the rain by himself. "Who are you?" A cold voice came from behind him. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he turned around and saw a woman behind him. This woman wore a red dress that looked like a red cloud. Her black hair was scattered behind her, and the black and red contrasted with her slightly pale face, making her even more beautiful. This woman was very delicate, but on this rainy and thunderous day, she gave off a sense of loneliness and helplessness. Her faint hint of humiliation appeared clearly in Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin calmly said, "My name is Ceng Niu." The woman in red coldly looked at Wang Lin and frowned. The name, Ceng Niu, was completely unfamiliar to her. If not for the fact that Wang Lin was only a mortal, she would have already drove him down the mountain. Ceng Niu. The woman remembered that among the 31 mortals brought back from the north, one of them was named Ceng Niu. However, this person was simply too calm, and this wasn't something that could be faked. "Leave this place," the woman said coldly. After all, she was a powerful cultivator and would naturally not make a move on a mortal. Although she was irritable, she maintained her calm. Wang Lin suddenly smiled and walked past the woman in red. He followed the road and was about to leave. The woman in red turned around and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's calmness surprised her. It has to be said that in the entire Origin sect, aside from her teacher, every disciple would be extremely nervous and respectful. Even her 3 senior apprentice brothers would show some respect due to her higher cultivation level. There was not need to talk about mortals, but this man before her was strangely calm. The gaze of the woman in red was like lightning as she stared at Wang Lin's back, as if she could see through him. After carefully checking, she finally determined that the person before her was just a mortal. The woman in red let out a sigh and whispered, "Wait. Are you willing to listen to me?" Yanfei had a very high status in the Origin sect, and most people were very respectful to her. Also, due to her status, there were some things that weren't convenient to speak about. The youth before her didn't have any cultivation and was a mere mortal. In Yanfei's eyes, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. More importantly, the youth's calmness was infectious and unconsciously helped her calm down. She just wanted to find someone who could listen to her. At this time, during this rainy morning on this mountain, it was just the two of them. Wang Lin pondered and stopped walking away. He stood at the top of the mountain as he looked at the dark clouds in the distance and nodded. The mountain breeze whistled by with the rain. Aside from the wind and rain, it was calm. When I was 13, I was accepted as a disciple by teacher and stepped onto the path of cultivation. Yanfei's voice was calm and filled with nostalgia. Her voice slowly disappeared into the rain. When I was attempting my breakthrough to the ascendant stage, teacher was willing to expend a large amount of herbs in the sect, and even went to trade for more from other sects to refine me a heaven-deceiving pill that allowed me to reach the ascendant stage. I still remember that year. Teacher took me into the stars hunting. It took 3 years before he helped me catch a 6-eyed red fox to become my life beast spirit. Yanfei slowly and bitterly spoke. She didn't care whether Wang Lin could understand or listen. She just looked at the horizon as if she was muttering to herself. Teacher has died. From now on, I'll never be able to see him again. Yanfei had said a lot. Wang Lin stood on the side and silently listened. Time gradually passed, and soon it was noon. The rain in the sky lessened gradually until it stopped. The dark clouds in the distance disappeared, and the sky became clear. A bright rainbow hung over the sky, giving off an indescribable beauty. The Purple Dao sect caused teacher's death, and then their junior master sent over a jade asking me to become his cultivation couple. If I don't agree, then they will report to the main sect that they will start a war with our Origin sect, taking advantage of my teacher's death. The main sect never liked us. If the Purple Dao sect really requests it, then there's an 80% chance the main sect will agree. Yanfei bit her lower lip, and there was a hint of bitterness in her beautiful expression. What is ridiculous is that my 3 senior apprentice brothers didn't dare to step forward at all and thought that this matter was set. They want me to sacrifice myself to bring peace to the Origin sect. However, do they really think that the Origin sect will be safe once I belong to Lu Hai? 2 streams of tears fell from Yanfei's eyes, went down along her cheeks, and landed on the ground, mixing with the rain. She silently looked at the rainbow over the horizon and muttered, "There is a rainbow after the wind and rain, but my Origin sect's rainbow is bleak." Wang Lin's expression was calm. Seeing that the woman in red was finished speaking, he turned around and walked down the mountain. The woman in red didn't stop him this time and silently looked at the horizon. After a long time, she revealed a determined expression and killing intent appeared in her eyes. She looked back at the direction where Wang Lin went. This person's heart is on par with people at my generation. If he steps on the road of cultivation, he will definitely have great achievements in the future. Unfortunately, Wang Lin walked down the mountain and entered the courtyard holding the umbrella. Su Yun was still cultivating when Wang Lin returned to the house, and his eyes lit up. I already knew from Zhao Yu's memories that this Cloud Sea Star system would be very different from the Alliance and All Heaven. Now that I listened to the Elder of the Origin Sect, it seems a majority of cultivators cultivate using spirit beasts. Their alchemy is also unique. The Cloud Sea was filled with fog, and inside the fog was a world that belonged to spirit beasts. Wang Lin began to ponder, especially when he pondered the words of that elder. There was actually pill that could help one reach the ascendant stage. Heaven-deceiving pill. Wang Lin's eyes revealed interest. He couldn't forget that if not for Zhou Yi's ascendant crystal, he would have been burned to death by the origin flame. Those who seek Dao in the morning could be dead by dusk. This Cloud Sea Star system actually has a pill to help cultivators pass the first life and death trial in cultivation. It can be said that the Cloud Sea's alchemy has reached a peak. There are probably pills that can even help cultivators at the second step. However, cultivators should focus on comprehending Dao, and pills is considered unorthodox method. Yet why did the Cloud Sea Star system develop alchemy to this degree? Wang Lin frowned slightly, but he soon relaxed. Could it be? There are pills that can help comprehend domain. Thinking about this, Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat, and he let out a deep breath. Just at this moment, his expression changed, and his gaze seemed to penetrate his own house before landing on Su Yun. At this moment, Su Yun opened her eyes and coughed out blood. Her face was pale. She had failed trying to break through to the corporeal yang stage again. This failure caused her origin soul to become injured. Su Yun bit her lower lip and revealed a decisive gaze. She slapped her bag of holding and took out a pill. She crushed the pill without hesitation, revealing a black pill. The moment the pill appeared, it released rich origin energy, and there was also a faint soul force inside it. Soul parting death pill. Su Yun clenched her teeth and was about to swallow the pill. At this moment, a calm voice appeared. Stop. Chapter 1142, Spirit. This voice seemed to come from the world itself and was ethereal. It seemed to come from her ears, but also from far away. However, listening to it carefully, it came from her mind. It was a very simple word and very calm voice, but when it landed in Su Yun's mind, it caused her body to tremble. It was as if the world around her had collapsed and formed a law of unimaginably thin threads that wrapped around her. Su Yun's body, origin soul, and origin energy all stopped at this moment. Even her mind was frozen, still retaining her previous thoughts. Wang Lin's figure appeared before Su Yun. Su Yun, who was sitting there, was very alluring, with her beautiful body hidden by her clothes. There was a fragrance coming from her body. Her expression still retained her previous determination. Wang Lin took the black pill from Su Yun's hand and carefully looked at it. The color of this pill was like the source of darkness in the world. Just one look at it would suck your mind in. What a strange pill. Wang Lin muttered as his divine sense spread across pill, and he began to calculate. Wang Lin's knowledge in alchemy was far weaker than his skill and restrictions, but his cultivation level was as high as the heavens, so his divine sense was able to analyze the structure of the pill. However, a majority of them were not things he understood, and more importantly, he felt soul fluctuations inside the pill. Interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he looked at the pill once more. He was able to determine what he felt wasn't wrong, and there were indeed soul fluctuations inside. Although the soul wasn't very strong, it was tough. Closing his eyes, Wang Lin had a feeling he wasn't holding a pill, but the soul of a fierce beast. This was the soul of an ape, and it was extremely tyrannical. It frantically struggled in his hand, but there were too many seals on it for it to escape. After he opened his eyes, the illusion disappeared. Wang Lin placed the pill back in Su Yun's fingers before taking a few steps back and pointing forward. The invisible threads around Su Yun quickly disappeared, and her body trembled before returning to normal. For her, it felt as if only an instant had passed. Wang Lin's cultivation level was far above hers, so she couldn't even detect the abnormality caused by the stop spell. She retained her previous action and swallowed the pill with a determined gaze. Wang Lin stood behind her and calmly observed. Su Yun didn't notice that there was a person behind her. After swallowing the pill, Su Yun's face turned red and revealed a hint of pain. Fragrant sweat appeared on her forehead, and soon, her clothes were soaked in sweat and clinged to her body. From the back, Wang Lin could clearly see the beautiful curves of the woman before him. Su Yun's face became even more red. Her eyes were closed, and she could clearly feel a fire burning in her body. This flame burned her origin soul, and a golden, black-eyed ape appeared in her origin soul. This golden, black-eyed ape was huge and fierce. It let out a roar and charged at her origin soul. Yun's mind was also filled with flames. Her origin soul was already injured from before, and the flames were very painful, but she didn't retreat. She began a battle with the golden, black-eyed ape. Her mind was like a battleground, and she began a life and death battle with the ape. The ape roared, seeming to want to tear her origin soul and flesh apart so it could escape and not have to withstand the burning flames. However, Yun's origin soul clinged onto the black ape. While the flames burned her, they were also refining the black ape. She wasn't willing to give up until she refined the black ape. However, the black ape was very powerful, and it was being refined slower than the rate Yun's origin soul was burning. This caused Yun's origin soul to retreat, and her face became even more red as she trembled. When taking the soul-parting death pill, one would walk the line of life and death. Yun knew this very well. If not for the fact that she was anxious to make a breakthrough in order to better help her teacher, she wouldn't have swallowed this pill so easily. Her teacher had helped her greatly, so she was willing to do whatever it took for her teacher. Her origin soul was pushed to the edge by the ape, which only had a small portion of its body refined. It pounced at Yun and was going to tear her origin soul to shreds. Just at this moment, Wang Lin raised his right hand. He wanted to carefully observe the effect of this pill. If Yun died, he wouldn't have a chance to observe. Forget it. I'll gift this little girl a fortune. Wang Lin shook his head as he pointed to between Yun's eyebrows. Wang Lin's divine sense directly entered Yun's mind. In Yun's mind, her origin soul continued to retreat, and she was filled with despair. The ape closed in, and just as it pounced, a white figure entered. She couldn't clearly see the white figure. She only saw white hair fluttering. She didn't have time to be shocked at how this white-haired man had appeared inside her mind. Her origin soul trembled as she stared ahead in disbelief. She saw that after the white figure appeared, he casually pointed with his finger, and the ape was forced back, screaming. Popping sounds came from the ape before its body collapsed, and was refined like crazy by the surrounding flames. Yun was startled. The grace of that finger shocked her greatly. She couldn't describe that finger. It felt like the finger was the only thing in her mind at that moment. It was so powerful that even the world would collapse before the finger. She had seen her teacher, Yanfei, use spells, but she clearly understood that not even her teacher could produce something this powerful. She feared that even her teacher would be defeated and die under that finger. She had even seen the ancestor that had already died use spells before, and even for the ancestor, it would have been difficult to produce this kind of power. The white-haired man's casual movement shocked her mind greatly. The white-haired man seemed to look back at Yun and then disappeared from her mind. The only thing that remained was the white hair that was clearly imprinted in her mind. The ape was refined by the flames in her mind and turned into a strange soul force. When the soul force rushed into Yun's origin soul, she could no longer think about the white hair. As she absorbed the soul force, Yun gradually entered a strange state similar to the Sure realm. Under this strange state, comprehension of Dao and the heavens came from the mysterious soul force into her origin soul. This ape was no ordinary beast, but a spirit beast unique to the Cloud Sea. These spirit beasts also cultivated Dao and comprehended the heavens just like humans. With its natural longevity, it had an advantage over cultivators in gaining enlightenment. This ape had already lived for more than 3,000 years. After taking its soul, alchemy techniques were fused to create this soul-parting death pill. After an unknown amount of time, Yun slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes started shining. The aura of a corporeal yang cultivator appeared around her body. Although she hadn't truly reached the corporeal yang stage, the door had been opened. She only needed time to comprehend everything, and then she would be a true corporeal yang cultivator. Yun suddenly looked behind her, but she didn't see anyone here. She was alone in the room, but she couldn't forget that white-haired figure and that graceful finger. After silently pondering for a bit, Yun's expression became bleak. She stared ahead, and the white-haired figure remained in her mind. She had a feeling not as a cultivator, but as a woman that she seemed to have seen this figure before. Was it an illusion? White hair. White hair. Yun's eyes gradually lit up. She remembered what her teacher had told her about the ancestors' last words after using the Great Beneficent Spirit spell. The North. White hair. Yun's bountiful chest went up and down, and her breathing became rough. She immediately rushed out from her house and flew toward her teacher. Wang Lin stood by the window and saw the ray of light disappear into the night. There was enlightenment in her heart. I didn't think that such a pill would exist in the Cloud Seal. That means that the more powerful the spirit beast, the more useful it is in helping the soul gain enlightenment. This is very different from All Heaven and the Alliance. While pondering, Wang Lin suddenly remembered the beast soul emoji's master had refined and given to him as a gift when he was at the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. At this moment, in the Rank 5 region not far away from the continent of Mo Luo, there was a beast with the body like a black tadpole that was 1,000 feet wide. It was slowly flying through the star fog. This beast's giant head occupied most of its body, more than half. It opened its big mouth as if it was devouring the fog as it flew, revealing its sharp teeth. It was filled with bloodlust as its slender tail waved back and forth. There were two people standing on its head. One of them was a young man in a purple robe. He was very handsome, but there was also a hint of evil on his face that made him look very tyrannical. Behind the youth was an old man. He calmly stood there with a respectful expression, but when he looked at the youth, there was a hint of doting in his eyes. Not only do I want Lu Yanfei to become my concubine cultivation furnace, but I'm going to make the Origins Sect my inner palace. Uncle Song, how confident are you? If that old Taoist hadn't died, I would have no confidence, but now I'm 100% sure. There was a flash of coldness in the old man's eyes. The young man laughed and licked his lips. He seemed to have thought of something and revealed an evil expression. Chapter 1143, Purple Chi from the West. The rainy season lasted for several months, seeming like it would never stop. The intermittent raindrops pressed down upon the minds of the Origins Sect disciples, and they were powerless to dispel it. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had already been at the Origins Sect for 10 days. Su Yun had already returned from her teacher, and during this time, she secretly investigated the 31 mortals brought back from the north. She had observed Wang Lin as well, but she didn't notice anything. Even her teacher, Lu Yanfei, took this matter seriously. She even used spells to try to find some clues, but there was still no result. The white-haired figure didn't dissipate with time, but became even more profound. She would awaken from her cultivation at night, and the white-haired figure and that graceful finger would subconsciously appear in her mind. Who is he exactly? This question still plagued Su Yun. On this afternoon, Su Yun pushed over the door, and a few drops of rains landed on her face. She frowned as she lifted her jade-like hand and wiped the rain off her face. Her appearance was refreshing with a hint of charm as she walked out. The raindrops seemed to land on an invisible cover when they came within half a feet of her and flowed down the sides. Walking through the courtyard, Su Yun looked at the various herbs before looking at Wang Lin's house. The first one she suspected was Wang Lin. However, during these days, this youth named Ceng Niu was like a real mortal, aside from his composure and calmness. She wasn't able to think of a reason why, but she subconsciously walked toward Wang Lin's house and stood outside for a while. She raised her eyebrows and pushed open the door. "I'll let you stay here to take care of the herbs. During these days, have you done it once?" Su Yun stared at Wang Lin, who was reading a wooden scroll next to the small table. For some reason, whenever she saw Wang Lin, she found it hard to control her emotions and didn't have the calmness an illusory cultivator should have. Wang Lin placed down the wooden scroll he had gotten from the Origins Sect. There wasn't any valuable information inside, and it was something all new disciples could borrow. It contained the history of the continent of Mo Luo and a simple introduction of the Cloud Sea. These wooden scrolls were to allow the new disciples to get a better understanding of the Cloud Sea. This allowed them to see that there was always someone above them, so they would put more effort into cultivation. While reading the wooden scroll, Wang Lin wasn't completely focused. He was also thinking about alchemy and spirit beasts. He calmly looked at Su Yun. Wang Lin just sat there and calmly asked, "Did a single herb die?" Su Yun was startled. The herbs were much more lush than before. Even some of the roots she had given up on had all strangely survived. Wang Lin no longer spoke. He picked up the scroll and continued reading. The more calm he was, the more Su Yun frowned. The moment she walked in, a fragrance diffused within the small room. Wang Lin was familiar with this smell. When Su Yun was cultivating before, Wang Lin had already smelled this body fragrance. Su Yun stared at Wang Lin and coldly said, "The herbs not dying has nothing to do with you. It is because there is plenty of spiritual energy here, and their herbs are mostly water element, so they can absorb origin energy from the rain." "Oh." Wang Lin casually nodded and didn't even look at Su Yun. He continued to read the wooden scroll in his hand. "Ceng Niu." Seeing Wang Lin's attitude, Su Yun glared with her beautiful eyes. Wang Lin frowned as he put down the wooden scroll again and coldly looked at Su Yun. Su Yun was filled with words and was about to scold him, but when she suddenly met Wang Lin's eyes, she subconsciously swallowed her words. She was startled. "My job is to keep the herbs from dying. If nothing has happened, please don't bother me," Wang Lin said calmly. Then he looked away from Su Yun and picked up the scroll. Su Yun's heart trembled for no reason under Wang Lin's gaze. "Is it him?" Su Yin pondered for a moment and took a profound look at Wang Lin. She then bit her lower lip and left the room. Late in the night, the oil lamp on the table was lit. It was dark outside, with only the sound of the rain mixed with the sound of the thunder that followed the rain. The wind from the mountain blew into the basin, forming vortexes that howled in the night. Wang Lin put down the scroll before closing his eyes and pondering for a moment. He was able to see through many things from the scroll and had gained a vague understanding of the Cloud Sea. More importantly, during the last 4 days, he was able to gain enlightenment regarding alchemy from a jade he had acquired. He opened his eyes and raised his head. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the house, break through the rain, and look at the sky directly above the basin. There was a Taoist temple being propped up by 8 huge pillars there. Wang Lin could clearly sense a powerful aura within that Taoist temple. His body flickered, and he disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was on top of one of the pillars and right outside the Taoist temple. The wind and rain were extremely strong here, and there were also flashes of thunder and lightning. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he pushed open the door of the Taoist temple and walked inside. This Taoist temple wasn't big. Aside from the decorations, the most conspicuous thing was the giant spatial crack at the center with purple light leaking out, coloring the entire temple purple. Behind the crack was a shelf. There were fluctuations of restrictions coming from the shelf, and there were 3 things placed on it. There was a long sword, a piece of jade, and a pill. The moment Wang Lin entered the Taoist temple, the purple light from the spatial crack became stronger. A huge python head came out from the crack and stared at Wang Lin. This python was blackish purple, and its eyes were also a rich purple. Usually, anyone who was being stared by this pair of eyes would be shaken, but it had no effect on Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even look at the python and walked past it. The python let out a low roar, but fear appeared in its eyes. It began to retreat, allowing Wang Lin to walk past it, and didn't dare to attack. In truth, Wang Lin had come here 4 days ago. In terms of cultivation, this purple python could battle late-stage Nirvana scryer cultivators, but Wang Lin could easily kill it. He didn't even cause much of a fuss, and almost killed the purple python. However, he was going to stay here for a period of time, and couldn't seem to justify killing their Sect's guardian beast the moment he arrived, so he left the purple python alive. Wang Lin arrived next to the shelf, and with a wave of his sleeve, all the restrictions dissipated. Wang Lin picked up the jade and began observing it. He had already seen it 4 days ago, but he wasn't interested in their spells or cultivation methods. However, he did pay attention to the information about spirit beasts and alchemy. After taking another look, Wang Lin pondered. He then put down the jade and picked up the pill. This pill looked very inconspicuous. When he looked at it 4 days ago, he wasn't able to find anything interesting. After pondering about the information on alchemy he saw in the jade 4 days ago, he came this time to check the pill. According to the jade, there was a total of 13 ranks of spirit beasts. The souls of these beasts could be refined into pills that were also divided into 13 ranks. This was a pill that was passed down for generations within the Origin sect. It was a rank 8 pill, but unfortunately, it was a rank 8 pill without a rank 8 beast soul, so it was a waste. There was a hint of pity in Wang Lin's eyes. After studying the jade for these days, he gradually grasped some key concepts of the Cloud Sea's alchemy. He had come here to the temple today to check if his speculation was correct. Seeing the pill in his hand, he was certain. After letting out a sigh, Wang Lin put down the pill. He didn't take any of these 3 things that were obviously inheritances left by the old ancestor. Unless he had a feud with them, given Wang Lin's cultivation level, he wasn't going to do something that would ruin his sect. It was enough for him to just look at it. Now I need to personally refine a pill using this method. My goal in the Cloud Sea is to do everything I can to improve my cultivation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly raised his head, and his eyes revealed a strange light. There were flashes of lightning in the sky above the western part of the continent. There were muffled rumbles as if someone was bombarding it from the outside. This continent was floating in the Cloud Sea. There was a black tower on the continent that released a soft, white light that covered the entire continent. Aside from pushing the fog back, it also had a defensive role. It protected the continent against cultivators of other sects, but more importantly, it protected the continent against the myriad of fierce beasts. In the Cloud Sea, beasts were divided into 2 categories. The ones that were domesticated by cultivators were called spirit beasts. Those that drifted in the fog and would fight with cultivators to the death were called fierce beasts. At this moment, the light over the western part of the continent continued to distort and then suddenly collapsed with a bang. The thunderous rumble suppressed all thunder and rain as it echoed across the entire continent. It clearly entered the Origin sect. A spirit beast that was completely black and about 1,000 feet wide with the shape of a tadpole slowly entered the broken barrier. It went through all the lightning and squeezed itself into the continent of Mo Luo. If it was just this spirit beast, it wouldn't be enough to break the barrier above the continent. However, on the back of the beast was an arrogant-looking old man. He slowly withdrew his right hand, which was surrounded by purple wind. Chapter 1144, Rainbow. An arrogant laugh echoed. Aside from the old man, there was also a youth in purple. His laughter echoed across the world and was filled with excitement and arrogance. Henceforth, this origin sect will belong to this young lord. The thunderous rumble echoed as the giant black beast entered the continent of Mo Luo. The old man standing on the head of the giant beast looked dotingly at the youth and smiled. As the youth laughed, the black spirit beast below him charged at an unimaginable speed toward the origin sect on the east side of the continent. The purple Dao's young master has arrived. Why hasn't the origin sect come out to greet him? An old and gloomy voice echoed, following the thunderous roar of the beast. The only sect on the continent, the origin sect, heard this loud and clear. The old man knew that the young master liked to act domineering in public. Normally, the old man wouldn't act like this, but right now, the fate of the origin sect was in his hands. Therefore, he accompanied the young master in being arrogant. The old man waved his hand, and a gust of purple wind swept forward. All the rain that was falling was pushed back. It was as if the rain had to stop wherever the gust of wind passed. Even the lightning was torn apart by the gust of wind. The lightning scattered like a blooming flower. At this moment, all the disciples in the origin sect awakened from their cultivation. Their faces were all pale as they felt a powerful pressure from the west that felt like it could crush them at any time. At the top of the eastern mountain in the origin sect, the middle-aged man among the four elders had a bitter expression. He silently closed his eyes, but then he fiercely opened them. He turned into a ray of light and flew west. Teacher just left the world, and the purple Dao sect is already acting so arrogant. I keep enduring it, but why not just let me, Li Xiangdong, be arrogant for once? Even if I die, I'll die an indomitable spirit. There was a sigh from the north and west mountain peaks. The two old men flew out and looked at each other before flying to the west. Right now was the moment of fate for the origin sect, and they couldn't endure anymore. However, even if they couldn't endure it, what could they do? Did they dare to kill the purple Dao sect's young master? Also, the power contained within that old man's words was enough to shake their hearts. Song Wuda. He lost a teacher in the past. Now that teacher is dead, he came personally. Could it be that my origin sect is really fated to fall from grace for eternity? On top of the southern mountain, Lu Yanfei stood in the red pavilion in a red dress. Her face was filled with sadness and killing intent. She didn't hesitate to rush out in a ray of red light toward the west. Rudy, even if I, Lu Yanfei, die, I'll not yield to you. Lu Yanfei bit her lower lip as she flew. Tears fell from the sides of her cheek and mixed with the rain. It was impossible to distinguish her tears from the rain. Behind the four great elders of the origin sect were their direct disciples. They flew toward the west filled with panic, determination, or anger. Su Yun was among them. Her face showed that she had the determination to die. However, for some unknown reason, while she flew, two figures appeared in her mind. One figure had black hair and was very thin but always as calm as water. The other figure had white hair, and with the wave of his finger, the world would collapse. These two figures filled her mind until they eventually overlapped. Wang Lin stood inside the Taoist temple and looked at the rays of light disappearing before him. He shook his head and unhurriedly thought about where he would go after the origin sect was destroyed. In the end, he frowned and muttered, "It's really troublesome." He waved his sleeves and stepped forward. Ripples appeared under his feet, and he disappeared from the Taoist temple. The purple python that had been laying low since Wang Lin had appeared and was still filled with fear charged out. It let out roar toward where Wang Lin went. It was as if it knew that Wang Lin had left and wouldn't come back for a long time, so it dared to let out a roar. The night of the continent of Mo Luo was about to end and the sun was beginning to rise. At this moment, the purple wind flew across the sky and the black spirit beast followed. The old man looked very arrogant and calm. He was confident he could easily deal with the origin sect. The youth in purple beside him revealed an excited look and began shouting obscenely. "Uncle Song, heavily injure Lu Yanfei, but don't kill her. Let me play with her for a few days and suck her origin energy dry. Then it won't be too late to kill her." The youth in purple licked his lips. The old man beside him nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he was suddenly startled and stared straight ahead. He saw ripples appeared in the void before him and powerful origin energy fluctuations began to spread. A man with white hair walked out from the ripples. The white-haired man had a cold expression, and the moment he appeared, a monstrous killing intent filled the world. The black spirit beast immediately stopped, and the old man's expression changed. The youth in purple frowned, and was about to shout when the old man stood before him. The old man stared at Wang Lin with a serious expression and said, "I'm the purple Dao Sect Song Wuda. Can fellow cultivator give me some face and let me pass?" Hearing the old man's words, the youth in purple was startled and carefully examined Wang Lin. "I'll give you some face, so immediately get the hell out of here and never come back." Wang Lin's cold voice stabbed at the old man like the cold wind. The old man's expression immediately became gloomy. Although he was weaker than the Origin Sect's ancestor, he was still a mid-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator. He couldn't really see through the other party's cultivation, so he was polite, but he didn't think the other party would be so arrogant. What an arrogant tone. Even when the ancestor of the Origin Sect faced our purple Dao Sect, he had to. Before the old man could finish speaking, the youth in purple behind him laughed. Wang Lin no longer spoke and coldness flashed through his eyes. As he stepped forward, he raised his right hand and strands of slaughter energy rushed out of his body. At this moment, a monstrous killing intent appeared. The dense slaughter energy caused a large amount of cold energy to appear. The surrounding raindrops all turned into ice crystals. The 1,000-foot spirit beast immediately began to tremble. It was very smart and immediately noticed the danger of this slaughter energy. Feeling the danger, it immediately began to retreat without the youth in purple's order. The purple youth's face turned pale, but he still shouted, "You." However, this time, before he could finish speaking, the old man immediately slapped the youth and sent him flying to the black spirit beast. He then waved his sleeves and rapidly retreated with the black spirit beast. "Leave quickly. I'll meet up with you after I kill this person." The old man's expression became serious. After sending the spirit beast away, he rushed toward Wang Lin. The youth in purple rarely saw the old man this serious, so panic appeared in his heart. He quickly retreated with the black spirit beast. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and all the slaughter energy around him became crazy. Each strand released a roaring howl as they charged at the old man. The old man's pupils immediately shrank. His hands formed seals, and purple wind appeared and collided with the slaughter energy. The thunderous rumble echoed far and wide. "Summon the rain." Wang Lin lifted his left hand and pointed at the sky. At this moment, all the rain within 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet trembled. As Wang Lin pointed, every raindrop trembled and origin energy surrounded them. Then the raindrops shot at the old man. The old man's heart was in so much shock that it was impossible to describe with words. He had never seen the two spells the youth in white had used, but the power of these spells made him gasp. He was about to dodge when Wang Lin's cold gaze locked onto him, and Wang Lin calmly said one word. "Stop." The old man's body trembled, and he stopped in the air. At this instant, the surrounding countless ice crystals gathered around the old man. A moment later, a giant ice crystal appeared in the air. Wang Lin didn't stop. His right hand reached out, and the crack to his storage space appeared. A rusty, iron sword immediately appeared in Wang Lin's hand. He walked forward with the sword, raised it, and mercilessly slashed down. The world was still bright right now, but the moment the sword fell, the entire world was enveloped in an extremely bright flash. There was a heaven-shaking rumble, and the ice crystal shattered into pieces of bloody fragments. The old man's eyes were still filled with shock and disbelief as his body fragmented. Even his origin soul shattered under the impact and exploded in a shockwave of origin energy. All of this happened in a few breaths of time. Instant kill. Even until death, the old man still couldn't believe that he was killed in such a short period of time. However, his death wasn't unreasonable. Whether it was the slaughter energy or summon the rain, these spells were powerful enough to shock anyone in the cultivation world. In addition, the attack from the pseudo-Nirvana void treasure was enough to make a peak Nirvana cleanser cultivator lose a layer of skin if they didn't die instantly. Without even mentioning Wang Lin's combat experience, Song Wuda hadn't died to a nobody. After instantly killing Song Wuda, Wang Lin turned to look at the black spirit beast that hadn't gone too far yet. The purple youth that witnessed all of this screamed in fear. Wang Lin coldly looked at the youth in purple and stepped forward. Rays of light arrived behind Wang Lin. The scream filled with extreme fear clearly entered the ears of the Origin Sect's four elders and echoed inside Lu Yanfei's mind. At this instant, the sky cleared and the rain dissipated. A vague rainbow appeared across the sky. The figure chased after the black spirit beast. His white hair was so dazzling that the figure was deeply imprinted in Lu Yanfei's eyes. Chapter 1145, One Strand of Hair. The white hair flowing under the rainbow was an image that would forever be burned into the eyes of the four great elders of the Origin Sect. The smell of blood in the air and the fluctuations from the collapsed Origin soul indicated that a shocking battle had occurred here. That amazing flash, even though it only lasted for a moment, had taken the life of the Nirvana cleanser cultivator that they were planning to fight to the death against. This scene caused the four of them to become transfixed. In their eyes, the white-haired man was only a figure. Although he seemed slow, in reality, he was like lightning as he charged at the youth in purple on the black spirit beast. The scream of the youth in purple revealed the fear in his heart. Although Rudy was at the illusory stage, due to his high status, he had never encountered such danger. Originally, he thought it would be an easy, fun trip. He thought that with the protection of Song Wuda and his status as the junior master of the Purple Dao Sect, he could do as he pleased in the rank 5 region. He could never have dreamt that this would happen. Even now, he still couldn't believe that Song Wuda had been killed by this white-haired youth like this. Not even Song Wuda's origin soul had managed to escape. The white-haired youth had become the most terrifying beast in the world to him. The figure that closed and made the youth in purple scream even louder. I'm the junior master of the Purple Dao Sect. If you kill me, my father, Lu Yuncong, will slaughter the entire continent of Mo Luo. He was afraid. He had never been this afraid before. The shadow of the white-haired youth got closer and replaced everything in his vision. The black spirit beast trembled under him and continued to retreat. This spirit beast had already awakened its intelligence, and its fear of Wang Lin was no weaker than the fear it felt toward its master. The youth in purple seemed to have gone crazy from fear, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "If you dare to hurt me in the slightest, my Purple Dao Sect will hunt you down for the rest of your life." His right hand touched his bag of holding, and he took out a black lotus. The lotus was completely black and bloomed in a demonical way. It gave off a strange light that enveloped the youth's twisted face. Just as he was about to use the treasure his father had given him, a finger appeared before him. This finger looked gentle, but it instantly landed between his eyebrows. With a bang, the youth in purple coughed out blood, and his vision blurred. 2 streams of blood flow out from his eyes. His body flew back like a kite with a broken string, and popping sounds echoed from his body. Large amounts of blood mist spray out from his body and dyed the sky red. It was a shocking scene. His origin soul collapsed. At this moment, he felt his heart pounding, and it was like his body was floating in the air. His heartbeat became weaker and weaker, as if he and his heart were in 2 different worlds. The sound gradually faded until he could no longer hear it. At this moment, the direct disciples of the 4 great elders arrived, and what they saw was a bloody person blown off the black spirit beast. The person exploded into a pile of flesh and blood before falling from the sky. Inside the blood mist under the rainbow, the white-haired figure was engraved into their hearts. Suyin stared at the figure before her and trembled slightly. She bit her lower lip and her eyes revealed a strange light. Rudy died. His body collapsed, and his origin soul disappeared like his uncle's. There was a blooming black lotus and a bag of holding in Wang Lin's hand. If the person who Rudy threatened wasn't Wang Lin and instead was a native of the rank 5 region, then it might have had some effect. This would be especially true for those from sects weaker than the Purple Dao Sect. Even on impulse, they would hesitate and would only capture Rudy in the end. They wouldn't dare to kill him. After all, within the rank 5 region, the Purple Dao Sect was powerful enough to be ranked in the top 10. Most important was the name Lu Yuncong. He was extremely talented, and within the rank 5 region, he was extremely famous. However, all of these threats were useless before Wang Lin. A mere Lu Yuncong and a mere Purple Dao Sect weren't qualified in Wang Lin's eyes to be a threat to his existence. Whether it was the Thunder Celestial of all heaven, the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor, Celestial Emperor by Feng's cross-generation disciple, Celestial Lord Qing Shui's junior apprentice brother, or the disciple of the now awakened Celestial Emperor Qing Lin, any one of these titles had far more weight than anything the Purple Dao Sect could compare to. Wang Lin's 1,000 years plus of cultivation experience were not something a genius like Lu Yuncong could compare to. The threat from the Purple Dao Sect was a joke. It couldn't even compare to a strand of hair on Tuosen's body. With a wave of his right hand, the giant black spirit beast that was trembling and had just lost its master was put away by Wang Lin. It didn't dare to resist at all. The sky was already bright, and a new day had arrived with the arrival of the sun. The rainbow was no longer a blur and became clear and bright. As it crossed the sky, it gave off a gentle light. It enveloped the world, the continent, and also the vision of all the disciples of the Origin Sect. Wang Lin's white hair flowed, and with one step, he disappeared. From beginning to end, not a single cultivator from the Origin Sect saw Wang Lin's face. They only saw that indomitable figure and the long, snow-white hair. The surroundings were completely silent, and everyone's breathing became even heavier. The elders, aside from Lu Yanfei, all looked at each other in shock. In a short period of time, their despair and sadness were replaced with shock. It all happened too fast, and even now they felt like they were dreaming. He? Who is he? Why did that senior help the Origin Sect? To instantly kill Song Wudai? What is his cultivation level? He has white hair, Lu Yanfei softly said. Then she let out a faint smile. This smile hadn't appeared since her teacher was seriously injured. Her smiling face was like a blooming flower. There was an unspeakable grace and beauty in her happiness. Her 3 senior apprentice brothers had thoughtful gazes as they looked at where Wang Lin disappeared. They silently pondered, but the shock in their minds made it so they were unable to calm down. After a short period of silence, the direct disciples of the elders erupted into cheers. They turned toward the rainbow and returned to the Origin Sect with the 4 elders. The Purple Dao Sect will not sit idly when they hear about Song Wuda and Rudy's deaths. As the 4 elders moved, one of the old men suppressed the shock in his heart and sent out his thoughts to the remaining 3. Before teacher died, he said north and white hair. That senior has white hair and is perhaps the person teacher was talking about. Perhaps our Origin Sect isn't at its end yet. However, who is this senior? Is he part of our Origin Sect? I have observed the 31 mortals, but I've found nothing. If he was willing to help us once, then he will help us a second time. Lu Yanfei's divine sense was determined, which caused the other 3 to silently ponder. It is useless to search, since the senior doesn't want us to find out. Then let things happen naturally. Lu Yanfei's eyes were bright, and she smiled once more. Her right hand touched her bag of holding and sent inside a force to destroy an old painting. It didn't take long for the people of the Origin Sect to return to the sect. They all scattered, filled with excitement. Lu Yanfei didn't return to her pavilion in the southern mountain, but went to the herb courtyard with Su Yun. The 2 women were both very charming. When they stood together, it was a really breathtaking sight. There were some disciples that saw them from a distance, and they entered a moment of trance. However, thinking about Lu Yanfei's status, they quickly awakened and went to greet them, but they were waved away by Su Yun. It was clear that they didn't wish to be disturbed. Teacher, he lives right here. Su Yun's heart pounded wildly as she spoke to her teacher. Within the star fog of the rank 5 domain, there was a purple continent that was 3 times the size of the continent of Mo Luo. From afar, it was like a coiled-up fierce beast that was coldly staring at the sky. The distinct difference from the continent of Mo Luo was that there were 4 large, black towers that emitted gentle light that surrounded every corner of the continent. At this moment, the star fog suddenly began to churn, followed by a scream. A 1,000 feet tall tiger-like beast rushed out from the fog and stared at the purple continent with hatred in its eyes. It could vaguely hear the miserable cries of a female tiger coming from the continent. As it roared, it moved like lightning toward the continent. It was so fast that it closed in on the continent in the blink of an eye. It collided with the light barrier around the purple continent, causing the barrier to flicker violently. The tiger-shaped beast let out another roar and charged once more. However, at this moment, a ray of purple light charged out at an unimaginable speed. Inside it was a middle-aged man wearing a purplish-gold robe. He looked very dignified and his gaze was profound. There was a hint of gloominess on his face. He was so fast that afterimages appeared. He instantly broke through the barrier and appeared among the stars. With a wave of his hand, purple light appeared and wrapped around the tiger. Refine. His cold voice echoed as the purple light around the fierce beast turned into a giant furnace. Mournful roars came, but they gradually disappeared. Congratulations, Sect Master, in luring another star tiger beast. It won't take long for Sect Master to refine his tiger bone sword. A laugh appeared. Then an old man wearing the same purple robe appeared beside his man. Chapter 1146. The Hope of the Heaven Defying Bead reaching completion a second time. I'm still missing 9. However, all the star tigers within the area are gone, so I need to go out further. The middle-aged revealed a grim smile. But before he could continue, his expression suddenly changed. He raised his right hand and reached at the void, creating a crack to his storage space. A jade flew out and immediately cracked, revealing a soul fragment. The soul fragment was in the shape of Rudy. His eyes were filled with the fear before his death and dissipated before the middle-aged man. Junior Master. The smile disappeared from the old man in purple and shock filled his eyes. The middle-aged man watched the soul fragment disappear. He didn't move at all and slowly closed his eyes. The old man beside him was shocked. He looked at the sect master and his heart trembled. He had followed this sect master for many years. He knew that the more calm the sect master was, the bigger the storm to come. Where did Rudy go? After a long time, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. There was a trace of sadness burning in his eyes, but his voice was terrifyingly calm. The old man bowed down and said respectfully, "Junior Master." Junior Master went to the continent of Mo Luo. He was still in shock and hadn't calmed down yet. He couldn't understand who in the rank 5 region would dare to kill Junior Master Rudy and risk offending the Purple Dao Sect's Master Lu Yuncong. Continent of Mo Luo, Origin Sect. Why did no one tell me about this? The middle-aged man's voice was calm, but when it landed in the old man's ears, the old man trembled. He suddenly remembered something, and his face turned pale. Junior Master, as a cultivator, he still lusted for beauties and was arrogant. He used his status as the junior master of the Purple Dao Sect and ruined quite a few female disciples of various sections. He even did vicious things, such as sucking their origin energy. Without waiting for the old man to finish, the middle-aged man shook his head and seemed to mutter to himself. Sect Master. The old man's face was pale. Who went with him to continent of Mo Luo? It should have been Song Wuda. That child grew up under Song Wuda's care. Perhaps to him, Song Wuda was like a second father. He went to the continent of Mo Luo because he is after Lu Yanfei of the Origin Sect. He was taking advantage of the fact that that old bag of bones died and wanted to make the Origin Sect his inner palace. The old man silently pondered. As far as he knew, everything the sect master said was true. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at the star fog before him. After silently looking for a bit, he turned and walked toward the purple continent. That useless child, he is dead, so now there is one less scourge in the world. However, I'm still his father. Since he liked that Lu Yanfei girl, then let that little girl die with him. As for the man that killed him, he can be buried with him as well. The middle-aged man said without any emotion in his voice. He wasn't like this before. This figure was more bleak. The old man's expression became even more pale. After hesitating for a while, he clenched his teeth and said, Sect Master, before the junior master left, this old man heard Song Wuda say that the junior master was going to the Purple Cloud Sea to take the Heavenine flag that the Purple Dao Sect left there. After taking Lu Yanfei's origin soul, he was going to use all the female origin souls he collected to feed a celestial. The middle-aged man's figure suddenly stopped and the calmness in his eyes collapsed. A monstrous wrath revealed itself, but a sense of fear and panic also filled his body. Ungrateful child, continent of Mo Luo, Origin Sect. Lu Yanfei looked silently at the ordinary house. After hesitating a bit, she walked into the courtyard. Su Yun followed, and she was very tense. She could clearly hear her heart beating rapidly. Wang Lin's door was closed. Lu Yanfei and Su Yun stood outside the door and became silent. After a long time, Lu Yanfei bit her lower lip and softly said, Is Senior here? Not here. A calm voice came out from the house and entered their ears. They were startled by it, as they didn't think they would get a response like this. In truth, a very long time ago in the Alliance star system, a woman also asked this question and also got this answer. After all, whether it was the original body or the avatar, both were Wang Lin. Lu Yanfei let out a smile that was very beautiful. She bowed toward the house and softly said, Teacher once had an uncle master named Lu Zihao. According to Teacher, Grand Uncle Master Lu Zihao was obsessed with Dao. Aside from when he went missing, he had never left the continent of Mo Luo. He never even went to the main sect or had many friends. Not many people in the Origin Sect even remember him due to time. Even my 3 senior apprentice brothers have never seen him. Junior only saw a portrait of him, and it was Teacher who showed it to me. He gave me the portrait, because this Grand Uncle Master Lu is an ancestor of my Lu family. This portrait was far too old and was tattered. On the way back just now, it was destroyed. After saying all of this, Lu Yanfei respectfully left with a smile. Su Yun was confused by her teacher's words. She had no idea why her teacher had said those things. Wang Lin sat on the bed and stared at the black lotus in his right hand. He raised his head and his eyes shined brightly. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the house and landed on the departing Lu Yanfei. Lu Yanfei's body trembled, but she didn't stop. She maintained her calmness and walked out of the courtyard. What a clever woman. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. Aside from when she talked to him on the mountain, they'd had no other contact. Yet this woman was unexpectedly able to come up with such an amazing analysis just from the report from her disciple, their conversion on the mountain, and him killing Song Wuda and Rudy. Su Yun wasn't able to understand her words, but with Wang Lin's cunning, he clearly understood. Lu Yanfei was certain he was the white-haired person, and in her mind, for someone of his cultivation level to hide in the Origin Sect meant that he was either after something in the Origin Sect or was hiding from enemies. However, Lu Yanfei couldn't think of anything he would want, so she became more certain about hiding from enemies. Therefore, if Wang Lin wanted to continue to stay in the Origin Sect, he needed an identity to not cause any suspicion. What Lu Yanfei just said was giving Wang Lin such an identity. As for Wang Lin's enemies, she obviously had to choose to ignore them. Wang Lin had met countless people in his life, but not many women this intelligent. Different from Lu Mei's ever-changing mood, different from Red Butterfly's arrogance, different from Li Muin's gentleness. This was wisdom, an unmatched wisdom. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin revealed a smile and muttered, Lu Zihao. This identity will allow me to take root in the Cloud Sea star system. The reason Wang Lin paid so much attention to his identity was due to his experience in all heaven. Wang Lin didn't notice it then, and in the end his identity was transparent to all the powerful cultivators. This caused him a lot of inconvenience. After all, they would all have the thought of rejecting those that didn't belong to their system. In particular, with his cultivation level, it was difficult to deal with the issue of his identity. Although this didn't solve the issue perfectly, it did give him a path to resolving it. No longer thinking about this, Wang Lin placed his right hand on the Black Lotus. Then his divine sense spread out, and he began studying it. If this Black Lotus was only a treasure, he wouldn't pay so much attention to it. However, as he checked it with his divine sense, he was surprised to find that this lotus was a real plant. A few simple law formations were added as a seal. This Cloud Sea star system is strange to have a naturally formed treasure like this. If the seal on the lotus is broken, then it can form a powerful protection. It is indeed interesting. Wang Lin put the lotus down after examining it, and picked up the bag of holding from the youth in purple. The youth in purple had a lot of miscellaneous things inside the bag. Aside from the scattered weapons and pills, there were 3 things that caught Wang Lin's attention. A completely purple bottle, a small golden flag, and an incense stick the size of a baby's arm. As for celestial jades, there were very few, less than 100 pieces. Unfortunately, after reaching the Nirvana cleanser stage, one no longer uses a bag of holding. A self-opened storage space is impossible for outsider to find even after death. Otherwise, that Nirvana cleanser cultivator might have had some good treasures and pills for me. Wang Lin shook his head as he picked up the golden flag. After scanning it with his divine sense, his expression became gloomy. This small flag was filled with Yin energy. As Wang Lin's divine sense spread through it, he immediately found the Yin souls of over 100 women. These women were all beautiful, and some of them were incomparable. However, these women all looked miserable, as they were sealed inside and couldn't escape. There was the soul of a snake inside that seemed to be devouring these women. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense swept by, it seemed to have been startled awake from its sleep and released a terrifying aura. Even Wang Lin's eyes narrowed when he felt this aura. Wang Lin's mind was shaken and his divine sense retreated from the attack of the beast soul. He stared at the golden flag, and his pupils shrank. Aura of extreme Yin. Wang Lin suddenly stood up, and his calmness was disturbed. A monstrous surge of emotion hit him, and he took a few deep breaths. Unfortunately, it is not complete. There is only a trace of extreme Yin. However, the method of breeding it is completely wrong. It can't be compared to the extreme Yang the All-Seer created by using Bai Wei. This extreme Yin is too poor in quality in comparison. However, it is still a sliver of extreme Yin. Wang Lin touched the spot between his eyebrows. After the heaven-defying bead was complete with the 5 elements, it needed Yin and Yang. He had obtained the extreme Yang form Bai Wei and was only lacking the extreme Yin to complete the heaven-defying bead the second time. Chapter 1147, Su Yun's Heartache. Holding the small golden flag, Wang Lin's eyes closed slowly. His eyes shined as he pondered. To use women's souls to nourish extreme Yin is completely wrong. Back then, the All-Seer used Bai Wei's extreme Yin body and extracted the extreme Yang during its peak. That's the correct method. In order to obtain a complete extreme Yin, one must obtain it at the peak of extreme Yang. After looking at the golden flag, Wang Lin shook his head. At a glance, he could see that all those numerous female Yin souls were added in later on, and it hadn't been a long time. This really is nonsense. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and a storm set off inside the golden flag. His divine sense smashed into the formations that were trapping those women's souls and broke them. The moment the formations shattered, the miserable souls flew out, and their eyes were filled with confusion. However, they were all talented people within their sects before they were killed and sealed inside the flag by Rudy. So they quickly regained their sanity and then silently bowed toward Wang Lin. They showed hints of bitterness, liberation, and gratitude as they dissipated. What awaited them perhaps was reincarnation into another life, or perhaps nothing. Staring at these souls dissipate, Wang Lin became silent. It didn't take long for all the souls to disappear, leaving only the extreme Yin soul. This extreme Yin let out a roar and charged out the moment those women's souls disappeared, as if it wanted to escape as well. Just as it peeked out, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his left hand formed a restriction. It landed on the golden flag. Then there was a flash of blue light. The extreme Yin soul seemed to smash into an iron plate and was pushed back as it roared. Wang Lin completely ignored it as his left hand formed more restrictions that landed on the golden flag. He completely sealed it before putting it away. Not only is the method to raise this extreme Yin not correct, it's also not complete. Since this belonged to Rudy, then there must be more clues at the purple Dao sect. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin picked up the purple bottle. This jade bottle was warm, and there was heat cycling inside. There was a cycle of origin energy inside that formed an eternal rotation. Wang Lin's divine sense surrounded the bottle. Under the effect of his divine sense, the bottle slowly became transparent, and he clearly saw 3 pills that were slowly rotating with the origin energy inside. The 3 pills were roughly the same size, and all gave off a purple glow. There was a fierce aura coming from within them. After withdrawing his divine sense, Wang Lin's gaze landed on the 3rd item, which was an incense stick the size of a baby's arm. He wasn't unfamiliar with this item. Back in the Alliance, he saw this in the memories of the mosquito beast. The cultivators of the Cloud Sea had used this incense to confuse the mosquito beasts and lure them away from the 4 divine sect. Time slowly passed, and the rainy season passed, ushering the sun to the continent of Mo Luo. Wang Lin seemed to have grown accustomed to the life in the origin sect and spent all his time learning alchemy. Su Yun was very respectful toward this person named Ceng Niu that was living next to her. Although Wang Lin hadn't admitted it yet, Su Yun's female intuition told her that Ceng Niu was the white-haired man. Whenever she thought of Wang Lin's figure and graceful movement, she would tense up. At this moment, she stared at Wang Lin with confusion. This is Ning Shui grass. It is an item to help create pills. Most pills in my origin sect require this. When a cultivator in the Cloud Sea reached a certain cultivation level, they would gain a certain degree of understanding of alchemy. This had a lot to do with the alchemy methods of the Cloud Sea. What puzzled her was that Ceng Niu didn't know any of what was considered common sense. For Wang Lin to refine pills, he would first have to memorize the names and effects of all the herbs. Some of the herbs that he knew from the Alliance had different names here, so Su Yun had become a target for Wang Lin's questions. This is Ink Cloud Herb, a key component of the Cloud Deficiency pill. Wang Lin's expression was cold and calm. He had used a very short period of time to memorize all the herbs in this garden. Wang Lin looked around the garden and asked, "Is there any mist flower?" The jade he saw in the Taoist temple said that in order to refine a rank 6 or higher pill, on top of the beast's soul, there were 3 even more important herbs. One of those herbs was the mist flower. The mist flower can only grow in continents that are shrouded in the star fog. Rumor has it that the more dense the fog, the more mist flowers there are. In the origin sect, I only know of 3 dried mist flowers, and they are all with Uncle Master Li. After Su Yun finished explaining, she added one more thing. Uncle Master Li's alchemy skill is considered unmatched in the origin sect. Wang Lin nodded and no longer paid any attention to Su Yun. Instead, he gathered some herbs based on the method of alchemy he had read and returned to the house. Seeing Wang Lin take the herbs, Su Yun felt her heart ache, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. As Wang Lin walked back to his room, Su Yun quickly said, This requires you to go to the alchemy room in the eastern courtyard. Not only is there a pill furnace there, but there are also earth, fire, and protection formations. That way even, if the furnace explodes there will be no danger. No need. Wang Lin didn't turn around as he walked into the room. It wasn't until Wang Lin left that Su Yun stomped her foot and became filled with dissatisfaction. Most of the herbs in the garden were things she had spent a lot of effort gathering. Some had been given to her by her master after her master found them while exploring dangerous wild continents. It can be said that most of the herb in the garden were Su Yun and her master's private properties. The disciples of the sect were all aware of this and wouldn't dare to come here for herbs. Su Yun valued these herbs greatly. However, she was helpless as she watched Wang Lin take them away. He didn't even listen to her and was going to refine without going to the alchemy room. Especially considering how he didn't even know the names of some of these herbs, It was obvious this was the first time he was refining. Once the pill exploded, not only would the house be destroyed, but even the garden would be affected. Suyin stomped her feet, but didn't dare to go up to stop him. Oomph. Not going to the alchemy room means he must have his own pill furnace. He only knows how to use his high cultivation to bully a junior like me. Bully. The more Suyin thought, the more angry she became. She simply sat down outside and began to wait. When the pill exploded, she would need to do her best to protect the herbs. A large amount of the goodwill she previously had toward Wang Lin had also dissipated. Arrogant, arrogant. When Suyin thought of Wang Lin's expression, she became even more angry. Although alchemy has some relation with cultivation, it doesn't have much effect. What it requires is experience and countless attempts. No matter how high the cultivation level, the success rate of refining for the first time won't be high. Suyin frowned as she focused herself and helplessly stood guard. Wang Lin didn't pay attention to Suyun's dissatisfaction. After returning to the room, he sat down and waved his hand. All the herbs he had picked floated in the air. His left eye lit up and flames immediately began burning in his left eye. Alchemy doesn't necessarily need a pill furnace. A pill furnace was used to not let any of the medication escape and to better condense heat for the pill to take shape. None of this was a problem for Wang Lin. The fire of the world moved as he willed. At this moment, white flames appeared and circled around Wang Lin. The fire began to condense until it was a ball of fire. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as his right hand reached out. All the herbs in the air began to separate into different portions. One part went to the side and one part went into the fireball. This was Wang Lin's first time refining a pill in the Cloud Sea. Although it was only a rank 3 pill, Wang Lin was still very serious. He stared at the fireball, and his gaze penetrated inside. Those herbs rapidly melted inside the fireball and became crumbs. However, with Wang Lin's control of fire, they didn't even turn to ash but began fusing. They absorbed each other's unique medical attribute and began to fuse. Shortly after, Wang Lin's right hand reached out and a storage space appeared. A ray of black light flew out into Wang Lin's hand. There was a tadpole-like spirit beast soul inside the black light. This was Rudy's beast. This beast was very arrogant when it followed Rudy. It would often cruelly devour mortals and injured cultivators. It enjoyed the dry sweetness of blood and flesh in its mouth. However, at this moment, the beast's soul was trembling in fear and constantly roaring. It wanted to break out from Wang Lin's palm, but no matter how much it struggled, it was a pointless endeavor. As Wang Lin waved his right hand, the beast's soul let out a miserable scream and fused with the pill. Soon, a medical fragrance began to spread out inside the room. Just at this moment, Wang Lin frowned as his right hand reached into the fireball and grabbed the pill. A large portion on the beast's soul was immediately pulled out. The moment Wang Lin's right hand left the fireball, the half-complete pill trembled and collapsed. Then a destructive force began to spread out. However, it was stopped by the fireball that wrapped around it. It let out some muffled sounds, but didn't break the fireball. Pill explosion. Outside the house, Suyin heard the muffled screams and immediately stood up. She was very tense. However, after waiting for a while, she still didn't encounter the explosion. All she saw was a gloomy Wang Lin walking out and taking even more herbs. Suyin finally reacted and immediately began stomping her foot. She wanted to get some justice from Wang Lin, but thinking about his gloomy expression just now, she became afraid. She could only complain in her heart. What a bully. Humph, that pill will definitely explode this time as well. Chapter 1148, Wild Continent. Suyun's words came true. In a short span of 3 days, Wang Lin had refined 16 times and failed every time beside the last one. Every time he failed, he would silently search for the reason before picking more herbs. Looking at the garden that was still vibrant 3 days ago and was almost barren now, Suyun's eyes couldn't help but turn red. This garden had taken her a lot of effort, and even when she refined pills herself, she was very careful and never used too many herbs. However, in just 3 days, almost all the herbs were gone. Although the pill explosion she dreaded never occurred, she'd rather have an explosion destroy most of the garden. It was better than being tortured like this. Looking at the house, she hated very much. None of the goodwill she had toward Wang Lin remained. Suyun could not bear it anymore and rushed into the house. She saw Wang Lin sitting there, holding a complete pill. What made Suyun feel very hateful was that Ceng Niu was smiling while looking at the pill. Seeing that smile made Suyun's anger rise. Ceng Niu. Suyun was gnashing her teeth and took a deep breath. Thinking about her own speculation of his cultivation level, she suppressed her anger and kept telling herself not to be angry. After placing her hair behind her ear, Suyun softly said, Ceng Niu, congratulations on refining a pill. Can I see it? After experiencing 15 failures, Almost all the herbs in the garden had been used to refine this pill. The beast's soul had merged with the pill more than 10 times, and the pain of going back and forth was worse than death. The beast's soul wanted Wang Lin to succeed so its suffering would end. Wang Lin looked at the pill in his hand and felt regret. There were a lot of details one had to pay attention to when fusing a beast's soul with a pill. These things were not explained in the Jade, and he had to experience it himself. At this moment, when Wang Lin heard Su Yun's words, he subconsciously touched his nose. He looked past Su Yun's beautiful body at the almost barren garden, and even with his 1,000 years of cultivation, he felt a bit embarrassed. With a wave of his right hand, Wang Lin threw the pill at Su Yun. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a scream. Su Yun's eyes widened as she stared at the pill and could no longer contain the anger in her heart. At this moment, every notion of the white figure, the graceful finger, the powerful senior were all thrown out of her head. For the past 3 days, she watched helplessly as the herbs she had spent so much time to raise, the herbs she wasn't even willing to use herself, were pulled out one by one. In the end, he had only refined a rank 3 pill. A rank 3 pill was very precious, and it was something a corporeal yang cultivator would need. However, all the herbs inside her garden should have been enough to refine a rank 4 pill. If it was Uncle Masterly, then there was a sliver of a chance of refining a rank 5 pill. Ceng Niu, return my herbs. Su Yun's eyes were red, and she was about to get justice from Wang Lin. However, when she raised her head, she found that the room was empty. Ceng Niu was gone. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the sky above the continent of Mo Luo, and he touched his nose once more. He revealed a bitter smile, and Su Yun's voice still echoed in his ears. Forget it. It's only a courtyard of herbs. Wang Lin shook his head and flew into the sky as a ray of light. He disappeared over the horizon. After breaking through the light barrier around the continent, the cloud sea appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. In the jade inside the Taoist temple, aside from alchemy and beast soul-related information, there was also a star map of the rank 5 region the continent of Mo Luo belonged to. After studying the star map, Wang Lin found that aside from the continents that people lived on, there was another type of continent called the wild continents. These were similar to the abandoned planets in the Alliance or All Heaven. However, in the Cloud Sea, these wild continents didn't have black towers, so they were shrouded by the star fog. They became lairs for fierce beasts and often housed numerous fierce beasts. Some very precious herbs often grew on continents like these. Following the star map in his mind, Wang Lin charged into the star fog. The star fog was like clouds. Aside from covering vision, it also prevented divine sense from spreading too far. Wang Lin wasn't familiar with the Cloud Sea star system, so he couldn't help but slow down. On the wild continent near the continent of Mo Luo, the beasts had gradually become more scarce throughout the years. It had become a place for the Origin Sect disciples to train. Only some low-level beast remained, and even most of the herbs had been cleared out. This would naturally not be Wang Lin's choice. He was going to go for a wild continent even further out, one where fierce beasts lived and not many cultivators had explored, so there would be still large amounts of herbs there. Wang Lin moved faster and faster. There would often be a flash of light as he broke through the fog and went into the distance. Although his divine sense could only probe within 10,000 feet, a Nirvana scryer cultivator could only reach 1,000 feet. Only Nirvana cleanser cultivators could reach 10,000 feet. Along the way, various strange beasts appeared within Wang Lin's divine sense. These beasts were all eerie. One was a long, scaled fish. When it opened its mouth, countless sharp teeth could be seen, and it gave off a fishy smell. There were a few that looked like dragons, but their bodies were only few hundred feet long. These red beasts moved like lightning and lived in herds. Hundreds of thousands of them moved through the Cloud Sea. Also, there were beasts like the nether beast Wang Lin had seen, but much smaller, only few thousand feet wide. These beasts were slow, but even those red beasts avoided them. There were also tadpole-like black beasts like the one Rudy had. They hid within the fog, giving off a hidden pressure. However, when those beasts felt Wang Lin's divine sense, they all quickly retreated. While moving through the fog, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached at the void. A storage space crack opened, and buzzing sounds came out as the mosquito beasts flew out. These dozens of mosquito beasts flew around and emitted thunderous cries filled with joy. In particular, Wang Lin's purple mosquito beast was flying left and right in joy. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he sat down on the mosquito beast. Without waiting for Wang Lin's order, it rushed forward and flew inside the star fog with its companions. Time seemed to go on for eternity inside this star fog. It was hard to notice because there was no night or day, only the dense star fog that surround everything. After silently calculating for a bit, Wang Lin calculated it had been 3 days. With his speed, he was already far away from the continent of Mo Luo and was closing in on a dangerous wild continent marked on the map. It didn't take long for a giant shadow to appear in Wang Lin's divine sense. This shadow was large enough to cover the sky, and he could vaguely hear roars coming from it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the mosquito beast below him because cautious. As they closed in, the shadow cleared up. This was a huge wild continent. Wang Lin jumped off the mosquito beast, pierced through the fog, and landed on the wild continent. This place was filled with star fog. If not for his divine sense and his feet standing on the continent, it would have been very difficult to distinguish this place from just space. The surroundings were completely silent with fierce roars coming from the distance. These roars seemed to indicate that this place wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. The ground consisted of black sand. Wang Lin slowly walked forward on the sand and eventually arrived before a ruin. This was obviously once a mortal city, but there was no sign of life. The buildings had collapsed, and there were dry brown red blood marks. Just at this moment, a black shadow charged out from a ruined house. It let out a roar along with its fishy breath and charged at Wang Lin. The shadow was only few dozen feet long, but it moved like lightning as it charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained calm. He didn't even need to act, as the mosquito beast charged out and went straight toward the shadow. With a bang, the shadow's body trembled and the mosquito's mouth pierced through its head. Then the mosquito sucked and the entire black shadow shrank. The mosquito beast flew back with disdain in its eyes. Wang Lin patted the mosquito beast's head and pointed ahead. The mosquito beast king immediately flew out, leading more than 10 of its kind into the ruins. The moment they flew forward, many shadows charged out from the ruins. There were at least a dozen of them. They all let out roars and charged at the mosquito beasts. With Wang Lin's insight and divine sense, he immediately saw that they were black apes. They were exactly the same as the ones inside the pill Su Yun had devoured. Leave the souls behind. Wang Lin's voice calmly echoed in the ruin. The mosquito beasts and ape beasts weren't even on the same level, so the battle soon ended. The apes died one by one, leaving behind a powerful smell of blood. More than 10 mosquito beasts flew back to Wang Lin. They let out cries and also spat out beast souls, which were put away by Wang Lin. Due to the smell of blood, the roar of beasts from afar became even louder and the ground began to vibrate. Even gusts of wind appeared to push the fog before it. Wang Lin's expression was still calm as he walked into the ruin. He scanned it with his divine sense and left after finding no herbs. His figure moved through the fog as if he had merged with the mist and gave off a powerful killing intent. He seemed to give off a fiercer aura than any of the fierce beasts, and the 10 mosquito beasts cried as they circled above him. Before this fierce aura, even the roars from the distance gradually weakened until they eventually disappeared. The ground stopped trembling and the wind disappeared. Chapter 1149, Mobilization and Control. This continent was named Kai Ape on the star map. It had many mountains, and they appeared and disappeared within the fog. The roars of fierce beasts came from the mountains. The ruins of cities that were hidden everywhere in the fog silently showed how prosperous this continent used to be. However, now it was just a ruin, and the sounds of the past had disappeared. What remained was just the vestige of time. Among the fierce beasts, there were those that liked to be in groups, and those that liked to be aloof. At this moment, in one of the mountains, the roar of a specific beast was the most violent. The roar was so intense that not even the fog could hide it. This mountain was completely black and towered into the air like a sword that pierced into the sky. Large apes nearly 100 feet tall were moving through the mountain, desperately rushing to the peak. There was a giant black ape fierce beast sitting in the lotus position like a human. It was no less than 1,000 feet tall. Its arms were as thick as old pine trees, needing several people to completely surround. There was a giant purple tree that only reached its calf, where it was sitting. The trunk of the tree was mostly withered, as if it had lived for far too long. However, it wasn't dead. It still had many branches with lots of leaves growing on them. What was strange was that the leaves of the tree were snow white and the veins on the leaves were very easy to see, as if they were made of crystal. There were also 2 fist-sized fruits that were a mix of black and white. It was a strange sight. This giant ape opened its eyes, and its eyes lit up brightly like 2 bright flames. Its eyes emitted such a fierce gaze that it penetrated through the fog. The gaze landed on a white-haired figure that was surrounded by a large amount of fierce beasts in between the mountain peaks. When it looked at Wang Lin waved his right hand, and a black wind appeared, taking the lives of more than a dozen black apes. Wang Lin raised his head and met the cold gaze. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar came from the top of the mountain. The fierceness of the beasts around Wang Lin increased, and a wave of fishy smell blasted at Wang Lin. They wanted to tear his body apart, and even devour his soul. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the large amount of fierce beasts before him. He rushed forward and turned into a ray of light as he charged toward the mountaintop. In the sky, more than 10 mosquito beasts roared, and around them were some eagle-like beasts. These beasts gave off a ferocious aura and began a life and death battle with the mosquito beasts. Wang Lin moved forward. All of the beasts that blocked him exploded into a rain of blood with a wave of his hand. His hand reached out to open his storage space, and flying swords flew out. These flying swords circled around Wang Lin in a sword formation. He didn't pause at all as he slaughtered his way up the mountain. From afar, a white line moved at an unimaginable speed, causing a rain of blood as it closed in on the mountain peak. The giant ape that was sitting there revealed a ferocious gaze and stood up. When it stood up, the entire mountain trembled, and it charged down the mountain at Wang Lin. It wasn't any slower than Wang Lin, and in an instant, they were about to collide. The black ape revealed a ferocious gaze and smashed down with its right arm. However, Wang Lin's body immediately disappeared without a trace, and the black ape missed. Then it saw Wang Lin reappear next to the giant tree on the mountain peak. The giant ape's pupils obviously shrank, and it let out a roar. It swung its right hand, sending a gust of wind that seemed to become one with the world toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right hand fell on the giant tree and gently patted it. The giant tree disappeared with its roots as Wang Lin put it inside his storage space. At this moment the gust of wind arrived. Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and pointed forward. Strands of slaughter energy appeared and formed a slaughter storm around him. The slaughter energy wailed as it charged at the gust of wind. A thunderous rumble echoed and the gust of wind instantly collapsed. The slaughter energy didn't pause at all before slamming into the giant ape. The giant ape let out a heaven-shaking roar when the slaughter energy collided with its body and caused a bloody mess. Its body was mercilessly thrown into the air. Wang Lin raised his head and his eyes lit up. His body moved like a meteor and closed in on the giant ape. He pointed at the giant ape's body multiple times. Every time his finger landed, the giant ape would let out a miserable roar and tremble. Every time Wang Lin's finger landed, a new hole would open up on the giant ape's body and a large amount of blood would spray out, dyeing the surroundings red. Rays of origin energy entered the black ape through Wang Lin's finger and formed a seal. Wang Lin withdrew his finger and said coldly, "Are you willing to become my spirit beast?" He had already been on this wild continent for 7 days. He had killed many fierce beasts and gathered a large amount of herbs. Some of these beasts could use spells and fight against cultivators. There were even several rank 5 fierce beasts that could match Nirvana scryer cultivators, but they had all been killed by Wang Lin and had their souls taken. The giant black ape was also a rank 5 beast, but it had very tough body. Even after being hit by Wang Lin, it was only seriously injured and not dead. Even among the rank 5 beasts, it was at the peak and could enter rank 6 at any time. This was why Wang Lin suddenly wanted to tame it. What answered Wang Lin was an even more violent roar and a punch from the ape's left arm. The ape's fist set off a gust of wind, and even contained a faint aura of an ancient god's punch. This really showed how powerful the black ape was. Wang Lin frowned. He wasn't fused with his original body, so his body wasn't as strong as the black ape's. He let out a cold snort and was going to dodge, but at this moment, for some unknown reason, the scene of that old man using a palm to block the arm of an ancient god appeared in his mind. Wang Lin silently pondered as he faced the gust of wind. He was completely calm. All the origin energy in his body moved toward his palm and gathered there, causing a thunderous rumble. He simply closed his eyes and the scene of the old man stopping Tuasen's hand replayed repeatedly. Wang Lin gradually felt a sense of enlightenment. It was just like how he had gained enlightenment from the handprint in the Rain Celestial Realm. On this wild continent, inside this fog, he was facing a situation similar to what the old man did against Tuasen. Wang Lin had seen the third step before and had also been able to experience the third step with Qing Lin's help. All of these allowed Wang Lin to gain a startling enlightenment regarding the spell the old man had used that obviously belonged to the third step. The gust of wind blew Wang Lin's clothes backward and the giant ape's arm closed in. The moment it was about to smash into Wang Lin opened his eyes and gently placed his palm on the giant ape's arm, which was already before his face. A powerful force came out from the arm, and collided with the origin energy in Wang Lin's palm. There was a thunderous rumble, and his clothes flapped violently in the wind, and his white hair was blown backwards. However, his body didn't move at all. The giant ape's body also trembled. It felt like its arm hit fog, and didn't have any feeling of contact at all. Instead, its body trembled, and it felt a sudden, inexplicable pain. Wang Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter as the old man's action replayed endlessly in his mind, until it was almost second nature. He subconsciously lifted his left hand and quickly pointed at the back of his right palm. Every time his fingertip fell, origin energy would gather from the world and condense into his palm. After pointing 3 times, Wang Lin's face turned slightly red, but his eyes lit up, and he let out a roar. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The giant ape immediately retreated, and a large amount of blood gushed out from his arm. A clear palm print was left on the arm along with 3 cracks from the finger. The cracks began to rapidly spread along the giant ape's arm. The cracks continued to spread, the rumbling sound continued, and blood sprayed everywhere. Wang Lin's eyes were bright. He didn't look at the giant ape, but looked at his right hand with a hint of enlightenment. He didn't know what the name of the spell was, but he vaguely felt like he had gasped something. Just now, he wasn't using his own origin energy to mobilize the origin energy of the world. He was controlling it instead. Controlling the origin energy of the world by force required origin energy form all directions to form a tyrannical attack. A mournful cry interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts, and the giant ape's eyes filled with fear. It looked at the 3 cracks spreading across his body. The ape felt like it would be torn to pieces if it moved a bit too hard. At the moment of danger, the giant ape began to glow white. Under this white light, an illusory soul appeared above its head. This illusory soul was blurry, but it looked like the ape with a more human shape. It looked like it wanted to charge out from the ape's body and leave. Upon seeing this, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Soul condensed into spirit. According to the Jade, this was a spell only rank 6 beasts could use. It was unexpected that this giant ape would have a breakthrough at this moment of life and death. Wang Lin took a step forward and instantly arrived before the giant ape. Then his right hand slammed down, and the soul of the giant ape was pushed back into its body. Wang Lin stared at the giant ape's eyes and calmly said, "Become my spirit beast." The giant ape's body trembled, and its eyes filled with fear. It had already awakened its intelligence and naturally understood Wang Lin's words. It nodded. Wang Lin's right hand hit the giant ape, and the 3 cracks on its body immediately disappeared. At the same time, his right hand formed a beast-controlling seal and placed it on the giant ape. The seal landed between the giant ape's eyebrows and disappeared. At this moment, the mosquito beasts had killed all the eagle-shaped beasts in the sky and were hovering next to the giant ape. Wang Lin sat down on the shoulder of the giant ape and looked ahead. The giant ape let out a roar as it charged off into the distance like a meteor. Chapter 1150, Shocking Change. This vast star system was filled with star fog. Although it seemed quiet, there was heavy killing intent within the fog. This was the rank 5 region of the Cloud Sea, and about 40% of the continents here belonged to sects. For the rank 1 to 4 regions, the rank 5 region was an unreachable existence. If someone from a rank 5 sect went to the rank 4 region, they would be welcomed with grandeur. At this moment in the rank 5 region, a whistling sound appeared in this calm fog. A ray of light flew within fog, and inside the light was a dragon-like spirit beast. There was a dignified cultivator standing on the head of this beast. The fog began churning even more intensely, and the surrounding beasts all scattered in fear. Several more rays of light passed by. This didn't end. In just 7 short minutes, no less than a dozen rays of light broke through the fog and quickly moved through the rank 5 region. There were various spirit beasts within those rays of light, and there was a cultivator standing on the back of each of these beasts. None of these cultivators belonged in the rank 5 region. All of them belonged to the rank 6 region. The appearance of these people shook the rank 5 region. This wasn't the only place. This happened in more than 6 places in the rank 5 region. These cultivators all had gloomy expressions, but they were hiding ecstasy and excitement along with endless greed. These cultivators that came from the rank 6 region all had the exact same goal, a wild continent, in the rank 5 region. The ground in north of the continent Wang Lin was on continued to tremble, as if something heavy was landing on the ground. The fog was being churned and pushed forward. Some bird-like beasts let out cries as they flew far away from the fog. On the ground, many more fierce beasts scattered. To them, the rumbling from the fog was extremely terrifying. A moment later, a giant figure more than 1,000 feet tall appeared in the fog. This figure was extremely sturdy, and when it got closer, it finally revealed itself. It was a huge black ape. There were bull-like beasts with red eyes chasing after the black ape. They churned the fog and kicked up a dust storm. Aside from these bull-like beasts, there were 7 more different kinds of beast herds. They were mixed together, forming a long line. It seemed like they were refusing to give up their pursuit of the black ape, even if it meant death. In the sky, there were some bird beasts that were chasing like crazy. Anyone who saw this would feel their scalp go numb. Even powerful cultivators would be shocked, because there were simply too many beasts. There were obviously some rank 5 beasts mixed in that through spells at the black ape. However, the black ape was extremely flexible and had very thick skin, so it dodged many of the spells, and those that landed on its body didn't have much effect. This black ape was running on the ground. The rumbling sound was the sound of the black ape's footsteps. It moved very fast, and created a powerful gust of wind as it ran. There was a mountain before it. As the ape ran, it mercilessly kicked off the ground, causing the earth to shatter. It directly jumped over the mountain and charged toward another mountain. In only a few breaths of time, it arrived at the top of the mountain. Several eagle-like beasts charged at the black ape. However, before they got close, they burst into a rain of blood as the black ape waved its arm. It seemed like no fierce beast could stop the black ape. It rampaged up the top of the mountain, and at the peak lay a nest. The black ape got close, then its hand directly smashed into the nest. There was a bang as the nest shattered into countless pieces, revealing a small patch of red grass growing there. The black ape's hand didn't stop. After destroying the nest, it directly grabbed the rock near the red grass and pulled it out. The black ape let out a roar filled with joy and then ran off into the distance. Those eagle-shaped beasts screamed, and no less than 1,000 eagle beasts merged into the crazed beast tide and chased the black ape. The black ape crushed the rock in its hand, revealing the red grass, and tossed it over its shoulder. Wang Lin, who was sitting on the shoulder, grabbed it. After taking a look, he put it inside his storage space. Wang Lin gently patted the black ape's body. The black ape immediately felt it, and let out another, even more joyful roar. It seemed to move even faster. The earth shook. From afar, the black ape jumped up and down, kicking up dust everywhere. Behind it was the beast stampede that chased closely after the black ape. There were very few cultivators that dared to provoke the fierce beasts like this on a wild continent, and stole herbs so arrogantly. The power of one beast might not be a threat, but once thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of beasts gathered, their combined power was enough to shock anyone. There were also cultivators from rank 5 sects watching from away. They stared at all of this like wooden chickens and were unable to utter a word. They were a group of 7 and were very cautious from the moment they arrived here, afraid of attracting too many beasts, so they naturally didn't get many herbs. When they saw how arrogant the black ape was, they were completely shocked. The black ape quickly ran, and with one jump, it crossed thousands of feet and arrived at another mountain. This mountain peak was like a sword and was extremely steep, but it was nothing to the black ape. After arriving at the mountain, the ape reached toward a bunch of mist flowers that were growing on the peak. It immediately took the flowers inside the fog. Just at this moment, a scream came from the sky. It was a rank 5 eagle beast that was almost 500 feet large charging at the ape. It was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was less than 1,000 feet away. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, as if he didn't even see it. The black ape's eyes narrowed as it grabbed the top of the mountain and swung its body over the top of the mountain. Its stout right foot immediately kicked the black eagle. The black eagle let out a painful cry, and blood sprayed everywhere. The black ape didn't continue to fight, but borrowed the force to leap into the distance. Even more fierce beasts started chasing it. Luoxing was sitting in the lotus position in a dark valley. His face was pale, and there was dried blood on the corner of his mouth. His black hair was scattered, and he was in a sorry state. A ghost-like howl continued to echo and whistle through the area. It didn't take long for 4 figures to stagger in, and when they got within 30 feet of Luoxing, one of them coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Teacher, 3rd brother died. We can't break out." These 5 were all youths, and their white robes were covered in blood marks. Luoxing pondered. He didn't open his eyes, but sadness appeared on his face. He and his disciples were inside this valley that was filled with fog. Dead souls filled this fog, and outside the valley, there were 8 giant skulls floating there. Green lightning linked them together to form a formation. This formation was very intricate. It gathered the souls of those that died over the countless years on the wild continent. It then turned those souls into something tangible and used them to power this formation. These dead souls couldn't be refined into pills. Alchemy required the souls of living beasts. A dead soul was mostly just a sliver of resentment formed at the moment of death that refused to dissipate. There was an old woman sitting on top one of the 8 skulls. This old woman was a bag of bones and hideous like an angry ghost. If a mortal saw her, they would be frightened to death. She opened her eyes, and her gaze revealed an eerie intent. Fellow cultivator, sure, you only have 4 or your 19 disciples left. Why continue wasting their lives? If you hand that thing over, this old woman will leave immediately. A gloomy voice echoed throughout the valley and clearly entered the ears of these 5 people. The faces of the 4 youths were deathly pale as they silently looked at their master. Sure, Luoxing, it is not worth losing your life over some worldly possession. Although your cultivation level is high, you have been poisoned by my 5 poison sects poison. If you use your full power anytime soon, you will definitely die. Consider it carefully. Sure, Luoxing's face twitched as he slowly opened his eyes. They shined brightly, but there was a hint of bitterness on his face. He was the head disciple of the Clear Flow sect in the rank 6 region, and he was at the late stage of Nirvana cleanser. After finding some clues, he secretly brought his disciples to the rank 3 region to search for something. He originally didn't think this clue was likely to be true, but he unexpectedly found that the clue was true and everything went smoothly. However, after finding the item, not only was his whereabouts exposed, but even the item he obtained became known. Afterward, he was besieged and lost countless disciples. He had even been affected by a strange poison and had to flee to this valley to expel the poison. However, before he could dispel the strange poison, he was caught by this old woman of the 5 poison sect. She had used her sect's formation to trap him inside the valley. He had already sent a message to his sect in secret, but it would take some time for help from his sect to arrive. Fellow cultivator, sure, even if your Clearflower sect sends people, it will be useless. According to what this old woman knows, within the rank 6 domain, aside from my 5 poison sect, the Mountain Peak Spirit sect, the Dao Spell sect, the Escape sect, and the Devil Collection sect all came and are after the things in your hand. The Jade of the rank 8 Heaven-Breaking sect, and the legendary pill recipe of a Nirvana Void pill. Chapter 1151 came so quickly. Wang Lin had been on this wild continent for a while. Considering the matter at the Origin sect, he couldn't stay on this wild continent much longer. Although he wasn't afraid of the Purple Dao sect, if he wasn't there, the Origin sect would be wiped out with their present strength. If it was the past, Wang Lin wouldn't have cared, but since he had killed people of the Purple Dao sect, he was already involved in this matter. Moreover, that clever female cultivator, Lu Yanfei, had also respectfully gifted him an identity. Also, there was the clue of the extreme een that he needed to obtain from the people of the Purple Dao sect. Therefore, Wang Lin decided to act arrogantly for once, and used the black ape he had just tamed to rush into nest of these fierce beasts to steal the herbs by force. He allowed the army of the beasts to follow them. It has to be said that Wang Lin didn't think the black ape would be able to steal so well. It even seemed very used to this. This kind of proficiency obviously wasn't something learned overnight. After doing this for so long, it had become second nature. During these days, Wang Lin didn't even need to set a target. The ape was very familiar with this continent and moved like lightning. It would rush and take the herb and then run away without looking back. After each successful steal, the black ape couldn't help but let out a roar of excitement. It was as if it was very satisfied with its own behavior. What made Wang Lin smile wryly was that he vaguely felt like this black ape was famous on this wild continent. It was very skilled at avoiding the beasts chasing it, as if it often did this. If these fierce beasts had only had their herbs stolen once, they wouldn't chase for several days without caring about exhaustion. There was a hint of madness and deep hatred in them. Wang Lin began to speculate that some of the herbs these fierce beasts were hiding didn't grow at the mountain peaks, but in other places. Places that Wang Lin would need to spread out his divine sense to find. Otherwise, these places would be too difficult to discover with his eyes due to the fog. However, the black ape wasn't affected, as if it already knew where the herbs were hiding. It moved like lightning as it stole the herbs and left. It was as if the black ape had already been observing everything for a long time. During these days of looting, the black ape warmed up to Wang Lin. Sometimes it would look over its shoulder at Wang Lin as if it was looking at someone who was in the same trade. It was due to this finding that Wang Lin recalled the day he tamed the black ape. Even when he clearly revealed a stronger cultivation and injured the black ape, the ape wasn't willing to yield. Instead, its eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. It wasn't until the threat of death that it finally yielded. Presumably, this black ape that often stole others' herbs must have felt very complicated when it was robbed instead. However, there seems to be too many fierce beasts chasing us. Wang Lin sat on the back of the black ape and looked at the dust storm behind him. Angry roars constantly came from behind him and into his ears. He had already put the mosquito beasts in his storage space. The current situation wasn't suitable for the mosquito beasts to appear. There were simply too many fierce beasts chasing them, and many were beasts they didn't even steal form. The moment they saw the black ape, they joined the army pursuing the ape. From afar, it was impossible to see how many fierce beasts there were. You could only see a line of dust being kicked up, and the fierce beasts were determined to catch the black ape. The black ape turned a blind eye to all of this. As it ran, it would sometimes twist its body to avoid spells. There were a few occasions where it was pushed into a bad situation, and it would roar repeatedly, as if it was cursing. Wang Lin revealed a smile as his right hand reached at the void and opened his storage space. He took out a yellow talisman and placed it on the black ape's shoulder. In an instant, a yellow storm erupted around the black ape, and it charged into the sky. The black ape's body trembled, and its eyes filled with joy. Its speed suddenly increased, and it jumped into the air and landed before the beast army. However, it didn't immediately escape. It roared at the beast army. Then it rushed into the beast army, punching and kicking its way through before breaking out on the other side. The beasts all roared and became even more crazy. Seeing that the black ape was about to charge back in, Wang Lin frowned slightly and patted the black ape's shoulder. The black ape immediately stopped and began to run once more. Time slowly passed. Due to the black ape becoming faster, it became like a robber. It swept through every area that it knew had herbs and immediately left after taking them. The beast army behind Wang Lin gradually grew even larger. The earth trembled and the fog churned. After circling the wild continent, the black ape seemed unsatisfied. It charged toward the center of the continent with the beast army following it. Wang Lin calculated the time and didn't stop the black ape. During these days at the wild continent, Wang Lin gradually learned that there were fierce beasts of even higher rank inside. The black ape quickly rushed toward the center of the continent. There weren't many mountains here, and instead it was filled with valleys surrounded by hills. The valleys were mostly filled with fog, making it impossible to see inside, but there would usually be an eerie pressure coming from inside them. When the black ape charged into the valley, Wang Lin became serious. These valleys were too quiet with no roars of fierce beasts. Once the black ape entered, it was completely empty. It was as if all the fierce beasts here had disappeared. Wang Lin wasn't the only one puzzled. Even the black ape slowed down. It stared ahead and didn't know if it could continue. Wang Lin pondered a bit, and the earth began to tremble. The beast army had rushed into the central part of the continent and charged at the black ape. Wang Lin raised his head, and his eyes lit up as he pointed forward. The black ape immediately began to rush forward. Under Wang Lin's command, the black beast didn't move fast, and the beast army gradually caught up. It looked like this beast army was charging into these valleys under the command of the black ape. Time quickly passed. As the black ape moved through the valley, the beast army also rushed in. Just at his moment, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He stood up and stared ahead. At the same time, a gloomy voice came from ahead. The 5 Poison Sect has a matter to attend to here. Irrelevant people, quickly leave. The gloomy voice just had begun speaking when it turned into a cry. The voice obviously saw the endless army of fierce beasts that were chasing the black ape. At this moment, Wang Lin's divine sense also saw the 8 giant skulls outside the valley that were absorbing the dead souls and converting them into attacks. He also saw a withered old woman standing on one of the skulls. The old woman's pupils shrank. The fog here made it so she couldn't see very far, and her divine sense was limited. However, the vibrations from the earth gradually grew stronger, and soon the endless beast wave entered the range of her divine sense. At this moment, she couldn't help but gasp. However, with her cultivation level, her intelligence was high. After seeing the black ape, she immediately realized that this large number of beasts was chasing the black ape and the white-haired cultivator on its shoulder. A hint of killing intent appeared in her eyes. She didn't believe this was a coincidence. Either it was the Clear Flower Sect sending reinforcements, or one of the other 6 sects had arrived early. They came so fast. The old woman took a step forward and charged at the black ape. A poison mist began to spread out before her. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately realized that he had accidentally entered a battle. These 8 skulls were obviously a formation to trap and kill a person or beast inside the valley. However, he didn't have time to explain. The old woman was too fast, and the poison was already blowing this way. Plus, she had killing intent. Wang Lin jumped off the black ape and gave the black ape a command. The black ape silently changed directly forward at the 8 skulls around the valley. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. Black wind immediately appeared and turned into black dragons that charged at the old woman. The old woman's cultivation level was the same as Song Wuda's, mid-stage Nirvana cleaner. However, her poison cultivation made her very powerful and far stronger than Song Wuda. Seeing the black wind closing in, she immediately formed a seal and spat out 3 mouthfuls of air. The first breath turned into red fog that quickly spread out. It collided with the black wind, and a heaven-shaking rumble occurred. The second breath turned into black water that sprayed out like rain. It penetrated the red fog and charged straight at Wang Lin. Every drop of black water contained a strange poison. If just one drop landed, it would be enough to decay his flesh into a pool of blood. The third breath flashed 7 colors before it turned into a statue more than 1,000 feet tall. Poison King, please appear. Poison Spirit Seal. The old woman was vicious and immediately used her most powerful spell. The Poison King statue's eyes lit up. Then light that seemed corporeal shot out of them and formed a black mark before the statue. The moment the seal appeared, it charged at Wang Lin. If it landed on his body, on top of his flesh turning into a pool of blood, even his origin soul would instantly die from the poison. The old woman was extremely vicious. In order to take the Jade and Nirvana Void Pill recipe for herself, she had used her strongest spell to kill Wang Lin. She was even worried Wang Lin would dodge her spells, so she waved her sleeve, and a small snake appeared like lightning. This small snake was her life-linked beast, and was completely black. There was a small crown that looked like a rooster's comb on its head, and the moment it appeared, a fishy smell filled the area. Chapter 1152, Inside the Valley. However, this old woman had underestimated Wang Lin's black wind. Now that Wang Lin had reached the Nirvana cleanser stage, the power of Baifun's spells began to show their true nature. More importantly, after the fortune Qing Lin had given him, Wang Lin gained a deep level of understanding of Baifun's spells. When the 5 black dragons collided with the red fog the old woman spat out, a thunderous rumble echoed. The 5 dragons roared, quickly tore through the red fog, and condensed into one. These 5 black dragons quickly fused, and a powerful aura appeared. It quickly turned into a black spear. This spear wasn't real and was transparent, but the aura from it was heaven-shaking. The spear charged out. It ignored the black rain and poison seal and closed in on the old woman. All of this happened in a flash. Almost at the moment the old woman spat out the 3 breaths and took out the small snake, the black spear was less than 100 feet from her. A powerful, cold wind caused the old woman's expression to change greatly. The wrinkles on her face were pushed in by the wind, and her pupils shrank as he quickly retreated. She didn't have time to control the spells attacking Wang Lin, and her hands quickly formed a seal. Black scales appeared over her wrinkly skin. At this moment, she didn't look human, but more like a humanoid beast. Killing intent flashed through Wang Lin's eyes, and he floated in the air. The first thing that arrived was the seal formed by the gaze of the statue. It moved very fast, and closed in on Wang Lin's chest. There wasn't time to dodge, but Wang Lin didn't intend to retreat. This old woman's cultivation level was slightly higher than Wang Lin's, and her spells were far more powerful than Song Wuda's. Her attacks were vicious, but Wang Lin had killed his fair share of Nirvana cleanser cultivators. The braver man wins on the narrow path. The moment the poison seal closed in, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pushed out. He was suddenly less than 7 inches from the poison seal. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's left hand pointed at the back of his right palm at a very fast speed. Every time he pointed, a thunderous roar would echo. All the origin energy within 10,000 feet was being controlled by a tyrannical method to gather into Wang Lin's fingertip and then go into his palm. Although this sounds slow, it only took an instant. The moment the poison closed in on Wang Lin's palm, an earth-shattering bang came from Wang Lin's palm and spread outwards. Under this impact, the black rain spat out by the old woman was no longer able to get close and was pushed away. It wasn't able to injure Wang Lin at all. This bang was louder than thunder and even began to echo as it spread across the continent. Even Wang Lin couldn't withstand this sound, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. The poison seal trembled and countless cracks appeared on it before it shattered. The tyrannical origin energy from Wang Lin's palm pushed the shattered seal back, and it landed on the chest of the statue. A black handprint appeared on the chest of the statue, and 2 cracks began to spread across the statue. Then the statue shattered into pieces. Just at the moment, Wang Lin retreated a few steps. The small snake broke through the shockwave by force and charged at Wang Lin. It let out a hiss and spat out an extremely poisonous gas. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he reached at the void and opened his storage space. The silver female corpse walked out. Without the need for Wang Lin to give an order, the woman in silver rushed at the small snake. Wang Lin jumped over the woman in silver and the small snake and directly charged at the old woman. The old woman's expression changed greatly as she continued to run, trying to dodge the black spear. However, the black spear was locked onto her and moved faster and faster. It seemed like it was about to break the space here. After seeing Wang Lin walk out from her killing formation, her face became even more gloomy. She bit her tongue and was about to spit out more poison when killing intent flashed through Wang Lin's eyes, and he pointed at her. Stop! Countless invisible threads suddenly appeared in the world and wrapped around her. The word stop caused her body to tremble violently. Green smoke came out from her mouth, and she immediately began to scream. The mouthful of poisoned blood wasn't spat out, and instead flowed down her throat. This blood contained poison that normally wouldn't harm her. However, it was interrupted just as she was about to use it, and the stop spell had frozen her body. As she screamed, a large part of her body began to decay. Just at this moment, the black spear closed in and pierced through the old woman's chest. It didn't penetrate through her body, but exploded. The old woman's screams suddenly stopped, and her body collapsed into a pool of blood. Her weakened origin soul was about to escape when Wang Lin waved his sleeve and captured it. Although this battle was short, Wang Lin still felt lingering fear from how dangerous it was. This old woman's poison spells were enough to let her beat most people at the same cultivation level. Even people with higher cultivation levels would suffer from her poison if they weren't prepared. It was a very common thing for Wang Lin to kill people, but today's killing had happened for no reason. He didn't even know her, and if not for the fact that she tried to kill him, he wouldn't have killed her for no reason. The small snake that was battling the woman in silver suddenly trembled and became weaker after the old woman was caught. Soon, the woman in silver caught the snake. At this moment, the black ape had already bypassed the battlefield and entered the valley the 8 skulls were surrounding. The beast army charged into the valley. There were a ton of fierce beasts, and because the old woman was gone, the 8 skulls became unstable. The lightning connecting them all collapsed. Wang Lin looked at the black ape in the distance, and the black ape understood the order to keep running. The earth continued to vibrate as the beast army chased it through the valley. There were some fierce beasts that wanted to charge at Wang Lin, but after he waved his sleeve, all of them died. It didn't take long for all the fierce beasts to leave him and chase after the black ape. He could still see the dust storm being kicked up. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stared at the 8 skulls that had become even more unstable, like they were going to collapse. Wang Lin took a closer look before moving next to one of the skulls and hitting it with his palm. The skull trembled and the ghostly light around it dissipated. It then shrank into a fist-sized gray skull and remained motionless. Wang Lin sealed the remaining 7 skulls the same way. These 8 skulls were clearly a set for a formation. Wang Lin didn't take them away, but sealed them, because he didn't know what was in the valley. His divine sense couldn't penetrate the fog. He cautiously entered the valley. It would only take a thought for the seal on the 8 skulls to dissipate and the siege from before to return. The valley wasn't very large. The first thing Wang Lin saw when he entered was a corpse. The corpse was rotting, and he could only tell it was a male cultivator. There was a very unpleasant stench coming from the corpse. After frowning, Wang Lin walked forward and soon arrived at the center of the valley. His divine slowly spread out, and he soon found a figure sitting there along with 4 corpses that had died from poison. Thank you for saving me. A weak voice came from the person sitting there. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly walked forward and clearly saw everything before him. The 4 corpses were all rotting. Their eyes were dark and there was a faint hint of confusion in them. The same foul smell was coming from their corpses as well. The person sitting there was a middle-aged man. His face was pale without any trace of blood, and there was a black line between his eyebrows. Even his origin soul was on the verge of death. It seemed the poison inside him had developed too far. This wasn't an ordinary poison, but an extremely powerful poison. Late-stage Nirvana cleanser. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. A poison strong enough to kill a late-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator was a match for the 7th heaven poison. Did fellow cultivator also come for the jade and pill recipe? I don't know what sect you're from, but I believe these 2 items are something you must obtain. Even if I don't give them to you, I believe you have a way of opening my storage space. Forget it. I'll let you have these 2 items, but please kill me so I can stop suffering from this 1,000 purple worm. There was bitterness on the middle-aged man's face as he pleaded. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the 4 corpses on the ground, and then at the middle-aged man before nodding. These 4 people were my disciples. In order to protect me, they were infected by the poison of that old woman from the 5 poison sect and died. There was sadness in the middle-aged man's eyes. These four were the last of his disciples. If not for this incident, they would have eventually become leaders in the sect. I can't use origin energy with this poison in my body, so lend me a trace of origin energy to open my storage space. I'll take out the jade and pill recipe for you. Then you can let me die a quick death. For the sake of worldly possessions, I ended up like this and even involved my disciples. The bitterness on the middle-aged man's face became even stronger. Wang Lin still didn't say a word as he raised his right hand and pushed forward. A strand of origin energy shot out toward the middle-aged man. When it got within 3 inches of the middle-aged man, the origin energy suddenly changed. Chapter 1153, There is silence before every major event. The moment it changed, Wang Lin's origin energy was no longer gentle. It contained the force of a mountain as it smashed into the middle-aged man. However, just as it was about to land, the middle-aged man suddenly raised his head and his face turned ferocious. A destructive aura was about to erupt from his body. Wang Lin's expression was still cold. After he sent out the origin energy, he opened his storage space, and the iron sword swept forward. A ray of sword energy shot forward, and the middle-aged man that was about to explode trembled. Blood appeared on his neck, and then sprayed everywhere. What died wasn't just his body, but also his weakened origin soul. His eyes were open as he stared at Wang Lin, and his head fell off and rolled on the ground. His dim gaze was still ferocious. His trick before his death was not smart, but it was alluring for people who were after the jade and pill recipe. However, Wang Lin didn't know anything about them. More importantly, after Wang Lin entered the valley, he saw the first corpse and then the 4 corpses after. On the surface, they all looked the same, like they had died from the poison in their bodies. However, there were actually some subtle differences. Wang Lin was always cautious, so although the differences were small, he still saw them. The first corpse had really died from the poison in his body. The other 4 were not like this. They were killed first, and then the poison in their bodies activated. The positions of the 4 bodies made Wang Lin speculate. These 4 people were apparently killed by the middle-aged man for some reason. They could have been his disciple, as he said, or they could have been the old woman's disciples. In short, Wang Lin didn't want to know the karma behind all of this. He just knew that the middle-aged man was lying when he said he couldn't use origin energy. There must have been a reason for a person that was about to die to lie. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to kill a person like this. You were going to die either way in just a few days. Looking at the middle-aged man who had lost his head, the body quickly began to fester and his clothes shattered. Jade and pill recipe, Wang Lin began to ponder. The old woman besieging this middle-aged man must have been after the jade and recipe. What kind of jade and pill recipe would cause 2 Nirvana cleanser cultivators to fight to the death? It even made a mid-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator dare to try to kill a late-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator. His original intent was to die from self-destruction, and then the opening of his storage space would dissipate. However, if one has a high enough cultivation level, it isn't difficult to take something out from the closed storage space. Also, from what he said just now, he obviously mistook me for a sect rather than just one person. Judging by this, the battle for the jade and recipe is a battle between sects. He said that his disciples were poisoned by the old poison woman of the 5 poison sect. The old woman I killed earlier must have been her. Also, that old poison woman immediately tried to kill me when I appeared. She must have determined I represented another sect. Most importantly, the old woman said something before attacking. Came so fast. Wang Lin suddenly looked up at the sky, and his pupils shrank. Could it be that a large amount of cultivators from various sects are all coming here? If that's the case, then the value of the jade and pill recipe must be extremely high to cause a battle like this between sects. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his eyes shined. If 70% of my analyze is correct, then the middle-aged man must have been really concerned about the jade and pill recipe. Since he knew others could open his storage space, I fear he didn't place them inside it. Wang Lin looked around the valley before his gaze fell on the 4 corpses on the ground. His eyes narrowed. If I were him, what would I do if I encountered such a situation? Would I keep it in my storage space or hide it somewhere else? Wang Lin silently pondered and closed his eyes as he placed himself in the role of the middle-aged man. Shortly after, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and his divine sense swept the corpses of the 4 disciples, but he found nothing. However, he wasn't willing to give up. A flame shot out of his left eye and surrounded the 4 corpses. The sound of fire crackling echoed in the valley. There was a powerful poison inside the corpses, and the fire gave off a ghostly glow. Soon, they were burned to ashes. However, there was a jade and a palm-sized animal bone fragment within the ashes. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of excitement as his hand reached out and the jade and bone fragment flew into his hand. His divine sense checked the jade first, and his expression changed. Rank 8 Heaven-breaking Sect. Wang Lin took a deep breath before he calmed himself down and looked at the beast bone fragment. Even with Wang Lin's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but feel his heart rate increase. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the beast bone fragment in his hand. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Nirvana. Nirvana Void Pill. Although he didn't know what a Nirvana Void Pill was, he knew the weight of the words Nirvana and Void to the powerful cultivators. In particular, there was one sentence in this pill recipe that rang a bell in his mind. He held the beast bone fragment tightly in his hand, and a monstrous killing intent appeared in his eyes. At this moment, if anyone tried to rob this fragment from him, they would receive Wang Lin's crazed attack. The person who takes this pill will have 10% chance of turning law into source origin and reaching what us cultivators call the third step. The person who takes this pill have 50% chance of passing a heaven's blight. The person who takes this pill will have an 80% chance to enter the sure realm. It took a long time for Wang Lin to recover his composure. He quickly put the jade and beast bone away in his storage space. He didn't have time to think of the details, but he was extremely sure that these things were enough to cause a calamity in the cultivation world. Right now, the news of this pill recipe hadn't spread too far, but as the battle for it continued, it would eventually shock the entire Cloud Sea. Wang Lin hadn't felt his throat get dry in a long time. He licked his lips as he carefully erased all traces of him and took the corpses of the middle-aged man and another person. After he made sure he had left no clues, Wang Lin flew out from the valley. Just as he was about to take them away, Wang Lin hesitated and decisively pointed at one of the skulls. The skull immediately collapsed, and the shattered fragments fell inside and outside the valley. Wang Lin's eyes flashed and thoughts raced through his mind as he took the remaining 7 skulls. Then, after pondering a bit, he took out the corpse of the disciple and placed it back in its original location. Then he carefully cleaned up the skull fragments that fell both inside and outside the valley before leaving one piece behind in a very secretive place. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took a deep breath and put the silver female corpse away. He then turned into a ray of light and chased after the black ape. I have the origin soul of the old woman. I must not let her die. As long as she doesn't die, no one will know that an outsider joined in on this matter. They will all think the old woman obtained the pill recipe and went into hiding to keep it for herself. After all, there is still a fragment of the skull she used inside the valley. There's also the corpse of the disciple that died from her poison. Time was of the essences as cultivators of various sects were coming to the wild continent. Wang Lin didn't dare to stay for too long and could only achieve something like this. He wasn't in the mood to steal any more herbs and quickly moved forward. Then he disappeared using spatial bending. When he reappeared, he was next to the escaping black ape. The moment the black ape saw Wang Lin, it became excited and excitedly pointed at various mountain peaks. It was obviously telling Wang Lin there were herbs there. Wang Lin didn't pay any attention. He took the yellow talisman off the black ape and put the giant ape in his storage space. Then he charged off into the sky, broke through the fog, and placed the yellow talisman on his body. He was still dissatisfied with his speed, so he took out the beast's skin and put it on his body as well. As a result, Wang Lin's speed reached a peak as he pierced through the fog and left the wild continent. Even now, his heart was pounding as if he was in a dream. Everything that happened on this wild continent and what he obtained still felt unreal. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Wang Lin clearly knew that if the information of the pill recipe was with him got out, then he would be subject to endless pursuit in the Cloud Sea star system. This would be the same even in the Alliance in All Heaven because this recipe was enough to make some cultivators go crazy. In particular, those old monsters who were always in closed-door cultivation and had reached the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage and preparing for their Heaven's Blight would do anything for this pill recipe. I must not let anyone know this thing is in my hands. Wang Lin quickly moved through the rank 5 region, and he didn't dare to spread out his divine sense. Wang Lin had a feeling that there were many cultivators rushing toward that wild continent in the rank 5 region right now. If they met him, who was in a rush, they might suspect him. Although the suspicion wouldn't be big, once they saw what happened at the wild continent, they would recall anyone they found suspicious and focus on those people. The bigger the matter and more secrets you have to hide, the more calm you need to be. After charging out some distance, Wang Lin pulled out the giant black ape. He sat down on the shoulder of the giant black ape and ordered it to fly toward the continent of Mo Luo, where the origin sect was. This place was still a few days away from the continent of Mo Luo, and despite his eagerness to leave, he remained calm as he sat on the giant black ape. He was like a true cultivator of the Cloud Sea. Several hours later, Wang Lin was already far from the wild continent. There were several other wild continents nearby, making it impossible for others to know which one Wang Lin had come from. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's calm pupils suddenly shrank, but soon returned to normal. Rays of red light whistled through the star fog and got closer and closer. Chapter 1154, On the Verge. Noble money may seem like a very vulgar name, but in the rank 6 region, it represented the word ruthless. As an elder of the Clearflower sect, he had reached the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer. He had shocking spells, and due to his personality, if you provoked him and lacked a powerful cultivation level or sect, then the only result was death. More than 1,000 years ago, a small sect of the rank 6 region actually killed one of his disciples. He slaughtered his way into the sect and completely destroyed the sect with some of his friends, leaving behind a bloodbath. This battle made him famous, and every sect in the rank 6 region learned of his name. At this moment, his expression was gloomy as he sat on the head of a python with dragon-shaped head. As the spirit beast moved through the rank 5 region, disciples of the Clearflower sect followed him. I didn't think that clue would be true. Every time Noble Money thought of his matter, his heart beat faster. Several months ago, his Clearflower sect accidentally found some clue related to the legendary Nirvana Void Pill and a jade that showed one how to become a core disciple of the Heaven-Breaking sect. As a native cultivator of the Cloud Sea, Noble Money obviously knew of the heaven-shaking event that occurred 18,000 years ago in the Cloud Sea. 18,000 years ago in the Cloud Sea, the Heaven-Breaking sect was a rank 8 sect ready to move into the mighty rank 9 region. 2 months before the move, they accidentally found a spatial crack, and it was filled with restrictions and danger. The Heaven-Breaking sect gathered large amounts of cultivators together to enter the crack, including elders that were at Heaven's Blight. They broke their way through and had countless casualties. In the end, they found a corpse in the depths of the spatial crack. There were 3 things next to the corpse: a pill, a broken sword, and a piece of beast bone. After obtaining the 3 items, the elders of the Heaven-Breaking sect went crazy and quickly left the spatial crack to return to the Heaven-Breaking sect. This was because their discovery was too incredible and could shock the entire Cloud Sea star system. It was possible for the Heaven-Breaking sect to take supremacy from the rank 9 god sect. However, they had a traitor in their midst, and the news got leaked out. What awaited them was the entire rank 8 region moving against them. Countless old monsters that rarely appeared all participated in this battle that made their eyes red. However, the Heaven-Breaking sect, which had the right to enter the rank 9 region, had the power to battle the entire rank 8 region. A bloodbath was created in the rank 8 region. The rank 7 region was affected, and they also sent out cultivators, and the rank 6 region was also dragged in. Even the rank 5 region was affected, and a catastrophe that swept across the Cloud Sea began. This matter was extremely fierce. Even after 18,000 years, Noble Money would tremble when thinking about this. In the end, this caused the rank 9 region that almost never interfered to finally step in. This matter was a bit disadvantageous for the Heaven-Breaking sect, and at this moment, the Heaven-Breaking sect split. A large amount of people in the Heaven-Breaking sect weren't willing to fight for these 3 items. They traded the pill and broken sword for their survival. They also maintained their original trajectory of moving to the rank 9 region. A small part of the Heaven-Breaking sect took the Beast Bone fragment and began a life and death battle with those that tried to steal them before disappearing into the long river of history. As for the Beast Bone with the pill recipe, it disappeared, and no one knew where it went. Some believed it was taken by the cultivators of the rank 9 region, and others believed that it was hidden among one of the rank 8 sects that fought against the Heaven-Breaking sect. In the end, this matter ended, and where the Beast Bone went remained a mystery. That was until 18,000 years later, when the Clearflower sect found a clue. Whether this clue was true or false, it shocked the entire Clearflower sect. They immediately locked down the information and even killed some of the disciples that knew of this matter. This matter was simply too shocking. If they were a bit careless, it would lead to the destruction of their sect. After all, the bloody lesson the Heaven-Breaking sect learned was enough to warn people. Compared to the Heaven-Breaking sect of the past, the Clearflower sect was like an ant. They had no qualification to hold this beast bone fragment. Although they were greedy, they weren't intending on keeping it for themselves. They were hoping to find the beast bone fragment and then gift it to a powerful rank 8 sect in exchange for a large amount of benefits and long-term protection. They also hoped to use this to get help from the rank 8 sect to become the overlord of the rank 6 region. However, all of this would depend on whether this clue was true. If they only gave the clue to the rank 8 sect, and it turned out to be false, then the Clear Flower Sect couldn't afford the anger of the Rank 8 Sect. This was why they didn't dare to hand over a clue and went to check it themselves. However, if they wanted to check it, they would have to prevent any rumors from spreading so the other Rank 6 sects wouldn't notice that something was wrong. Also, this clue led to a sect in the Rank 3 region, so if a large amount of Clear Flower Sect disciples moved, they would raise the suspicion of the other sects. This was the one thing the Clear Flower Sect was worried about. In the end, they chose the dependable head disciple, Shi Luoxing, to take 19 disciples and secretly head to the Rank 3 region. Shi Luoxing's cultivation level wasn't the highest in the Rank 6 region, so him taking some disciples and leaving wouldn't cause too much attention. This was proven true when no unnecessary trouble occurred even after he reached the Rank 3 region. However, Shi Luoxing didn't think that clue was true. He easily obtained the beast bone fragment and got a jade. However, just as he was on his way back to the Clear Flower Sect, he was pursued by the 5 Poison Sect. The other sects of the Rank 6 region also learned of this matter. Shi Luoxing, you must hold on. Noble Money's origin energy was injected into the spirit beast below him. The spirit beast moved even faster as it pierced through layers of fog toward the wild continent. He was only leading the first batch of aid. Behind him, almost the entire Clear Flower Sect had moved out. While they were rushing through the star fog, Noble Money's gaze narrowed as he saw a cultivator within the range of his divine sense. This cultivator was riding on a 1,000 feet black ape. Along the way here, this white-haired cultivator wasn't the first cultivator he had seen. However, this place wasn't far from the wild continent, so Noble Money couldn't help but pay attention. While he moved forward, his gaze was still locked onto the white-haired cultivator. Not only him, but the 10 or so Clear Flower Sect disciples were all looking at the white-haired cultivator. These gazes seemed solid, and Wang Lin's face turned pale and revealed a shocking stare as he looked dumbfoundedly at the more than 10 rays of light. He stopped in the air as if he had forgotten how to fly. He knew that his cultivation was a bit strange and outsiders couldn't see through it right away, so it might cause some unnecessary suspicion. Thus, he kept his origin energy always active at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. Noble Money withdrew his gaze. He was impatient to go to the wild continent. At first glance, he found nothing abnormal about this white-haired cultivator who was obviously shocked by their sudden appearance. According to the star map he had, there were several wild continents nearby. Looking at the white-haired cultivator's path, this person had obviously come from another wild continent. He no longer paid any attention to Wang Lin. He then ordered his spirit beast to pass right by Wang Lin. The other disciples also withdrew their gazes as they passed by Wang Lin. Wang Lin was secretly relieved. He couldn't see through what sect they were from, but they were obviously cultivators from the Rank 6 region. They were heading toward the wild continent. However, just at this moment, a ray of light broke through from the distance at an unimaginable speed. This light was bright, and Wang Lin clearly saw a jade inside. This was obviously someone sending a message of jade. These spells were used within sects to transfer messages using jade that moved far faster than cultivators. They didn't have to worry about it being intercepted because unless one knew the right seal, the jade would collapse immediately. In order to prevent any accidents, more than one jade was sent out at a time. This jade moved too fast and passed by Wang Lin in the blink of an eye. It landed in the hand of Noble Money, who hadn't gone far. Noble Money's expression changed. Then his left hand formed a seal, and he used a unique hand seal to check the jade. Once his divine sense entered the jade, his body trembled. This was a jade sent by the cultivators in the second wave. There was only one piece of information inside, and it stated that Shi Luoxing's life tablet had shattered. Shi Luoxing had died. Noble Money's expression became extremely gloomy, and he mercilessly squeezed the jade. Then his gaze suddenly fell on Wang Lin. He didn't suspect Wang Lin, but now Shi Luoxing was dead, and they didn't know who killed him. Whether it was the 5 Poison Sect or any of the other Rank 6 sects, they were all targets of suspicion. This matter was of great importance, and Noble Money would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one get away. Take him to the wild continent. Noble Money pointed at Wang Lin, and 8 of the disciples flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression changed. He stood up with respect, but also just the right amount of panic. Fellow cultivators, what is the meaning of this? Don't make us act. Fellow cultivator, quickly follow us. Among the 8 disciples, 6 of them were at the corporeal yang stage and 2 of them were at early stage of Nirvana Scryer. If they met Wang Lin under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare to do this. After all, Wang Lin had higher cultivation level than them. However, with Elder Noble Money here, and this being a great matter for their sect, they all became hostile. Chapter 1155, Continuous Chop. He couldn't go back to the wild continent with these people. Due to the black ape, all the fierce beasts on that wild continent firmly remembered Wang Lin. If Wang Lin went back, the fierce beasts would be set off. The agitation from the wild beasts would be a dead giveaway to anyone who was already suspicious. This would explain that Wang Lin was coming from this wild continent. Adding Shi Luoxing's death. Even if the rank 6 sect found out that he was killed by the old woman from the 5 poison sect, they would still cast great suspicion on Wang Lin. Once this suspicion appeared, they would search Wang Lin's storage space, and the tyrannical cultivators would directly search his soul. This would be a disaster for Wang Lin. His face was filled with an indignant expression. No one would find this suspicious. Anyone would feel indignant by this, but they'd still have to follow. However, just as the 8 core disciples closed in, and Wang Lin ordered the black ape to move as if he was going to follow, killing intent flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He couldn't go back to the wild continent. Going back would mean death. Out of the 18 cultivators, the person leading was at the Nirvana Shatterer stage, but the highest cultivation level of the remaining 17 was only early stage Nirvana cleanser. Once he attacked, he'd have to finish this in a short period of time. There were obviously more cultivators approaching, so he would have to finish in a short period of time. He also couldn't leave any survivors. Wang Lin raised his head and took a step forward as he waved his hand. Call the Wind appeared and turned into 5 dragons that charged at 5 of the surrounding people. At the same time, the black ape waved its arms and began its attack. Wang Lin moved like lightning and immediately arrived near the Nirvana Scryer cultivator. He was far faster than the Nirvana Scryer cultivator. The Nirvana Scryer cultivator's pupil shrank and he wanted to dodge, but soon his vision was covered by a finger. This finger quickly landed between the cultivator's eyebrows and left, leaving behind a bloody hole. The power of a Nirvana cleanser cultivator rushed into the cultivator's body and crushed his origin soul. Wang Lin didn't pause at all and moved like water. After killing one, he charged into another one and pointed at that cultivator's body several times. Popping sounds came from that cultivator's body and blood sprayed everywhere. At this moment, the black dragons from Call the Wind had arrived on the 5 people. Those 5 were only at the corporeal yang stage, so they stood no chance against Baifan's spell. They weren't able to resist at all as the black dragons entered their bodies, and then their bodies exploded. Along with them, the 2 killed by Wang Lin also exploded. The last person was hit by the black ape's fierce strikes, and a miserable scream echoed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was unbelievably fast. The 8 of them exploded almost at the same time, dyeing the area around Wang Lin red. Noble Money, who was moving away, suddenly turned around and was filled with shock. However, this shock quickly changed to ferociousness as he charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral but also bitter. His original body wasn't here, so unless he was forced to, why would he provoke a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator? However, he didn't have time to think, as he had already killed 8 people. Wang Lin quickly stepped forward. He had to kill everyone beside the Nirvana Shatterer cultivator as soon as possible. Otherwise, if one of them escaped, Wang Lin would find it difficult to move even an inch in the Cloud Sea-Star system. However, the remaining 9 people, along with the Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, immediately realized this and scattered. Noble Money charged forward and shot out a ray of black light to stop Wang Lin from moving forward. Coldness flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as his right hand formed a seal, and slaughter energy strands rushed out from his body. They condensed into layers of defense, and Wang Lin rushed forth. As he rushed out, he felt like he was colliding with the universe, and the slaughter energy strands around Wang Lin all collapsed. The spells of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator couldn't be underestimated. All the slaughter energy immediately dissipated, and a powerful force rushed into Wang Lin's body, causing him to cough out a mouthful of blood. However, he charged out from the black light. As Noble Money closed in, he charged at the 9 people that were scattering. Flames appeared in his left eye, and as he waved his left hand, a sea of flames appeared. There were 3 people inside the sea of flames, and they immediately screamed and were burned to ashes. The remaining 6 turned pale and quickly retreated. Wang Lin's face was pale, and he was about to give chase. However, just at this moment, Noble Money let out an angry roar and closed in. His right hand formed a seal, and the black light turned into a black spear and closed in on Wang Lin. Seeing that the 6 people were about to scatter and Noble Money was closing in, Wang Lin's eyes became bloodshot. He knew that the cultivation level gap between him and Noble Money was too high. Once he stopped, he wouldn't be able to kill those 6 at all. The moment the spear closed in, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out the 18 Hell Celestial Sealing Stamp. The moment it appeared, it moved before his body and collided with the spear. With a bang, The celestial ceiling stamp smashed into Wang Lin, causing him to cough out blood. But it pushed him toward a person not far away. Wang Lin instantly waved his right hand, and a ring of green light fell down on the cultivator's neck. The cultivator's pupils shrank as he lifted his hands, and black light appeared to form a shield. However, as Wang Lin waved his hand, the black shield collapsed, and both of the cultivator's arms exploded. Finally, the cultivator's head exploded, and he died. There are 5 more. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and waved. Rain immediately appeared, and the countless raindrops gathered to from 5 crystal swords that shot at the remaining 5 Clear Flower Sect disciples. Just at this moment, Noble Money suddenly closed in. His right hand reached at the void and his storage space opened. A white whisk flew out, and Noble Money grabbed it and waved. A type of law suddenly appeared and turned into rays of white light above Wang Lin. These white lights rained down like swords and were simply too fast. Wang Lin suddenly looked up and flames flashed in his left eye. Then a suit of crimson-red armor appeared around him. Popping sounds echoed as those white lights landed on Wang Lin's body. His body trembled, and he coughed out even more blood. His face became pale, and his origin soul dimmed. A ray of white light pierced his right leg, causing it to become a bloody mess. If not for the armor, he would have died. At this moment, the swords formed by Summon the Rain pierced through the bodies of the 5 escaping disciples. As their miserable screams echoed, 4 of their bodies collapsed, and their origin souls perished. However, one of them took out a jade and broke it at the moment of danger. He was able to protect his origin soul, and then quickly escaped. How could Wang Lin allow this person to escape? His right hand reached at the void, and his storage space opened. A ray of sword energy shot out. It was Su Ligua charging straight toward that origin soul. If you don't kill him, you can die. This was the first message Su Ligua heard after appearing. After hearing this, how would he not chase like crazy? There was a flash of silver light from the storage space, and the silver female corpse appeared. She didn't help attack Noble Money, but went after the life beast spirits that had just lost their owners. All of this happened in a few breaths of time. Killing all the cultivators here beside Noble Money was difficult even for Wang Lin. However, he couldn't relax, as this Nirvana Shatterer cultivator before him was the biggest danger he had to face. The reason he wanted to kill the other cultivators first, aside from not wanting them to escape, was so they couldn't interfere in this fight. If he wanted to kill this Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, he'd have to be completely focused without the slightest disturbance. Only then would he have a sliver of chance. If my original body was here, killing this person would be easier than now. As Wang Lin spoke, his right hand pointed at the 18 Hell Celestial Ceiling stamp. There was a flash of light, and the soul fragments charged out of the 18 layers of hell. The most powerful souls inside were Master Void, and the one formed by the fusion of the All-Seer's 2 avatars. They were Wang Lin's aces, and the moment they appeared, a cold energy surrounded the area. Noble Money's expression turned extremely ugly. He didn't think that this white-haired youth would use such strong spells and kill all the core disciples in just a short period of time. And when his spells landed, he actually wasn't able to kill this person. What shocked him even more were the dead souls summoned by this cultivator's spell. 2 of the souls had auras that even made him feel dread. This revealed just how heaven-shattering their cultivation levels were when they were still alive. Even though they were only souls, and therefore their strength couldn't compare to when they were alive, they still shocked Noble Money. Wang Lin pointed and Master Void, and the All-Seer's soul charged out. However, this wasn't enough to end this battle quickly. If this were to drag on, and aid arrived, Wang Lin would without a doubt die. His eyes were bloodshot as his right hand reached at the void. When Master Void and the All-Seer charged out, he took out the iron sword. The moment the iron sword appeared, the stars trembled, and even the surrounding fog churned. It was as if a powerful force had appeared and was pushing the star fog back. Pseudo-Nirvana Void. Noble Money's eyes narrowed. If the death souls from before just shocked him, then the appearance of this iron sword left him in disbelief. Intense greed filled his eyes as he rushed forward, and his Nirvana Shatterer cultivation erupted. A Nirvana Shatterer cultivator was far more powerful than a Nirvana Cleaner cultivator, so this was a bitter struggle for Wang Lin. Not only did he have to win, he had to do it quick. Chapter 1156, Leaving the Vortex. Holding the rusted iron sword, Wang Lin retreated as Noble Money charged in. Wang Lin pointed with his left hand, and the soul of Master Void and the All-Seer charged out. These 2 battle souls were Wang Lin's most powerful aces aside from the little remaining source origin he had. Along with this iron sword, he was giving it his all. After all, this wasn't like back in Qing Lin's cave, where he had the original body to be able to withstand all the attacks. He also had endless ancient god power that allowed him to launch a heaven-shaking attack, with just a punch back then. Now there was no opportunity to use Sundered Knight, and the shield had shattered when saving Qinglin, so he couldn't use Dream of Ancient Times that the 8-star ancient god had left behind. At this moment, with only his cultivator avatar, it would be very difficult for Wang Lin to kill this cultivator. In particular, right now his right leg was a bloody mess as the white light from noble money had pierced through it. There was also origin energy that contained some kind of law raging inside his body. If not for the ancient god leather armor around his origin soul, it would have already collapsed. Fortunately, Wang Lin's body wasn't ordinary. After being refined in the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect, it contained the laws of fire and thunder. As a result, he was able to only be injured rather than die under noble money's spell. Wang Lin had experienced many dangers in his life as a cultivator, so he naturally knew the danger of Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. Wang Lin didn't have too much time to think about the danger before him. He had to quickly end this battle and attempt to kill this Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. With a point of his left hand, Master Void and the All-Seer charged at Noble Money. Facing those two powerful souls, even Noble Money was extremely cautious. In his entire cultivation life, he had never seen a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator with spells that could threaten Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. The All-Seer's soul almost seemed to have gone crazy and rapidly formed seals to send out spells. These spells were often blurry and not real, but they directed the law of the world toward Noble Money. There was also Master Void's soul. Due to the fact that he had reached his first Heaven's Blight before death, he waved his sleeves and a thunderstorm appeared to counter Noble Money's spell. If Wang Lin wasn't worried about time, then he could use Master Void and the All-Seer to grind Noble Money to death. However, Wang Lin didn't have the time or the celestial origin energy to sustain these two powerful souls. Magic Arsenal had consumed most of his celestial origin energy. As Master Void and the All-Seer were fighting with Noble Money, Wang Lin lifted his right hand and stared at the iron sword. He mercilessly slashed down, and an earth-shattering ray of sword energy appeared. It turned into the illusion of a giant sword and slashed down on Noble Money. This didn't end here. Wang Lin closed his eyes and gave up control of the iron sword, letting the sword move itself. The iron sword moved as if Wang Lin's hand was glued to it, and another slash was sent out. Rays of light formed an arc through the fog, and each light represented a ray of sword energy. Each ray of sword energy consumed a large amount of origin energy from Wang Lin's body. The sword energy intertwined and looked like a flower. From afar, the curved sword energy rays continued to appear until they formed a flower made of swords before Noble Money. In the blink of an eye, 13 sword strokes fell. Wang Lin was moving his arm with his eyes closed as the sword moved on its own. An unexpectedly shocking aura appeared from Wang Lin, as if everything in the world would be destroyed by this sword. All of this happened in an instant. Noble Money was being entangled by Master Void and the All-Seer. His hand kept forming seals and different spells shot out along with treasures, but his face was pale. Although he knew the iron sword was a Nirvana Void treasure, there was a difference in strength between Nirvana Void treasures. What he couldn't imagine was the power of the sword energy. At this moment, he obviously saw the sword energy around him, but he couldn't dodge. He let out a roar and tried to break free from the two souls holding him in place. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His face was pale as he pulled back the iron sword. He then chopped down 6 times in a row. There was a total of 19 strikes, and they took nearly 60% of Wang Lin's origin energy. Afterwards, he retreated. The illusion of 19 giant swords suddenly appeared around Noble Money. With Wang Lin's current strength, he could use more, but the consequences of using them were greater than Wang Lin expected, so he forcibly interrupted the iron sword. With his cultivation level, he could control the sword at 19 strikes, but after 19, he wouldn't be able to stop even if he wanted to. He would only be able to use it until he ran out of strength. Chop! Wang Lin shouted, and the 19 giant swords immediately fell. They linked into continuous sword strikes and charged straight at Noble Money. This was unimaginably fast. Noble Money wasn't able to resist the 19 slashes from the Nirvana Void sword. A thunderous rumble echoed as the sword slashes penetrated Noble Money's body. His body trembled and was instantly split into 19 parts. Blood erupted everywhere. A miserable roar echoed at the same time as Noble Money's body collapsed. He was, after all, a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, so his origin soul escaped out from his head. He took that wisp treasure and quickly escaped. He was filled with unimaginable fear. He even had a feeling that this white-haired cultivator knew of the matter about the heaven-breaking sect. It was likely sure Luoxing's death was related to this person. What sect is this person from to have such a powerful treasures? Could it be? Could he be someone from the rank 8 region? Thinking about this, Noble Money was extremely shocked. His origin soul fled like crazy. He had to tell his sect about this. He also understood that the second wave of his sect would arrive soon, so he only needed to last a bit more. Wang Lin's face was pale. The moment Noble Money's origin soul escaped, a flame appeared in Wang Lin's left eye. A monstrous flame appeared around him, forming a sea of flames. If you looked closely, you would see that there were 9 layers of flames. 9 mysterious transformation. The moment the 9 layers of flame appeared, they rapidly contracted around Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body seemed to be burning as he took a step forward. His body disappeared with this step, and instead, a white vermilion bird several hundred feet wide appeared. This white vermilion bird was Wang Lin. With a wave of his wings, Wang Lin caught up to Noble Money with a trail of flames and smashed into Noble Money's origin soul. Noble Money's origin soul's pupils shrank and let out a scream. He felt death approaching, and at this moment, it was too late to think. Madness filled his eyes as his hand moved, and a destructive aura came from his origin soul. At this moment of danger, he chose to self-destruct his origin soul, but at his cultivation level, he could control his self-destruction. His arms suddenly exploded into a storm and closed on in the vermilion bird. The wisp treasure he was holding also exploded into countless white lines that charged at the vermilion bird. However, this wasn't able to stop the vermilion bird before it collided with Noble Money. Flames surrounded Noble Money's origin soul. Miserable screams echoed as Noble Money's origin soul weakened. He desperately retreated while covered in flames and quickly escaped. As he escaped, his hands formed seals and mysterious runes appeared around him. The soul of a giant python appeared before him. The moment it appeared, Noble Money inhaled, causing the soul of the giant python to shrink and collapse in an instant. After absorbing the soul of his life beast spirit, Noble Money escaped like crazy without looking back. The vermilion bird disappeared and Wang Lin appeared. His chest was a bloody mess and white bones were visible. He stared at the escaping Noble Money, and the killing intent in his eye became even stronger. All-Seer's soul, merge with my divine sense. Wang Lin didn't use the stop spell, and instead formed a seal before pointing at the All-Seer's soul. The soul's eyes flashed and turned into a ray of light that entered Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body trembled, and his eyes suddenly became calm. This calmness made it seem like his gaze had seen through everything. Out of all the cultivators Wang Lin had met in his entire life, the All-Seer was the only cultivator like this. After obtaining Qing Lin's fortune, Wang Lin gained enlightenment about by Fan's spells. After reaching the limit of magic arsenal, he could make the soul fuse with him. Ignoring the escaping Noble Money, Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, he lifted his left hand and pointed at distance. In an instant, a storm appeared in the distance, and the fog churned violently as yellow ripples spread. At the center of the ripples, a huge palm suddenly appeared with its forefinger raised and rest of the fingers forming a fist. Heavenly Fate Finger. Wang Lin used his own power and the All-Seer's soul as a guide. The Heavenly Fate Finger descended on the Cloud Sea Star system. It moved with unimaginable momentum and speed toward the escaping Noble Money. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't dodge the finger that eventually landed on his body. As the Heavenly Fate Finger replaced everything before Noble Money, his soul finally collapsed into specks of light. The Heavenly Fate Finger disappeared along with him. The surroundings were completely silent. From when Wang Lin first attacked until now, only a very short period of time had passed. Wang Lin took everything away and charged off into the distance. If my original body was here, this battle wouldn't have been so difficult. The 3 trials and 7 calamities. I don't know if the original body can successfully pass it. Wang Lin's right hand covered his chest. At this moment, countless white threads moved within his chest, giving off bursts of pain. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as Wang Lin changed directions and disappeared into the horizon. 5 days later, when the continent of Mo Luo slowly appeared before his eyes, Wang Lin let out a breath of relief. He chose a direction after calculating where the cultivators would arrive from. He simply made a huge circle and was fortunate that he was able to successfully avoid any more conflicts. Wang Lin didn't know that shortly after he killed Noble Money, the death of Shi Luoxing was made known to the other sections. The space around that wild continent was immediately sealed tightly. The death of Noble Money shocked the Clearflower sect. While sealing the area, they searched for the murderer like crazy, but by then Wang Lin was already far away. The cultivators from the rank 6 region naturally found the corpse in the valley Luoxing was in, and they all targeted the 5 poison sect. Facing the fierce gazes of all the sects, the 5 poison sect couldn't even explain. An undercurrent began to move in the rank 5 region. After returning to the continent of Mo Luo, Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and headed toward the origin sect. He knew that the rank 5 region was going to get chaotic. The rank 6 region cultivators would widen their search, and at that time, his identity in the origin sect would be very important. Wang Lin's return didn't cause too much attention in the origin sect. He instantly appeared in the southern courtyard. The moment he appeared, he saw Su Yun sitting outside the house, and her startled expression. "You." Su Yun was about to speak, but Wang Lin didn't pay attention to her and waved his sleeves. Large amounts of herbs appeared, and soon formed a small mountain between them. "I'm returning your herbs." Wang Lin said one thing, and then entered the house. Su Yun looked at the herbs before her and gasped. With her insight, she could tell that many of these herbs were difficult to obtain, and their value was far beyond the worth of the herbs Wang Lin had consumed. She was startled for a long time before finally recovering her senses and letting out a breath of relief. After Wang Lin left, she was scolded by her teacher daily and was very worried. Her teacher had said that if Senior Ceng Niu didn't return, then when the purple Dao sect arrived, she would be the one who brought ruin to the sect. Wang Lin sat inside the house with a serious gaze and pointed at his chest with his right hand. His face was still pale, and he began to cultivate. Soon, flashes of white lines started being forced out of his body. These white lines twisted and looked extremely ferocious. Wang Lin's right hand quickly grabbed the wild lines and dragged them out. Blood gushed out and dyed his clothes red. Staring at the white lines in his hand, coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He mercilessly squeezed them, and they collapsed into dust. Wang Lin continued to cultivate and forced the white lines out of his body. He had spent all his time on the return journey on this, so there weren't many white lines remaining inside his body. On the third day after Wang Lin returned to the origin sect, he had forced all the white lines out. After crushing the last white line into dust, his eyes shined. His right hand reached at the void and his storage space appeared. The jade and the pill recipe on the beast bone flew out into his hand. Wang Lin took a deep breath. After obtaining them, he hadn't had any time to study them. Now that he could finally relax, he was about to study them. However, just at this moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed and he put the jade and beast bone away. In a flash, he disappeared and charged underground toward where his original body was. The Trial. Chapter 1157, 1 Trial 2 Calamities. The ancient gods' 3 trials, 7 calamities were like the cultivators' 5 heavens blights. It was a knife hanging above their heads. If they survived, their cultivation level would increase greatly, but if they failed, they'd die. The first trial had 2 calamities, and the second trial also had 2 calamities. The third trial has 3 calamities. The ancient gods' 3 trials, 7 calamities were even more strange than cultivators' 5 heavens blights. According to Wang Lin's memories, the more powerful the ancient god, the later the trials and calamities would come. Although an ancient god would normally experience the first trial at 6 stars, some ancient gods experienced it at 7 stars. There was even a very small portion of ancient gods that faced their first trial at 8 stars. Tu-Si was one of them. He encountered the first trial at 8 stars and easily passed it. It increased his power greatly, and although he wasn't able to reach 9 stars, he was at the peak of 8 stars. If it wasn't for attempting to break through to the legendary 9-star stage, he wouldn't have risked cultivating the flowing ink transformation divine technique. As for the third trial and the final 3 calamities, they were the highest trial an ancient god would face. As for what they were, Tu-Si didn't know. Tu-Si's memories didn't contain anything about encountering the first trial at 5 stars. Every time Wang Lin thought about this, he wryly smiled. The early arrival of his first trial was related to his incomplete ancient god body and the fact that he had overused his ancient god power in the demon spirit land. All of this caused him to be the first ancient god to suffer the first trial at 5 stars. The trial that an 8-star ancient god had easily passed was like life and death for Wang Lin. One of the calamities of the first trial was the body calamity. Back in the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect, Wang Lin's lower half was all bones. Now, after arriving at the Cloud Sea-Star system, this intensified, and everything from his chest and below were bones. This was merely the beginning, the arrival of the first calamity. The body would continue to decay until there was no flesh and blood left. Then the first calamity would end, and the second one would begin. If there were no changes, his original body would without a doubt die. Fortunately, Wang Lin had obtained Tu-Si's heart blood, so he had a fighting chance. The original body was sitting deep underground under the Origin Sect. There wasn't a trace of flesh or blood, only bones remained. There was a thin, blood-colored film wrapped around the bones. If you looked carefully, you would see a very tiny amount of blood moving between the film and bones. As Wang Lin's avatar closed in, his original body's eye sockets revealed ghostly lights, as if he was awakening. He silently looked at his original body and sat down to protect it. He also put all his focus into his original body to help it share the pain. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. In these 3 days, the original body's suffering intensified. The feeling of not having any flesh or blood, but still retaining your sanity, was enough to make people crazy. During these 3 days, the original body's size had expanded tenfold. At this moment, under the Origin Sect, there was a 100-foot-tall skeleton calmly laying there. There were flashes of blood light as the blood under the film flowed faster. After another 3 days, Wang Lin's skeleton finished expanding and reached over 3,000 feet tall. The small amount of blood was still flowing through the bones, all of which were bigger than a person. However, the blood flow slowed down until it eventually dissipated. This blood was 2C's heart blood. During these days, the heart blood was being slowly absorbed by the original body's bones. When all the blood was absorbed, the first calamity ended. Just at this moment, the original body's eyes shined brightly, as if his gaze could pierce through the earth and see the blue sky above. At the same time, a wave of crackling sounds echoed underground. Bone calamity. This crackling sound came from his original body's right foot. It was as if a giant hand was slowly crushing his huge right foot bone. His bones shattered and turned into ashes. Under this unimaginable pain, the original body was trembling. However, this crackling sounds didn't stop. They got even more intense. It was like thunder echoing underground. Every crack was a bone on the original body collapsing. Wang Lin's avatar's face was pale. He clenched his teeth as he shared the unimaginable pain with the original body. The veins on his face were swollen and large drops of sweat fell. The bone calamity descended ruthlessly like this. With the ancient gods' powerful vitality, even with no flesh or blood left, they could recover as long as there was a trace of vitality remaining. The first trial was vitality. After the vitality was erased, the bone calamity would arrive and attempt to destroy the bones that could no longer recover without the vitality. Once all the bones were destroyed, the result would be death. If his original body died, his avatar would perish. If he wanted to pass the bone calamity, he would have to reawaken his vitality to fight it until his bones reformed. The newly formed bones would be several times stronger than before. Magic treasures wouldn't be able to damage them at all. Therefore, even though the pain was worse than death, he still endured. Both his avatar and original body endured. He endured the pain of his bones fracturing and collapsing. He had to wait until the moment all his bones shattered to get the biggest gains. If not, even if he resisted and was successful, only some of the bones would be reformed and the rest would stay the same as before. If that happened, he would have wasted this chance. However, Wang Lin understood that the longer he resisted, the lower the success rate. As more bones collapsed, the difficulty increased. In truth, ignoring those who went through this at 8 stars, almost all 7-star ancient gods would choose to wait for all their bones to collapse before they resisted. This was all so they could change this calamity into a great fortune. This idea was good, but it was rare that anyone actually lasted that long. Most of the time, when only a human fingernail-sized amount of bone remained, they couldn't help but begin to resist. As a result, that fingernail-sized bone would become the only flaw on the body of most ancient gods. Since 7-star ancient gods were like this, even fewer 6-star ancient gods were able to hold out until the last moment. The last moment was like the end of the path. There were countless steps forward if you succeeded, but if you took a step back, it meant death. Wang Lin's wasn't sure if he could last until the last moment. However, in order to reform his flesh and blood so he could become a true ancient god and not an incomplete one, Wang Lin decided to risk it all. My avatar is a heaven-defying cultivator. My original body is bloodline-defying. I, Wang Lin, spent my life cultivating the word defy. I defy the heavens, defy the calamity, and even defy fate. A mere calamity isn't enough to stop my defying path. Wang Lin's avatar and original body shined, revealing unyielding gazes. There was no shout or roar. Just that unyielding gaze was able to display Wang Lin's defying nature. It was invisible and heaven-shaking. Crackling sounds echoed loudly as his entire right leg had collapsed, and even everything up to his knee on his left leg had turned to ashes. The sound of bones collapsing gradually transmitted to the surface. During this half a month, The entire continent of Mo Luo could hear the thunderous rumbles coming from the ground. At first it was faint, but it grew louder and louder. Now even the earth was trembling slightly. The mortals on the continent were terrified as they didn't know what was happening. They could only kneel and pray for the gods to not be angry. The cultivators of the Origin sect put a huge importance on this matter. They sent out almost the whole sect to investigate. These noises sounded like a roars, and every time it fell in their ears, they couldn't help but be shaken. Li Xiangdong and Lu Yanfei, along with the other two elders, floated in the air and looked at the earth. Due to their cultivation levels, they clearly felt where the roars were coming from. Li Xiangdong wanted to go down to check, but he was stopped by Lu Yanfei. However, now the roars were even more intense, almost heaven-shaking. If this was it, it wouldn't be an issue, but all the origin energy on the continent began to stir, as if there was an invisible vortex sucking in origin energy from all directions. What terrified the four of them even more was that a large amount of origin energy was gathering outside the continent. Although this origin energy was outside, once it rushed in, the barrier around the continent would collapse instantly. Thinking about the consequences of this, the four of them would feel their scalps tingle. What shocked them even more were the fierce beasts that appeared in the fog outside the continent. For some reason, large amounts of fierce beasts were lured to the continent of Mo Luo. They all stared fiercely at the continent, but they also showed hesitation. They were going to charge in several times, but were held off. It was as if there were something really attractive here for the fierce beasts, but rationality made them not dare to move. This resulted in hesitation. There were rank 5 and even rank 6 beasts among them. What terrified Li Xiangdong even more was that he even saw a rank 7 beast. A rank 7 beast was enough to battle a mid-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator. Junior Sister Lu, I don't know why you stopped the three of us, but today we must go check. We must know exactly what is happening that is causing this unexpected surge in origin energy and attracting all the fierce beasts that hide in the star fog. Li Xiangdong thought of the rank 7 beast, and his mind trembled. He stared at Lu Yanfei with a very serious expression. The other two elders also silently looked at Lu Yanfei. Lu Yanfei bit her lower lip and silently nodded. Chapter 1158, Repeated Bone Refinement. One of the two elders worriedly said, "If it was only rank 7 beast, it would be fine. I just fear that if this continues, a rank 8 beast that could fight a peak Nirvana cleanser cultivator might appear, and what if rank 9 beasts that are no different from Nirvana Shatterer cultivators are attracted? By then, my continent of Mo Luo will be plunged into chaos." Li Xiangdong pondered a bit and slowly said, "I don't think so. After all, this continent is located near the edge of the rank 4 region, so there shouldn't be any powerful monsters around." "I hope so." The old man shook his head and revealed a bitter face before looking at Lu Yanfei. Even now, the three of them didn't know why Lu Yanfei had stopped them from checking. Lu Yanfei didn't explain. She turned into a ray of light and charged down. The three of them looked at each other and silently followed Lu Yanfei. When they got near the ground, there was a flash of light, and they penetrated the ground. Underground, the four of them slowed down as the roars became even more clear. Due to being closer to the sound, not only did their minds tremble, their bodies trembled as well. Terrifying fluctuations came from the depths, causing them to feel pressure in their souls. It was as if there was a terrifying existence that could shock the world, and before it, the three of them were merely ants. This clear feeling immediately caused them to stop and their expressions to become serious. Only Lu Yanfei's eyes lit up and bit her lower lip, but no one knew what she was thinking. What the hell is it? To give off such pressure? These fluctuations shouldn't be a treasure. The three of them were extremely cautious. After hesitating for a bit, Li Xiangdong clenched his teeth and led the way. He wanted to see what exactly was down there. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure became. The roars became even more deafening, causing them to tremble. This pressure made them feel like they were facing the end of the world. The four moved slower and slower, and the pressure coming from underground contained a hint of madness. The moment the four of them felt it, they immediately trembled. "I suggest we leave immediately." Lu Yanfei had been silent the whole way, and this was the first time she had sent out a message. The remaining three silently thought for a moment before Li Xiangdong's eyes lit up, and he said, "I refuse to leave without knowing what is down below." With that, he immediately charged deeper. The two elders hesitated for a bit before following him. Lu Yanfei let out a sigh and also followed. As the four of them went deeper, the source of the sound became closer. At this moment, the roar was already far stronger than thunder. From their current position, they could hear the original sound, a heaven-shaking, crackling sound. This noise was like the sound of bones breaking. This caused them to feel all the bones in their bodies tingle. However, Just as the four closed in and were about to enter the source, a crazed divine sense swept by. Leave this place. This divine sense was very powerful and smashed into them like a storm. Li Xiangdong was the closest and was directly knocked back by the storm. His body trembled, and he coughed out blood as popping sounds echoed in his body. He retreated without hesitation, and monstrous fear filled his eyes. Not only him, but even the two elders' bodies trembled as they coughed out blood and immediately retreated. Their minds trembled, and fear and terror appeared in their eyes. Even Lu Yanfei's body trembled as blood came out of the corner of her mouth. However, her eyes became even brighter as this voice confirmed the speculation in her heart. Which senior is cultivating here? Junior is the Origin Sect's Li. Li Xiangdong clasped his hands while retreating and tried to speak. Scram! The divine sense spread out again, but it was several times stronger and crazier than before. This divine sense formed a storm that caused the continent of Mo Luo to tremble. A crazed power came from the depths and charged toward the four of them. Li Xiangdong's body trembled, and he coughed out even more blood. Under the impact of this power, they were forced back in a straight line as if there was an unimaginable force pushing them. The ground trembled before they were thrown out from underground. Just as he broke through the surface and floated in the air, there was another roar. The two elders were thrown out from underground, both coughing out blood. They were in an extremely sorry state, and Lu Yanfei was the same. The four of them stood in the air, their eyes filled with terror. Their hearts trembled as they looked at each other. Lu Yanfei took a deep breath as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and slowly said, I already told you all not to go. Fortunately, although Granduncle Master was angry, he didn't hurt us much. Granduncle Master? The three of them were pale, and that crazed divine sense was imprinted in their minds. Just thinking about it frightened them, but Lu Yanfei's words startled them. Lu Yanfei pondered for a moment and softly said, Granduncle Master Lu Zhihao. You all should have heard of him. Ignoring the four of them for now, deep underground, Wang Lin's 3,000-foot-tall body had almost all of its bones shattered, leaving behind bone ashes in the shape of a person. There were still thunderous roars coming from it. Even a majority of the skull had shattered, and it was still collapsing. This kind of pain was indescribable and was burning the minds of both the original body and the avatar. Just at this moment, crackling sounds came from the remaining half-skull, and it collapsed even more. It continued to collapse, and the bone ashes scattered. The skull continued to shrink until it was only the size of a human palm. This small piece of bone was really insignificant to a 3,000-foot ancient god, but Wang Lin still endured despite the fact that this suffering was enough to make him go mad. The rumbling continued. The palm-sized bone began to disintegrate and became smaller and smaller. It was only the size of a fingernail, but due to the aftermath of the collapse, it completely dissipated. Time seemed to stop and the world seemed to no longer function. The broken bones turned to ashes and began to dissipate. At this moment, Wang Lin's avatar suddenly opened his eyes and raised his right hand. Stop! With one word, the avatar's body immediately trembled. Rumbling sounds came from his body as he coughed out blood and was knocked back. At the same time, the dissipating ashes paused for a moment. Shortly after, the aura of an ancient god spread out like crazy. The origin energy outside the continent of Mo Luo rushed in and closed in on this place. A silent roar that could penetrate the soul echoed underground. It rushed out and echoed within the ears of every mortal, cultivator, and creature on the continent. This roar contained the Defying will. Wang Lin's avatar suffered serious injuries from the backlash of using the stop spell to win a chance for the original body to survive. The dissipating ashes began to condense at an unimaginable speed and formed a fingernail-sized piece of bone. During the recondensing processes, the origin energy of the continent mixed in with the bone. The reformed bone was far stronger than this original body's original bones. This fingernail-sized bone continued to grow until it was 7 inches long. This 7-inch bone took a good chunk of origin energy stored on the continent of Mo Luo. The bone was still growing and soon formed a curved skull about 5 feet large. On the bone, there was a burst of black light, and that black light was the bone calamity that was crushing the ancient god's bones. The bone calamity was constantly destroying the bones while the original body kept reforming them. This cycle continued until the bones of the original body reached a peak. Bursts of silent roars echoed as the 5-foot skull began to grow. Eventually, all the origin energy on the continent of Mo Luo was absorbed, leaving nothing behind. At this moment, Wang Lin's skull had completely reformed. Red light shined out from his eye sockets, revealing an unyielding will. I'm an ancient god that dares to fight the heavens. A mere bone calamity can't destroy me. The red light from the original body's eyes was bright, and his neck began to form. At the same time, the origin energy gathered outside the continent of Mo Luo rushed in toward the protective barrier. The protective barrier collapsed like paper. The moment it collapsed, the powerful origin energy entered. It turned into a storm and rushed at the origin sect. All the cultivators in the origin sect had already evacuated. They were staring at the storm of origin energy rushing underground. The collapse of the barrier and the surge of origin energy caused the fierce beasts outside to enter. However, before they could spread out, they were pulled into the origin sect by this suction force. The sky was shrouded by the fog, and the fog flowed like a river into the ground. Those fierce beasts outside seemed to be frightened. All of them retreated and didn't dare to close in. Large amounts of origin energy and fog were quickly absorbed by Wang Lin. The rumbling continued as Wang Lin's bones reformed at an incredible speed. His bones recondensed while confronting the bone calamity. Not only had his skull and neck reappeared, Wang Lin's entire upper body had reformed. Although the bone calamity was strong, it was forced to retreat from Wang Lin's defying will and desperate struggle. It wasn't able to stop the bones from regenerating at all. All the origin energy and star fog within 50 kilometers of the continent of Mo Luo were pulled in. From afar, it looked like a giant vortex had formed, and the origin sect was the center of the vortex. Even further away, a giant, lion-shaped beast covered in thorns moved toward the continent of Mo Luo with a greedy gaze. None of the fierce beasts dared to approach it when the aura of a rank 8 beast spread out. Chapter 1159 Might. All the origin energy within 50 kilometers was rushing in, but it still wasn't enough. Wang Lin's upper body had reformed, and his lower half was still reforming. The origin energy continued to surge in, being pulled from the surrounding 500-kilometer area. This giant vortex stirred all the origin energy and star fog in the area, but its expansion didn't stop. After all, compared to the continent of Mo Luo, 500 kilometers was truly insignificant. 1,500 kilometer, 2,500 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers, 15,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers, 150,000 kilometers, 500,000 kilometers. The fog and origin energy within 500,000 kilometers of the continent of Mo Luo went crazy and rushed into the continent. Very few people in the Cloud Sea knew where the star fog came from. It was as if this star fog had always been here. If one looked back, one would find that before the celestial realm collapsed and the ancient celestial realm was still there, this fog existed as well. What exactly the star fog was a difficult question for the cultivators in the Cloud Sea to explain. They only knew that it was because of this star fog that the Cloud Sea was filled with fierce beasts. Wang Lin didn't know what the star fog was, but as the fog merged into his reforming bones, he had a strange feeling. However, he wasn't able to figure out why. As the origin energy from within 500,000 kilometers of the continent of Mo Luo rushed in, Wang Lin's legs began to reform. The explosive growth speed was stronger than the bone calamity, and a moment later, his left leg formed. His right leg soon reformed as well. After all the bones in his body had reformed, the bone calamity disappeared. However, the calamity wasn't over yet. After his bones were restored, tendons began appearing and flesh reformed around his bones. However, the moment this flesh reappeared, it immediately collapsed. The flesh calamity arrived and thus achieved the goal of grinding away his vitality. Wang Lin had already prepared for this phenomenon. The moment the flesh calamity appeared, the avatar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and opened up his storage space. Fist-sized blood crystals he had gotten from the land of the ancient god flew out. He had used some of them to help the original body keep a trace of vitality, and he was going to use the rest here. At this moment, these blood crystals flew out and fell on Wang Lin's bones. The moment they landed, they invaded his bones. The moment Wang Lin took out the blood crystals, all of the retreating fierce beasts stopped, looked at the continent, and began to roar. There was a hint of madness in their eyes, as if the blood crystals were the best nourishment for them. As long as they caught a scent, they were willing to do anything for it. As the roars continued, these fierce beasts immediately changed direction and charged at the continent of Mo Luo. There were rank 5, 6, and 7 beasts among them. They all seemed to have gone crazy as they rushed down. The Origin Sect cultivators were shocked by these events. They were awakened by the fierce beasts rushing down. After Wang Lin's original body had absorbed the blood crystals, lines of blood paired over the bones. As the origin energy and star fog surged in, flesh began to form along the lines of blood. At this moment, the roars of the fierce beasts entered the ground. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the avatar, and the original body's eyes also gave off a ghostly glow. Crackling sounds echoed as the original body shrank from 3,000 feet to the size of a normal person. The avatar charged out and fused with the original body once more. After fusing with his original body, Wang Lin looked up and rushed out. Popping sounds echoed as he charged out from underground. The moment he charged out from underground, all of the fierce beasts rushed at him like crazy. Coldness flashed across Wang Lin's eyes as he appeared before an octopus-like beast and threw a punch with his right hand. With a bang, the fierce beast's body trembled and blood sprayed out everywhere, created a mist of blood. Even its soul had shattered, but an invisible energy appeared and entered Wang Lin's body. This invisible energy was the fierce beast's vitality and the thing Wang Lin needed the most. He clearly felt that his original body started reforming a bit faster when that vitality entered his body. Wang Lin quickly rushed to the side of another beast and punched. He almost left behind afterimages as he moved around punching. He caused blood to rain down on the continent of Mo Luo. Those fierce beasts wanted to devour the blood crystals Wang Lin had absorbed, but before they could succeed, they all exploded one by one. A thunderous rumble echoed across the sky. Wang Lin took one step and appeared next to a giant python. As it opened its mouth to devour Wang Lin's fist landed on its mouth. Popping sounds echoed. Then the vitality of the python entered Wang Lin's body, and its mouth exploded. In a short period of time, more than 100 fierce beasts died. After absorbing their vitality, Wang Lin felt an extremely comfortable feeling in his body. His eyes lit up, and he rushed out once more. The fierce beasts exploded one by one. When the surrounding cultivators that were hiding saw this, they were completely shocked. This was especially true for Li Xiangdong and company. Yanfei was slightly better as she was somewhat prepared. However, Li Xiangdong stared dumbfoundedly at all of this, and the two elders beside him gasped. Grand Uncle Master. He is Grand Uncle Master. That was a rank 6 beast, but it was killed by one punch spell from Grand Uncle Master. Just at this moment, the roar of a beast came from the distance. At the edge of the horizon, a 2,000 feet tall lion-shaped beast that was covered in thorns rushed over. The moment it appeared, all the surrounding fierce beasts scattered as if they weren't willing to get close to it. Rank 8 Sword Lion Beast. Li Xiangdong's pupils contracted, and the two elders beside him exclaimed. Even Lu Yanfei sucked in a deep breath and revealed a nervous expression. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head, and his eyes shined. Before the eyes of every cultivator, he charged like a meteor into the sky toward the mighty rank 8 fierce beast. He moved faster than lightning. When he got close to the lion, Wang Lin mercilessly kicked with his left foot. A heaven-shaking roar echoed as the mighty beast's body trembled and exploded into a mist of blood. A large amount of vitality entered Wang Lin's body. He was like a god standing there, enjoying the large amount of vitality from the rank 8 beast. The surroundings suddenly became silent, and the greed from the surrounding fierce beasts disappeared and was replaced with fear. All the cultivators stared at this scene, almost unable to believe their own eyes. Rank 8. Li Xiangdong was startled and his mind was blank. The two elders behind him were also in a daze. They were completely shocked. Chapter 1160, Li Qianmei. Just one kick was able to kill a rank 8 beast. Although a rank 8 beast could battle a peak Nirvana cleanser cultivator, it couldn't use treasures. It could only use the law it understood as spells. However, it was still a rank 8 beast. Even in the Cloud Sea, a cultivator that could instantly kill a rank 8 beast was strong enough to be among the powerful. Li Xiangdong and company stared dumbfoundedly at all of this. They felt like this Grand Uncle Master they had never seen before was filled with mystery and majesty. Even though they had doubts about Wang Lin's identity, they chose to ignore it without any hesitation. With this powerful cultivator in my origin sect, it will only be a matter of time before my origin sect dominates the rank 5 region. Li Xiangdong and the two elders looked at each other with high spirits. If they knew that Wang Lin had killed a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator from the rank 6 region, they would be even more shocked. When the fierce beasts saw Wang Lin's might, all the greed in their eyes disappeared and was replaced with fear. They immediately began to escape and were about to leave the range of the continent of Mo Luo. Wang Lin didn't care about what the surrounding cultivators thought. He continued to absorb the vitality of the rank 8 beast to resist the flesh calamity. After several breaths of time, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and looked at the retreating fierce beasts. He moved forward like a harvester of life and instantly closed in on one of the escaping fierce beasts. He directly punched the beast, creating a rain of blood and vitality. Flashes of light filled the sky as Wang Lin moved like lightning across the sky. Every time there was a flash, a fierce beast would collapse. In an instant, Wang Lin chased them outside the continent of Mo Luo. The flashes of light continued and screams echoed across the starry sky. What awaited all the fierce beasts that were lured over by the blood crystals was a massacre. This massacre lasted for about 7 minutes before it gradually ended. Finally, there were no more fierce beasts within 5,000 kilometers of the continent of Mo Luo. Those few that escaped held a terrifying memory they could never forget. There was a cultivator on the continent of Mo Luo that was like a god. The protective barrier around the continent of Mo Luo was repaired, and everything seemed to have returned to normal, as if nothing had changed. However, the shock all the cultivators of the Origin Sect experienced was still there. At this moment, outside the southern courtyard, Li Xiangdong, Lu Yanfei, and the other 2 elders stood there. Although they had been there for a long time, they weren't impatient at all. All the cultivators in the southern courtyard were relocated to the other 3 courtyards. Aside from Su Yun, who was next to Lu Yanfei, there were no other disciples remaining. These herbs were all brought back by Grand Uncle Master. Li Xiangdong's gaze fell on the herbs in the courtyard. After seeing Su Yun nod, his expression became excited. At this moment, deep underground below the courtyard, Wang Lin sat there with his original body sitting on the opposite side, silently cultivating. His original body had mostly recovered aside from pieces of flesh that were still growing while resisting the last of the first trial. Time slowly passed. After 3 days, light flashed on Wang Lin's chest, and the flesh calamity disappeared. He had successfully passed the first trial, and 2 calamities of the 3 trials' 7 calamities. The original body slowly opened his eyes, revealing a bright light. An invisible aura spread out. His skin was even more coarse, and his bones were even stronger. At this moment, the original body had become a true ancient god. It was no longer incomplete like before. After devouring endless origin energy and the mysterious fog, the cultivation level of the original body had increased greatly. Another star appeared next to the 5 stars on his forehead. Although this star was a bit blurry and not fully formed, it made Wang Lin ecstatic. Ancient gods were not like cultivators. Each star was simply too difficult to obtain. In the past 1,000 years, Wang Lin went through many hardships and took countless risks to finally be able to make his ancient god body reach 5 stars. Although the 6th star was still blurry, it could use far more strength than before. More importantly, once an ancient god reached 6 stars, they would be able to produce their own moongazer serpent. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Wang Lin left his original body in the depths of the continent to continue absorbing origin energy and begin forming his moongazer serpent. Wang Lin left the underground and appeared in the house in the courtyard. He let out a deep breath, and his mood was very pleasant. This original body passing the trial would increase his strength in the Cloud Sea greatly. With his avatar and original body combined, killing an early-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator wouldn't be as difficult as before. However, the gap between early, mid, late, and peak Nirvana Shatterer is great. I don't know if I can stand up to mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivators with my original body and avatar fused. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he pushed open the door and walked out. The moment Wang Lin appeared, a gentle breeze blew on his face, and it felt very comfortable. The barrier was activated once more, so the sky was blue and white clouds could be seen. Looking at the herbs in the courtyard, Wang Lin made a decision. He would take some time to increase his cultivation level using the unique alchemy of the Cloud Sea. While pondering, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the 5 people outside, and he slowly said, "You all can come in." His voice was calm, but it contained a trace of majesty. The moment it fell in the ears of the 5 people outside, they all took deep breaths. They were tense but filled with respect as they walked inside. Su Yun was even more nervous as she followed inside after Lu Yanfei. The moment Li Xiangdong and company entered, they respectfully said, "Disciple greets Grand Uncle Master." I didn't know Grand Uncle Master had returned, and we neglected to greet Grand Uncle Master. Please punish us. After a brief conversation, everyone left. Su Yun could no longer live here and returned to the southern pavilion with Lu Yanfei. The entire southern courtyard was now a restricted area that no disciples were allowed to enter. At the same time, under Wang Lin's order, large amounts of high-quality pills and pill recipes were sent to him. However, none of these pills could catch Wang Lin's eye. After observing them, he only kept the recipes and had people take the pills away. While Wang Lin was studying alchemy, a mad search due to Shi Luoxing's death began far away from the continent of Mo Luo. The cultivators of the various ranks 6 sects sent out cultivators to check the continents. Some even went to the regions below rank 5. As the rank 6 region began to move, the news of the Jade and recipe began to spread. This alarmed the rank 7 region and even caught the attention of the rank 8 region. Rays of lights flew out from the rank 7 and 8 regions toward the sealed wild continent in the rank 5 region. The star fog in the depths of the cloud sea was extremely dense, so much so that even a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator could only spread their divine sense out 500 feet. Rushing into the star fog without preparation was like going in blind, and it was very easy to get lost. The most powerful fierce beasts lived here. Some even used spells to make their bodies one with the fog to comprehend law. If no cultivator provoked them, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Compared to them, the few cultivation planets in the star fog were like outsiders, completely insignificant. However, the power contained within these few cultivation planets was heaven-shaking. Even these powerful beasts dreaded them and wouldn't dare to approach them. This was the rank 9 region of the Cloud Sea. There were 7 cultivation planets arranged in the Big Dipper formation at the edge of the rank 9 region. This created a layer of protection around them, making it so there was no difference between them. At this moment on the first planet of the formation, under millions of layers of protection, there was a prairie, and on that prairie stood a towering building. This building was a statue of a cultivator pointing at the sky, seeming to be cursing at it. A difficult-to-describe sense of majesty enveloped the area. The prairie was completely silent, and only a few small spirit beasts would sometimes appear. They played around and quickly moved off into the distance. After a long time, a ray of light closed in from the horizon. There was a woman inside the ray of light. She was beautiful, but she had a strange hair color. She had a head of blue hair. In the entire Cloud Sea, only one person had that hair. That was the rank 9 heaven-breaking Sect's Qianmei. She began cultivating at age 5, reached the foundation establishment stage at age 7, core formation at age 19, nascent soul at age 26, soul formation at age 37, soul transformation at age 45, and ascendant at age 61. After 100 years of cultivating, she was at the peak of the illusory Een stage. Then the entire heaven-breaking sect poured their effort into cultivating her. After more than 400 years, she reached peak of the Nirvana Scryer stage. Then, 300 years later, she became a mid-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. After 500 years of training outside, she became the youngest Nirvana Shatterer cultivator in the heaven-breaking sect. To this day, she had cultivated for more than 1,300 years and had reached the late stage of Nirvana Shatterer. In the Cloud Sea, the name Qianmei was a legend. Disciple Qianmei greets ancestor. The light disappeared, revealing a beautiful woman inside. Sima Mo's Jade has appeared. Take a trip to the rank 5 region. If possible, find the person who found the Jade and bring them back along with the Jade. An ancient voice filled with melancholy slowly echoed from the statue. Qianmei respectfully nodded and left. There was a white-haired old man sitting inside the statue. There were many spots on his rotting body, and there was reminiscence in his eyes. After a long time, he shook his head and let out a sigh. Senior brother Sima. Back then, perhaps it was teacher who was wrong. Chapter 1161, Devour Pill, Vast Dao. The entire continent of Mo Luo calmed down. Wang Lin spent all day practicing alchemy, and the Origin sect disciples would often hear explosions coming from the southern courtyard. No one dared to enter, and they all revealed looks of respect when they passed by. Wang Lin had studied the beast bone recipe, and in the end, he had a gloomy expression. He pondered for a long time. Ignoring the question of whether the effects were true, just the herbs required to make it were mostly things he had never heard of. After searching the Origin sect's records, Wang Lin found some clues. 3 of the herbs, Star Transformation Wood, Dragon Star Grass, and Annihilation Flower, existed tens of thousands of years ago. Even then they were extremely rare, and they were basically extinct nowadays. However, there were some clues in the records of the Origin sect. It seemed in their rank 8 main sect, there was still a small piece of Star Transformation Wood. Most importantly, this Nirvana Void pill required the souls of 9 rank 13 beasts. Only by fusing their souls could the pill refinement be carried out. If this was it, it wouldn't be an issue, but the rate of success was very low. Also, this beast bone fragment needed to be used as a primer. It needed to be melted into the pill. Every failure would cause this beast bone to become a bit darker, and once this beast bone was completely black, it would be impossible to refine the pill. Once it succeeded, the beast bone would dissipate and become part of the pill. Looking at the beast bone in his hand, although it wasn't black, it was already very dark. It probably couldn't be used more than a few times. This beast bone has obviously been refined several times by others, but they all failed. Otherwise, this beast bone would be gone. Rather than saying the herbs or beast souls are rare, it is this beast bone that is strange. I just don't know what beast this bone belongs to. However, even if there is only a 1% chance the effect of this pill is true, I must try it. Wang Lin held the beast bone and carefully studied it for a moment before pondering a bit and putting it away. One more thing appeared in his hand. It was the jade that came with the beast bone. After scanning it with his divine sense, his expression became strange. Wang Lin opened his storage space once more and took out the origin soul of the poisonous old woman. His eyes were calm as his finger pointed on her origin soul several times. Every time his finger made contact, her origin soul would tremble and become even weaker. A moment later, Wang Lin placed his right hand on the head of her origin soul, and his divine sense spread out. He directly used soul search on her. Memories entered Wang Lin's mind, including the 5 poison cultivation method and things this person had encountered. Finally, Wang Lin found the memory regarding the pill recipe and jade. Time slowly passed. When night arrived, Wang Lin lifted his right hand. He put the weakened but not yet dead origin soul away. He then looked at the jade and began to ponder. Wang Lin found out about the matter that occurred with the heaven-breaking sect 18,000 years ago and also understood the role of this jade. There weren't any spells or cultivation methods inside. It was just a piece of identification token. This was the mark of the head disciple of the heaven-breaking sect from 18,000 years ago. This person was named Sima. If there had been no accident, he would have become the next sect master of the heaven-breaking sect 18,000 years ago. It was him who took the beast bone and a group of cultivators. They split from the heaven-breaking sect and disappeared among the Cloud Sea Star system. 18,000 years ago, the heaven-breaking sect that entered the rank 9 region had very complicated feelings toward their own members that left. They later learned that this group had suffered heavy casualties and disappeared completely. The sect master at the time, who was Sima Mo's teacher, sent out an order that lasted for tens of thousands of years. In the future, anyone who returns with Sima Mo's token will be allowed to enter the heaven-breaking sect and become the disciple of that generation's sect master. This order spread across the Cloud Sea and aroused the attention of many cultivators. This order piqued the interest of those who wished for an opportunity to rise up, and people went searching for clues of the missing heaven-breaking sect members. However, as time passed, not a single discovery was found, and thus this matter settled down. Until the 5 Poison sect got a report from their spy about Shi Luoxing's movement and speculations. Originally, the 5 Poison sect didn't care too much about it. After all, it had been too long, and the clue was likely false. They had only sent out a few people to scout, and the poisonous old woman was the leader. No one thought this would be real. Wang Lin silently looked at the jade, and after a long time, he put it away. I may have a great use for this in the future. He no longer worried about the jade or the pill recipe. After calming down, he immersed himself in alchemy. Not only had he harvested a large amount of herbs on the wild continent, he had also gathered a lot of beast souls. They were mostly rank 5 beasts, so they were very suitable for Wang Lin's current cultivation level. There were some more beast souls inside his bag. They were the souls of the spirit beasts of the members of the Clear Flower sect. They were killed by the silver female corpse and then collected. Similarly, he also had the spirit snake, which was the poisonous old woman's life beast spirit. It had reached the peak of rank 6. Aside from these, the highest rank beast soul he had was the rank 8 beast he instantly killed. This soul was extremely precious, so Wang Lin didn't want to destroy it. He went into the Taoist temple and took that pill. After failing 3 times, he finally fused the soul and the pill to make a rank 8 soul parting death pill. After searching the poisonous old woman's memories, he found an interesting method to mutate beasts. This beast soul refining method was invented by a genius of the 5 Poison sect named Renegade. It used a formation as a cage to hold beast souls. Then you use poison to make them devour each other and stimulate a mutation to create a more powerful soul. However, there was a huge drawback to this method, which was that the mutated beast soul could not devour normal beast souls. They could only devour other mutated beast souls. This result was a huge blow to the 5 Poison sect. The success rate of refining a beast soul was not high, and the higher the rank, the lower the refinement rate. A rank 9 beast soul would require a large amount of rank 8 beast souls to devour each other, and a single mutated rank 8 beast soul required a large amount of rank 7 beast souls. Even if they accidentally created a high-level soul, the soul would still require a large amount of heavenly treasures for nourishment. Although it could be used for alchemy, there was still a chance of failure, and every failure would weaken it greatly. Wang Lin knew this point very well. The first pill he attempted to make failed more than 10 times. Although he succeeded, a large portion of the beast's soul had dissipated and the effect of the pill had lowered a lot. Even the 5 poison sect had to give up. Their sect couldn't withstand this kind of consumption. Even the rank 7 and 8 sects would find it difficult to do this. Even if they could, they really didn't need to refine a beast's soul with their strength. It would be a lot easier to just go and catch one directly. After seeing this method, Wang Lin secretly calculated this, and the cost of this even shocked him. However, after carefully pondering for a bit, he intended to try it out. He learned the poison method from the poisonous old woman's memories and barely managed to refine a few portions. Wang Lin didn't choose the origin sect to test this, but found a cave inside a mountain somewhere on the continent. He placed down a large number of restrictions before putting some rank 5 beast souls inside and spilling the poison. After observing for a few days to make sure they were devouring each other, he added more restrictions and returned to the origin sect. After cultivating for several days, Wang Lin took out the pills he refined, including the rank 8 one, and began to swallow them. The first one he took was a rank 5 pill. The soul beast inside wasn't able to resist against Wang Lin's origin soul at all and immediately dissipated. It fused with his origin soul and caused Wang Lin to enter a mysterious state. As Wang Lin continued to devour rank 5 pills, he vaguely saw something in that mysterious state. He saw beasts from their birth worshipping the world and absorbing the origin energy as they comprehended law. The beast souls inside the rank 5 pills weren't much use for Wang Lin. He was only taking these pills to get familiar with the feeling of borrowing the beast souls to comprehend the heavens. After taking the rank 5 pills, Wang Lin swallowed a rank 6 pill. The beast soul inside was equal to an early-stage Nirvana scryer cultivator, and it immediately caused Wang Lin's domain to activate. It was as if he had transformed into the beast and gradually comprehended the heavens over countless years. These scenes felt very real and unreal. Wang Lin was immersed inside as he searched the complex comprehension for his own Dao. He was searching for the existence between true and false. After an unknown amount of time, when only the rank 8 pill remained, he awakened from his strange state. He looked blankly ahead and muttered, "To confirm one's Dao as one person is direct. To confirm one's Dao from various angles is indirect. The pills of the Cloud Sea aren't a fortune, they just give cultivators the chance to seek Dao again and again. They use beast souls as another way to explore Dao. Explore the laws of the world." Unlike the other 2-star systems, the Cloud Sea star system has managed to cut down the enlightenment process. However, beasts are still beasts. The way they comprehend Dao isn't direct, and we can't clearly trace to the origin, unless we refine a pill with a person's soul or use the soul of something that has transcended from being a beast. Only then would the enlightenment be more clear. Otherwise, it requires one to swallow large amounts of pills in order to find the right Dao to confirm you own with. Dao is like a thought, and everyone's thoughts are different. If one wants to enrich one's own mind, they must learn other people's thoughts as well. The Cloud Sea chose to use beast souls, just like how the All-Seer chose to use his own disciples. While Wang Lin was confused, rays of light flew toward the continent of Mo Luo. The cultivators from the rank 6 region had spread out their search and reached the continent of Mo Luo. They stepped into the protective barrier. Chapter 1162. Those who harm others are constantly hurting themselves. The rank 6-5 poison sect was considered a relatively powerful force among the rank 6 sects. They were on par with the Clearflower sect. There was a lot of friction between the two sects, and they constantly fought with each other. Zhou Hai was a core disciple of the 5 poison sect. His cultivation level wasn't as high as the poisonous old woman's, only early-stage Nirvana cleanser. But he was a powerful member of the 5 poison sect, and the sect put a lot of focus on him. At this moment, his expression was gloomy and there was a blue light in his right eye. Although this blue light looked pretty, it came from cultivating a poison method from the 5 poison sect. Fellow cultivator Zhou has been gloomy the whole way. If someone who didn't know the situation saw you, they would be very confused as to why. A feminine voice came from a cultivator in black next to him. This cultivator was male, but the makeup on his face made him look like how he sounded. There was a flash of coldness in Zhou Hai's eyes as he stared at the cultivator in black and said, "Zhao Yu, I have been enduring you the entire way. If you continue to speak sarcastically, don't blame me for not holding back. The 5 poison sect sure is mighty. I want to see if your 5 poison sect would dare to battle with my Devil Collection sect." The cultivator in black smiled, but this smile was extremely cold. The blue light from Zhou Hai's right eye intensified, but just at this moment, a cold snort came from beside the two of them. "That's enough." The three of us are representatives of our respective sects to search for the traitor of the 5 Poison Sect. We cannot fight amongst ourselves. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man who was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Cleanser. After he spoke, Zhou Hai and Zhao Yu looked at each other with hostility. Then they let out cold snorts and suppressed the origin energy they were going to use to attack. The middle-aged man was a core disciple of the top-ranked 6 sect, the Dao Spell Sect. Due to the poisonous old woman, it was very difficult for the 5 Poison Sect to explain the situation. In the end, they paid a great price to put this matter aside. They also had to send out core disciples as hostages in the name of looking for the poisonous old woman. However, the real reason was to keep an eye on members of the 5 Poison Sect. If they couldn't find the poisonous old woman in a short period of time, the 5 Poison Sect would face a great crisis. There were disciples from each sect following behind them. They all turned into rays of light and descended through the barrier around the continent of Mo Luo. Zhou Hai, Zhao Yu, follow me to the origin sect. You other disciples, scatter across the continent of Mo Luo and search every inch. Don't miss a spot. If you find anything, immediately report it. The middle-aged man's voice was calm, but it contained an unquestionable sense of majesty. The surrounding disciples quickly nodded and scattered to begin their search. They had been doing this every time they came across a continent, so they were very familiar with it. As for the three of them, they released their full cultivation and charged at the origin sect. The 3 rays of light gave off a thunderous rumble. It didn't take long for the 3 of them to arrive above origin sect in this arrogant manner. The cultivators of the origin sect naturally saw them. Lu Yanfei, Li Xiangdong, and the other 2 elders all flew into the air to greet them. The 4 of them had heard of the news that the rank 6 sects had fully invaded the rank 5 region in search for something. However, with their cultivation levels and status, the elders didn't know what exactly the rank 6 sects were searching for. Li Xiangdong took a deep breath. When he got close, he clasped his hands and said, "The origin sect greets the upper domain sections." The 2 elders behind him also clasped their hands. The middle-aged man clasped his hands and said, "I'm the Dao Spell Sect's Feng Peishan. I didn't think I would see such a beauty here." The feminine-looking cultivator in black looked at Lu Yanfei and smiled. "I'm the Devil Collection Sect Zhao Yu. 5 Poison Sect Zhou Hai." Zhou Hai's expression was still gloomy as his right eye released a blue light and swept past the cultivators of the origin sect. Li Xiangdong took a deep breath and looked at the 2 elders beside him. They all had serious expressions. These 3 sects occupied almost 40% of the power in the rank 6 region. They were so powerful that they only needed but a thought to wipe out the origin sect. If the 3 of them were like this, there's no need to talk about their disciples. They all lowered their heads and didn't dare to look. Only Lu Yanfei remained calm and didn't speak. Li Xiangdong suppressed his thoughts and reluctantly smiled. "I don't know what the upper sects came here for. If you need my origin sect to help, then the origin sect will do its best to assist." Zhou Hai let out a cold snort as he stepped forward and arrived before an origin sect disciple. His hand moved like lightning and hit the origin sect disciple. The disciple's body trembled, and he coughed out blood before being thrown far away. This sudden scene caused the expressions of the origin sect cultivators to change greatly. Su Yun glared angrily as she rushed forward toward that disciple and held up his body. This origin sect disciple's face was pale and his body trembled. His face was glowing blue and he was suffering intense amounts of pain, but he was unable to scream. Lu Yanfei's eyes became cold and he slowly said, "Is the reason for the upper sects coming here just to injure an origin sect disciple?" Feng Peishan revealed a smile and shook his head. "Fellow cultivators of the origin sect, there's no need to be nervous. This matter is simply too important, and almost all the rank 6 sects have sent people out to search for a person. This person is very good at hiding, and the only clue is the poison on that person. The reason fellow cultivator Zhou attacked was because that junior had a trace of poison on him." Lu Yanfei's eyes became even more cold, and she waved her right hand at the injured origin sect disciple. His body trembled and a vortex appeared. Shortly after, his nascent soul flew out, and there was a small, red snake inside. It was his life beast spirit. However, the little snake was very weak and about to die. Even the origin sect disciple's nascent soul was almost transparent. Zhou Hai's expression was still gloomy. After looking at the nascent soul, he no longer bothered with it. His eyes shined blue once more, and he looked at the remaining origin sect disciples. A moment later, he took a step and headed straight for Su Yun, who was holding that disciple. Su Yun's expression changed. It would be impossible for someone with her cultivation level to resist. At this moment, killing intent appeared in Lu Yanfei's eyes, and she charged forward. Her right hand formed a seal, and she waved. A gust of wind rushed toward Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai sneered, and his right eye flashed blue. 7 blue marks appeared around him. He completely ignored the wind and walked forward without any hesitation. A thunderous rumble echoed as the wind collapsed when it got near Zhou Hai. It wasn't able to stop him at all. In an instant, Zhou Hai was standing before Su Yun. The killing intent in Lu Yanfei became even stronger. Su Yun was her disciple, and she wasn't willing to stand by helplessly while watching someone seriously injure her. She was unable to endure and was about to attack. Even Li Xiangdong and the other 2 elders were gloomy. After all, Su Yun wasn't like that ordinary disciple before. She was a core disciple of the Origin Sect. Just at this moment, the Dao Spell Sect's Feng Peishai's eyes shined brightly, and he shouted, "If the people of the Origin Sect continue to interfere with my search, you will need to bear the consequences." This shout was earth-shattering and was like a thunderous rumble. It was as if his voice contained the law of the world and a mysterious spell. Even the earth trembled slightly, and the clouds were pushed back. As he shouted, the disciples of the Origin Sect all trembled and blood flew out from their orifices. Even Lu Yanfei, Li Xiangdong, and the 2 other elders couldn't help but tremble and were filled with shock. Word of law, Li Xiangdong gasped. Zhou Yun revealed a look of disdain as he looked at the Origin Sect. His gaze swept by before he frowned as he looked at the southern courtyard of the Origin Sect. At this moment, Zhou Hai stared at the pale Su Yun and gloomily said, "Little girl, you have the scent of the fish poison grass on you. This grass only grows in the nest of a rank 6 best, and no other place. It would be impossible for the people of Origin SEC to obtain it, yet the smell is still fresh. Where did you obtain it?" Su Yun's face was pale. Zhou Hai's blue gaze gave off a powerful pressure that made Su Yun's mind tremble. She bit her lower lip and looked at her teacher not far away. Zhou Hai revealed a gloomy smile and turned around to look at Lu Yanfei. "Fellow cultivator Lu, I'd like to listen to your explanation," Lu Yanfei calmly said. "We as the younger generation aren't powerful enough to obtain this herb from a rank 6 beast's nest. However, that doesn't mean the elder of the sect can't. The fish poison grass was obtained by my Grand Uncle Master." Grand Uncle Master? Zhou Hai's eyes lit up and showed a hint of disdain as his divine sense spread out. He lowered his head and looked at the southern courtyard of the Origin Sect. He charged straight at the southern courtyard. He was very fast and closed in the southern courtyard, which was the forbidden area of the Origin Sect. The moment he entered, his body immediately trembled and shock filled his eyes. The southern courtyard was like a different world from the outside. He felt an aura that made his mind tremble from this very ordinary-looking courtyard. It was as if a powerful beast was living inside this courtyard. Just the aura it gave off was enough to cool all of Zhou Hai's blood. Those who harm others are constantly hurting themselves. A cold and gloomy voice without any emotion blew by like the wind. When the voice entered Zhou Hai's ears, his expression changed greatly and immediately became pale. A powerful sense of danger enveloped his body, and he didn't hesitate to retreat. He wanted to escape this terrifying southern courtyard. However, just at this instant, Zhou Hai felt an unimaginable force hit his chest like a mountain smashing into him. Zhou Hai coughed out blood as he was thrown back. Popping sounds came from inside his body as he was thrown back, and the clothes on his chest were in tatters, revealing a black palm print on his chest. Chapter 1163, Please Forgive Us. The clothes on his chest were torn and mixed with blood mist, creating a startling contrast with the black palm print. Zhou Hai's body was thrown out from the southern courtyard, and strands of vitality were coming out of the dark palm print. It only took a moment for his body to shrink until it was like a skeleton. The vitality that appeared seemed to be moved by a power and entered the injured Origin Sect disciple. His body trembled as the blue light disappeared, and he returned to normal. Zhou Hai's body landed on the ground with a bang, and his face was ashen. His body continued to twitch, and fear filled his eyes. The surroundings were completely silent, terrifyingly silent. The Devil Collection Sect's Zhao Yun gasped and shock filled his eyes. He stared at the southern courtyard and retreated several dozen feet. He didn't expect the Grand Uncle Master of the Origin Sect to be so powerful. Thinking about his frivolous words where he teased Lu Yanfei, he felt his scalp tingle. It wasn't that he coveted Lu Yanfei. It was just that his personality was like this. In addition, all the rank 5 sects they had encountered had been very polite and respectful and allowed them to do as they wished. The Origin Sect had such a powerful cultivator. Feng Peishan's pupils shrank and his expression became serious. Someone who could seriously injure Zhou Hai this easily had to be a powerful old monster. Who gave you the right to hurt the people of my Origin Sect? These cold words echoed across the world. They didn't contain law, nor were they earth-shattering like Feng Peishan's words. But these plain words were like sharp blades that stabbed into the hearts of Feng Piasan, Zhou Hai, and Zhao Yun. Just like the silence, these words contained a terrifying pressure. The rustled sounds of footsteps came from the southern courtyard as Wang Lin slowly walked out with his hand behind his back. He didn't have white hair. Now he had a head of black hair that moved without any wind. He gave off a sense of might without being angry, and his eyes were like the stars. When you looked at them, you would feel like your soul was being sucked into the illusion of true and false. This kind of feeling was very strange, and no one could explain it, but they clearly felt it. It was as if everything in the world could change at a thought. True and false formed a cycle. Dao Domain. Feng Peishan's face turned pale. He had the highest cultivation level here, and was also a core disciple of the #1 rank 6 sect, so he immediately recognized that this grand uncle master of the origin sect was using Dao Domain. What made him even more terrified was that the other party wasn't deliberately doing it, but Dao was naturally contained in his words and actions. This realm was far higher than word of law. Their Dao spell sect focused on the word Dao. In Feng Peishan's memories, only the head elder of the sect had a Dao domain like this. When he stands there, he is Dao. Feng Peishan subconsciously took a few steps back and thought about the words the head elder once said. You? Wang Lin calmly walked next to the struggling Zhou Hai. He looked down as if he was looking at an ant. Zhou Hai's body trembled. When he subconsciously looked at Wang Lin's eyes, his body trembled even more violently. He entered an illusion, as if the person who heard him was the world, and he was merely a weak existence within that world. His heart pounded like crazy, and his mind was a mess. He couldn't see through the cultivation of the person before him, but at this moment, he felt like none of the elders, or even the sect head of his own sect, could make him feel this terrified. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze as he looked up at the Devil Collection sect's Zhao Yu and calmly asked, "Or was it you?" Zhao Yu subconsciously licked his lips. He looked at Zhou Hai struggling on the ground, and then at Wang Lin. His expression suddenly became respectful. Junior Devil Collection sect's Zhao Yu greets Senior. This Zhao Yu immediately clasped his hands and became extremely respectful to hide his fear. However, he didn't dare to look at Wang Lin's eyes at all. "Or was it you?" Wang Lin's gaze fell on the Dao spell sect's Feng Peishan. Feng Peishan's face became pale as he respectfully clasped his hands and whispered, "Senior, please forgive us. Earlier, you said that if they stopped you from hurting my origin sect disciples, we have to suffer the consequences." Wang Lin coldly looked at Feng Peishan. Sweat came out from Feng Peishan's forehead, and he didn't dare to look at Wang Lin's eyes. He had a feeling that if this person became angry, he would perish in an instant. After pondering for a bit, Feng Peishan clenched his teeth, and his right hand mercilessly hit his chest. With a bang, his body trembled, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His expression became even more pale, and his origin soul was injured. Feng Peishan didn't wipe away the blood on the corner of his mouth, and he bitterly said, "Does this appease Senior's anger?" Wang Lin's expression remained neutral, then he looked at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu wryly smiled. Since Feng Peishan didn't dare to provoke this person, how could he dare to? Moreover, he didn't even see how this person had attacked and seriously injured Zhou Hai. Even if he had tried to resist, it would have been pointless. Zhao Yu clenched his teeth as he lifted his right hand and mercilessly hit his chest. He coughed out blood as he retreated a few steps and clasped his hands. "Please don't be angry, Senior." This scene made all the Origin sect disciples very excited. They all looked at Wang Lin with reverence. Li Xiangdong and company were the same. Wang Lin calmly said, "You all can keep searching." "No need." Feng Peishan quickly spoke, but before he could finish, Wang Lin interrupted him. "After you finish searching, quickly get the hell out of the continent of Mo Lu. As you order." Feng Peishan wryly smiled. He knew that their actions had already angered the Grand Uncle Master of the Origin sect. The reason he hadn't killed them was because he was concerned about the sects they were from. If Teacher finds out that we offended an old monster who has a Dao domain, it will be difficult to avoid punishment. Even Teacher wouldn't easily offend such a powerful cultivator. Not to mention seriously injuring Zhou Hai with a wave of his hand. If he wanted to kill Zhou Hai would already be dead. Letting out a sigh, Feng Peishan remembered what his teacher said before he left. His teacher had once said that there were many people above him, and that there were many old monsters hiding out there. There had to be a few living in the rank 5 sections. Many of these rank 5 sects had inheritances for many years, and there might be a few who left early but had heaven-shaking power. Although these people were not be famous, if they encountered them, they had to be careful. This was why they had to politely explain and not offend them if they met such an old monster during this search. Feng Peishan respectfully left, but after pondering a bit, he still searched the continent of Mo Luo carefully. After finding nothing, all the disciples gathered and left with him, helping support Zhao Hai. It wasn't until they left the barrier that Feng Peishan and Zhao Yu let out sighs of relief. As for Zhao Hai, he swallowed some pills and recovered enough to fly. His expression was still pale, and there was a lingering sense of fear in his eyes. Feng Peishan said, "Fellow cultivator Zhou, please try to describe in detail how that senior attacked after you entered the southern courtyard." Zhou Hai still felt lingering fear in his heart. After silently pondering for a moment, he said, "That senior's cultivation is at least mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer or higher. I didn't see him attack. The moment I entered the southern courtyard, I felt an unimaginable origin energy gather into a palm, and it landed on my chest." After saying that, he looked at his chest. The palm print was still black. Zhao Yu suddenly asked, "Is it a poison attack?" Zhou Hai shook his head and said, "That senior didn't have any sign of using poison to attack, so it can't be that poisonous old woman. Also, she doesn't have this kind of strength. I also secretly observed the members of the Origin Sect. Their reverence and sense of glory was not false. That person was indeed their Grand Uncle Master." "That's true." Feng Peishan nodded and said, "If that person was really related to the poisonous old woman or knew about the matter with the jade, then he simply wouldn't have acted and would have remained hidden. It would be easy to do so with his cultivation. He wouldn't have hurt Zhou Hai or made Zhao Yu and I pay a price." Zhao Yu nodded. He thought about what happened and said, "This Grand Uncle Master of the Origin Sect is too powerful. Even in the rank 6 region, he would be someone everyone paid attention to. Fortunately, he only hurt someone and didn't kill him. Otherwise," as he spoke, he looked at Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai silently pondered, and his heart turned cold from fear. "Earlier, when we were coming here, we saw the people of the Purple Dao Sect coming this way. They seemed to be heading to the Origin Sect, and there seemed to be a grudge. It seems Lu Yuncong is going to be kicking a metal plate." Zhao Yin smiled and seemed very happy at someone else's misfortune. "That person is not simple." Feng Peishan seemed to be unwilling to talk about this anymore and said, "Forget it. The three of us should be more careful in the future. Let's go to another continent." The three of them took the disciples of their sects and flew off into the distance. It is not easy for someone to catch head elder's fancy. This Lu Yuncong's origin also seems very mysterious. Inside the ray of light, Feng Peishan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Wang Lin's gaze withdrew from the horizon. He had already made up his mind when he attacked. He was in a rush back on the wild continent. Although he had shifted the blame for what happened, he had still left some clues. He was unable to clear those clues and didn't have time to clear them. More importantly, the more he tried to clear them, the more clues he would have left. The most important thing right now is to raise my cultivation level as soon as possible. If I get found out, I'll take a trip to the Wind Celestial Realm. From the memories of the old poisonous woman and the records of the Origin Sect, he learned that the Wind Celestial Realm was open. The entrance was in the northern part of the Rank 8 region, but almost no one dared to venture too far inside. They merely gathered some treasures along the edges. "The Wind Celestial Realm is my ace for killing Tuasina." Coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The reason he paid so much attention to the mutation skill in the old woman's memories and risked trying it out was because once it succeeded, his chance in the Wind Celestial Realm would be a lot higher. Wang Lin placed more restrictions on the place where he was doing the experiment. Unless someone more skilled in restrictions than Wang Lin came, it would be impossible to find the place. Also, he only needed a thought to destroy everything inside, so he wasn't afraid of others finding out. Chapter 1164, 3 questions. There was a giant spirit beast that was about 3,000 feet long moving within the star fog of the Rank 5 region. This beast looked like a tiger, and it had a single horn more than 100 feet long that emitted a cold glint. There were more than 30 people sitting on the back of the tiger. They were all calm and were cultivating with their eyes closed. There were men and women among them, and they gave off fluctuations of their cultivation. There was a man standing beside the tiger with the horn. This man was middle-aged and wore a purple robe that moved without any wind. He had his hands behind his back as he looked at the star fog ahead. No one knew what he was thinking. There was an old man respectfully standing behind this man, accompanying this middle-aged as they both stared ahead. The old man softly said, "Sect Master, with the tiger's current speed, we will arrive on the continent of Mo Luo in one more day." These people were the cultivators of the Purple Dao Sect. Normally, it wouldn't have taken them this long to arrive, but due to the matter of the jade and pill recipe that led to the invasion of the Rank 5 region, they had to delay their arrival to the continent of Mo Luo. After dealing with everything and cooperating with the Rank 6 sects, the Purple Dao Sect finally sent people out to the continent of Mo Luo. The middle-aged man's gaze fell on the star fog ahead, as if he was thinking. After a long time, he nodded and calmly said, "There will finally be an answer for things that need to be settled." The old man was startled and didn't understand the meaning of what the honorable sect master had said. In his view, this will be a simply trip to the origin sect. What answer is there to obtain? Sect master. The old man was about to speak, but the middle-aged man shook his head and said, "You don't understand. Chaos will rise. The cloud sea will no longer be calm." The old man silently pondered. In order to get a pill recipe in Jade, not only the rank 6, but even rank 7 and 8 sects all sent cultivators. Is it worth it? The middle-aged man seemed to be talking to himself. There was a sense of worry in him. The old man whispered, "That pill recipe and Jade are worth too much. It is inevitable people would be moved. That pill recipe is an ominous item. The first time it appeared, it caused a calamity in the Cloud Sea. Now this is the second time it has appeared. I just don't know who took it. The longer it is out there, the greater the calamity will be." The middle-aged man shook his head and let out a sigh. The old man hesitated for a bit and whispered, "According to the investigation, it was the 5 poison sect's old poisonous woman who took the pill recipe and Jade and went into hiding. Don't underestimate those old monsters of the rank 6 sects." The middle-aged man faintly smiled. The old man was startled. After he pondered carefully, he questioned, "Could there be someone else? If it really was the poisonous old woman, why does the 5 poison sect still exist?" The middle-aged man's eyes shined with wisdom. He slowly said, "How can that poisonous old woman withstand Luoxing and not be found considering her cultivation level? How would she be able to kill the Clear Flower sect's Noble Money while escaping? Noble Money was a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, who could kill him in the short period of time before the second wave of Clear Flower cultivators arrived." The old man gasped and his mind trembled. It took him a long time to recover, and terror filled his eyes. The Clear Flower sect's Noble Money was killed. He was evidently unaware of this matter. Poisonous old woman can't do this. Only the person who really obtained the Jade and recipe could have such strength. That person must have been forced to kill Noble Money. Presumably, when leaving the wild land, that person encountered Noble Money and aroused suspicion and then was forced to attack. The middle-aged man revealed a look of admiration and pity. He has vicious methods, decisive actions, and he cleanly killed Noble Money. Also, before that, this person quickly transferred the target on to the poisonous old woman's back, creating a layer of fog to gain some time. By doing so, he was able to confuse the rank 6 sects enough to escape their blockade before it was set up. Even if I were to change positions with him, I fear I'd be unable to do all of this. More importantly, this person's scheme is very deep. I don't know if he has another reason for framing the poisonous old woman. If he really saw through the truth and only then framed the poisonous old woman, then this person's mind is like a devil's. The pity in the middle-aged man's eyes became even stronger. The heart of the middle-aged man pounded rapidly. After pondering a bit, he was still somewhat puzzled. The middle-aged man didn't turn his head, but he seemed to be able to clearly see the doubt on the old man's face. He softly said, "If the rank 6 region successfully obtains the Jade and recipe, then it will be a good omen. However, if they found the Jade and recipe but lost it, then it will be a disaster for them. What they need is an explanation. An explanation to the rank 7, 8, or even 9 regions." The old man seemed to realize what happened and was filled with disbelief. His chest puffed up and down as he said, "So that's why they allowed the 5 poison sect to continue to exist and are also convinced it was the poisonous old woman. Even Noble Money's death will be seen as the action of a powerful cultivator of the 5 poison sect." The middle-aged man smiled. Then he spoke softly as if he was talking to himself. "This mysterious cultivator is smart and gave the rank 6 sects an excuse. No matter what happens in the end, with this explanation, their disaster will be a lot smaller. Why else would there be no Nirvana Shatterer cultivator among the search squads? There are merely Nirvana Cleanser cultivators searching for a mysterious person that can kill a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator in less than 7 minutes. If I were the sect master of one of the rank 6 sects, I would probably even help the mysterious cultivator erase all clues. That way, only the 5 poison sect would be destroyed." The old man beside him was completely shocked. He looked at the middle-aged man with a gaze filled with reverence and dread. There was even a trace of fear in his eyes. He had followed the middle-aged man, Yuncong, for many years and had seen him go from nothing to the peak. The Purple Dao sect was only a small sect in the rank 5 region 3,000 years ago. However, in this person's hands, it was now very formidable. Although it wasn't the strongest in the rank 5 region, the name Yuncong was known to people in the rank 6, 7, and 8 regions. I really want to have a meeting with this mysterious cultivator. I have a hunch that I will meet this person one day. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with expectation. He had his hands behind his back and looked like a mountain in the eyes of the old man. The old man silently pondered. Time slowly passed. The tiger broke through the star fog and moved faster and faster. When they were only half a day from the continent of Mo Luo, a flash of blue light appeared in the distance. This blue light was strange as it penetrated the fog and even made the fog blue. The tiger immediately stopped and revealed vigilance. There was even a trace of fear in its eyes, and it began to growl, but it didn't dare to move forward at all. This sudden scene suddenly caused the more than 30 cultivators to open their eyes at the same time. They calmly stood up and coldly stared ahead. There was unexpectedly no sign of panic. This was because they were the cultivators of the Purple Dao Sect, the core disciples of the Purple Dao Sect, and direct disciples chosen by the sect master of the Purple Dao Sect. They had pride. They could die or defeated, but they couldn't panic. Even if a mountain collapsed before them, they had to remain calm. The old man beside Lu Yuncong became serious as he looked at the strange, blue light. Only Lu Yuncong wasn't affected at all. He calmly looked at the fog as if nothing had happened. The blue fog spread and soon surrounded the surrounding 10,000 feet. A moment later, the blue fog parted and a beautiful woman walked out. She had a head of blue hair and a white dress. Her exquisite expression wasn't as cold as ice or gentle, just quiet and elegant. There was jade flute in her hand. She was like a fairy that had descended upon the mortal world. As this fairy gradually appeared, the moment she fully revealed herself, the blue fog around her turned corporeal and became a 10,000-foot-long blue dragon. This fairy was standing on the head of the blue dragon and calmly looked at Lu Yuncong. There were no fluctuations in her eyes. They were pure without any impurity in them. It was like a calm lake that was intoxicating. When one saw those eyes, no matter how tyrannical they were, they would calm down. There would also be a sense of inferiority in their heart. Qianmei. Lu Yuncong still had his hand behind his back as he looked at her. Although he was shocked by her elegance and beauty that was almost like a domain, his expression didn't change. Rank 9 Heaven-Breaking Sect, Qianmei. The old man beside Lu Yuncong took a few steps back and was on guard. He immediately recognized the woman because she was the only woman with blue hair in the Cloud Sea. Qianmei. Qianmei greets Brother Lu. The woman smiled and bowed slightly toward Lu Yuncong. Lu Yuncong smiled and clasped his hands. Fellow cultivator Li is too kind. Brother Lu, Qianmei has 3 questions to ask. I hope Brother Lu can resolve my doubts. The woman smiled softly, and she looked even more serene as he spoke. Along the way, she had asked many people the same questions. Everyone who answered were among the elite, but none of them were able to give her the answers she wanted. She had only asked one of the 3 questions as no one was able to make her ask the second, much less the third. Please speak. Lu Yuncong nodded. The woman softly said, the first question, what is heaven? Lu Yuncong looked at Qianmei. After pondering for a bit, he slowly said, heaven is a cage. The woman frowned slightly, but it was very alluring. A moment later, her eyes lit up and she revealed a smile that was like a blooming lily. Brother Lu's answer is very interesting. Qianmei wants to know why heaven is a cage. Lu Yuncong smiled. Is this the second question? The woman moved her blue hair and softly said, no, this is still the first question. Can Brother Lu answer? Chapter 1165, Lu Yuncong can't compare. For the frog in a well, the opening of the well is the heavens. For fishes in water, the water is the heavens. The well is the cage for the frog, and the water's surface is the boundary for the fishes. Lu Yuncong looked at the woman and calmly said, humans are like the frogs and fishes, so heaven is our cage. The frog wishes to leave the well, and the fishes still desire to jump out of the water. Humans naturally also want to break open the heavens and walk out from the cage. Qianmei thought for a moment. Then her eyes became more bright. There was a look of admiration in her eyes as she moved some of her hair behind her ear and said, Brother Lu's answer is very unique. Qianmei asked a lot of people along the way, but only Brother Lu was able to resolve my confusion. Qianmei flatters me. Lu Yuncong faintly smiled. Brother Lu is the first person who has made Qianmei ask the second question. I hope Brother Lu can continue to answer my questions. Qianmei looked at the man before her. She had heard that the rank 5 region had someone famous named Lu Yuncong. He was very intelligent and had a deep understanding of Dao. If I answer your 3 questions and solve your doubts, what reward will I get? Lu Yuncong smiled as he looked at Qianmei and waited for an answer. Qianmei blinked and smiled. If Brother Lu really can answer Qianmei's doubts, I can play a song for you on my flute. Okay. Lu Yuncong let out a smile and looked profoundly at Qianmei. He was still puzzled on the real reason why she was asking these questions. Qianmei looked at Yuncong and softly said, "The second question, what is heaven?" The old man beside Yuncong was still listening. When he heard his lord answer the first question, he smiled. But when he heard the second question, his expression became strange. Yuncong frowned and began to ponder. This time, he pondered for far longer than before. Qianmei wasn't anxious as she quietly waited for an answer from Yuncong. After 15 minutes, Yuncong slowly said, "Heaven is a road." Qianmei thought for a moment and softly asked, "The reason?" Yuncong raised his head and looked up. After pondering a bit, he said, "Heaven is under our feet and is a road for us to walk on. It is because of this road that there is Dao. Dao means this. It is a road that leads us to the direction of breaking out of this cage that is heaven." Qianmei's eyes became even brighter and the admiration in her eyes became even stronger. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for answering my questions. I feel much less puzzled now. I wonder where Brother Lu is going in such a rush." The old man beside Yuncong hesitated a bit before clasping his hands and asking, "Fellow cultivator Li, is this the third question?" Qianmei just silently smiled. "I'm going to the continent of Mo Luo to learn something and ask for an account." Yuncong's expression was neutral and there was no regret in his heart, even though he knew he wouldn't have the chance of answering the third question. Qianmei blinked and softly said, "I wonder if Brother Lu would mind me following?" I naturally welcomed Qianmei to come with me. Yuncong smiled and nodded. Along the way, Yuncong and Qianmei were quietly talking to each other and exchanging their Dao. They admired each other very much and gained a lot. The old man was still a few steps away. His gaze would occasionally fall on Yuncong and Qianmei. There was some strangeness in his eyes, but also a hint of joy. After the Sect Master's wife died, he never had another Dao partner. Although this Qianmei from the rank 9 sect has just met the Sect Master, she seems to get along well with him. If the two of them can form a Dao couple, with the Sect Master's wisdom, his future will be limitless. Then my purple Dao sect will be able to shake the cloud sea. After Qianmei left the heaven-breaking sect, she hardly had conversations like this. No one else was qualified to talk to her aside from Yuncong. No wonder even teacher praised this person as the #1 cultivator in the rank 5 region. Even the God sect is paying attention to him. He is indeed a rare and strange man. It is very rare for someone his age to have such a deep understanding of Dao. Even though my cultivation level is higher, I'm inferior to him in his regard. Unfortunately, even a person like this was still stopped by the second question. Qianmei sighed in her heart. If Qianmei wants to find the mysterious cultivator who has the jade, it will be a difficult matter. Time passed as the two talked, and they gradually reached the subject of the jade and mysterious recipe. Yuncong didn't hide his thoughts, and there was no need to hide them. So he told her his speculation. If this mysterious cultivator has such a scheming mind, then it will indeed not be difficult to find him. After Qianmei heard Yuncong's speculation, she gained a hint of interest toward this mysterious cultivator. Acts decisively, mind like a demon, and ruthless in killing. I don't admire many people in my life, but this mysterious cultivator can be considered one of them. As Yuncong praised, the pity in his eyes increased. Qianmei softly said, "This is all Brother Lu's speculation. Maybe the truth isn't like this. I hope my speculation is true, so I have a chance to meet him. That would give life some excitement." Yuncong let out a sigh. There was expectation in his eyes. As everyone moved forward, they got closer to the continent of Mo Luo. At this moment, they could vaguely see the shadow of the continent of Mo Luo. The tiger slowly stopped and floated in space. It coldly stared ahead. Yuncong looked at the elder beside him and calmly said, "The Purple Dao sect and the Origin sect have the same main sect. There is no need to cause too much confusion. I'll go by myself, and all of you wait here." The old man nodded in agreement. "Qianmei, let us go together." Yuncong faintly smiled, and his gaze fell on Qianmei. Qianmei nodded, and the two of them flew toward the continent of Mo Luo. The old man looked at the two disappear and softly said, "Maybe the Sect Master and her can really become a Dao couple." Continent of Mo Luo. Wang Lin had experienced the power of the pills of the Cloud Sea. After trying out the pills and comprehending through the beast souls inside, Wang Lin had grasped the essence of these pills. To borrow the beast soul to comprehend the heavens and then merge it with your own domain. Wang Lin was sitting inside the courtyard and had refused Yanfei and company's visit. He held the rank 8 pill in his hand and began to ponder. There is a flaw in the pills of the Cloud Sea. The comprehension gathered from the beast souls is very chaotic and difficult to comprehend. If one wants to extract the desired comprehension, They have to keep consuming pills for it to succeed. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin was looking at the pill in his hand when he suddenly noticed something. He looked up into the distance. They came. His expression was neutral without the slightest change. He withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the pill in his left hand. Shortly after, the door of the courtyard was opened by someone, and a man and a woman walked in. The man was middle-aged and wore a purple robe. He gave off a sense of majesty without being angry, and his eyes were like the stars. They contained endless wisdom. The woman beside him was extremely beautiful with skin as smooth as jade and as white as snow. There was a jade flute in her hand, and she gave off a very elegant feel. The arrival of those two didn't attract the attention of any Origin Sect cultivators, as if they had appeared out of nowhere. The moment they entered, the middle-aged man's gaze fell on Wang Lin, and his pupils shrank. Then he slowly walked over. His speed wasn't fast, but every step he took landed with Wang Lin's heartbeat. It seemed to contain a certain law and naturally gave off an unspeakable pressure. What was even more strange was that as the man closed in, the sky darkened after a dozen or so steps. The dark clouds covered half the world as he moved forward, and the dark clouds seemed to be devouring the sky. Sit. Wang Lin still hadn't raised his head. Wang Lin was surprised about the fact that these two could find him here without anyone in the Origin Sect noticing. He only said one word, but at this moment, the middle-aged man's footsteps paused. It was as if the rhythm he had set up with those dozen steps was messed up, making him unable to distinguish between true and false. It was as if everything that had happened before had collapsed with a thought from Wang Lin. Lu Yuncong's expression immediately became serious. This feeling was very clear. He had clearly spread out his cultivation and domain and surrounded this man in white. Those steps he was taking were his domain, and each step should have been a domain attack. As he moved forward, his domain merged with the world, and his Dao turned into the dark clouds, giving him even more momentum. These dozen simple steps were him borrowing the might of the heavens and descending on this ordinary-looking man in white. If it was someone else, just these dozen steps would have been enough to collapse their domain and seriously injure their origin soul. If the injury was more serious, it would have left a mark on their Dao heart and caused their Dao foundation to collapse. Even if someone could resist, they would still reveal a sign of resistance. Lu Yuncong was very confident in his own domain and Dao, but at this moment, he was moved due to a simple word from this ordinary-looking man in white. This one word had disintegrated everything he had set up, as if everything he had done was not real. Why not sit? Wang Lin raised his head. His gaze moved from the pill and looked at the man in purple. Their eyes met. It was as if an invisible thunderclap had exploded within this courtyard, and the middle-aged man in purple was greatly shocked. He subconsciously took 2 steps back, and his expression changed greatly. As he retreated, the dark clouds in the sky were all torn apart and disappeared in an instant. The sky was clear once more. No matter how deep and profound Lu Yuncong's understanding of Dao was, how could he compare with Wang Lin? Wang Lin had comprehended the life and death cycle after 500 years of cultivation, and after more than 900 years, he completed his life and death cycle, which then changed into karma. Then, after more than 1,000 years, his karma was complete and transformed again into the domain of true and false. What could Lu Yuncong use to compare? What qualification did he have to compare? He couldn't compare. Qianmei was watching this from the beginning. She had come with Lu Yuncong because she admired his understanding of Dao and had goodwill toward him. She felt that among the junior generation, no one had a deeper understanding of Dao than Lu Yuncong. This was also the reason why Lu Yuncong was being watched by the high-ranked sects. However, her mind changed when she looked at Wang Lin, and her eyes shined brighter than they had ever shined before. Brother, I have 3 questions I'd like to ask. Can you answer them? Chapter 1166, The Lie of Heaven. No cultivator of the Origin Sect noticed what had happened in the southern courtyard. The southern courtyard was a forbidden land, so no disciple would dare to enter. Even Lu Yanfei and company would only come if called, and they wouldn't dare to break in. After instantly killing a rank 8 beast, and telling the rank 6 sect cultivators to scram, Wang Lin was like an ancestor to the Origin Sect disciples. They were filled with respect and awe toward him. Lu Yuncong's expression was extremely ugly as he stared at Wang Lin. He was in a dilemma. Before the eyes of this man in white, he couldn't step forward or backward. If he stepped forward, he felt like the world would collapse, but if he stepped backward, his Dao would collapse. It was as if his Dao was mere child's play before this man in white. Sweat came out from his forehead. Lu Yuncong had never seen a person who had a Dao like this. Everything seemed like an illusion, but if the other party wished, everything would be real. He even had a feeling that this world would change along with this person's will. If he sits there, he is Dao. A strange thought appeared in Lu Yuncong's mind. Li Qianmei's words came at this moment. Her voice was soft and beautiful. There was even a sense of elegance in it that made people calm down. When Wang Lin's gaze moved from Li Yuncong to Li Qianmei, Lu Yuncong let out a breath of relief. He retreated several steps, and his expression turned gloomy. Wang Lin calmly looked at Li Qianmei. This woman's cultivation was unfathomable. Although she was hiding her cultivation level, Wang Lin could see that she was at the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Who was this fellow cultivator? Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but his mind began to think. A gentle breeze blew by, causing a few strands of Li Qianmei's hair to flutter before her. She pulled those strands of hair behind her ear as she looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Heaven-breaking sect, Li Qianmei." Wang Lin's mind moved, but his expression didn't change, and he slowly said, "Why did fellow cultivator Li come here?" Li Qianmei chuckled as she blinked and smiled. "I came to ask elder brother 3 questions to help ease Qianmei's doubts." "Why should I resolve your doubts?" Wang Lin's words were calm. Li Qianmei's expression was still calm. After pondering a bit, she said, "Qianmei can play a song on my flute for you." Wang Lin frowned and calmly said, "I don't need it." Li Qianmei smiled and softly said, "Qianmei can resolve your issue with the purple Dao sect." "I don't need it." Li Qianmei was distressed as she looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Dao brother seems to misunderstand. Qianmei just met brother Lu and just happened to come together. I didn't come here to fight Dao brother. Qianmei won't participate in the matter between you and the purple Dao sect. I just want to ask 3 questions that I have had for a long time. I have no other intent." Li Qianmei rarely explained things in such detail. She naturally saw that Wang Lin thought that she had come with Lu Yuncong, so she explained everything. After looking at Li Qianmei for a bit, Wang Lin frowned and asked, "What kind of doubt?" "It is related to Dao." Li Qianmei smiled. Wang Lin slowly said, "1 doubt for 1 item." When Lu Yuncong heard this, he revealed a wry smile. He didn't think of asking for an item. He would have instead listened to her music for fun and with the intent of getting on good terms with her. Li Qianmei was also startled. She chuckled and nodded. If Dao brother can solve Qianmei's issue, that is possible. Wang Lin lowered his head to look at the rank 8 pill in his hand and calmly said, "Ask." Dao brother, Qianmei's first question, "What is heaven?" Li Qianmei's eyes lit up. The most satisfactory answer she had heard was Lu Yuncong saying that the heavens were a cage. At this moment, she really wanted to know how this ordinary-looking man in white would answer. Not only did she have expectations, even Lu Yuncong became serious. He wanted to know how someone with such a powerful Dao domain would answer this question. Lu Yuncong always thought that his answer was perfect, or else he wouldn't have been the first person to make Li Qianmei ask the second question. After hearing Li Qianmei's question, Wang Lin smiled. He looked at Li Qianmei but didn't speak. Seeing Wang Lin's smile, Li Qianmei was very puzzled, but she wasn't in a rush, so she waited for Wang Lin to answer. Lu Yuncong frowned. He didn't know why this man in white had smiled after hearing this question. The way Lu Yuncong saw it, that smile was filled with sarcasm and ridicule. Wang Lin shook his head and calmly said, "Ask the second question." Lu Yuncong looked at Wang Lin and said, "You haven't told her what heaven is." Wang Lin looked at Lu Yuncong and casually said, "Oh? Then what do you think heaven is?" "Heaven is a cage. The opening of the well is heaven. The surface of the water is heaven." Lu Yuncong's words were calm, but filled with confidence. Li Qianmei was still frowning on the side and still thinking. She couldn't see through Wang Lin. When she heard Lu Yuncong's words, she softly said, "Qianmei has asked a lot of fellow cultivators this question, but elder brother Lu gave the most convincing answer. Why did Dao brother laugh? Is there something wrong with Qianmei's question?" Wang Lin looked at Li Qianmei, and after a long time, he calmly said, "Is there a heaven?" After he spoke, Li Qianmei was startled in place. She had asked many people, but none of them had responded like this. Even Lu Yuncong's pupil shrank, and he subconsciously looked up at the sky. Lu Yuncong coldly snorted. "What nonsense? Heaven is all around us. What kind of nonsense is asking if there is a heaven?" Li Qianmei pondered for a bit and softly said, "Where is there no heaven?" Wang Lin didn't speak, but raised his right hand and waved. A breeze blew through the courtyard, and a circle appeared on the ground around Li Qianmei and Lu Yuncong. It was as if someone had drawn a circle around them with a stick. "This is the circle is the heaven both of you think exist. Because you believe that there is a heaven, the heavens exist. You regard yourselves as ants that struggle to break out from the heavens, which is your cage. This is your belief and your faith. However, even if you walk out from the circle, what's the use?" Wang Lin shook his head and waved his right hand. Then another circle formed around the circle from before. "Once you come out, there will still be another heaven, and the cycle of karma continues without end until the heaven in your heart is erased by the heavens. and this is the lie of the heavens. I was thinking about this hundreds of years ago. So why must there be a heaven? After Wang Lin finished speaking, he calmly sat there and no longer spoke. Lu Yuncong's body trembled violently, as if someone had hit his head with a bat. His ears buzzed as if countless bolts of thunder had exploded in his mind, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. He stepped out of the first circle but was still in the second. He stared at the two circles as Wang Lin's voice echoed in his mind. Lie of the heavens. His face gradually grew pale, and his mind became chaotic. The Dao he had cultivated all his life began to crack. He wanted to refute the words of the man in white, but he was powerless. The two circles outside his body seemed to expand forever and eventually became the heaven in his heart, a cage. He spent all his effort to get out of the first cage only to find that he was in another one. This strange feeling made his face pale, and blood came out from the corner of his mouth. He revealed a self-deprecating smile. Qianmei slowly closed her eyes, and her mind trembled. Wang Lin's words were like a rune that danced in her mind and was gradually engraved into her heart. She originally thought that the confusion in her Dao was like the clouds. No one she had asked along the way could lift it. Only Lu Yuncong's words were like lightning that made the clouds dissipate a bit. However, at this moment, she understood that Lu Yuncong's understanding of Dao was simply ridiculous. He had fallen into the lie of heavens and was unable to pull himself out. Wang Lin's voice was like a storm. It turned into two invisible hands and swept away all the confusion and clouds in her mind, revealing the blue sky. Her eyelashes trembled lightly as Qianmei opened her eyes. She looked at Wang Lin for a long time, and admiration appeared in her eyes. Qianmei bowed and softly said, "Can Dao brother tell me your name?" Lu Zahao. Wang Lin's voice was still calm, without the slightest fluctuation. Brother Lu's answer has enlightened Qianmei. Qianmei would like to ask the second question. I hope Brother Lu can clear Qianmei's doubts. Qianmei looked at Wang Lin with bright eyes. For the first question, I want one of the highest quality pills you have. Wang Lin looked at Qianmei. Qianmei blinked and revealed a smile. Her little girl smile was very alluring, but at this moment, Lu Yuncong was bitterly thinking, so he didn't see it. Wang Lin saw it, but he was indifferent. Brother Lu has miscalculated. Most of the pills on Qianmei are half complete and need to be refined back at the sect. The highest I have is only rank 10, and it isn't a soul-parting death pill, but a healing pill. Since Brother Lu asked for it, I'll give it to you. After Qianmei spoke, her right hand reached at the void and a crack to her storage space appeared. A pill flew out into Wang Lin's hands. Wang Lin frowned as he accepted the pill and put it away after looking at it. Qianmei's second question, what is heaven? Qianmei's eyes were very bright. Her heart pounded as she waited for Wang Lin's answer. She had never felt this kind of feeling before, even when Lu Yuncong was answering. Although she was looking forward to it, there wasn't this level of expectation. After hearing Qianmei's second question, Wang Lin raised his head to look at the blue sky. There was a hint of melancholy on his face as he softly said, the first question was asking about the limit of Dao. The second is asking about the will of the heavens. After he spoke, Qianmei's eyes became even brighter and fixated on Wang Lin. He was the first person she had met that was able to guess the different meaning behind the two same questions. Lu Yuncong took a deep breath and suppressed the chaos in his mind. After hearing Wang Lin's words, he was startled, but he understood why he wasn't qualified to answer the third question even though he felt that his answer was perfect. Chapter 1167, looking back with a smile. Because he didn't even understand the difference between the two questions. An old friend once told me that the rain is born from the heavens and dies on the earth. The middle is life. But does the rain really come from the heavens? Rain comes from the void and has nothing to do with the heavens. The rain falls on the earth and nourishes all life, but it has nothing to do with the earth. It is just the fate of rain. The rain forms from water vapor, and water vapor comes from all living things. The rain naturally needs to return to them. This is a cycle of karma, and it can also be considered fate. There is the law of fate. It is invisible, but it surrounds all life and quietly changes everything. Wang Lin looked at the sky and randomly waved his hand. A thunderous rumble came from the sky, and then water vapor gathered from all sides. Dark clouds appeared, and a moment later, rain fell from the sky. Look at the life of a raindrop. Is there any raindrop that falls in a straight line? I observed rain for a long time like I was viewing life, but I didn't see any drop of rain fall straight without changing its trajectory. They always change due to the wind or the clouds or their own weight, adjusting the place they will land. Do you see the unwillingness from the rain? Do you know why it is like this? Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at Qianmei. Qianmei looked at the rain, and after a long time, she softly said, Where the will of the heavens exists, fate will change. The life of a raindrop is very short, but due to cycle, it is very long. Cultivators like us have very long lives, but due to the will of the heavens, it is also very short. However, in the short life of a drop of rain, it struggles countless times to escape the control of fate. In order to fight fate, it keeps changing where it will land. And the long lives of cultivators like us are not something the rain can't compare to. But how many are willing to desperately struggle to the death to escape the clutches of fate like the rain? To struggle until death to resist the arrangement of the heavens. To struggle until death to defy the will of the heavens. Wang Lin waved his sleeves, and the sky rumbled, and the rain was pushed back into the clouds. The dark clouds collapsed, and the rain turned into water vapor that dissipated into the world. You changing the fate of the raindrop makes you the will of the heavens. The moth will be burned by the fire. If you blow out the fire, making it so the moth can't die in the fire, then you have changed the fate of the moth. If fate wants someone to die, but you save them, then you are the will of the heavens. There is a saying from ancient times. Are those who call themselves kings and lords more noble than us? This saying embodies this truth. The Celestials also had a saying. Once a man achieves Dao, his chicken and dogs will rise to heaven. This is another embodiment of this truth. This is my answer to your second question. Wang Lin's voice was resolute. After he spoke, everything became quiet. As Lu Yuncong stared at Wang Lin, his mind trembled. His eyes were filled with a complicated expression, but he couldn't help but respect this ordinary man in white. The other party's words had fallen on his mind. Lu Yuncong silently pondered for a moment, and then clasped his hands at Wang Lin. He didn't speak, but his action revealed his admiration. Qianmei looked at the sky, and confusion filled her eyes. She let out a sigh, and looked at Wang Lin. This time her gaze was very different. She bit her lower lip and softly said, "Little sister is convinced by brother Lu's Dao." As she spoke, she waved her right hand and took out a jade and pill from her storage space. She gently sent them over. This is a semi-complete pill infused with a rank 10 beast soul. The list of herbs and method required to finish the pill are inside the jade. She hesitated a bit before looking at Wang Lin and whispering, "Little sister has one last question to ask." Wang Lin was the first person she had met who made her ask the third question. There was a trace of complexity in her eyes as she carefully looked at Wang Lin as if she wanted to engrave him in her mind. No else one knew the importance and significance of these three questions to her. I hope brother Lu can resolve little sister's third question. For some unknown reason, there was a trace of red on Qianmei's face. Qianmei looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "The third question still is, what is heaven?" Wang Lin silently pondered and closed his eyes. Time slowly passed, and after 7 minutes, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He looked at Qianmei and calmly spoke. "What you're asking is about not heaven, but Dao." Qianmei pondered a bit and gently nodded. "I have always been thinking about this question as well. I once thought that I found the answer, but looking at it now, that answer doesn't seem complete. I wonder what the answer brother Lu obtained was. Can you tell little sister?" Qianmei's gaze was pure as she looked at Wang Lin. Li Yuncong stood on the side and let out a sigh in his heart. He felt like he was a third wheel. He shook his head and simply sat down on the ground. He waved his right hand, took out a jug, and downed a big gulp. Wang Lin pondered a bit and slowly said, "I'm the fish, the Dao is the net, and the river is the heavens. The fisherman who controls the net is fate." When Li Yuncong heard this, his right hand stopped. He pondered a bit, and after a long time, he seemed to gain enlightenment. He looked at Wang Lin, then his right hand reached at the void to take out another jug of wine, and he threw it at Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught the jug and took a big gulp. Lu Yuncong let out a sigh and looked at Wang Lin with a complicated look. Although this person looked ordinary, he had an aura that made him yield. My child was really damned. Dying to him could be considered his fortune. Lu Yuncong wasn't an ordinary person. After drinking a mouthful of wine, he untied the knot in his heart. Qianmei frowned as she gently massaged between her brow and softly said, "Teacher once said something similar. He once said that a person is the ant, Dao is the mountain, and will is the heavens. If the heavens are angry, the Dao moves with the heavens. If the ant is angry, it also has the strength to move the mountain." As she spoke, looked at the ground. She placed down a white cloth and also sat down. Dao isn't the net or the mountain, but a thought. This thought varies from person to person. Some people regard it as a net, while others regard it as a mountain. When Wang Lin heard Qianmei's words, he began to ponder, and his eyes gradually grew brighter. Dao is a thought. A person is a person because they have thoughts, so they can separate from their body, merge with the world, and ponder about the unknown. Yuncong also seemed to gain enlightenment, and he seemed to mutter to himself. Qianmei thought for a bit and smiled. Brother Lu's way of thinking is very peculiar. The three of them seemed to have forgotten the passage of time and began to chat in the courtyard. The originally murderous aura had been washed away by this Dao debate. Night came, and the moon hung high in the sky. This caused the shadow of the moon to appear before all three of them. The three of them forgot about time as they debated Dao, but this made the lives of the people outside bitter. The old man originally wasn't anxious, but after waiting for more than half a day, he began to frown. He didn't understand why they hadn't returned after such a long time with the sect masters Cultivation and Qianmei. After several more hours, the anxiety in the old man's heart became even stronger. He vaguely had a bad feeling. He clenched his teeth and no longer hesitated. He took control of the tiger beast and headed to the continent of Mo Luo along with more than 30 purple Dao sect core disciples. However, just as they closed in, before they broke through the protective barrier, a commanding voice echoed. "Back off. Without my order, you're not allowed to take half a step into the continent of Mo Luo." This voice belonged to Yuncong. The old man was startled and quickly controlled the tiger to retreat. However, his heart was still puzzled. Inside the courtyard, daylight enveloped the yard. Wang Lin looked at Yuncong, and Yuncong silently sat there drinking wine. He understood that he was not an opponent for this man in white. Even if the entire purple Dao sect came, it wouldn't make any difference. Wang Lin looked at Qianmei and calmly said, "For the third question, I can only say that Dao is like a thought." Qianmei revealed a smile, and it was very beautiful. She looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Thank you, Brother Lu, for resolving little sister's doubt. I hope Brother Lu inform me once he finds the answer to the third question. From now on, little sister won't be asking others these questions." Wang Lin was startled. He looked at Qianmei, and after pondering for a bit, he nodded. Yuncong let out a sigh and stood up. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and said, "Fellow cultivator Lu, with our night of Dao debate, our past enmity is gone. However, you must return that celestial flag to me." Wang Lin's gaze was calm, and he shook his head. "You." Yuncong took a deep breath and bitterly smiled. Yuncong let out a sigh and said, "Fellow cultivator Lu, this celestial flag doesn't belong to the purple Dao sect. It was sent by the main sect to be nourished. It must be returned after 100 years. If you don't want to return it, I won't insist, but once the 100-year period is up and the main sect comes asking for it, don't blame me for telling them the truth. The celestial flag is something that belongs to the main sect." Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but thoughts flashed through his mind. "It is. Forget it. Since you don't want to return it, I won't insist. Farewell." Yuncong clasped his hands. When he looked at Qianmei and saw that she had no intent to leave, he couldn't help but feel bitterness in his heart. He clasped his hands at Qianmei and left. After Yuncong left, Qianmei looked at Wang Lin and gently smiled. She held up her jade flute next to her mouth and began to play. The sound of the flute echoed. It was filled with warmth and elegance. It was graceful like a gentle sea breeze and made it so people couldn't help but be immersed. This flute contained a tranquil charm, like the life in a village or the clear mountain stream. It washed away all the dirt in one's heart. It was like a rainbow bridge that connected two people so the estrangement between them would disappear. Feeling the quiet and elegance in the song, Wang Lin closed his eyes. It was as if he had gone back to planet Suzaku and saw that woman playing the zither, or the blind woman in the demon spirit land. The flute song entering his ears mixed with the zither in his heart. It was difficult to distinguish them. Yuncong left accompanied by the sound of the flute, and the bitterness in his heart became even stronger. He looked at the origin sect and let out a sigh before leaving without looking back. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of the flute dissipated. Qianmei stood up and looked at Wang Lin before walking toward the gate of the courtyard. Then she stopped and looked back with a smile. Just as this smile bloomed, Wang Lin opened his eyes. "Brother Lu, the continent of Peng Lai will be holding an auction that only occurs every 30 years. Are you interested in going?" Chapter 1168, The Mysterious Starfield Behind the Rank 9 Region. The continent of Peng Lai was very famous in the Rank 5 region. Most of this fame came from the Treasured Jade Sect. The Treasured Jade Sect was the #1 sect in the Rank 5 region. They had many cultivators and naturally had a lot of old monsters. The continent they were on was called Peng Lai, but it was also called the Peng Lai Celestial Realm. The size of Peng Lai was far larger than Mo Luo. It was at least a dozen times bigger. It's a bit inappropriate to call it a continent, because it was half a cultivation planet. In the Cloud Sea, There were very few cultivation planets. They were very rare. Only those very powerful sects could own them. Even the treasured Jade sect wasn't qualified to occupy a complete cultivation planet. They could only get half. They only got half because an ancestor 20,000 years ago had achieved great merit, and this was given to them by the rank 9 Ghost sect. Even until now, no other higher rank cultivator dared to covet for this cultivation planet, which allowed the treasured Jade sect to keep this cultivation planet. Looking through the star fog, Peng Lai looked like a tooth. Layers of protective barriers glowed around it, pushing the star fog back and making Peng Lai shine. Aside from the treasured Jade sect, part of the fame of Peng Lai was the auction it held every 30 years. Every time, there would be a large amount of cultivators, including some famous cultivators from the upper regions. The whole thing was extremely lively. The auction takes place over 3 months, meaning there will be a very comprehensive list of treasures, pills, pill recipes, and spirit beasts for sale. It provides cultivators with a large variety of resources. This also includes the exchanging of celestial jades and origin crystals along with the trafficking of bodies and cultivation furnaces. There was even gambling by using your own spirit beast to fight. Of course, the most interesting things were the Peng Lai Chaos and auctioning your own goods. The Peng Lai Chaos was an environment in the treasured Jade sect where cultivators could freely bet in life and death matches. The winner would take the loser's treasures. The auction on Peng Lai was about to open. So many rays of light were heading over. Due to the matter with the jade and pill recipe, there were many cultivators from the rank 6 region this time. There were even cultivators from the rank 7 or 8 regions coming as well. Among the stars, there were 2 rays of light. It was a man and woman. The man wore white and looked very calm. Even if a mountain collapsed before him, his expression wouldn't change. He was Wang Lin. The woman beside him was extremely beautiful and also wore snow white as well. Her blue hair moved without any wind, and her exquisite face could cause anyone's heart to pound. She gave off a tranquil and elegant aura, like she was a fairy that had descended onto this mortal world. If you met her eyes, you wouldn't be able to help but feel ashamed. Just a few more days before we reached the continent of Peng Lai, Qianmei came to Peng Lai 500 years ago with a fellow sect member. It was very lively, and I have good memories of it. The woman's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of remembrance, and she smiled. Wang Lin was on the side, silently looking ahead. He normally wouldn't have come here with Li Qianmei and wasn't interested in this auction. However, after listening to Li Qianmei's words, he pondered a bit and was tempted. The cloud sea was filled with star fog, and without an accurate star map, it was almost impossible to navigate. The higher rank the region, the more true this was. In order to go from the rank 5 region to the rank 8 region, it required a lot more star maps. In the cloud sea, a comprehensive star map was very rare. Most were made by individuals, so they required you to collect many of them. Then you'd had to verify their accuracy before obtaining a more comprehensive map. The reason he had agreed to come was because he wanted to get a star map. However, star maps were extremely valuable, and very few people were willing to trade them. After all, with how the cloud sea was, a star map was the top secret of a sect. This was understandable. Very few sects dared to say they had a star map that covered this vast star system covered in star fog. After all, there were many places that no cultivators had gone to before. At times like this, the role of a star map was extremely important. On an unknown continent, the information on what fierce beasts there were and what herbs there were would be considered valuable information. Only a few cultivators or a sect would control his information. Without a star map, it would be difficult to move. Even the development of a sect would be affected. The only way they could get resources would be to go to some wild continents everyone knew. Therefore, every single sect would spend a lot of effort to explore the stars. However, it was difficult to find your direction within the fog, and there were countless fierce beasts within. It would often cost a sect a great price to explore an area. As a result, it was naturally better to exchange star maps. However, humans were naturally greedy, so even in exchanges, there would be false information or information that would lead people to dangerous areas. As a result, the trading of star maps gradually died down. Every single sect preferred to go explore themselves and obtain a safe star map rather than exchanging for a fake one that would make them pay a bloody price. As for Li Qianmei, she had used a unique transfer array in her sect to each of the subsections. Only after several transfers did she arrive in the rank 5 region. This was a common method sect rank 8 and above sects used in the Cloud Sea. Like spreading seeds into the lower regions, they supported or reconstructed various subsections. They allowed the sub-sects to grow, and their biggest role was to act as transfer locations. This allowed the people of the main sect to move to the different regions and thus avoid the issue of the lack of star maps. There was a transfer array like this in the Origin Sect. However, every time the transfer array activated, it would be crossing starfields and therefore required a large amount of celestial jade or origin crystals to activate. Thus, without the main sect giving the appropriate permission, it was impossible to activate. Along the way, Wang Lin was pondering. He pretended to listen to Li Qianmei's words, but didn't chat with her. Li Qianmei was very angry. Along the way, this man beside her was like a mute and never said a word. It was only her talking, as if she was talking to herself. As the two flew, they became silent. Wang Lin looked at Li Qianmei. After pondering a bit, he slowly said, "The rank 9 region is very mysterious to us. I wonder how many sects are in the rank 9 region." There was no flaw in his question. In the Cloud Sea, due to the star fog, it created barriers between cultivators, so a lot of information wasn't widespread. The rank 9 region was also high above and was a mysterious existence. The Origin Sect records only had a simple description of the rank 9 region. They only knew that there was a god sect. Wang Lin only found out about the heaven-breaking sect after obtaining the jade and searching the memories of the poisoned old woman. After all, a rank 5 sect wouldn't know more than a rank 6 sect. Li Qianmei heard Wang Lin talk. After pondering a bit, she answered Wang Lin's question. There are a total of 4 sects in the rank 9 region, namely the God Sect, the Ghost Sect, the Demon Sect, and the Heaven-Breaking Sect. The Heaven-Breaking Sect Qianmei belongs to is the weakest, while the God Sect is the strongest. The Ghost Sect is the most mysterious. As for the Demon Sect, Li Qianmei hesitated a bit and whispered. The Demon Sect is located in the deepest part of the rank 9 region, and it is very difficult for cultivators to enter it. All the powerful fierce beasts gather there. Teacher once said that there are terrifying beasts that can take human form there. However, with the God Sect around, the Demon Sect isn't able to do much. Oh, Wang Lin's expression changed slightly, and then he said, "Fierce beasts that can take human form?" Li Qianmei nodded and softly said, "Fierce beasts can comprehend the heavens and cultivate Dao, so why wouldn't they be able to cultivate a human form? However, there aren't many fierce beasts like this, only a rare few. There are a few matters you and a vast majority of cultivators don't know about. Even my heaven-breaking sect only found out about some of these secrets after entering the rank 9 region." Li Qianmei's expression was serious. After pondering a bit, she whispered, "A long time ago, there was only one sect in the rank 9 region of the Cloud Sea. It was the God Sect. After the God Sect had ruled the Cloud Sea for countless years, the first outbreak of fierce beasts occurred. During that time, there were 3 fierce beasts with human form. It was said they came from another star system. Without the God Sect, this outbreak of fierce beasts would have spread across the entire Cloud Sea. In the end, it was stopped by the God Sect, so it didn't spread, and not many outsiders know of this. That war was said to have brought heavy casualties. After suppressing the fierce beasts, the God Sect sent out a group of people to be stationed in the depths of the rank 9 region. There is crack in space there that links to a mysterious star system. Some extremely powerful beasts came from there. In order to stop the fierce beasts from spreading, battles broke out there for tens of thousands of years. Even now, the fight continues. A part of the God Sect gave up their freedom and remained deep within the rank 9 region, acting as the first line of defense. However, as time passed, these God Sect disciples became independent and started calling themselves the Demon Sect. They stopped taking orders from the God Sect, but they still defended that position from waves of fierce beast attacks. Li Qianmei's voice was very beautiful, but the contents of her words were shocking. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. He didn't think the Cloud Star system was hiding such a shocking secret. The God Sect was worried about this. They dreaded the Demon Sect and the invading fierce beasts. They first helped promote the Ghost Sect, who are good at using soul capture spells, into a rank 9 sect. Then they raised my heaven-breaking sect into rank 9 as well. All of this was to prepare for the second outbreak that could happen at any time. After she finished speaking, she looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "This matter is of great importance. I hope Brother Lu won't tell others." Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and nodded. He then looked into the distance as if his gaze could penetrate the void and reach the rank 9 region. He saw the spatial crack the Demon Sect had been suppressing for tens of thousands of years and saw the mysterious unknown star system inside. Everything in this world has a reason. If what Li Qianmei said is true, then where is that mysterious star system? Chapter 1169, Who are you? Every several hundred years, the rank 9 region forms an army of cultivators to send to help fight against the fierce beasts from the mysterious star system. Perhaps it won't be long before Qianmei will have to go as well. Li Qianmei's blue hair fluttered and a few strands were caught by her right hand as she smiled. Wang Lin silently pondered. If that day comes, Brother Lu has to send Qianmei off. Li Qianmei blinked and chuckled. That smile was beautiful like a blooming orchid, with a sense of grace and elegance. That beautiful face was similar to Lu Yanfei's, who stood on top of her pavilion and silently watched when Wang Lin left the continent of Imo Luo. There was also her soft voice. I hope Senior comes to the 100-year competition that will occur in the main sect. With Lu Yanfei's intelligence, she could tell that the continent of Imo Luo couldn't keep Wang Lin. This was, after all, only a foothold, and he was just a passerby. She knew he was going to leave after resolving the matter with the Origin sect. His departure had happened almost immediately after the disaster with the Purple Dao sect had been resolved. Once he leaves, she probably won't see him return. The blue-haired woman that left with Wang Lin also caught Lu Yanfei's eyes, and she gradually lowered her head. Wang Lin saw this scene and heard this. He couldn't look back and shouldn't have looked back as he flew far away. But just as he was about to depart the continent of Imo Luo, Wang Lin's words were like a gentle breeze that lifted Lu Yanfei's hair. I will. At this moment, Wang Lin looked at Li Qianmei, who was already at the late stage of Nirvana Shatterer but didn't have the slightest hint of arrogance, and was like a next-door little sister. He listened to her talk about the secrets of the Rank 9 region. He listened to her talk about the war with the fierce beasts. He listened to her asking him to send her off. Wang Lin pondered a bit before he nodded and whispering, I will. Li Qianmei smiled. When she smiled, her eyes were like the crescent moon. On the second day of the auction, Wang Lin and Li Qianmei arrived outside of Penglai. Li Qianmei used her Dao spell to turn her hair black. This made it so she wouldn't have to worry about being recognized. The black-haired Li Qianmei was even more elegant. Her standing next to Wang Lin attracted the attention of many surrounding cultivators. The Treasured Jade sect had placed a lot of disciples around Penglai to receive the arriving cultivators. After paying the fee, they would open the formation and allow the cultivators inside. This was the first time Wang Lin had seen a cultivation planet since he came to the Cloud Sea, even if it was only half of one. However, compared to the shock other cultivators experienced when they saw a cultivation planet, Wang Lin was extremely calm. In the Cloud Sea, a majority of cultivators had never seen a cultivation planet before, only floating continents. The shock of seeing a cultivation planet for the first time always showed on their faces. However, to Wang Lin, a cultivation planet really wasn't much. He was born on a cultivation planet. He had accepted his teacher on a cultivation planet, and in all heaven, he even had his own cultivation planet. There was no need to talk about the large starfield within the Vermilion Bird Divine sect. The cultivators of the Treasured Jade sect all had some pride, because they owned a real cultivation planet. However, before Wang Lin, their pride was really insignificant. As each cultivators paid their spirit stones and entered, it was finally Wang Lin and Li Qianmei's turn. The cultivators stationed here were mostly at the Yin and Yang stage. However, the cultivator leading them was unexpectedly at the Nirvana Scryer stage. The Treasured Jade sect sure has a good name, to have a Nirvana Scryer, cultivator, to welcome people. Wang Lin secretly shook his head. He could easily see through the Treasured Jade sect's actions. They were putting on a show of power. After paying the spirit stones, Wang Lin and Li Qianmei entered the continent of Penglai. Li Qianmei smiled and whispered, the auction this time is a lot better. Last time I came here, they had a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator welcoming people. I thought I was going to another Rank 9 sect, and forgot that this was only the Rank 5 region. Wang Lin silently shook his head. Although people felt that the Treasured Jade sect was shameless, Penglai was very beautiful. The earth was green, and the mortals in the capital cities looked up respectfully at the cultivators flying by. There was a hint of envy in their eyes. There were even majestic mountains and rivers. It was a feast for the eyes. The location of the auction was on the eastern part of Penglai. It was a spectacular sight with stones floating in the air and pavilions built on top of them. White clouds filled the sky and surrounded those stones, making the eastern part of Penglai look like the celestial realm. The size of these cities built on these rocks were different based on the size of the rocks. There were many of these stones floating there with a large stone in the center. They weren't stationary but slowly rotating. There were also bursts of music and melodies coming out from these stones. However, on top of that, there were even graceful beasts flying between the stones. They would appear and disappear within the clouds. Looking at this, Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but he sighed in his heart. There was a large formation on each of those stones that consumed large amounts of spirit stones every second to remain floating. The Treasure Jade sect is famous for being wasteful, but although it looks like the celestial realm, it lacks celestial spiritual energy because they are using spirit stones. In the end, it is only an emaciation. Not even the treasured jade sect can afford that many celestial jades, much less origin crystals. Qianmei laughed. Hearing Qianmei mentioning celestial jades, Wang Lin made a strange face. He had already learned from the records at the origin sect that the Cloud Sea was severely lacking in celestial jades. This was greatly related to the wind celestial realm being occupied by the mosquito beasts. If they couldn't enter, they couldn't get any celestial jades. Even the treasured jade sect only dared to squander spirit stones and were extremely stingy with celestial jades. Even the young master of the purple Dao sect didn't have 100 pieces of celestial jades in his bag. This was just how rare they were. Similarly, in the Cloud Sea, there was an even more precious resource called the origin crystal. Just like how celestial jades were required for reaching the ascendant stage, and yin and yang cultivators used them for their formations and treasures, the origin crystals had even greater for second-step cultivators. Origin crystals only existed in the Cloud Sea and were loved by second-step cultivators. Absorbing them could rapidly recover origin energy for second-step cultivators. They could also drastically increase the rate of cultivating. If you had an origin crystal when setting formations or refining treasures, their power would be increased. However, origin crystals were as rare as celestial jades. The only difference was that the celestial jades were in the wind celestial realm, making them almost impossible to obtain. As for the origin crystals, they were mostly controlled by the rank 8 or higher sects, most of it by the rank 9 sects. All of this was due to the formation of origin crystals. They couldn't be mined, but were formed by rank 12 beasts that could turn into fog. After a rank 12 beast has lived inside the star fog for a long time, an origin crystal gradually forms. Only sects and cultivators with rank 12 beasts could farm origin crystals. However, there weren't many rank 12 beasts, and only a few of them could turn into fog. As a result, only rank 8 sects and higher possessed them. If an origin beast were to appear in the lower region, a massive fight for it would occur. After all, an origin beast meant origin crystals. Wang Lin stepped into a city on one of the floating stones with Qianmei. The city was open and there were a lot of cultivators within. Some had even paid the treasured jade sect spirit stones to open up their own booths to do business. This is the outer perimeter, and it is fairly lively. Qianmei walked beside Wang Lin and looked around. This place was very lively, and the sounds of bargaining filled the city. This place didn't look like a trade plaza for cultivators. It was more like a mortal market. It had been a very long time since Wang Lin had visited a market like this. As he walked through the city, his gaze fell on a stall not far away. Fellow cultivators, I don't have that many celestial jades. How about I add a pill? There was an old man sitting behind the stall. He had a gloomy expression as he looked at a middle-aged man before him. These words came from the middle-aged man. I can refine my own pills. They are useless. 70 celestial jades for 1 origin crystal. This is my limit. The old man's gaze turned cold as he spoke. Then he no longer paid any attention to the middle-aged man. In the Cloud Sea, cultivators could freely exchange celestial jades and origin crystals at a certain rate. After hearing those words, Wang Lin subconsciously touched where his bag of holding was. Although it was empty, Wang Lin felt very strange. Even he didn't know how many celestial jades he had in his storage space. Just at this moment, a voice filled with surprise came from the distance. Qianmei, it's really you. Following the voice were 3 cultivators. The person in front was about 30 years old. He wore a green shirt and was handsome. He had a slender body, and surprise filled his eyes as he walked over. The 2 following him were also very handsome. Their cultivations were fluctuating, revealing that they weren't weak. Qianmei frowned slightly but quickly relaxed and said, So it's fellow cultivator Yang. The man in green closed in and didn't even look at Wang Lin before smiling at Qianmei. We only met a few months ago, but I already miss you. Fortunately, we were able to meet again today. Qianmei, this place is noisy. How about we go into the inner city? The man's voice was gentle, and there was a certain charm to it. Thanks, fellow cultivator Yang, for your kindness, but please excuse me. Qianmei's voice was calm, but it was also cold. Qianmei. The man in green walked up a few steps and was about to speak. Fellow cultivator Yang, please pay attention to what you say. Qianmei is not something you can say. Qianmei frowned and revealed anger. This Yang Yu was one of the people she had questioned, but she was not satisfied with his answer. Yang Yu raised his eyebrows. He naturally saw Wang Lin beside Qianmei. He wouldn't dare to provoke Qianmei, but he didn't care about anyone else. Yang Yu stared at Wang Lin and coldly said, Who are you? Chapter 1170, what is it? Wang Lin coldly looked at the man in green. This person was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, and although he looked handsome, There was a sense of gloominess about him. His two companions behind him were both Nirvana cleanser cultivators, and they were standing in an odd position. While the man in green was speaking, they moved to the side and surrounded Wang Lin. However, as Wang Lin looked over, only the man in green remained calm. The pupils of the two Nirvana cleanser cultivators shrank and revealed tension and dread. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin didn't even look at the man in green and went toward the old man sitting at the side. The middle-aged man bargaining with the old man had already left. Not only him, all the surrounding cultivators had noticed that something was wrong and had all scattered. The old man at the stall was calm and was looking at Wang Lin. "Fellow cultivator, how many origin crystals do you have?" Wang Lin spoke very casually and looked at a jade token that was around the waist of the old man. The old man's face twitched and smiled. "Not much, only one. However, I only want celestial jades and nothing else." Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his lips moved, and he sent a message to the old man. The old man was startled for a moment and looked at Wang Lin for a while. He then, just at this moment, the cultivator on the right retreated and waved his hand to summon 7 flying swords. The 7 swords quickly flew at Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly looked over. Then his eyes revealed a strange light, and he said one word. "Dao." His eyes suddenly changed. His left eye was like a hazy illusion, while his right eye contained lightning that could shatter iron and split the earth. The two different gazes flew out like swords and imprinted in the eyes of the retreating cultivator. The cultivator's body suddenly trembled, and the flying swords went out of control. His eyes turned blurry and his heart pounded. It was as if he had entered a nightmare he couldn't escape. Hallucinations appeared, and he couldn't distinguish between real and fake. Blood came out from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot. He held his head, screaming as if he had gone crazy. This scene caused the surrounding cultivators to gasp. All of this was very fast, and ended in a flash. Wang Lin hadn't killed these two cultivators, but they were already useless. Qianmei watched all of this, and her eyes lit up. This was the first time she had seen Wang Lin attack. Everything had happened smoothly, and without any hesitation. Yang Yu's face was pale. He silently pondered as he looked at Wang Lin. The screams of his fellow sect members echoed in his ears and tore his mind. Just at this moment, Wang Lin turned to look at Yang Yu. His eyes were calm, as if what had just happened was like crushing an ant. That cold gaze made Yang Yu's mind tremble. Wang Lin slowly walked toward Yang Yu step by step. Back then, Yuncong had borrowed the power of the world and used his Dao to suppress something. Although it failed on Wang Lin understood this method of attack. Given Wang Lin's understanding of Dao, it was easy for him to grasp the meaning and make it his own spell. Every step he took synced with Yang Yu's heartbeat. This made Yang Yun's heart thump on every step. In no more than 10 steps, Yang Yu's face turned even more pale. As his heart pounded with each step, Wang Lin became larger in his eyes and came crashing down like a mountain. However, Yang Yu didn't retreat. The veins on his face swelled as he stared at Wang Lin. He struggled to let out a roar, and his hair moved without any wind. However, he no longer had the gracefulness he had before. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. His steps had completely fused with Yang Yu's heartbeat, and Yang Yu's heart was under Wang Lin's domain's complete control. Wang Lin lifted his right foot, but as it fell, he stopped it in midair. Due to Wang Lin's domain, Yang Yu's heart unexpectedly stopped. Just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly landed and sped up. He took 3 steps in a row. Bang, bang, bang. The moment those 3 steps landed, Yang Yu felt like a heavy hammer had smashed into his chest 3 times. His body trembled, his face turned ruddy, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He wasn't able to resist Wang Lin's domain and was pushed back. Just after he retreated 1 step, he coughed out another mouthful of blood. He continued to retreat, and his ruddy face turned pale once more. There was confusion and struggle in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, his eyes were bloodshot. Illusions appeared in his mind one by one. These were scenes of him and his fellow sect members dying in countless different ways. He knew that this was false, but he couldn't clear his mind. These illusions were like memories that were engraved into his mind and became more real each second. Yang Yu's body trembled violently as he held his head. He didn't scream, but he continued to struggle. He was losing his clarity and confusion was taking over. Seeing that he was about to be lost inside the illusion, Yang Yu continued to retreat and called for help. "Uncle Master, save me." The moment he spoke, a green shadow arrived before Yang Yu. His finger mercilessly pointed to between Yang Yu's eyebrows. Popping sounds came from his body and blood mist erupted. Then he fell to the ground unconscious. This green shadow didn't stop and in a flash arrived next to another cultivator. He used the same spell and caused the screaming cultivator to pass out. As the green shadow moved, he arrived in front of Yang Yu and pointed his finger at him. The green shadow was an old man. He had a head of white hair, and his eyes were shining with power. "What are you looking for me for?" Wang Lin was calm as he looked at the old man. The old man revealed no emotion as he looked at Wang Lin for a while and smiled. "Fellow cultivator Liu is indeed smart. This old man is indeed looking for you. So I hope fellow cultivator doesn't mind I was a bit reckless. How about we find a place to sit to allow this old man to make amends?" Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he looked at the old man. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin nodded. Wang Lin was already as cunning as the devil, and when Yang Yu first appeared, Wang Lin noticed that Yang Yu was clearly looking at him. Then Yang Yin arrived, and started pretending to catch up with Qianmei. He even saw through that when Yang Yu pretended to catch up with Qianmei, the other two weren't able to hide their nervousness. If this was it, that would be fine, but that Yang Yu had quickly pointed his word at Wang Lin. Given Yang Yu's cultivation level, it seemed a bit contrived for him to do this. After seeing through the clues, and with the reminder of Ouyang Long, Wang Lin knew that Yang Yu had been targeting him. He had only dealt with the Devil Collection sect once, and that was Zhao Yu on the continent of Mo Luo. However, it was only Wang Lin's gaze. Wang Lin wasn't sure if the other party was testing his strength due to the matter with Zhao Yu or the flaw left on the wild continent. However, no matter what, the cultivation world respected the strong. Showing his cultivation level would not only be a deterrent to others, it would also allow him to gain respect. After realizing this, Wang Lin instantly chose to attack. After hearing the old man say, "Fellow cultivator Liu," Wang Lin became even more certain about what to do. Qianmei had only cultivated for a short time and didn't have Wang Lin's life experience of fighting against all those old monsters with years of experience. She didn't see through this very difficult clue until Wang Lin said, "Bring out your lord." Qianmei's eyes lit up as if she had seen through something. This person's scheming is even more scary than his cultivation. Qianmei looked at Wang Lin with shock. Chapter 1171, Puzzled. There were restaurants and places to stay already in the various floating cities on Penglai. Although cultivators didn't need to eat and didn't need much rest, they still liked to eat. Even when cultivating, one would want a quiet room. There was no lack of these kinds of facilities in the city. At this moment, on the third floor of an inn, the entire floor had been cleared out of unauthorized people. Now there were only two elders, Wang Lin and Qianmei there. One of the old men was Yang Yu's uncle master, and the other one had a shining, red face. The green-robed, old man smiled. "Fellow cultivator Liu, I haven't introduced myself. I'm the rank 6 Devil Collection Sect's Elder Tang Lihai. This old man is the Devil Collection Sect's Wu Qing." The red-faced old man's voice was like a bell that shook the entire third floor. These two elders were both at the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer, but they didn't put up any airs and treated Wang Lin as an equal. Wu Qing had heard about what happened from Tang Lihai and was shocked. He didn't dare to underestimate Wang Lin. Qianmei quickly sat on the side and played with the wine cup in her hand. However, her gaze would occasionally sweep past a deserted table in the corner. Tang Lihai and Wu Qing naturally knew of her identity, but since she had changed her hair color, it was obvious she didn't want it to be revealed. They didn't say anything and only looked over to pay their respects. "Today it was me who was reckless, so I hope fellow cultivator Liu won't mind." Tang Lihai picked up the wine cup and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he picked up the cup to match, but he didn't drink it and placed it down immediately after. Tang Lihai laughed. "I heard from disciple Zhao Yu that fellow cultivator Liu's spell was amazing. After seeing it today, it really was extraordinary. I want to become friends with brother Liu." "No problem. It was also my intent to become friends with the Devil Collection sect." Wang Lin quietly waited for what was next. He didn't believe they would come just to become friends with him. The two of them began to talk, but Tang Lihai still didn't bring up the real purpose. He was secretly gauging Wang Lin, and he was also afraid of the relationship between Wang Lin and Qianmei. Wu Qing listened for a very long time, and eventually revealed a hint of impatience. He picked up a cup and slammed it on the table. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "Fellow cultivator Liu, I'm not good at talking in circles. Today I came to ask if fellow cultivator is willing to become an external elder. If you agree, my Devil Collection sect will greet you with great gifts. Even if you don't agree, after today, the three of us can be counted as acquaintances. For us cultivators, those we call fellow cultivator, can be considered friends." Hearing Wu Qing's words, Tang Lihai revealed a wry smile as he looked at Wang Lin and said, "I was going to ask fellow cultivator about this after talking a bit more, but I forgot about this Wu Qing's attitude. My Devil Collection sect is very sincere, and if you become an external elder, we will provide all the alchemy materials you need." We ask you act when you should to maintain the dignity of my Devil Collection sect. Wang Lin pondered a bit and slowly said, I need to consider this first. How about this? I'll give you an answer before leaving Peng Lai. Tang Lihai laughed and nodded. That's how it should be. Fellow cultivator, please think carefully. We will await your answer. After talking about this matter, Wang Lin stood up and said his goodbyes. He left with Li Qianmei. It wasn't until the two of them left that the red-faced elder's face became gloomy. He no longer had that straightforward appearance he had before. He slowly said, his cultivation is very strange. Tang Lihai said, it is indeed very strange. He is also very cautious, suspicious, and wise. Also very ruthless and decisive when acting. At this moment, on the deserted table in the corner, a figure gradually appeared. It was a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe. He was pale and had the air of a celestial. He stood up and walked toward the two elders before slowly sitting down. The middle-aged man looked outside the window and whispered, I can't tell if he saw through my invisibility. Tang Lihai hesitated for a moment and said, even if he saw through you, it should be Li Qianmei who secretly told him. The middle-aged man shook his head. Is it that guy? Wu Qing's eyes lit up and became cold as he spoke. If he saw through it, he is. If he didn't, then he isn't. The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and frowned. No matter what happens, don't touch this person. I get a very dangerous feeling from him. My Devil Collection sect will back out of this matter with the jade and pill recipe. We can't afford to participate. The middle-aged man massaged his temples. He looked exhausted. Every city had their own market, and there were a lot of them scattered about. Over the next few days, Wang Lin said farewell to Li Qianmei and wandered the city on his own. Li Qianmei nodded while smiling, and the two split up. Without Li Qianmei beside him, Wang Lin no longer cared to hide it anymore and began looking for star maps for sale. Back in the inn, Wang Lin vaguely saw that there was a cultivator hiding at the table in the corner. However, his expression didn't change, and he didn't reveal any sign that he had noticed. It seems the clues on the wild continent have already been seen through. Wang Lin let out a sigh and became more anxious to buy star maps. However, the star map prices were very high, and it was difficult to tell the real ones apart from the fakes. After 3 days, Wang Lin had bought some, but he wasn't confident in them. At dusk of the third day, Wang Lin returned to the inn and sat down on the bed. He looked at the 6-star map jades on his hand and began to ponder. Shortly after, his expression changed slightly, and he looked up at his room. A moment later, a knock was heard. He finally came. Wang Lin revealed a smile and waved his right hand. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was burly and had a heroic look about him. He didn't enter the room, but clasped his hands. Senior, my teacher, Ouyang Long, invites you. Wang Lin got up and walked toward the door. The middle-aged man respectfully led the way. After leaving the inn, the two of them flew out of the city. Although it was night, the city was even more lively. The sound of people talking echoed in their ears. A moment later, the two arrived at the center stone of all the floating cities. This was the main city, and it was dozens of times bigger than the outer cities. At night, this city was like a huge, fierce beast that gave off a powerful sense of pressure. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, the two of them headed to the east gate. There were many cultivators guarding the east gate, and if you wanted to enter, you had to show a jade token. Wang Lin noticed that when the middle-aged man took out the token, the surrounding cultivators immediately became respectful. They didn't even examine Wang Lin and allowed them to enter. Shortly after they entered the city, they arrived in the center of the city. The middle-aged man stopped before a refined pavilion. He respectfully said to Wang Lin, Senior, please enter. Given Junior's identity, I can't enter. Wang Lin nodded and his divine sense spread forward before walking in. When he entered, he heard a hearty laugh. It was Ouyang Long walking down the stairs and clasping his hands at Wang Lin. I made fellow cultivator wait. You simply asked for too much, and it took some time to prepare. Ouyang Long was very enthusiastic. He was like a different person from 3 days ago. Wang Lin clasped his hands and smiled. No problem. He naturally understood why Ouyang Long was like this. Wang Lin's actions back in the market not only shocked the Devil Collection sect, but also shocked the force behind Ouyang Long. Come, 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 this old man will take you to a place. Our exchange will be done there, and there will be some fun as well. Maybe fellow cultivator would wish to gamble a bit, and maybe win big. Ouyang Long had a smile on his face, but he didn't dare to underestimate this youth in white. 3 days ago, this person was able to find him and set such a big order. It was obvious this person had seen through his identity, which already meant that this person wasn't simple. And what happened at the market afterward had really shocked him. I'll be troubling fellow cultivator Ouyang. Wang Lin was polite as he followed Ouyang Long to the bottom of the pavilion. His divine sense was naturally spread out with caution. Everything he saw startled him, but he didn't reveal any of it. The bottom of the pavilion was completely hollow and unexpectedly led to a stone platform 100,000 feet wide. There were many cultivators sitting around it, and the roars of fierce beasts were coming in. There were two spirit beasts 1,000 feet large fighting each other on the platform. The roars of the two beasts echoed. There were also arm-like passages hanging around the platform. These were round and seemed to have rows of windows. Wang Lin and Ouyang Long were in one of the passages. This is the beast gambling arena of the continent of Peng Lai. If you find any spirit beast you fancy, why not bet on it? Ouyang Long led Wang Lin and laughed. Wang Lin silently nodded. The two of them moved quickly and arrived at the end of the passage. Before them were two cultivators with decent cultivation levels and a closed, stone gate between them. Ouyang Long looked at Wang Lin. He pondered a bit and said, "Today's auction will be held by my uncle master," and he invited some fellow cultivators to participate. It can be considered a small, private auction. If you're interested, you can also put something up for sale. My uncle master will begin our trade with you once the auction is over. Fellow cultivator, I'm still puzzled about something. I hope fellow cultivator can resolve my doubt. Please speak, fellow cultivator, Ouyang. Wang Lin nodded. How did fellow cultivator know my identity? Ouyang Long stared at Wang Lin. If someone had introduced him, it would have been fine, but this person had unexpectedly found him while he was at his own private stall. This person was also sure he had more origin crystals and had secretly pointed out his identity. Wang Lin faintly smiled. Chapter 1172, The Circle of Nirvana Shatterer. Wang Lin didn't say the specific reason and simply avoided the topic. The more he was like this, the more strange Ouyang Long felt. He felt the ordinary-looking youth in white was shrouded in mystery. Ouyang Long couldn't make Wang Lin answer by force, so he could only smile and shake his head. He no longer mentioned this matter and instead reminded Wang Lin. Fellow cultivator, this is a private auction. According to the rules, the thing they hate the most are those who hide their appearance. After that, they arrived at the end of the tunnel, and he knocked on the stone door a few times. A moment later, the stone door trembled and ripples spread out in a circle on its surface as if it was melting. Ouyang Long looked back at Wang Lin before disappearing into the ripples. Wang Lin pondered a bit and didn't cover his appearance. Since he dared to come, he wasn't afraid of causing trouble. He walked into the ripples and disappeared. His vision blurred. When his vision was clear again, his eyes narrowed. He looked around and saw that this was a room about 100 feet wide. The floor was made of some unknown material that was transparent, so you could see the fierce beasts battling below. There were some seats scattered around the room with one at the center. There were 7 cultivators sitting in their chairs, and none of them were hiding their faces. When Wang Lin entered, all their gazes gathered on him. These people's gazes were like swords and were extremely sharp. Their gazes seemed almost solid and could make anyone feel chills. One of them was startled for a moment after seeing Wang Lin, but he soon returned to normal and smiled. The person sitting in the seat in the front was an old man with silver hair wearing a gray robe. His eyes were slightly open, but there was a hidden flash of light in his eyes when he looked at Wang Lin. This cultivator was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer. Behind him, Ouyang Long bent over and whispered something into his ear. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he walked forward before everyone's gazes. He arrived before a set and calmly sat down. His eyes were calm as he looked at the crowd before clasping his hands at the person that had smiled at him. Wuqing didn't expect to see Wang Lin here and was surprised. However, for Wang Lin to be able to enter a private auction like this made Wuqing think even more highly of him. As Wang Lin casually swept his gaze, everyone present, aside from the old man that was obviously Ouyang Long's uncle master and Wuqing, was at the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer. The person sitting opposite of Wang Lin was a young scholar with a fair complexion. He gently waved the feather fan in his hand, revealing no emotion. When Wang Lin looked at him, he looked back at Wang Lin with a hint of interest in his eyes. There was a beautiful woman sitting beside him. She was wearing a beautiful, flower dress and sat there with a hint of laziness. She took one look at Wang Lin and then no longer paid any attention to him. There was an old man sitting not far away. His appearance was very strange. His face was filled with scars and looked terrifying at first glance. He had a gloomy expression as he kept rotating the ring on his right forefinger. Aside from those 3 people, the other 2 also looked at the calm Wang Lin. Not far to the left sat an old man in black. This old man was skinny and had eagle claw-like hands. There were 2 balls the size of a baby's fist in his left hand. The balls kept rotating around each other and would sometimes make some sound when they collided. The last person was an old woman with snow-white hair wrinkly skin, and a green robe. She sat there motionlessly. Xin Wanglin's gaze swept by. Her eyes were like lightning, and she coldly looked at Wang Lin again. This was obviously a small auction meant only for Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. To enter here, one had to have the identity and strength. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin had easily injured the 3 people from the Devil Collection sect, and his transaction was quite large, it would have been difficult for him to enter here. Even though he had entered this place, he was at the bottom in everyone else's eyes. After Ouyang Long finished speaking with the old man, he stood straight and respectfully stood on the side. The old man let out a dry cough, and his gaze swept past the cultivators in the room. His hoarse voice echoed within the room. Today is a private meeting that I, Master Ashen, have set up. Everyone invited is my old friend, and, of course, we do have 2 new friends as well. I won't bother with polite words. According to the old rules, let us set the first bet for the jackpot. After the old man finished speaking, Ouyang Lan immediately stepped forward and took out 6 pieces of jade. He passed them out to everyone, including Wang Lin, and respectfully handed the last one to the old man. Wang Lin held up the jade, and his divine sense swept it. He immediately saw information of more than 100 fierce beasts inside. There is even a sword lion beast. This old man will bet on this beast. The old man covered in scars laughed. His divine sense made an adjustment to the jade, and then he threw it at Ouyang Long. Wang Lin calmly checked each fierce beast inside the jade. He wasn't knowledgeable about fierce beasts. Everything he knew came from the records of the Origin Sect, which was not enough. Most of the fierce beasts inside were not in the Origin Sect's records. Wang Lin gained a lot knowledge about fierce beasts as he checked the jade. Seeing how most of the others had thrown their jades, Wang Lin chose a beast called Wind Cloud, placed 100 celestial jades, and threw it back at Ouyang Long. The white-haired old man smiled and said, "Today I want to see which one of us has the best judgment. We will know the answer later. Now, I have 3 treasures here. If any of you are interested, you are free to make an offer." As the old man spoke, he waved his right hand, and 3 crystals flew out and floated in the air. The first item was a flying sword. It was made of crystal and gave off a cold aura. There was a red line moving inside it, giving this flying sword an evil aura. The second item was a broken armor. It gave off an ancient aura as if the passage of time had carved itself onto it. The third item was a pill. This pill was completely black and didn't have the fragrance of pills. Instead, it gave off a terrifying aura, which made Wang Lin's gaze linger on it for a moment. The first item is the blood crystal sword. I killed almost 1,000 rank 8 fierce beasts and used all their blood to refine this. I also asked Senior Dao Yi to enlighten it when I made it, so its power increased greatly. The line of blood inside contains a strange poison, making it so that on top of injuring the body, even the origin soul will be poisoned. Senior Dao Yi enlightened it. The beautiful young woman in the flower dress waved her hand, and the blood crystal sword flew into her hand. After taking a closer look, she let go of the sword, and it flew back. The second item has a set of spells recorded on it, but it is broken, so it is impossible to cultivate. What a pity. As for the third item, it will depend on you fellow cultivators' insight. If you want to exchange, you must follow my rule. I only want celestial jades. The old man smiled and looked at everyone. Aside from Wang Lin and the old woman in green, who didn't move, the other 4 all looked at the treasures one by one. The beautiful woman bought the crystal sword. As for the specific price, no one else knew. As for the fragment, no one asked any questions. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he waved his right hand, and the fragment flew into his hand. His divine sense spread out over it, but he wasn't focused on the spells inside, and instead was focused on the material. This fragment was like a bone, but after looking carefully, it didn't look like it was one. Wang Lin couldn't help but ponder. The middle-aged scholar held the black pill in his hand and sniffed it. He revealed a look of hesitation as he turned toward the old man and said, "Master Ashenpine, I offer 500 celestial jades for this pill." Master Ashenpine shook his head and slowly said, 100-fold. After he spoke, all the surrounding cultivators' eyes narrowed and looked at the pill. These cultivators were all at the Nirvana Shatterer stage, and therefore wouldn't display their emotions. Although they all looked at the pill, outsiders would find it hard to see through what they were thinking. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment before revealing a smile. After he heard the price, he was convinced of his own speculation. He put the pill away and nodded at Master Ashenpine. Master Ashenpine smiled as his gaze fell on Wang Lin, and he laughed. "Does fellow cultivator fancy this?" Wang Lin looked up, revealing a look of hesitation. He thought for a bit and said, "This thing is useless, but I'm interested in rare things, so I offer 100 celestial jades. Master Ashen Pine pondered slightly, and then waved his hand with a laugh. I originally didn't intend to sell it, and mainly wanted to see if any of you would recognize it. Since fellow cultivator likes it, then I'll gift it to you. Wang Lin clasped his hands to say his thanks, and put away the fragment. The old man holding the two balls slowly said, "This old man was really blind. I didn't expect that pill to really be the chaotic origin pill that can threaten Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. However, just one pill isn't strong enough." As he spoke, the old man waved his hand, and two items flew out. They floated in the air. They were a red feather and a bubble the size of a head. There was a beast soul inside the bubble. Half of the beast was dragon and the other half was fog. It was struggling in an attempt to escape from the bubble. The moment these two items were taken out, everyone looked over at them. The moment Wang Lin saw the red feather, he was shocked, but he concealed it very well, so none of it showed. The first item is the rumored feather of the vermilion bird. Although it is difficult to distinguish if it's real, the fire origin energy in it is strong. The second item needs no introduction. It is a semi-fog rank 12 beast soul. I don't have as many rules as Master Ashen Pine, and will take anything in exchange as long as I like it. After the old man finished speaking, he silently examined everyone. Unfortunately, it is only a half-fog beast. What a pity. Wu Qing looked at the fierce beast in the bubble and shook his head with a sigh. If it was a real fog beast, why would I sell it? The old man coldly snorted. Chapter 1173, The Wind of Desire Begins to Move. Wu Qing faintly smiled. He didn't speak, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. The two things this skinny old man had taken out aroused the attention of everyone here. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He was interested in the rank 12 beast, but its price would not be low, and because it was semi-fog, its value would be even higher. As a result, there were more people offering on it. However, the old man still didn't nod, which made the surrounding cultivators frown. Master Ashen Pine stared at the bubble, and his eyes lit up. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and passed the old man a message. The old man's expression changed for the first time, but after pondering for a bit, he shook his head. Master Ashen Pine let out a sigh and no longer offered. Just at this moment, the old woman that wasn't moved by any treasure waved her right hand, and a jade flew toward the old man in black. The old man scanned the jade with his divine sense, and his eyes shined like never before. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long time, but still didn't nod. I'll add a map of the rank 6 region. I personally made this chart and collected information for a long time. Although I don't dare to say it covers everything, at least 30% of the rank 6 region is inside. There are also several wild continents that only I know of. The old woman's voice was hoarse as she slowly spoke. I don't want your star map. Add another 10,000 celestial jades. The old man in black opened his eyes, and his voice was resolute. The old woman frowned and slowly said, I don't have the celestial jades, only this star map. She looked at the spirit beast inside the bubble. She was tempted by this and had given a good price, but the other still didn't agree. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After pondering a bit, he softly said, I'll take this star map for 10,000 celestial jades. Wang Lin looked at the old woman in green. This old woman looked meaningfully at Wang Lin. She nodded and threw a jade at Wang Lin. After they finished the exchange, Wang Lin put the jade away. The old woman and the old man in black's trade was also successful. The old man smiled and nodded at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's 10,000 celestial jades caused the old monsters here to pay him a bit of attention. However, 10,000 celestial jades wasn't that shocking of an amount. After looking at Wang Lin, their gazes fell on the feather. The old man with the face filled with scars touched the ring on his finger and slowly said, The vermilion bird from back then is dead, and its whole body exploded in flames. So this feather is obviously not an original. I offer 3,000 celestial jades. 5,000 celestial jades. Wu Qing faintly smiled. This feather is indeed beautiful. I'll offer 8,000 celestial jades. The beautiful young woman chuckled, and her voice was very pleasant. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he withdrew his gaze from the feather and slowly said, 10,000 celestial jades. He had to obtain this feather. After hearing Wang Lin say 10,000 celestial jades again, even the young scholar revealed a hint of shock. He carefully looked at Wang Lin. The beautiful woman's eyes narrowed and she softly said, This little friend has a lot of celestial jades, but this feather is indeed pretty, so I'm reluctant to let it go. The old man covered in scars looked at Wang Lin. Then he put on a fake smile and said, 13,000 celestial jades. Wu Qing's expression remained the same, and he said, 15,000 celestial jades. After he finished, he looked at Wang Lin. He didn't need this feather, but since he saw Wang Lin bid, he was tempted and wanted to see how many celestial jades this person had. At this moment, he had already completely forgotten about the middle-aged man telling him not to provoke Wang Lin. The beautiful woman chuckled and sent a message to the old man in black. The old man in black looked at the beautiful young woman and said, "This is an auction. There is no need to secretly send me offers. Whoever offers the highest price will obtain it. 20,000 celestial jades." The beautiful woman wasn't annoyed and set her price. Wang Lin was calm. He pondered a bit and then said, 30,000. After he spoke, the surroundings immediately became quiet. The beautiful woman looked at Wang Lin again, and her eyes became serious. A person who was able to take out 30,000 celestial jades must have had a big power behind them, even if they weren't at the Nirvana Shatterer stage. And this person was able to come to Master Ashenpine's private auction, so he couldn't be simple. One couldn't only look at someone's cultivation level. After pondering for a moment, the beautiful woman shook her head and no longer offered. Not only her, but even the old man covered in scars looked at Wang Lin and shook his head. He didn't continue to bid. They were people who were here to trade, so they naturally wouldn't deliberately make it difficult for each other. The young scholar looked at Wang Lin with even more interest. He had already noticed that when Wang Lin first entered, he was extremely calm when facing all these Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. There wasn't the slightest hint of discomfort. If it was another Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, they would have been frightened silly and wouldn't dare to compete with a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator for treasures. This point was enough to explain the problem. This person must have had something that allowed him to remain this calm. The pupils of the old woman in green who got the beast soul shrank. She looked at Wang Lin and began to ponder. Master Ashenpine still smiled and watched everything. He wasn't surprised that Wang Lin had a lot of celestial jades. Just the deposit he had given Ouyang Long included thousands of celestial jades. This alone proved Wang Lin's courage and determination. The old man in black laughed. He was about to speak, but at this moment, Wu Qing laughed. 35,000 celestial jades. Fellow cultivator Liu, it isn't that this old man wants to compete with you. I'm doing this because I have great use for it. 40,000, Wang Li frowned. 45,000 celestial jades. Wu Qing still smiled. He wanted to see if the person before him would top his bet or not. 50,000. Wang Lin's expression gradually turned cold. 55,000 celestial jades. Wu Qing still smiled. Everyone here was an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years, so they immediately saw through his intent of playing Wang Lin. The beautiful woman frowned. Not only her, but all the other old monsters also frowned. They had all come here to trade and found this kind of behavior extremely disgusting unless there was a feud. Even Master Ashenpine revealed a hint of unhappiness. Since fellow cultivator Wu is going to compete with me to the end. Wang Lin was angry, but he smiled and looked profoundly at Wu Qing. I don't want it anymore. After Wang Lin finished speaking, he simply closed his eyes to cover the killing intent within. Wu Qing's eyes lit up and he laughed. Thank for letting me win. With that, he took the jade and made the deal with the old man in black. Due to Wu Qing's interruption, the auction gradually calmed down. Everyone else took out things they wanted to sell, and even Wang Lin took out a few things. It didn't take long for this auction to end, and everyone left one by one. As for the result of the bet, it would take some time to get, so there was no rush. That person has a lot of celestial jades. Even when Wu Qing left, he was still smiling. He looked at Wang Lin before walking out from the room. At this moment, Wang Lin and Master Ashen were the only ones left in the room. As for Ouyang Long, he had left accompanying the other old monsters. It was the first time Wu Qing was invited by this old man. I didn't think he would act like this. This is my fault for not recognizing his nature, which might have brought fellow cultivators some trouble. Master Ashenpine shook his head as if he was unhappy about Wu Qing's action. No problem. Wang Lin remained calm. Master Ashenpine pondered a bit and said, how about this? Fellow cultivator can stay in the main city for a while. After the auction is over, me and few of my old friends will be heading out. We can send you off so that Wu Qing won't dare to have any malicious thoughts about you. Without waiting for Wang Lin's answer, Master Ashenpine's expression became serious, and he said, fellow cultivator, want to trade for 5,000 origin crystals. Is this true? Wang Lin nodded but didn't speak. Master Ashenpine's right hand reached at the void and opened his storage space. He took out a storage bag and threw it at Wang Lin. He then stared at Wang Lin with shining eyes. No one could see through his thoughts. Wang Lin caught the bag and checked it with his divine sense. There were 5,000 origin crystals inside. Origin crystals were extremely rare in the Cloud Sea, and 5,000 origin crystals was an astronomical amount. It was unknown how Master Ashenpine had obtained so many. After putting away the bag, Wang Lin opened his own storage space and took out the bag he had prepared with celestial jades. He threw it at Master Ashen Pine, who caught it, and after checking it with his divine sense, revealed a smile. Do you still have more chaotic origin pills? Wang Lin looked at Master Ashen Pine. I obtained the chaotic origin pills by accident from inside a relic. There were only 9, and I still have great use for the other 8. Master Ashen Pine declined. Wang Lin no longer said any more and got up to leave. After Wang Lin left, Master Ashen Pine's smile disappeared, and he muttered, "My origin crystals are not something that can be taken so easily." After walking out from the room, Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and he let out a cold snort. Since he had dared to come here, he wasn't worried about people finding out he had so many celestial jades. Just like Master Ashen Pine, who was only a member of the Treasure Jade Sect but had so many origin crystals. Thinking about the origin crystals, Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat, and he left through the passage. That Master Ashen Pine definitely has evil intentions, but he doesn't know that my intentions are more vicious than his. 5,000 origin crystals aren't enough for me to nourish that mutated beast. If I want the mosquito beast to rank up with that mutated beast and be able to protect me in the Wind Celestial Realm, I need enough origin crystals. After leaving the passage, Wang Lin met Ouyang Long along the way. Ouyang Long led Wang Lin back to the pavilion, and Wang Lin left. The sky was no longer bright, and the noise had subsided. Wang Lin stopped after walking several steps in this calm street. A ripple appeared behind him, and the old woman who got the beast's soul walked out. She coldly looked at Wang Lin before waving her right hand and throwing out a jade. There are errors on that star map. This is the real one. Be careful of Wu Qing. With that, she no longer paid any attention to Wang Lin and disappeared. Wang Lin held the jade and swept it with his divine sense before putting it away. When he turned around, his expression turned cold. The cultivation world respects the strong. Trying to hide all the time is not good. I should do the opposite of what I normally do and be arrogant for once. This should dispel some people's suspicions. Wu Qing, if you're looking for death, then I'll grant your wish. Wang Lin flew out from the city with a sneer. He flew off the floating stone and charged to a plain in the west. Shortly after he left, another ray of light flew out. It was Wu Qing chasing after Wang Lin. A storm began to brew. Wu Qing's departure caught the attention of many powerful cultivators that knew why he was leaving. It's a pity. In the main city, the old woman in green revealed a sigh of pity and shook her head. Chapter 1174, You're late. Powerful cultivators like this old woman were well aware of Wu Qing's departure. Aside from Wu Qing's fame, it was more related to his identity. He was, after all, an elder of the rank 6 Devil Collection sect. His departure naturally caught the attention of many old monsters, especially those who guessed why he was leaving. In the eastern part of the main city of Penglai, Master Ashen Pine sat in the room where the trade happened. He held a jade in his hand and was filled with uncertainty. If I go there again with this many celestial jades, I will definitely succeed. He took a deep breath and was about to go over his plan once more when his head suddenly jerked up. It was as if his eyes could penetrate the room and see Wu Qing flying through the sky outside. Although Wu Qing is at the Nirvana Shatterer stage now, not only has his greed not decreased, it has actually increased. What's even better is that while he thinks of himself as a schemer, he is actually just a very conceited man. I invited him to participate because I heard there was some friction between his Devil Collection sect and Lu Zhihao, and I wanted to see if I could cause a dispute. Since he is chasing Lu Zhihao, this Lu Zhihao will without a doubt die. Forget it. Since I did trade with him, I won't let his origin crystals fall into someone else's hands. Master Ashen Pine revealed a grim smile as his divine sense shot out and closely followed Wu Qing. In the 4th floor of a restaurant in the main city sat a man and a woman. The man wore white, and the woman opposite of him was a beautiful young woman. Her flower dress made her face even more beautiful. The two of them looked at the distance at the same time. The beautiful young woman sighed and shook her head. That little guy hasn't cultivated for long enough. He easily revealed his treasure and caused a fatal calamity on himself. What a pity. The white-clothed scholar pondered a bit and revealed a strange look. Then he smiled. I don't think so. Although that little guy's cultivation level is below Wu Qing's, and he clearly knew that Wu Qing was after him, he still dared to exit the main city. He must have something planned. Oh, this little woman doesn't agree. It seems the little one was frightened and wanted to leave early. I didn't think Wu Qing would disregard his own identity and pursue him. The beautiful woman chuckled and looked at the scholar in white. We'll know the result when we see it. The scholar smiled as their divine senses spread out toward Wu Qing. There was an old man with face filled with scars walking slowly through the street with his hand behind his back. He was looking around at the surrounding buildings and was filled with reminiscence. If it wasn't for Master Ashen Pine continuing to invite me, I fear I would have never stepped on Peng Lai again. He let out a sigh as he looked into the distance, and his eyes lit up. What a good example of the big bullying the strong, and the strong preying on the weak. He's blatantly trying to kill someone for their treasures. The old man laughed as he appeared on a rooftop and sat down. His divine sense spread out, and he looked lively. In the inn of a smaller city away from the main city sat a skinny old man in black with 2 balls in his hands. He was standing next to the window as he looked at the bright sky. His divine sense had spread out far. I let that Wu Qing get ahead. Unfortunate. All the old monsters that participated in Master Ashenpine's auction thought Wang Lin would without a doubt die. All aside from the scholar in white. Even though the scholar was a bit skeptical, in his heart he knew that Nirvana Cleanser cultivators had no chance of surviving a battle against a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Not only them, but some other Nirvana Shatterer cultivators in the city were alerted by Wu Qing's departure, and their divine senses spread out. One of them was Tang Lihai. Tang Lihai was sitting inside his room, and suddenly opened his eyes from his cultivation. He frowned and hesitated a bit before letting out a sigh, but he didn't try to stop Wu Qing. Sir once said not to provoke that person. Wu Qing. Wu Qing, why must you be like this? A middle-aged man was sitting next to the table in the room beside Tang Lihai. He held a wine cup in his hand and had just swallowed a mouthful. However, he suddenly raised his head and coldly looked at the distance. Wu Qing, you're reckless. After hesitating for a bit, the middle-aged man charged off into the distance. There were also powerful cultivators of various factions who didn't spread out their divine senses. However, after noticing all these old monsters spreading out their divine senses, they were surprised and also began to observe. At this moment, an undercurrent began to move because of Wu Qing's departure. No one could predict what would happen next. They would all be shocked, and Wang Lin's name would become something they wouldn't be able to forget. He would climb higher and higher. The battle at Peng Lai would be where he displayed his power to the Cloud Sea. Li Qianmei wasn't in an inn in the city on the eastern part of Peng Lai and instead was at a towering peak. As she sat there, the powerful wind caused her hair to flutter. Her eyes shined brightly as she silently looked west. Wang Lin moved like lightning. After he left the city, he charged straight for the plain to the west. Another shadow followed closely behind at him at an even faster speed. The two of them were flying one after the other and got closer and closer. At this moment, they arrived at the boundary between the western and eastern parts of Peng Lai. It was a plain filled with rocks, a very good place to kill. Not only did Wang Lin need to win, he needed to win this fight clearly, fairly, and fast. Only then would this deter the other cultivators on Peng Lai and make them aware that he, Wang Lin, couldn't be provoked. If this was it, it wouldn't display Wang Lin's intent. Not only was he going to kill Wu Qing, he was going to make it so the people of the Devil Collection sect wouldn't dare to attack or get revenge. He had to make them fear and make them worry. Before he learned about the Rank 9 region, he was a bit worried, but after learning about it from Li Qianmei, all his worries were gone. Wang Lin's feet suddenly stopped, and he slowly turned around. He looked at Wu Qing's figure that was charging at him like a violent gust of wind. Wu Qing's eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't even try to hide it. Seeing that Wang Lin was no longer escaping, he waved his right hand and immediately attacked at full power without holding back. He activated his early-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivation, and a giant mountain appeared before him. As he waved his hand, this mountain smashed toward Wang Lin. Junior, don't blame me for being cruel. You hurt a junior of my Devil Collection sect, so you must be prepared to be killed. Today this old man will destroy your body and use your origin soul to refine a pill. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he stared at the mountain closing in at him. When it was 5 feet away from him, he raised his right hand and threw a punch. This fist and the mountain collided with a heaven-shattering bang. An earth-shattering crackling sound echoed, and the mountain unexpectedly collapsed. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand and shook his head. Too weak. Wu Qing was startled, and his expression changed. Without hesitation, his hands formed a seal, and a black wind and a white wind appeared around him. The two winds charged into the sky and collided to form a gray vortex. Power to uproot the heavens. Wu Qing shouted. Then he pushed his hand forward. The vortex suddenly began to swell, and all the origin energy within 5,000 kilometers began to get sucked into it. The vortex seemed to cover the sky as it descended on Wang Lin. Wu Qing's mind trembled violently. The scene of Wang Lin shattering that mountain with a punch still echoed in his mind. His right hand reached at the void to open his storage space and was about to take out a treasure. Just at this instant, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. They were filled with monstrous coldness and killing intent. He had been waiting for this moment. Wu Qing, your death has arrived. Wang Lin's voice was like the cold wind as it echoed around the area. When it landed in Wu Qing's ears, it caused him to feel a chill. Just at this moment, Wang Lin stepped forward and his right palm pushed forward. This strike caused all the origin energy with 5,000 kilometers to become chaotic, and at the same time, Wang Lin quickly pointed at the back of his right hand with 2 fingers from his left hand. All the origin energy within tens of thousands of kilometers suddenly gathered under Wang Lin's control. This majestic origin energy gathered at Wang Lin's fingertips and went into his right hand. It turned into an unimaginable force that shot out toward the vortex. The 2 spells quickly closed in and collided, causing a heaven-shaking sound that echoed across a portion of Peng Lai. Wang Lin's left hand didn't stop and once again pointed at the back of his right hand. The second time it landed, all the origin energy from within 50,000 kilometers rushed in like crazy and entered the vortex Wu Qing's spell had made. This didn't end here. Wang Lin casually withdrew his left hand. Then, as if he was reaching for the sky, he formed the 3rd finger. This time, all the origin energy from Peng Lai seemed to have started boiling and gathered in Wang Lin's right hand. It formed a destructive aura and charged at the vortex. The vortex trembled and instantly collapsed. A powerful shockwave spread in all directions and kicked up dust everywhere. Countless rocks were sent flying, and they all exploded into dust under this shockwave. Endless dust covered the world. Without his original body, Wang Lin could kill an early-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Now he had his original body, and it was much stronger than before. The power of his body was unimaginable, and along with the power of an ancient god, his ability to kill had increased greatly. After the 3 fingers landed, Wang Lin's right hand slammed down, and his origin energy crashed down toward Wu Qing. Wu Qing's pupils contracted. At this moment of life and death, he didn't even have time to feel regret. Treasures quickly flew out from Wu Qing's storage space to stop this force. However, Wang Lin had learned this spell from Master Lufu. Although he hadn't learned its essence, with Master Lufu's cultivation level, the power of this spell was something even the former celestial emperors had to be wary of. How could Wu Qing's treasure stop a spell this powerful? Wu Qing wasn't qualified to have a treasure that could stop this spell. He was not worthy of having such qualifications. A thunderous rumble echoed and all of Wu Qing's treasures exploded. Then the black palm landed on his chest. His clothes were torn to pieces, and he coughed out blood. He then retreated with a pale face, completely shocked. You're not a Nirvana cleanser cultivator. Wu Qing's heretical voice could be heard. Wu Qing, I won't send you off. Wang Lin closed his eyes and lifted his right hand once more. The huge palm print from the rain's celestial realm appeared in his mind. The print grew until it replaced everything. He first gained an understanding of this technique back in the rain's celestial realm. He had used it without truly understanding it, and forced the genius red butterfly to retreat. In the demon spirit land, he comprehended the technique again and revealed its potential, shocking demon General Mo Lihai. The second time he went to the demon spirit land, the palm print shook the heavens and destroyed the 8th floor of the celestial cave, shocking Ling Tianho greatly. In the alliance system, in order to stop the members of the Purple Dao Sect from the Cloud Sea from escaping, he used this technique once more and killed everyone in sight. It was at that moment that Wang Lin learned the name of this spell. War Spirit Print. Rank 9 God Sect War Spirit Print. All these thoughts immediately appeared one after another in his mind, from his comprehension to the 4 times he had used it. All these things swirled in his mind until they all collapsed, leaving behind just the handprint. This palm print was filled with unimaginable might that turned into a will that entered his right hand and was shot forward. This palm caused the world to change colors and a rumble to echo. All the dust in the area was being pushed aside as if a storm was sweeping by. The will contained within this palm was the aura of one that stood above even the heavens. A giant palm that covered the heavens and earth appeared before Wang Lin and pressed down with unimaginable pressure. This palm was like the heavens. Beneath it, Wu Qing was like an ant. The moment this palm appeared, the divine sense of all the old monsters trembled and all of Peng Lai was terrified. War Spirit Print. Rank 9 God Sect's War Spirit Print. Wu Qing was completely stunned, and a never-before-seen sense of despair filled his body. Even though he was a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, the pressure of the War Spirit Print still made him feel like the world was collapsing. What was even more shocking was that the legendary War Spirit Print from the God Sect had appeared before him. In his mind, this wasn't just the War Spirit Print, but the entire God Sect. He let out a scream and began to retreat like crazy. The fear in his eyes drowned his mind. At this moment, he didn't care about how his mind was seriously injured and his body was about to collapse. He only wanted to escape. However, he couldn't escape as the palm continued to grow until it filled his vision. In almost an instant, the palm hit Wu Qing, and the entire earth trembled. Wu Qing's body exploded into a mist of blood. His origin soul escaped, and was swept by the palm before he could escape. Like a solitary boat in the violent ocean, his origin soul dissipated. The elder of the Devil Collection sect, Wu Qing, died. Even at the moment of his death, he was filled with fear and confusion along with deep regret. The moment Wu Qing died, Wang Lin stepped forward to where Wu Qing had opened his storage space. Only a short period of time had passed since Wu Qing had arrived and was killed. Although it wasn't an instant kill, it was very clean. Wu Qing's storage space didn't even have time to close. Now that he had died, his mark on the storage space was gone, and it was rapidly closing. Right before it closed, Wang Lin's right hand reached inside and mercilessly took everything away. This was a method he had thought of to take stuff from the storage space of cultivators above the Nirvana cleanser stage. Kill the other party the moment they open their storage space. This will give you a moment to take their things. At this moment, the palm hadn't dissipated. It was moving forward in an even more crazed manner. It moved forward with an irresistible force and caused earth-shattering rumbles as it scraped across the ground. All of Peng Lai trembled as if it was going to collapse as the palm swept across the surface. As the palm continued to move forward, endless origin energy gathered. This palm that pierced the sky caused all the clouds to shatter, and countless cracks appeared in the sky. A thunderous rumble echoed over Peng Lai. It seemed to be welcoming the reappearance of the war spirit print. The palm moved faster and faster, and absorbed even more origin energy. Soon, it broke free from Wang Lin's control. Wang Lin simply withdrew his divine sense, and allowed it to move forward as it wished. The ground trembled even more violently, and the speed of the palm reached a peak. It was no slower than a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. In the blink of an eye, it flew toward the floating cities on the eastern side of Peng Lai. This scene was simply too shocking, and all the cultivators on Peng Lai were startled. Seeing the palm charging at them from the distance, they all flew out from the cities. In an instant, the palm closed in and collided with one of the floating stones. The stone immediately collapsed, and the city on it completely was disintegrated. It wasn't able to stop the palm from moving forward at all. As the palm passed, endless rumbles echoed and more than 10 of the stones on the right side collapsed. The palm passed by the right side of the main city in the center, causing the entire stone to be pushed slightly to the left. An earth-shaking sound replaced everything in the world. The palm penetrated the eastern part of the main city and shot off into the void. It was as if something was battling the heavens. One palm to pierce the heavens. It broke through the protective barrier of Peng Lai and went into space. Large amounts of fog entered the palm, causing its power to increase greatly. There was a wild continent not far from Peng Lai. It was a forbidden land of the treasured Jade Sect, and they didn't allow any outside cultivators to step on it. The palm was heading straight for it. In just a moment, the palm absorbed endless fog and turned into a huge palm with no end in sight. It looked like a palm from an ancient god when it landed on the wild continent. Rumble, 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 rumble. Unimaginable fluctuations came from the starry sky. The wild continent trembled violently as it fragmented into countless large pieces and collapsed. The palm dissipated. Wang Lin was shocked. He didn't think the palm would have such power once it was out of his control. He vaguely guessed that the palm print in the Rain Celestial Realm had appeared like this as well. In the distance, the middle-aged man from the Devil Collection sect stared at all of this and gasped. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and Wang Lin had caused a terrifying storm to set off in his heart. This is the war spirit print. This person's identity. His face was pale, and he was in shock. The fear in his mind made it so it was impossible to even think of getting revenge for Wu Qing. At the same time, all the cultivators on Peng Lai were shocked, especially the old monsters that had their divine senses around the area and saw this. They were all stunned. Master Ashen Pine's eyes widened, and he crushed the jade in his hand as he stared straight ahead. His mind trembled, and his face was pale as he subconsciously licked his lips. Who the hell is he? The scholar in white and the beautiful woman also left the restaurant when the giant palm print swept by. Half of the city was destroyed. The beautiful woman was completely pale, and her pupils shrank. Her mind was shaken, and she was completely speechless. She had just called Wang Lin a little cultivator, but her heart was now filled with endless disbelief and a deep chill. Killing Wu Qing and using the war spirit print. This person can't be provoked. The scholar in white gasped, but his eyes shined brightly. However, the light wasn't able to cover up the shock in his mind. Not far away, the old man filled with scars was frozen in place. He still couldn't believe what had just happened. I didn't think he was someone from the god sect. The war spirit print is too scary. The withered elder in black was the most fortunate. At this moment, the two balls in his hand had stopped turning. His face was pale as cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he took a deep breath. Fortunately, Wuqing attacked first. Otherwise, I would be the one to die. The Devil Collection sect will soon be wiped out for daring to provoke someone from the god sect. There was also the old woman in green that had sold Wang Lin the star map. Her eyes lit up, and she frowned as she suppressed the shock in her heart. She looked at the ruins left by the palm print, but no one knew what she was thinking. The one that was most shocked was Tang Lihai. His lips were dry, and he was completely frightened. If he were to face Wang Lin again, he wouldn't be as calm as he was before. Every single early-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator would feel extreme fear towards someone that could kill an early-stage Nirvana Shatterer so quickly. In addition to them, the cultivators from various sects and old monsters that were here for the auction, especially those that saw the battle, all looked toward the west with complicated gazes. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he patted the dust off his clothes. He walked forward, and not far before him was the pale, middle-aged man that was hiding at the inn. You're late. Chapter 1175, Member of the God Sect. The middle-aged man's face was pale, and he revealed a bitter expression as he looked at Wang Lin walking closer. He pondered a bit and clasped his hands. Devil Collection Sect Shang-Chi greets fellow cultivator. Wang Lin didn't speak and coldly looked at the middle-aged man before him. This person was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer. Wang Lin had always wondered if he could battle mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer after he fused with his original body. The middle-aged man's expression became even more bitter. He let out a sigh and clasped his hands again. 2 days ago, Wuqing was expelled from the Devil Collection Sect. His words and actions were his own, without any connection to the Devil Collection Sect. He dared to provoke your excellency from the God Sect. It is his own fault that he died. Wang Lin still didn't speak, and his gaze was still cold. The more he acted like this, the more he fit the identity of someone from the God Sect, someone who arrogantly looked down at the world. A mere rank 6 sect was insignificant in the eyes of a member of the God Sect. The middle-aged man let out a bitter smile. He clenched his teeth and his right hand reached at the void. A crack to his storage space opened and bottles of pill flew out. There were 7 bottles in total. These all contained rank 7 soul-parting death pills. A total of 46 pills. Wang Lin's eyes were still cold. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. Then he reached out again and took out a pill bottle. There are 9 rank 8 soul-parting death pills. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but he gave off a sense of majesty as he slowly said, I won't pursue Wuqing's offense toward me anymore. But this is not enough to clear your Devil Collection Sect's offense toward me. This majesty was not something an ordinary cultivator could have. Even a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator wouldn't have this unless they were the leader of a powerful sect. Wang Lin was once the divine emperor of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. He didn't need to force it. Just thinking about the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect enabled him to naturally display this majesty. The middle-aged man let out a wry smile and took out 2 more bottles of pills. He looked at Wang Lin and bitterly said, 2 rank 10 pills. This is my limit. Wang Lin calmly said, Wuqing spent tens of thousands of celestial jades to make it difficult for me to get a treasure. The middle-aged man didn't speak. He took out a bag from his storage space. Without looking at the bag, Wang Lin took everything and nodded at the middle-aged man. He turned into a ray of light and flew toward an inn in a city on the east side of Penglai. It wasn't until Wang Lin left that the middle-aged man's expression became ugly. The rage inside him was almost monstrous. Wuqing, I told you not to provoke this person, but you didn't listen. You deserve to die. However, you implicated the Devil Collection Sect. This person was unexpectedly someone from the God Sect. Ah. On the top of a mountain peak on the east of Penglai, Qianmei's eyes revealed a strange light. After silently pondering for a long time, she softly muttered, God Sect? It has been many years since the people of the God Sect left the rank 9 region. Only the very core disciples can use the war spirit print. How could they be allowed to leave the God Sect so easily? It was that person's first palm that was very strange. I don't know what spell is tyrannical enough to control the origin energy like that. It almost felt like a slave imprint. Wang Lin didn't move very fast as he flew across the sky and returned to the east side of Penglai. He immediately saw the half-ruined city and the countless cultivators flying in the sky. These cultivators all had complicated expressions when Wang Lin's arrived, and they all stepped aside. They all looked at Wang Lin with a hint of fear. None of the cultivators that had come here were weak, and what had just happened had shaken them greatly. That giant palm was very surprising. In the Cloud Sea, almost everyone knew that that easily distinguishable palm was the God Sect's #1 spell, the War Spirit print. Even those that were skeptical were no longer suspicious after seeing the might of that palm. Among the cultivators from the rank 6 sects, their elders all came out to greet Wang Lin. Master Ashen looked at Wang Lin from afar with a smile to cover his shock. He seemed like he wanted to talk. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but he sneered in his heart. He clasped his hands as a polite response as he moved through the crowd and returned to his inn. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected. Wang Lin had revealed that he could easily kill an early-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator and could use the War Spirit print. Now no one in the rank 5 region would dare to provoke him. Even the Treasure Jade sect didn't dare to blame him for destroying half the city. After returning to the inn, Wang Lin counted his harvest. On top of what the middle-aged man had given him, there was the myriad of items from Wuqing's storage space. After looking at everything, Wang Lin took out the red feather. Holding the feather in his hand, a flame appeared in his left eye. The flame flickered and seemed to resonate with the fire origin energy inside the feather. If I can undergo my 3rd Vermilion Bird awakening, I will become even stronger. Unfortunately, this one feather isn't enough. The feather in his hand immediately turned into a flame that looked like a vermilion bird. It flew from his hand and circled him as if it was very happy. Finally, it entered into Wang Lin's left eye and disappeared. The moment the vermilion bird entered his left eye, a sea of flames appeared around him. However, the flames didn't destroy anything in the inn but instead burned the void. After a long time, these flames were absorbed into his body. Wang Lin took a deep breath and began to ponder. After killing Wuqing and using the name of the God Sect, there should be no one on Penglai who would dare to have any ideas about me. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. So it's time to start the harvest. During the next few days, the rank 6 sects all came to visit, and the old monsters from Master Ashenpine's party came to visit as well. Wang Lin calmly received them all. None of the visitors came empty-handed, and they were all very respectful. Although they were still doubtful of Wang Lin's identity, it was impossible to verify it. Only the people of the God Sect would know if Wang Lin was real or fake. If he was fake, it would be fine because then at most they would lose some gifts. However, if he was real, then having a good relationship with him was the dream of any sect. On this day, he sent away the cultivators from the Dao Spell sect, and the old man in black who had the feather came to visit. This old man didn't talk about what happened before at all and looked calm. He feared Wang Lin in his heart. After all, Wuqing was easily killed by Wang Lin, and he was also at the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer, so it was natural to be extremely cautious. After exchanging pleasantries, the old man clasped his hands. Fellow cultivator Liu, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Duda. I have no sect, and am just a rogue cultivator in the rank 6 region. It's an honor to meet fellow cultivator Liu here at Penglai. Wang Lin smiled and slowly said, Fellow cultivator Du is as free as the clouds without any sect holding you down. I'm envious. The old man in black wryly smiled and shook his head. This old man likes peace and quiet, so I didn't enter any sect. I only came to Penglai because an old friend invited me. After the big auction in 2 days, I'll leave. If fellow cultivator comes to the rank 6 region in the future, you can come and visit my cave. Wang Lin nodded. He looked at the old man in black and pondered for a moment. This old man in black's cultivation had already reached this point, so he was naturally very aware. If fellow cultivator Liu wants to say something, then there is no harm in just saying it. Wang Lin looked at the old man in black and slowly said, I wonder where fellow cultivator Du got that vermilion bird feather? The old man in black pondered a bit and said, I obtained it from a wild continent in the rank 6 region. Outsiders don't know about it, and I only found it by accident. All the fierce beasts there are good with fire, and it is a dangerous place, so I didn't venture far in. After he finished speaking, he took out a jade and his divine sense went inside before handing it to Wang Lin. If fellow cultivator Liu is interested, you may check it out. However, don't go in too deep. According to my observations, there is a rank 11 fierce beast there. Wang Lin took the jade and scanned it with his divine sense. He then clasped his hands at the old man in black. They talked for a bit more before the old man in black left. Over the past 2 days, Wang Lin had subtly spread out the news that he was looking to buy star maps. Soon, people began to buy star maps, and in just 2 days, almost all the star maps in the city had been brought. After the maps had been carefully verified, the star maps eventually ended up in Master Ashenpine's hands. Holding these star maps, Master Ashen Pine went to the inn Wang Lin was in. After catching up, he took out a bag filled with star maps. I heard fellow cultivator Lu was interested in star maps, so I had people gather some. However, there is too much false information, so I don't know how much is accurate. Fellow cultivator Lu needs to carefully examine them. After taking the bag, Wang Lin smiled and clasped his hands. Thank you, fellow cultivator Ashen Pine. This has saved me a lot of trouble. After talking for a while, Master Ashen Pine looked at Wang Lin and suddenly said, I wonder if fellow cultivator Lu will have any urgent matters to attend to after tomorrow's auction. Wang Lin looked at Master Ashen Pine and shook his head. Fellow cultivator Ashen Pine, you can just say what you need to say. Master Ashen Pine pondered for a bit and said, I know of a secret place, and there may be something there that you would be interested in. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Lin. After finding no change in Wang Lin's expression, he took out a jade and handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin accepted the jade. He didn't check it, but looked at Master Ashen Pine with a smile that wasn't a smile. Master Ashen Pine let out a dry cough and said, Long story short, I see that fellow cultivator Lu is trading for a lot of origin crystals. If you help me enter that place, I'll gift you 10,000 origin crystals as an reward. Wang Lin calmly swept the jade with his divine sense, and his eyes closed. The room was quiet. Master Ashen Pine was not anxious and waited for Wang Lin's reply. After a moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes and calmly said, I want 20,000 origin crystals, 10,000 up front. Master Ashen Pine hesitated for a moment before he nodded and smiled. Good. To gain the help of someone from the God Sect for 20,000 origin crystals is a good value. After tomorrow's auction is over, I'll deliver the origin crystals, and we will head out. Master Ashen Pine clasped his hands and left. After he left Wang Lin's room, his smile disappeared, and he let out a cold snort in his heart. How can the people of the God Sect be lacking origin crystals? This person's identity is extremely suspicious. Whether his identity is true or not doesn't matter as long as he behaves. As long as I can enter that place, my cultivation level will climb, and then, Master Ashen Pine took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He had been preparing for this for almost 1,000 years. Chapter 1176, Wouldn't it be better to forget about each other? In these 2 short days, the part of the city that was destroyed by Wang Lin's war spirit print was quickly rebuilt by the treasured Jade Sect. In just 2 short days, a large amount of spirit stones was used and countless cultivators worked on the repairs. The city was restored before the auction arrived. The auction on Peng Lai was very important, and the items being auctioned were all very valuable. The reason so many old monsters would come to Peng Lai was due to this auction. The location of the auction was at the square at the center of the main city of Peng Lai. This wasn't an auction just anyone could enter. Only those with an invitation were allowed in. There was a large amount of treasured Jade Sect cultivators around this 100,000 feet area preventing outsiders from entering. When the auction was about to begin, all the old monsters from the various sects arrived and entered with their invitation jades. Wang Lin was also a bit interested in the auction. He calmly flew toward the center of the main city. Along the way, all the cultivators that saw him respectfully clasped their hands at him. During these 2 days, almost everyone had memorized Wang Lin's appearance, and no one dared to offend him. It didn't take long for Wang Lin to arrive at the main city. The cultivators of the treasured Jade Sect could stop anyone without an invitation jade. However, after seeing Wang Lin, their minds trembled and they moved out of the way. They didn't dare to check if Wang Lin had an invitation jade or not. There were almost 100 cultivators scattered across the square. Most of them were Nirvana Scryer or Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. There weren't many Nirvana Shatterer old monsters. Wang Lin's arrival immediately caught the attention of all these cultivators. They all clasped their hands at him, and some even went up to chat with him. Wang Lin calmly dealt with them as he looked through the crowd and saw Qianmei in the distance. Qianmei noticed Wang Lin's gaze and chuckled. Her eyes were as bright as the stars. A moment after Wang Lin entered the auction square, an elder in red entered with a middle-aged man. After seeing Wang Lin, he let out a hearty laugh. For fellow cultivator Lu to come to my humble auction is the honor of my treasured Jade Sect. Wang Lin knew this elder in red. He was one of the people that had visited him over the last 2 days representing the treasured Jade Sect. So it's Elder Chow? Wang Lin revealed a smile and clasped his hands. The old man in red was very polite. He didn't dare to underestimate this youth in white before him. Every time he thought about how Wu Qing had died, he would tremble. Before he visited Wang Lin on the behalf of the treasured Jade Sect, he was clearly aware that this person was not normal. That calmness and speech along with the hint of illusion whenever he looked at Wang Lin's eyes were enough to shock him. Later, he reported all of this to the sect master. After pondering for a long time, the sect master sent out a message. No disciple of the sect could offend this person on Peng Lai. Whether he is part of the God sect or not has nothing to do with my treasured Jade sect. Just the fact that he was able to kill Wu Qing so easily is enough for him to be respected. The old man in red talked with Wang Lin for a bit before looking up at the sky. He smiled at Wang Lin and said, "Fellow cultivator Liu, the auction is about to start. If you have anything you want to take out to auction, you have to hurry." Wang Lin pondered a bit. He indeed have a few things he wanted to auction to trade for as many origin crystals as possible. After a moment, he smiled. Might as well. I do have 2 treasures I want to auction. Oh, treasures that fellow cultivator Liu is willing to auction can't be normal. The old man in red revealed a hint of interest. Wang Lin didn't speak as he raised his right hand and reached out. A crack to this storage space opened and 2 objects surrounded by black light flew out at the old man in red. The old man's eyes lit up and he looked at Wang Lin. He saw that there were seals on the treasures and therefore didn't check them with his divine sense. He let every cultivator's gaze gather and clearly see the shapes of the treasures before putting them away. Wang Lin looked at the old man in red with a smile that wasn't a smile and clasped his hands. The old man coughed and softly said, "This old man will first send these 2 items to the elder responsible for the auction. Fellow cultivator Liu can rest assured." With that, he clasped his hands and left. That old man is an interesting person. Wang Lin's gaze swept by the old man's back. After the old man in red left, other cultivators came up to talk to Wang Lin. This included the scholar in white and the beautiful woman from Master Ashen Pine's auction. The 3 weren't unfamiliar. After they talked for a moment, the square began to tremble and everyone became quiet. The ground shook even more violently and cracks appeared around the square. 16 huge stone tablets rose into the air. These 16 stone tablets broke out from the earth and stopped after they were 1,000 feet into the air. Light began to surround the tablets. At the same time, the earth around the 16 tablets continued to tremble and more than 40 smaller tablets flew out from the ground. They stopped when they were 800 feet in the air. This didn't end. After these 40 tablets flew out, more than 100 tablets flew out outside them and stopped 500 feet in the air. These tablets formed a giant formation. This was not the first time a majority of these cultivators had participated in this auction, so they weren't surprised. They all scattered and sat down on the various tablets based on their cultivation levels and status. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he took a step forward. He arrived above one of the 16 stone tablets in front and sat down. No one was surprised he was able to sit there. It seemed quite obvious to everyone. Looking around, all the cultivators that sat on these 16 tablets were Nirvana Shatterer old monsters, and Wang Lin knew most of them. After almost everyone was seated, a charming shadow arrived on Wang Lin's stone tablet. Qianmei blinked at Wang Lin and quietly sat down. After sitting down, Qianmei whispered as if she was talking to herself, "I'm about to leave." As she was sitting on Wang Lin's side, the wind blew by, causing a few strands of her hair to flutter before Wang Lin. The gentle fragrance from her body clearly entered Wang Lin's nose. The fragrance was very light. Just like Qianmei's tranquility, it could calm one's heart. At this moment, the auction began. The person responsible for the auction was an elder of the treasured Jade sect with a square face. He floated above the square with the first item. It was a bell-like treasure with a number of fierce beast tattoos carved on it. After noticing her own hair reaching Wang Lin, Qianmei's face turned slightly red. She quickly pulled her hair back and casually bundled it up. When Wang Lin didn't look at Qianmei, but looked at the treasure Jade sect elder who was explaining the effect of the treasure. "I'll leave after the auction," Qianmei said softly, her eyes looking at the distant sky. No one knew what she was thinking. Wang Lin quietly said, "I'll send you off." At this moment, the bell was sold and the elder of the treasured Jade sect took out the second item. It was a pill. Qianmei revealed a gentle smile. She turned around and looked at Wang Lin with bright eyes. She softly said, "How will you send me off? Will you just be sending me off from Peng Lai?" "Okay." Wang Lin nodded and still didn't look at Qianmei. Qianmei looked at the side of Wang Lin's face. She pondered for a bit and softly said, "Or send me to the rank 9 region?" Wang Lin silently pondered. "Or send me to the demon sect and resist the invasion of the fierce beasts with me?" Qianmei's voice was beautiful. It was like music that circled Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin was still silent. Qianmei turned around. She looked into the distance and let out a sigh. At this moment, the second item was sold. The elder of the treasured Jade sect took out the third item. It was a painting. It had no mountain on it, but the river and lake on it were moving and looked very real. Qianmei was silent for a long time and softly said, "I originally wasn't going to leave this early, and there are still a few things I haven't figured out. However, Master sent a summon yesterday. The fierce beasts at the demon sect suddenly increased. All the disciples of the rank 9 sects must rush over to help as soon as possible. I don't know how long I'll be gone this time. Wang Lin slowly said, have a safe trip. When you were battling Wu Qing, I didn't act because Qianmei hesitated but was interrupted by Wang Lin. Wang Lin calmly said, I understand. Qianmei looked at Wang Lin. After a while, she whispered, do you really understand? Wang Lin didn't answer, but looked at the painting in the elder's hand as the cultivators offered. After pondering a bit, his voice immediately spread out. This painting, I'll take it. After he spoke, everyone who was offering stopped. They all looked at Wang Lin and no longer offered. No one dared to compete with Wang Lin. The matter with Wu Qing was known by everyone. The reason Wu Qing had died, aside from his greed, was due to competing with this fiend for a treasure. Wang Lin's right hand reached at the void and took out the scroll from the elder of the treasured Jade sect. He opened it, took out a lot, and turned around. This was the first time he had looked at Qianmei's beautiful face that could make one's heart race, and those tranquil eyes. A gift to you. Wang Lin handed over the painting. Qianmei silently pondered. After a long time, she smiled and took the painting. She stood up, biting her lower lip, and whispered, if you find the person who found the jade of the heaven-breaking sect, please pass him this message. The heaven-breaking sect welcomes him. After she finished speaking, she no longer looked at Wang Lin and moved like a dancing butterfly. Her black hair suddenly turned into a stunning blue color, and she gradually disappeared before the eyes of the cultivators. She was still holding that painting. Wouldn't it be better to forget about each other? Is it? Chapter 1177, Divine Devil Armor. Wouldn't it be better to forget about each other? Yes? Wang Lin didn't look at Qianmei as she left. Wang Lin's heart didn't move for this woman who was also named Li. His heart was dead. It had died during that roar of indignation on the moon. His heart had been torn into pieces the moment Lu Mei took out that resentful soul. Rather than us relying on each other, wouldn't it be better to forget about each other? Two different types of emotions represented two different attitudes toward life, and also two different choices. Throughout Wang Lin's life, he had met many women who were more beautiful, more talented, or were better than Qianmei in every aspect. Whether it was Red Butterfly, Shi Zifeng, Lu Mei, Mu Bingmei, Lu Yanfei, or just some he had brief encounters with. These women all passed by, but in the end, only Li Muin and Lu Mei had entered his heart. Wang Lin was not one that understood emotions. The changes early on in his life had made him into a murderous devil, and both of his hands were soaked in blood. Even those self-proclaimed devils couldn't compare to Wang Lin. He didn't understand love. If he ever did, he only had an ignorant understanding of it back when he was a youth and hadn't started cultivating yet. He imagined he would one day pass the test and become an official. He would then return home with a wife by his side. Together, they would accompany his parents until they were old. However, after the incident with the Teng family, Wang Lin even died once, and this changed his personality greatly. The sorrow enlightened him. Cultivation. The cultivation world only cared about the strong. Wang Lin didn't know his feelings for Li Muin at all. After Li Muin died, he spent over 1,000 years in solitude. He walked through the void alone in a daze, and as he walked down his path toward cultivation, he constantly recalled a feeling. Gradually, as he grew older, he understood. Li Muin had walked into his heart as he recalled these past 1,000 years. She had entered very deep, very deep. The other woman, Lu Mei, had also walked into Wang Lin's heart, but her path was very different. It was very painful, very painful. In the end, Lu Mei still won. But this victory was her tearing a hold in Wang Lin's dead heart and burying herself inside. Wang Lin's heart died and was torn apart by someone else. He was powerless. It'd be better to forget about each other. Qianmei's departure and spreading out her blue hair exposed her identity. In the entire Cloud Sea, she was the only person with blue hair. She didn't have to do this, but she still did. The genius of the rank 9 heaven-breaking sect, Qianmei, had sat next to Wang Lin and was also gifted a painting by Wang Lin. This was seen by all the surrounding cultivators. Qianmei had used this method to give people the answer to whether or not Wang Lin was a member of the God sect. The auction continued, but the gazes of the surrounding cultivators toward Wang Lin were different. Before, many were not certain of Wang Lin's identity as a member of the God sect. There were doubts hidden in their hearts, but they were well hidden. However, a majority of these doubts were dispelled by Qianmei's departure. The next item being auctioned is a mountain rock. The elder in charge of the auction looked at Wang Lin, and something appeared in his hand. This was an incomplete mountain stone. It was damaged everywhere and was a mess. It looked very ugly. Looking at the mountain stone, Wang Lin seemed to return back to all the fights he had back in All Heaven. The mountain stone had collapsed there as well. Wang Lin could only gather this much and had condensed it. It became an useless treasure in his storage space. 1,000 celestial jades. After a moment of silence, a sound came out from the surrounding cultivators. The scholar in white that knew Wang Lin softly said, 5,000 celestial jade. The Dao spell sect elder sitting on one of the tablets in front calmly said, 10,000 celestial jades. No one else offered for this stone. Aside from a few of the powerful cultivators, most people thought it was worthless. However, earlier, when Wang Lin handed the items to the treasured jade sect, everyone got a good look at what the two treasures were. Everyone knew that this mountain stone belonged to Wang Lin. A mere 10,000 celestial jades to make a friend with Wang Lin was something these cultivators were willing to spend. In the Cloud Sea, 10,000 celestial jades was not a small amount. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as his right hand formed a seal, and a restriction flew out toward the mountain stone. It fell on the stone, and a ripple echoed before disappearing. An ancient aura suddenly spread out from the mountain stone. This ancient aura contained the trace of time. This immediately caused the surrounding cultivators to become serious. The Nirvana Shatterer cultivators weren't as phased, but the Nirvana Scryer and Nirvana Cleanser cultivators all stared at the mountain stone and began to ponder. Mountain Soul. The beautiful woman who knew Wang Lin was a bit surprised. She carefully looked at the stone before shaking her head and saying, "Unfortunately, it is broken. This isn't a normal mountain stone. It has celestial spiritual energy. Could this item be a mountain of the celestial realm?" The scholar in white calmly said, 20,000 celestial jades. Although this item is useless for us Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, the juniors in the sect can comprehend the spell within. More importantly, it likely came from the celestial realm and was then refined into this. The elder of the Dao spell sect pondered for a moment and then slowly said, 30,000 celestial jade. 40,000 celestial jades. A voice came from the distance. It was Ouyang Long, who was sitting on a stone tablet in the back. The elder of the Dao spell sect said, 1,000 origin crystals. The surroundings were completely silent. No one else tried bidding, and in the end the elder of the Dao spell sect bought it. Although this mountain stone was uncommon, it didn't set off a wave in the auction. It was at most a ripple. However, the shock the next item brought was something not even Wang Lin expected. This treasure is an armor. The elder of the treasured jade sect took a deep breath. There was a hint of doubt and excitement in his eyes. He waved his right hand, and a blob of black gas appeared. There was the vague shape of a suit of armor inside. The moment this black gas appeared, the expressions of some of the surrounding cultivators changed and they looked closed. This included the old man with a face full of scars, the scholar in white, and company. I asked fellow cultivator Lu to lift the seal so we can get a better look. The old man clasped his hands at Wang Lin and revealed that this item belonged to Wang Lin. Wang Lin paid attention to the old man's expression. After pondering a bit, his right hand pointed at the suit of armor and a restriction flew out at the black gas. The black gas seemed to boil as it violently churned and layers of restrictions dissipated. Finally, all the restrictions disappeared and the black gas was no longer a blur. It quickly contracted into a black suit of armor and gave off a monstrous devilish energy. This devilish energy was so strong that the world changed colors. A giant vortex vaguely appeared in the sky. It was completely black and slowly rotated. The moment the seal on the armor was removed, the surroundings completely quieted down. All the cultivators' eyes opened wide, and even the Nirvana Shatterer old monsters were startled. Their eyes shined like they never shined before. Some of the cultivators stood up in shock and disbelief filled their eyes. The old man with a face full of scars gasped and muttered, God Sect Devil Armor. Divine Devil Armor. It really is the Divine Devil Armor. The Divine Devil Armor that only the God Sect possess. The devilish energy from it is extremely dense. It should be a rank 4 Divine Devil Armor. The entire auction began to stir due to the appearance of this suit of armor. The cultivators that could come to this auction were all knowledgeable, were very powerful, and were all mentally strong. However, at this moment, their mental strength collapsed due to this divine devil armor. The elder of the Dao spell sect clasped his hands at Wang Lin and said, Fellow cultivator Lu, do you really want to sell this? After he spoke, the surroundings immediately became quiet. Everyone's gazes gathered on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the scattered devil armor. He didn't think that even this armor would be unexpectedly related to the God Sect. A strong interest toward the Cloud Sea's God Sect appeared in Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin calmly said, I only want origin crystals. Good. I'm willing to take out 3,000 origin crystals to buy this, the elder of the Dao Spell Sect said with a decisive tone. This woman offers 5,000 origin crystals. The old woman who traded Wang Lin the star map looked at the armor with a mysterious gaze in her eyes as she made the offer. The scholar in white took a deep breath and said, I believe all of you want to buy this to study the God Sect spells. Only God Sect members own something like this, and they rarely leak out. I must obtain this. I offer 8,000 origin crystals. The Dao Spell Sect elder hesitated for a bit and clenched his teeth. 10,000 origin crystals. The Dao Spell Sect didn't have that many origin crystals. 10,000 was already his limit. The moment this price came out, the surrounding cultivators all gasped. This level of auction was not something most people could participate in. Just at this moment, an eccentric voice echoed. Rank 7 Miles Luo Sect offers 13,000 origin crystals. The surrounding cultivators all looked over. It was a youth in yellow holding a fan in his hand who had shouted the offer. The elder of the Dao Spell Sect stared at the armor and let out a sigh. He stopped bidding. The rest all became silent. This was their limit. They didn't have that many origin crystals. 15,000 origin crystals. Ouyang Long's voice echoed, and there was a hint of trembling within it. Even for him, this price made his mind tremble. The youth in yellow frowned and said, 18,000 origin crystals. 20,000 origin crystals. Ouyang Long clenched his teeth. 25,000 origin crystals. There was a flash of coldness in the eyes of the youth in yellow. 30,000 origin crystals. Sweat appeared on Ouyang Long's forehead. You're merely from the rank 5 Treasure Jade Sect. Where did you get so many origin crystals? The young man in yellow stood up and stared at Ouyang Long. There was a flash of killing intent in his eyes, but he recognized Ouyang Long's identity. Chapter 1178, Qualification. The origin crystals belong to me personally. I don't need to report this to your Mi Luo sect. An ancient voice came from the distance, and then a ray of light landed next to Ouyang Long, revealing it to be Master Ashen Pine. The youth in yellow snorted and said, 35,000 origin crystals. 40,000. Master Ashen Pine was very calm, as if these 40,000 origin crystals were insignificant to him. This abnormal scene immediately caused the surrounding cultivators to look at Master Ashen Pine in shock. Master Ashen's sect was a head elder of the Treasure Jade Sect who didn't even need to give face to the sect master. He had many direct disciples and had enough power to confront the sect master. However, he was very low-key, so the sect master had never asked about all the celestial jades and origin crystals he had gathered. 50,000 origin crystals. The youth in yellow stared at Master Ashen Pine and clenched his teeth. Master Ashen Pine sneered. He didn't care about exposing the fact that he had a large amount of origin crystals and catching the attention of the upper regions. After today, he will leave and will likely never return to Penglai. Not to mention his chance of success will be much greater this time. Once he succeeds, his cultivation level will increase greatly, and after that, he will have nothing to fear. Master Ashen Pine had his hands behind his back as he calmly said, 60,000. You. The youth in yellow took a deep breath. After thinking for a moment, he was about to offer 70,000. Master Ashen Pine coldly looked at the youth in yellow and suddenly smiled. Your Mi Luo sect didn't bring many people, and the trip back to the rank 7 region is far. You should be careful on your way back. The surroundings immediately became very quiet, and their gazes fell on Master Ashen Pine. It was extremely rare for someone to threaten someone from the rank 7 sects. What backing does this Master Ashen Pine have to dare to be so bold? The youth in yellow looked at Master Ashen Pine. After a long time, he let out a cold snort and flew off into the horizon. Master Ashen Pine's expression was neutral as he clasped his hands at Wang Lin. He then threw out a bag and then reached out toward the suit of armor. The armor flew into his hand, and after taking a closer look, he revealed a smile. Fellow cultivator Liu, the deposit is in the bag as well. A total of 80,000 origin crystals. Let us go. Wang Lin caught the bag and scanned it with his divine sense before quietly putting it away. Master Ashen Pine had a high cultivation level and was very cunning. He was also a ruthless person. However, no matter how cunning he was, he couldn't match the All-Seer. Wang Lin had even dared to fight against the All-Seer, so how could he be afraid of a mere Master Ashen Pine? After nodding slightly, Wang Lin stepped forward and flew off into the sky. Master Ashen Pine smiled and flew off as well. He and Wang Lin disappeared into the horizon. Due to this, no one else was in the mood to continue this auction and all left. After leaving Penglai, Wang Lin and Master Ashen Pine moved at an extreme speed through the star fog. Just at this moment, the sound of a flute echoed in the fog. The star fog in the distance churned, and the blue-haired Qianmei slowly walked out and smiled. Wang Lin stopped and pondered a bit. He turned toward Master Ashen Pine and slowly said, "Fellow cultivator Ashen Pine, go first. I'll catch up a bit later." Master Ashen Pine smiled and handed a jade to Wang Lin. He then laughed and said, "Fellow cultivator Lu can go to the location marked on the map. A few old friends of mine will be waiting there." With that, he looked at Qianmei and clasped his hands before flying off into the fog. He wasn't worried Wang Lin wouldn't come. Wang Lin looked at Qianmei, and after pondering for a bit, he calmly said, "Didn't you leave? Why did you come back?" Qianmei blinked and whispered, "I was going to leave, but I remember you said you were going to send me off." Wang Lin frowned and said, "I'll send you off here. With your cultivation level, there shouldn't be much danger for you there, but you should still be cautious." Qianmei shook her head and said, "Who knows? Perhaps we will never meet again after I leave." From Teacher's tone, this outbreak seems somewhat grave. Wang Lin silently pondered. Seeing that Wang Lin didn't intend to speak, Qianmei frowned. She looked at Wang Lin and let out a sigh. "That Master Ashen Pine is very secretive. I originally intended to go with you." Qianmei gently bit her lower lip as she looked at Wang Lin and took off an emerald bracelet from her right hand. "You answered my 3 questions before, and we agreed for me to give you 1 item per question. I haven't given you the 3rd item yet. This is a protective treasure. You should keep it to protect yourself." Qianmei handed the bracelet to Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at Qianmei with a somewhat complicated look. He took the bracelet and took one glance at. It was still warm from Qianmei's body. He shook his head and returned it to Qianmei. Qianmei looked at Wang Lin and quietly asked, "Why won't you take it?" "It is too expensive, I can't afford it. If there is nothing else, I'll be leaving." With that, Wang Lin turned and was about to leave. Qianmei calmly threw the jade bracelet to the side. It turned into a ray of light and disappeared among the star fog. "Since you don't want it, then I don't want it either." Wang Lin silently looked at Qianmei. "Since you don't want my item, take back this painting." Qianmei waved her hand. A painting appeared, and she handed it to Wang Lin. Qianmei calmly said, "The lake and river on the painting are beautiful, but it was lacking vitality, so I added a few things." After taking the painting, Wang Lin didn't open it, but after silently pondering for a bit, his right hand reached out. A crack to this storage space opened, and a ray of golden light flew out. The ray of light landed in Wang Lin's hand. The golden light dissipated and turned into a pen. Wang Lin waved his hand and began to draw a rune with the pen. His hand didn't stop as he drew stroke after stroke. It wasn't until the rune was extremely complex that he stopped. This pen is a celestial treasure, and when used with this rune, you should be able to display shocking strength with your cultivation level. Wang Lin let the pen go. A golden light surrounded the pen as it floated in the void. No longer looking at Qianmei, Wang Lin turned around and flew off into the distance. "You answered my 3 questions. I won't let you escape." Qianmei smiled as she looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to. She picked up her flute, put it next to her mouth, and began to play. The sound of the flute echoed through the fog. When Wang Lin heard the flute in the distance, he looked at the painting in his hand. He opened it up and saw that the river and lake were no longer there. They had dried up, and there were 2 fishes laying next to each other, keeping each other alive. Wang Lin frowned and revealed a wry smile. He put away the painting and flew away accompanied by the sound of the flute. After a long time, Qianmei put down the flute and waved her hand. She put away the golden pen and walked off into the void. Wang Lin moved like lightning according to the map Master Ashen Pine had given him and dashed through the fog. However, a moment later, he stopped and stared straight ahead. In the fog not far from him, there was a bright, emerald light, and there was a bracelet floating there. Not just Wang Lin. Even Qianmei wouldn't have expected the bracelet that she had randomly thrown to end up along the route Wang Lin would take. Even if she had thrown it in the right direction, space was vast and filled with fog. Even though it had gone in the same direction, the chance of seeing it was like finding a needle in a haystack. Wang Lin silently looked at the jade bracelet for a long time before reaching out. The jade bracelet fell in his hand. He let out a sigh and flew away. There was a very small wild continent not far away from Peng Lai in the rank 5 region. There were no beasts there, and cultivators rarely came here. However, right now there were 3 cultivators sitting there. "Master Ashen Pine, that place is the most secretive place between us. Why do you want that person named Lu to come?" The person who spoke was the old man with a face filled with scars. He was the same old man that Wang Lin had met at Master Ashen Pine's auction. Master Ashen Pine sat there with a calm expression and said, that person can use the War Spirit print. With him there, my chance of success will increase by 20%. In addition, I'll have to trouble fellow cultivator Zhao's spell to lead the way. After it's over, according to our previous agreement, fellow cultivator Zhao will get to choose 3 materials first. Master Ashen Pine's gaze fell on another person. This was also someone Wang Lin was familiar with. It was the old woman in green. The old woman said with a hoarse voice, "I'll do my best." Just at this moment, the fog above the wild continent churned and a shrill laugh echoed. The fog was pushed aside and an old man wearing a black and white Taoist robe with a crown on his head appeared. With just a few steps, he arrived next to the 3 of them, as if he had used spatial bending. Just as this old man appeared, a dense smell of blood appeared. There were countless soul fragments hiding in the fog behind him. They would sometimes reveal their heads and let out bursts of silent, yet mournful cries. "Master Ashen Pine, I met some enemies along the way, so I was a bit late." The old man's face was pale, but his eyes gave off an eerie glow. "Master Cloud Soul." The eyes of the old man with the face covered in scars narrowed the moment he saw the crown. The face of the old man with the crown twitched, and he revealed a gloomy smile. "Fellow cultivator Peng, we meet again." After that, he looked at the old woman, and in the end his gaze fell on Master Ashen Pine. "Master Ashen Pine, is it only the 4 of us?" Master Ashen Pine licked his lips and slowly said, "There are 3 more. They should be here soon." Just after he spoke, the star fog churned once more and a person walked out. White robe, fluttering black hair, and an indifferent gaze. Wang Lin walked out from the fog and looked at the 4 of them. "A Nirvana Cleanser Jr.? Master Ashen Pine, you want a Nirvana Cleanser Jr. to be involved in this?" Master Cloud Soul frowned. "He is not a Nirvana Cleanser Jr." Master Ashen Pine smiled. "Oh." Master Cloud Soul's eyes lit up. When Wang Lin approached, he waved his right hand, and the countless soul fragments charged at Wang Lin. Chapter 1179, Crowd of Devils Gathers. Mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer. When Wang Lin got close, he looked at the old man with the crown and felt the monstrous killing intent from this old man. This person also used souls for his spells, and he was clearly a famous evil cultivator in the Cloud Sea. At this moment, as Master Cloud Soul waved his sleeves, an endless tide of soul fragments charged at Wang Lin to devour him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch. A powerful force appeared and collided with those soul fragments. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the surrounding star fog was all pushed back. A gust of wind blew by the soul fragments as they let out shrills, and a small portion of them immediately collapsed. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he retreated 5 steps. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble and left deep footprints. After 5 steps, his face was a bit pale as he stared at Master Ashen Pine and shouted, "Master Ashen Pine, what is the meaning of this?" Master Ashen Pine laughed as he stood up and waved his hand. There was a flash of gold light, and the gold light suddenly turned into thousands of flying sword. These flying sword linked together with a click to form a sword curtain and stopped Master Cloud Soul's soul fragments from attacking again. "Master Cloud Soul, fellow cultivator Liu is an honored guest I invited. I hope you will give his old man some face." Master Cloud Soul, who wore a crown, coldly looked at Wang Lin and revealed a fake smile. "You hide yourself, but you do have Nirvana Shatterer spells." As he spoke, his right hand reached out, and the countless soul fragments gathered. They turned into 9 giant soul flames behind him. They gave off a crackling sounds as they burned. "Fellow cultivator Liu, Master Cloud Soul is only testing your strength and has no malicious intent. Please don't mind." Master Ashen Pine smiled and clasped his hands. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, and he didn't speak. He sat down not far from them and looked into the distance. He revealed no emotion on his face, making it impossible for outsiders to see what he was thinking. Master Ashen Pine sneered in his heart. He and Master Cloud Soul looked at each other with subtle gazes, and then quickly withdrew them. Master Cloud Soul sent a message into Master Ashen Pine's ears. "This person does have the ability to kill Wuqing, but there is still a gap between him and mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivators like us. If I attack on my own, I can kill him in 10 breaths of time. If we join together, we can kill him instantly." Master Ashen Pine closed his eyes and sent out a message to Master Cloud Soul. "What makes me dread him the most isn't his possible identity as a member of the God Sect. It's that he is obviously a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, but his spell could instantly kill Wuqing. He is obviously hiding his cultivation. If I don't know his true cultivation level, it might hinder things. However, after seeing you 2 fight, I'm a bit relieved. However, this person is extremely cunning, so once we enter, try to test him a few more times." Master Cloud Soul's eyes lit up in agreement. Wang Lin lowered his head while he sat there so no one could see the flash of coldness in his eyes. Although he looked like he had used full force, he was actually holding back. It would not be wise to reveal his true strength before these old monsters. Mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer is indeed very strong. Just the origin energy contained in that spell is not something an early-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator can deal with. The difference is like a young and a strong man. However, if I were to fight with my most powerful treasures, it's not like I would lose. What I need to prevent is Master Ashen and that person from teaming up. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He didn't reveal the slightest clue as to what he was thinking. The old man with the face full of scars saw the whole battle. He silently turned the ring on his finger, and his gaze occasionally swept past Master Ashen. There was still that old woman in green, who just calmly sat there with her eye closed. She didn't look at what happened at all, as if she was asleep. Time gradually passed. Day and night mixed together on this fog-covered wild continent. It was impossible to distinguish between night and day. After about 1 hour, a ray of sword energy flew in from the distance. This sword energy seemed extremely sharp and contained fierce sword energy. This sword energy didn't make the star fog move at all and directly pierced through toward the 5 of them. Before the sword energy got close, a sword pressure descended from the sky. This sword pressure contained an extremely tyrannical aura. Master Ashen raised his head and smiled. There was a clang, and the sword energy arrived. It stabbed into the earth before the elder named Pang. It was a 7-foot-long sword and was 2 fingers wide. It was white and shrouded in steam, and traces of cold energy spread out from it. The golden tassel on the sword hilt fluttered and stirred the void, causing ripples to appear above the sword. The ripples became even more violent, and a person walked out. This person was short. At first glance, it looked like a boy. Looking closely, this person had twisted features and was as green as a ghost. He looked terrifying, and if a mortal saw him, they would die from terror. He stepped out from the ripples and sat down next to the sword. He was only half a head taller than the sword that was stabbed into the ground. What kind of map did you give me, Master Ashen? It took me a long time to find this place. This person's voice was sharp. He gloomily looked at everyone and was startled when he saw Wang Lin, but he didn't say anything. Master Ashen smiled even wider. Little brother Duanmu, you can't blame me for this. It is you who was unable to find this place. The child snorted and sharply said, You said that place has reincarnation pills. Is it true? Master Ashen nodded and said, It is 100% true. When I entered, I was only at the outer region and couldn't go deeper, but I saw a reincarnation pill. However, it was guarded by a fierce beast, so I couldn't obtain it. What fierce beast? A rank 12 fog dragon. The child silently pondered, then his eyes lit up. Reincarnation pill. When Wang Lin heard this, his expression remained neutral, but his heart was moved. However, he had never heard of the reincarnation pill before. Looking at Master Ashen's expression, this reincarnation pill didn't seem to be the focus of his trip. While he pondered, Wang Lin's gaze swept past the boy. This boy was also a mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. The boy pondered for a moment and said to Master Ashen, If we are not leaving, does that mean there is still one more? There is still one missing. Before Master Ashen finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. At almost the same time, the boy and Master Cloud Soul looked up as well. Wang Lin clearly felt the earth tremble slightly. He looked over and saw a tall figure closing in on the wild continent from the fog. The figure got closer and closer until a large, burly man wearing purple was revealed. As he approached, the earth trembled even more violently. Countless small pieces of rubble flew everywhere. The moment this burly man closed in, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and closely looked behind the burly man. There were fierce beasts following behind him. Although there weren't too many, there were still hundreds. However, their ranks weren't that high. In the blink of an eye, the burly man arrived everyone. He coldly looked at everyone and calmly said, I have arrived. No one saw him make a move, but the moment he spoke, those hundreds of beasts began to roar, and the sound was earth-shattering. Some of the fierce beasts suddenly collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. Soon, all the fierce beasts behind him collapsed and died. When these fierce beasts died, the earth was dyed red and the smell of blood became dense. At the same time, the souls of the beasts all gathered before the burly man and rapidly condensed. They eventually turned into a black vortex, and then the burly man pinched it with his right hand. The vortex immediately condensed into a black pill. The burly man devoured the pill in his hand and calmly said, I came here, so I refined all the fierce beasts here. Battle Beast Sect. Master Cloud Soul's expression became serious, and he clasped his hands at the burly man. He said, I wonder who fellow cultivator is in the Battle Beast Sect? I'm Master Cloud Soul. I'm friends with the Honorable Master Botane. The boy's expression also became serious, and he clasped his hands at the burly man. Master Botane is my senior brother. I'm Qianmei. The burly man's voice was calm, and there was a hint of pride in it. This person is at the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer, but to be able to get the attention of all these mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer old monsters means that aside from his sect, there is something else. More importantly, this Battle Beast Sect spell is interesting. Also, he said that he was already here, but no one noticed him. There is something strange. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the burly man. The Battle Beast Sect's hiding ability is indeed brilliant. I didn't realize Brother Chun was here at all. Master Ashen Pine got up and laughed. Qianmei nodded slightly and said, Master Ashen Pine, I was called by the rank 9 region and must hurry back to the sect. I don't have much time, so you must be quick. Master Ashen Pine nodded. Then his gaze swept everyone once, and he said, I'm very grateful that all of you could come. All of us will obtain something in this trip. None of you will walk away empty-handed. He paused for a moment before looking at Wang Lin and saying, Fellow cultivator Liu, aside from the origin crystals, you can also choose a few treasures as my sign of gratitude. Wang Lin silently nodded. I won't say any more. Once we are there, I'll give a detailed introduction. This way. After he finished speaking, he took a step and charged into the star fog. The elder named Peng followed closely after, and the old woman in green followed. The Battle Beast Sect's Cheng Tianjun stepped forward, and 2 strands of black gas turned into 2 eagle-like beasts as he followed. Fellow cultivator Liu, this way. Master Cloud Soul looked at Wang Lin with a smile that wasn't a smile. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he flew forward. Master Cloud Soul flew at the rear and coldly looked at Wang Lin. The 6 of them formed 6 rays of light across space with Master Ashen Pine leading the way. Chapter 1180, Extraordinary. The starry sky was covered in fog as the 6 rays of light flew through the sky. Master Ashen Pine seemed to be very familiar with this path. He didn't even take out a jade to check for directions. He just quickly flew toward the location. With his Nirvana Shatterer cultivation, he was like a bolt of thunder when flying at full speed. Everyone behind him also used their full cultivation and flew faster. Wang Lin fell behind. After all, his real cultivation level was not Nirvana Shatterer. He remained calm as he took out the talisman and placed it on his body. A gust of wind appeared around him, and he charged out. They flew at full speed, and a few days later, the fog became even more dense. They were within the deepest part of the rank 5 region, and they could vaguely see the shadow of a wild continent. Here it is. Master Ashen Pine rushed out and got close to the wild continent. This wild continent wasn't big, but it had a lot of fierce beasts. Just standing above it, you could hear the constant roars of fierce beasts. Not many people know about this wild continent, and even those that know won't find the secret I hid here. Master Ashen Pine smiled as he looked at the continent with reminiscence in his eyes. Fellow cultivator Pang, I will trouble you to find all the cultivators on this wild continent, and kill them all. Master Ashen Pine looked at the old man with the face full of scars. The old man named Pang nodded and then disappeared. His divine sense spread out across the wild continent, and he continued to search. He killed every cultivator he found, regardless of their cultivation level or sect. Wang Lin looked at the wild continent under his feet. He had a feeling that there was something wrong, but he couldn't tell what. At this moment, he squatted down and grabbed a handful of dirt to examine. The eyes of the old woman in green also lit up as she looked around and became serious. Master Cloud Soul looked at Wang Lin and sneered. The secret of this wild continent couldn't be seen through unless you had lived here for a long time. The boy also frowned as he looked around. No one knew what he was thinking. Only Chen Tianjun wasn't moved at all. He just sat there and cultivated with his eyes closed. It didn't take long for the old man named Pang to return. He nodded at Master Ashen Pine, but didn't speak. Master Ashen Pine got a bit excited and let out a deep breath. Then his hands formed a seal, and he waved his arms. Large amounts of origin energy suddenly gathered around him. It stirred up the fog and turned into a giant vortex before him. Master Ashen Pine's white hair flowed without any wind. He let out a roar, and both of his hands mercilessly pressed down on the earth. The earth trembled with a bang, and endless rumbles echoed. As the earth trembled, crackling sounds could be heard. Cracks moved like dragons as they extended into the distance. The earth shook even more violently. A towering mountain to the east released a harsh glow. Then mountains in the north, south, and west sides also released similar lights. The lights from the four mountains became even stronger and immediately spread out. If one looked from above, they would see that the light from the four mountains linked together to form a four-mountain formation. The earth within the formation trembled and shattered, and gravel floated into the air. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a layer of earth had been scraped off from the area within the four mountains as even more gravel floated into the air. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the gravel flying into the air. The earth was as smooth as a mirror. There were no bumps or concaves at all. There was a giant rune hidden underground. The rune was imprinted on the earth with a spell and occupied a majority of the continent. The gravel was added later on to hide the rune. Looking at this gravel flying into the air and disappearing, Wang Lin felt like a bolt of lightning hit him. He looked at where the gravel was flying off to and was shocked. He thought of the reason why he felt like this place was strange. This wild continent was completely motionless. The continents in the cloud sea were not stationary, but slowly drifting across space. This movement was very slow and difficult to detect, but it existed. Mortals would never feel it, but after one reaches a certain cultivation level, they would vaguely feel it if they calmed down. Wang Lin wasn't a native cultivator of the Cloud Sea. His former star system was full planets and not these floating continents. As a result, this feeling became very clear to him. If it was a native cultivator, they could easily miss this matter. A motionless wild continent. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. There was not a single piece of gravel left remaining on the earth between the four mountains. Master Ashen Pine sat down, and his right hand reached at the void. A crack to his storage space opened, and celestial jades flew out from inside. The moment they landed on the earth, all the celestial spiritual energy inside them was drained, and they turned into dust. As the celestial jades continued to dissipate, the earth absorbed the dense celestial spiritual energy, and the rune became even more clear. It gave off a gentle glow. After a short 15 minutes, more than 100,000 celestial jades were used. The rune became brighter and brighter until the entire wild continent was shining. Celestial formation activate. Master Ashen Pine roared, his voice like a thunder rumble. At this moment, the rune on the ground shined violently, and there was an earth-shattering tremble. Wang Lin clearly felt that after the rune had absorbed enough celestial spiritual energy, it spread across the entire continent. The wild continent suddenly began to move. It wasn't trembling, but moving. This continent was moving to the north. It was a detectable movement. One could only imagine how fast it was moving. Not only Wang Lin, but the boy, Qin Tianjun, and the old woman in green were all shocked by this. They spread out their divine senses and carefully observed. As the rune shined, the continent moved even faster. As the rumbling continued, it completely moved away from where it was before. A seven-colored crack appeared where the center of the wild continent was. The crack wasn't very large, only 5 feet wide. The seven-colored light made this very small crack extremely conspicuous in space. The boy gasped as he stared at the seven-colored crack and became excited. His features were already twisted, and now that he was excited, he was even more terrifying. What a big move. The burly man, Qin Tianjun from the Battle Beast Sect, looked at Master Ashen Pine before his gaze fell back on the seven-colored crack. This wild continent was originally not here. I accidentally passed through here just as the crack appeared. Afterward, in order to hide it, I moved a continent here to cover the crack up so outsiders wouldn't find it. Master Ashen Pine smiled as he spoke. There was pride in his voice. The old woman in green looked at the crack and said, "Where does this seven-colored crack lead to? You'll know once we get there." Master Ashen Pine laughed as he controlled the continent below them to move faster. In the blink of an eye, they were far from the crack. This crack isn't stable and can't be entered directly. If 2 of us enter it, it will collapse. Although it won't dissipate, it will shrink, making it difficult to return. Therefore, we must use this wild continent as a guide and smash our way in. That way, this crack won't collapse, and due to the seal on this continent, the impact will be a lot weaker when we return. As Master Ashen Pine explained this, the seven-colored crack gradually disappeared into the distance. The continent under everyone's feet moved even faster, but it suddenly stopped. Master Ashen Pine's hands formed a seal and pointed at the continent. The continent started moving even faster than before as it smashed toward the seven-colored crack. It moved faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, they reached the limit. The speed caused the continent to tremble violently, and large amounts of rocks fell off the edge. If you looked from above, you would clearly see that the speed of the continent wasn't any slower than a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. In fact, it was even faster. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the stars as the continent moved even faster. The people on the continent became serious as they stared at the seven-colored crack that was getting close. They were all on guard. Although this sounds slow, it all happened in an instant. The continent immediately crashed down into the seven-colored crack. At this moment, the seven-colored light intensified and seemed to light up the area. When the continent crashed, the crack seemed to have gotten ripped open by force and instantly became larger. "Go!" shouted Master Ashen Pine as he charged out toward the crack. Everyone else also used their full speed and entered the crack. At this moment, the only two people outside were Master Cloud Soul and Wang Lin. Master Cloud Soul coldly looked at Wang Lin, and Wang Lin let out a cold snort in his heart, but he headed straight for the crack. However, just as he was about to enter the crack, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he suddenly looked back. Master Cloud Soul's eyes narrowed. At the moment Wang Lin turned back, his right hand reached at the void, and an iron sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It was covered in rust, but it was an iron sword that contained a heaven-shaking aura. Chapter 1181, Master Cloud Soul is lost. Wang Lin had his own plot going into this seven-colored crack, and it was bound to have conflict with Master Ashen Pine. Wang Lin could deal with a mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, and even against two, he would be fine as long as the second one didn't have a good relationship with Master Ashen Pine. Wang Lin had secretly observed the boy named Duanmu. He was a ruthless person, and his relationship with Master Ashen Pine was merely for their own benefits. As for Chen Tianjun, he didn't have a very close relationship with Master Ashen Pine. He must have had his own plans. The only ones that had a close relationship with Master Ashen Pine were two people. The first was the old man named Pang, and the other was Master Cloud Soul. According to Wang Lin's analysis, it was due to Master Cloud Soul that Master Ashen Pine could calmly invite everyone. After all, with the two of them working together and the old man named Pang on their side, that team was already invincible among them. Therefore, destroying Master Cloud Soul would be equal to breaking one of Master Ashen Pine's arm. Master Cloud Soul had ill intent and had been observing him this whole time. Wang Lin decided to attack first and not give them a chance to join forces. Right now was the best chance to attack. Mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer. Thinking about how he was going to battle a mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, Wang Lin felt excited. With the iron sword in his hand, he mercilessly slashed down. The power of a pseudo-Nirvana void treasure was heaven-shaking. At this moment, a monstrous ray of sword energy shot at Master Cloud Soul. Master Cloud Soul's expression changed. He was not far from Wang Lin and was very close to the seven-colored crack. He had no time to think as the sword energy closed in instantly. Master Cloud Soul let out a roar and his hands formed a seal. The soul flame behind him flew out to confront Wang Lin's sword energy. The soul flame shot at Wang Lin and collided with the sword energy. A thunderous rumble echoed and the soul flame collapsed. It wasn't able to stop the sword energy from piercing through it all. At this moment of crisis, Master Cloud Soul's eyes widened in anger. At the moment it closed in, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a gush of essence blood. This blood turned into a skull that devoured the ray of sword energy. There was a heaven-shaking bang as Master Cloud Soul's body trembled and his face turned pale. His eyes were filled with shock, but he was, after all, a mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, so Wang Lin's sword energy wasn't able to seriously injure him. The impact knocked Wang Lin back a few steps, and he was about to disappear into the crack. "You're looking for death, Junior." Master Cloud Soul let out a roar and rushed forward. He was very fast and closed in on Wang Lin in an instant. Wang Lin didn't have time to let the iron sword use its full attack. There was a cold flash in his eyes. This wasn't outside his expectations. A mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator wasn't easy to kill. His purpose was to injure him. It was all preparation for what will happen next. Wang Lin retreated and was about to completely enter the crack. Master Cloud Soul closed in and was half a foot into the crack. He lifted his hand and was about to use a spell, but at this moment, Wang Lin revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Stop!" The celestial origin energy inside his body surged like crazy and turned into the stop spell that surrounded Master Cloud Soul. In the blink of an eye, Master Cloud Soul's body paused. With his cultivation level, he only needed a moment to break the invisible silk threads formed by the stop spell, but it was enough. Just as Wang Lin entered the crack, a ray of sword energy shot out at Master Cloud Soul's head. A punch filled with ancient god power also shot out at him. The ray of sword energy closed in. Master Cloud Soul broke free from the stop spell in time to dodge, but he let out a miserable groan and blood gushed out from his right arm. The sword energy had chopped off his right arm. At this moment, the ancient god punch arrived. Although Master Cloud's soul blocked it with his spell, it caused his body to move to the side by large amount. Fear appeared in his eyes. You couldn't just arbitrarily move while being transferred through the crack. If you did, you would immediately be teleported to another location when crossing between the two realms. Wang Lin had passed through many spatial cracks. Although he hadn't entered the seven-colored crack before, he concluded that all cracks between two realms were like this. This seven-colored crack also wasn't stable, so he was even more certain. His purpose wasn't to attempt to kill a mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Instead, it was to injure Master Cloud's soul and change his transfer location the moment he entered the crack. All of this happened in a flash. It was unimaginably fast. At the moment he entered the crack, Wang Lin's vision blurred and his origin soul suffered the severe backlash from using the stop spell, but he suppressed it by force. When he regained his vision, he appeared in a strange world. There was a sky and earth here, but the sky gave off a seven-colored glow. Even the earth was seven-colored due to this light. However, this world wasn't clear but shrouded in fog. Only a few places didn't have fog. Wang Lin didn't look at the scene too closely. His eyes lit up, and he looked around at the people who had teleported here. Master Cloud Soul was not here. Seeing this, Wang Lin relaxed a bit. He had made a gamble, and now he knew he had won his bet. What he did was extremely dangerous. Master Cloud Soul wasn't prepared, so his spell got interrupted by the stop spell. If that spell had shot out, things wouldn't have ended so quickly. Everyone was on an altar-like place that was only 1,000 feet wide. The old man named Peng looked around and recalled the past. This was his third time here. The first time they came, many of their friends died. The second time, more of them died. Today, including himself, there were only 3 of them left. The eyes of the boy named Duanmu looked at the fog ahead as he licked his lips and muttered, "That fog is not star fog." The Battle Beast Sect's Shun Tianjun got very excited after arriving here. He took a few deep breaths, and his eyes revealed a strange light. Only the old woman in green frowned slightly. No one knew what she was thinking about. Master Ashen Pine's expression was excited, but his gaze immediately became serious. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "Fellow cultivator Lu, where's Master Cloud Soul?" Wang Lin's expression was calm and frowned. "How would I know where he went? Master Cloud Soul was behind you, and the 2 of you were the last ones to enter. Did an accident happen outside?" Master Ashen Pine frowned. The good mood he had from returning here disappeared with Master Cloud Soul's disappearance, and he had a bad feeling. Wang Lin calmly said, "I don't know if any accident happened outside, but when I entered the crack, there was no accident." The old man named Peng stared at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Fellow cultivator Lu, I noticed before that fellow cultivator Cloud Soul was not far away from you. There is no reason for you to have entered but him to go missing." Master Ashen Pine's expression was gloomy as he looked at Wang Lin. His heart was already extremely angry. The words between the 3 of them aroused the attention of the rest of the cultivators. The boy named Duanmu smiled and said, "Interesting. We can even lose a person by entering a crack." The old woman in green looked at Wang Lin but didn't speak. Shun Tianjun frowned. He ignored all of this while he looked at the fog in the distance. There was a hint of feverish excitement in his eyes. Fellow cultivator Peng should be careful with his words. If you say things so thoughtlessly, you might invite dire misfortune. Wang Lin sneered and looked at the old man named Peng. The old man named Peng trembled. He thought about Wu Qing's death and regretted saying so much. He then looked at Master Ashen Pine. "Fellow cultivator Lu, please give me an explanation." Master Ashen Pine stared at Wang Lin. He knew that Master Cloud Soul had been watching this youth in white. Now that he was missing, this person was the prime suspect. What a joke! Wang Lin laughed in anger. He looked indifferently at Master Ashen Pine and sneered. "Master Cloud Soul is at the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer, and I'm not his match. Fellow cultivator Ashen Pine wants an explanation from me, but that is something I'm unable to give. Master Cloud Soul has legs and a brain. Why would he report to me where he is going? Ridiculous. If you want a reason to battle, then I'll accompany you to the end." A cold light flashed through Wang Lin's eyes, and his words were sharp. The boy named Duanmu looked at Wang Lin and said to Master Ashen Pine in a sharp voice, "Interesting. However, Master Ashen Pine, fellow cultivator Lu's words are very reasonable. Master Cloud Soul has legs and a brain. Maybe he didn't want to come in or he didn't want to be with us and went to another place." Master Ashen Pine frowned tightly. He had doubts in his heart as well. With Master Cloud Soul's cultivation level, unless this person named Lu was hiding a much higher cultivation level, there was no way Master Cloud Soul would be killed in such a short period of time. His gaze swept past Wang Lin. Master Ashen Pine denied the idea that Master Cloud Soul was killed, especially when he considered that Master Cloud Soul was like himself, who was very familiar with this place. They had both entered twice already. Could it be? Could it be that Master Cloud Soul found another method of entry and used a special method to teleport away? Although this is possible, it could also be possible that this Lu cultivator fought Master Cloud Soul and caused him to be teleported to another place. But if this were true, how did this one named Lu safely teleport here? Master Ashen Pine had uncertainty in his heart, but he could only suppress it. He looked at Wang Lin and clasped his hands. It was me who was reckless on this matter. I hope fellow cultivator Lu won't mind. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. He then clasped his hands, but didn't speak. At this moment, in a valley filled with dense fog inside this seven-colored world, Master Cloud Soul sat there with a pale face, nervously looking around. There were no more blood flowing out from his right arm, but there were fear hidden behind his expression. Damn it! I was transported here. His heart trembled as he licked his dry lips. He looked at the dense fog at the mouth of the valley. There were faint roars coming from the dense fog along with a fishy smell. Chapter 1182, Seven-Colored Realm. The matter about Master Cloud Soul was put aside and was no longer mentioned. The old man named Pang complained in his heart and was on guard because he had just offended Wang Lin. Thinking about Wang Lin's cold gaze, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Master Ashen Pine said with a serious tone, "Don't spread out your divine sense too far, or else you will attract the fierce beasts here. Although this is only the outer region, there are rank 12 fog beasts here. Also, don't fly higher than 1,000 feet. Wang Lin looked at the seven-colored light in the sky and pondered. This seven-colored light was very strange and gave him a strange feeling. It seemed to contain an incomprehensible change in law. What the hell is this place? The person that asked was the Battle Beast Sect's Chen Tianjun. Master Ashen Pine looked ahead and slowly said, "The seven-colored realm. This is what I call it. The outer region of this place is filled with fog beasts. This is where all my origin crystals come from. I have come here a few times, but I'm unable to enter the center region. There are some remains of ancient people there. According to my observations, there are celestials and some very strange people." He pointed ahead as he slowly spoke. "Fellow cultivators, please follow me and don't leave. This place is very dangerous. If you're not careful, you might die here." With that, he walked down the altar and walked ahead. Everyone followed closely after Master Ashen Pine and slowly moved forward. Master Ashen Pine was serious the whole way and followed the fixed route off the altar into the plain. They eventually arrived within the fog-filled mountains. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked around. There were no trees here, only bare mountains. The different types of fog existed in their own separate groups and didn't interfere with each other. Just at this moment, Chen Tianjun suddenly stopped and looked at a mountain not far away. A stone cave could vaguely be seen halfway up the mountain. This cave was obviously not natural. At a glance, it was obvious it was made by someone to be used as a cultivation cave. There is indeed a cave there, but there are rank 12 beasts guarding it. The last time I came, I lured them away and went inside. I did obtain some stuff, Master Ashen Pine quietly said as he looked at Chen Tianjun. Then he continued to walk forward. Chen Tianjun withdrew his gaze and looked at Master Ashen Pine in front. No one knew what he was thinking. As everyone moved forward, the path got narrower. Master Ashen Pine was very familiar with this place. When there was no road ahead, he would change directions, and another road would appear. Time slowly passed. As everyone went deeper, they felt a sense of majesty. This feeling became stronger, and when it descended on them, it even made their minds tremble. Master Ashen Pine's expression became more serious, and he slowed down. He would have to think for a long time after every step, as if he was recalling the route. Wang Lin was silent the whole way, but his eyes shined brightly. He had already noticed that there were numerous restrictions here. However, most of them were too old and had mostly collapsed, but there were still some that were operational. What shocked Wang Lin was the power of these restrictions. These restrictions were even stronger than the ones in Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's cave. If it wasn't for the fact that they had collapsed, it would have been impossible to reach this point. Looking back at where they passed through, they had already traveled more than 5 kilometers. They hadn't crossed the mountain range ahead of them yet, and it was impossible to know what was beyond the mountains. In this seven-colored realm, there was no night. The seven-colored light filled the sky. Master Ashen Pine moved slower and slower before he finally stopped. He rubbed his temples and said, "Fellow cultivator Duanmu, the reincarnation pill is not far ahead. However, there is a rank 12 fierce beast there, so if you want it, there might be some trouble." There was a narrow road before Master Ashen Pine, and the side of the mountains looked grim. Sometimes, a few stones would tumble down and make some noise. Aside from that, the surroundings were completely silent. There was a faint mist blocking the narrow road. and on the edge of the fog you could see a skeleton on the side. Almost all of its clothes had dissipated. Only a few strands of cloth were still wrapped around the skeleton. The flesh on the skeleton had completely decayed, and the pelvic bone could clearly be seen. There was a 7-colored pill inside it. This pill wasn't complete and had subtle cracks. Some of it had even melted, so it was no longer shaped like a pill, but a crescent shape. This was a pill that was devoured by someone, but that person died before they could completely absorb the pill. Although countless years had passed, the pill still emitted a faint fragrance, only now it was very light. Smelling the fragrance, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This fragrance was very strange. When it entered his nose, it made his origins soul tremble. His mind began recalling the past, and scenes of the past uncontrollably appeared before his eyes. Fortunately, Wang Lin was also vigilant. He bit the tip of his tongue, and his eyes suddenly cleared up. He was secretly startled. He looked at everyone else. That old man named Pang had already sealed his 5 senses. It was obvious he already knew that this place was strange. As for the old woman in green, she was confused for a moment, but soon recovered. The Battle Beast Sect's Chun Tianjun quickly recovered. What a powerful pill. It indeed is the reincarnation pill. The boy named Duanmu took a deep breath and was indulging in the fragrance. Fellow cultivator Duanmu cultivates the reincarnation cycle of the sun and moon. What he needs to comprehend is his reincarnation. He must complete the reincarnation cycle 9 times to complete his Dao. However, the heavens are ruthless, so it is very difficult to succeed. Rumor has it that there was a reincarnation pill in the ancient cultivation world that allowed one to enter the reincarnation cycle to comprehend Dao. However, the reincarnation pill is long lost, and only part of the recipe exists. It is impossible to refine a reincarnation pill. We can only condense some reincarnation energy. Master Ashen Pine slowly explained. The boy named Duanmu's eyes lit up, and he stared at Master Ashen Pine. He said with a sharp voice, "Fellow cultivator Ashen Pine sure knows a lot. I presume you made adequate preparations when you came to find me." Master Ashen Pine smiled, but didn't speak. "If it wasn't for what's in the fog next to the skeleton, you wouldn't have been so as to kind to invite me." The boy named Duanmu looked at the fog. "That is indeed true. Fellow cultivator Duanmu's reincarnation, Dao will be very useful to us for the rest of the trip. We will help you obtain this pill, and you will open the road the rest of the way." Master Ashen Pine was calm as he frankly admitted it. "Okay." The boy pondered for a bit as he looked at the reincarnation pill and the skeleton. Then his expression became serious. Master Ashen Pine said with a serious voice, "This is a rank 12 dragon, which is equal to a peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. But a fierce beast is still a fierce beast. As long as we cooperate well, and along with fellow cultivator Duanmu's reincarnation spell, it's not impossible." Chun Tianjun licked his lips. "I want this dragon's soul." The old woman in green said, "The body of this dragon belongs to me." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly said, "I want all the origin crystals in the fog." After the 3 of them finished speaking, their gazes fell on Master Ashen Pine. Master Ashen Pine laughed. "That's fine. Fellow cultivator Pang, and I don't want these things. We just want to pass here." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the boy, and he took a deep breath. His hands formed a seal before him, and his hair moved without any wind. His eyes lit up, and the sun and moon appeared in one each respectively. Then he let out a roar as his left hand pointed to between his eyebrows, and his right hand pointed ahead. His eyes shined brightly, and the sun and moon marks in his eyes became even more clear. Everyone around him suddenly felt like their minds were being sucked into an illusion. Wang Lin looked at the boy and was completely calm. The moment the sun and moon marks appeared, they began to rotate around each other to form a vortex. It charged directly at the fog. It was too fast, and instantly closed on the fog. Popping sounds echoed as it charged into the fog. At this moment, the fog began to churn violently, and a roar came out. This roar was earth-shattering, and the mountains on the sides began to tremble and rocks fell off. At the same time, a large dragon head charged out it. A fishy-smelling wind swept by as it charged toward everyone. If this was it, it would be fine, but the moment the dragon's head appeared, the pressure of a peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivator also appeared. This caused everyone's minds to tremble for an instant. The boy named Duanmu let out a roar, and a sun and moon suddenly appeared before the head of the dragon that was charging at everyone. The sun and moon rotated like crazy, and the vortex they formed was pulling the dragon's head. "My reincarnation spell can only affect it for 10 breaths of time. You all have to hurry." The boy's expression was ferocious, and the veins on his forehead were swelling. He sat down, waved his right hand, and the 7-foot flying sword appeared. It turned into a ray of sword energy and shot directly at the dragon. Shen Tianjun took a step forward as his hands formed a seal and a ghostly light shined around him. He immediately arrived next to the dragon, and in a flash he arrived on top of the dragon's head. He sat down and formed another seal. The ghostly light around him intensified, and he unexpectedly entered the dragon's body. Master Ashen Pine waved his hand, and tens of thousands of swords appeared. They all fell like a rain of swords on the dragon. The old woman in green's right hand formed a seal, and a cold wind blew by. There were crackling sounds as ice appeared in the narrow path and spread toward the dragon. The old man named Pang wasn't idle. He jumped into the air and waved his hand, causing lightning to appear. Balls of lightning descended from the sky. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately got near the dragon. His right hand formed a fist, and his punch landed on the dragon's giant body. A thunderous rumble echoed. It was the dragon roaring in anger as it tried to break through the body's reincarnation seal. Chapter 1183, Don't Move. Just at this moment, the boy's flying sword arrived with a shaking sword energy. It broke through the dragon's flesh and pierced through. Immediately after, the old man's lightning descended, making the dragon roar even more intensely. The more it struggled, the more pale the face of the boy became, and his body began trembling. The boy shouted, "5 more breaths of time." Master Ashen Pine's hand quickly formed different seals as the tens of thousands of swords closed in and landed on the dragon. The dragon let out a roar and struggled, causing the boy to cough out blood. The veins on his body were all swelling, and his eyes were bloodshot. The old woman in green's eyes closed in and touched the dragon. The dragon trembled, and frost immediately appeared. Soon, ice covered the entire dragon. Strands of black gas started to come out of the dragon and got absorbed by the ice. This scene caused everyone to look at the old woman. Wang Lin naturally saw what was strange about the ice. It was able to absorb the dragon's vitality. The dragon suddenly raised its head and let out a roar. The boy coughed out blood and could no longer seal it. Without the reincarnation seal, the dragon roared. There was a single horn on its head, and as it moved, its body came out of the fog. As it came out, the amount of fog decreased. After the seal disappeared, the dragon moved, and all the ice around it immediately collapsed. When the ice flew back next to the old woman in green, strands of black gas entered her body, and her eyes became even brighter. These old monsters are still hiding their spells. It is interesting. Wang Lin sneered as he flew above the head of the dragon that was rising. He charged toward the thinning fog. Once the dragon turned solid from its fog form, all the origin crystals would dissipate and become part of its body's origin energy. I'll only do as much work as I'm paid to do. There is no need for me to try so desperately just for these origin crystals. Wang Lin ignored the fight and charged into the fog. The moment he entered, he saw large amounts of origin crystals floating there, and some were still forming. He waved his arms and took hundreds of origin crystals. This method of collecting origin crystals made Wang Lin very happy. He moved through the fog like lightning and gathered the origin crystals that had formed over countless years. Wang Lin could still hear the roar of the dragon and the rumbles of the battle outside. Wang Lin quickly gathered thousands of origin crystal. In truth, it was not possible for rank 12 fog beasts to generate this many origin crystals. After all, the cultivators that were raising these fog beasts would come to collect them every now and then. However, in this 7-colored realm, no one would come to steal the origin crystals from the fog beast. After countless years, this many origin crystals had gathered. It didn't take long for Wang Lin to notice the fog around him begin to churn more violently and show signs of condensing. It was also moving toward one direction as it contracted. After calculating the amount of origin crystals, Wang Lin decisively gave up gathering more and moved to the side. As he moved, the fog began to condense even faster. In a moment, all the fog disappeared and was replaced with the dragon's tail. The dragon was about 10,000 feet tall and half of its body was in the air. This section of tail flew up with the body. The old man named Pang had a pale face as he leaned against the side of the mountain, and his chest was a bloody mess. Master Ashen Pine, the old woman in green, and the boy were fighting above the dragon's head. They were all using spells to prevent the dragon from rising. The black horn on the dragon's head released a black light, and every time it flashed, Master Ashen Pine and company had to dodge. The dragon spat out a fishy-smelling poison fog that was very difficult to deal with. However, it was also seriously injured as blood flowed out from the wounds on its body and dripped down its scales. Just at this moment, the dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar that made the surrounding mountains tremble and some rocks to fall down. Shortly after, the black horn on the dragon gave off a blinding light, and a black lightning net spread out. At the same time, endless origin energy gathered, and even some of the seven-colored light was absorbed. Roar! The dragon let out a roar that caused everyone's minds to tremble. As the dragon roared, the black lightning net increased in size by 1,000 feet. As the origin energy and seven-colored light was absorbed, illusions began to appear around the dragon. These illusionary shadows were all dragons. As they circled the area, Master Ashen and company were forced to retreat. The dragon was about to rise into the air. Once it flew up into the air, it would be a disaster for the cultivators that couldn't fly too high into the air. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked at the dragon's tail. He took a step forward and popping sounds came from his arms. The power of an ancient god surged through his arms as he jumped up and grabbed the dragon's tail. The veins on Wang Lin's arms swelled. Come down for me. Wang Lin's hands mercilessly held the dragon's tail and mercilessly pulled it down. This scene shocked all those who were dodging the dragon's spells. The eyes of the old man named Pang leaning on the side of the road widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. All of Wang Lin's ancient god power surged in his body as the dragon struggled. The dragon turned its head and charged at Wang Lin. Spells circled the dragon's body. However, its struggle just made Wang Lin's ancient god power surge even faster. Come down. He let out a heaven-shaking roar that was like the voice of the god. Wang Lin's hand held the tail and mercilessly smashed the dragon's body down on the narrow path, while all the other cultivators watched in shock. Although this dragon had a 10,000-foot-long body, had peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, had a body that was strong enough to resist most spells, and a body that was far stronger than that of any body-refining cultivator, it was nothing before Wang Lin. Even if it shed its skin and became a true dragon, it still wouldn't be able to rise into the sky before an ancient god. As Wang Lin swung down, the dragon wasn't able to struggle at all, and it let out a roar. Its body immediately came crashing down. The old man, named Pang, felt the sky darken. His mind was shocked, and he quickly retreated like crazy. He was worried that if he was too slow and the dragon smashed onto his body would immediately collapse, given his cultivation level. A thunderous rumble echoed across the sky when the giant dragon smashed into the ground. Large amounts of rocks fell off the mountains on both sides, and it took a while for everything to return to normal. After the dragon fell on the ground, its body twitched, its head began to melt, and black gas came out. Shen Tianjun flew out from the head and took a few steps back. Master Ashen sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared at the dragon, and then at Wang Lin, and a chill appeared in his heart. Even the boy licked his lips. There was a hint of dread in his gaze toward Wang Lin. The old woman in green also gasped and silently pondered. The one with the most fear in his heart was the old man named Pang, who had managed to avoid the dragon. When he thought about Wang Lin's threat, he felt bitterness in his mouth. Wang Lin's breathing was a bit rough, and he looked at everyone before his gaze landed on the skeleton not far away. He walked over and looked down to find a jade under the skeleton. His right hand reached at the void, and then the jade and pill landed in his hand. He threw the pill at the boy. The boy caught it and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Many thanks. Holding the jade, Wang Lin sat down against the mountain. His divine sense swept inside jade, and he began to carefully read the contents. Master Ashen arrived next to the old man named Pang. His right hand patted the old man's back, and he handed over some pills before sitting down. He would occasionally look at Wang Lin with a mysterious light in his eyes. The boy held the reincarnation pill and revealed a look of excitement before putting it away. This was not the time to consume it. He took a deep breath and sat down to heal. Shen Tianjun also sat down. During this battle, everyone was outside, but he was inside and was indispensable. If there was no one outside, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the dragon's soul. Although he wasn't able to absorb it all, he had the best harvest out of everyone present. As for the old woman in green, she arrived next to the dragon's corpse. She placed her hand on the dragon, and black gas came out from the dragon's body and entered hers. After resting for a few hours, Master Ashen looked at everyone and slowly said, "There are many rank 12 fog beasts here. However, the greater the danger, the bigger our harvest." At this moment, only bones remained of the dragon corpse next to the old woman. The old woman's face turned red, and she unexpectedly became a bit younger. The old man named Pang had recovered a lot. He stood up and looked at the narrow path without any fog. His eyes lit up. Master Ashen got up and walked forward. "Everyone, let's go." The old woman in green and Shen Tianjun got up at the same time. Only the boy hesitated for a bit before also standing up. Wang Lin was sitting the farthest away from everyone and watched them walk over as he held the jade. There was something recorded in this jade. Something related to the seven-colored realm. This place is... Wang Lin's train of thought was broken as he suddenly looked behind everyone. His pupils shrank, and all the hair on his body stood up. At the same time, Master Ashen Pine and the boy suddenly stopped. Immediately after, the old woman and Qin Tianjun also noticed. The old man named Pang was the last person to notice. Master Ashen Pine's eyes became filled with fear as he quickly sent out a divine sense message. No matter what, don't move. Chapter 1184, Await the Path of Cultivation. The old man named Pang gasped, and he was filled with fear. When he felt the chill, he didn't even dare to spread out his divine sense, but he was very familiar with this chill. He could still not forget that it was because they encountered this thing that half the cultivators that came with them the second time disappeared. Before this mysterious presence, they were like mortals and couldn't resist at all. Aside from Wang Lin, due to his location, allowing him to clearly see the situation no one else could see. Remember not to spread out your divine sense. Master Ashen Pine sent out the last divine sense message and no longer sent anymore. His body was motionless and even his eyes were closed. In Wang Lin's eyes, a person appeared behind everyone. This person was wearing gray, but the lower half of his body under the clothes was transparent, allowing you to see the flesh and blood. He had no hair, and his eyes were lifeless as he slowly walked over. He wasn't very fast, and it took a long time for him to arrive next to the dragon's corpse. He didn't seem to do anything, but the dragon immediately rotted into a pool of blood. What was strange was that this pool of blood entered this person's body. The person in gray still had lifeless eyes as he slowly walked forward. The boy named Duanmu was last among them, and he was motionless, but he frowned. He clearly felt the chill get closer and closer before he saw the person in gray pass by. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. However, just at this moment, the person in gray stopped and turned his head toward Duanmu. Their gazes met, and the boy's mind trembled. His mind went blank and confusion appeared in his eyes. The sun and moon appeared above his head and began to rotate. They turned into a vortex that was like the reincarnation cycle of the sun and moon. This sun and moon reincarnation cycle was the essence of Duanmu. There were a lot of runes that represented his spells. However, at this moment, what made Wang Lin's mind tremble was that the sun and moon reincarnation cycle strangely moved toward the man in gray. It gradually separated from the boy and merged with the man in gray. The confusion in the boy's eyes disappeared and was replaced with death. There wasn't a trace of vitality left in him. Then the man in gray turned around and walked forward. The boy named Duanmu lifted his feet and slowly followed the man in gray, walking at the same pace as him. This strange scene shocked everyone. The old woman in green didn't even blink and remained motionless. Before her, Qin Tianjun was the same. There weren't any fluctuations to his emotions at all. The man in gray silently walked past everyone, and the boy followed. His hair gradually fell off onto the ground. The body under the clothes gradually turned transparent. It didn't take long for the man in gray to arrive before Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained motionless and was completely focused. The man in gray didn't pause and walked past Wang Lin with the boy following behind. The two of them gradually disappeared into the distance. The surrounding chill slowly dissipated until it was completely gone. Master Ashen Pine's body trembled, and he let out a deep breath. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he wiped it away. The three people behind him also relaxed, and shock filled their eyes. Chun Tianho's mind trembled as he whispered, Who is he? There was still fear in Master Ashen Pine's eyes as he answered in a hoarse voice, The Lost One. Master Ashen Pine, what the hell is this place? The old woman in green had an ugly expression as she stared at Master Ashen Pine. She was right beside the boy, so she experienced what had happened very clearly. Fellow cultivator Duanmu didn't listen to the advice, alas. The old man named Pang still had lingering fear in his eyes, and shook his head. I don't know what this place is. I call this place the Seven-Colored Realm. That gray-robed man is called the Lost One, that I'm sure of. In the Seven-Colored world, there aren't many Lost Ones. If they appear, as long as you don't spread out your divine sense and don't move, there is no danger. If you move, then you will end up like fellow cultivator Duanmu. Master Ashen Pine said in a serious tone. Wang Lin stood up. He looked at Master Ashen Pine and calmly said, There originally weren't many Lost Ones here, but after you came, the number increased. The old woman in green sneered, but didn't speak. Chun Tianjuan's expression was gloomy as he stared at Master Ashen Pine and slowly said, Fellow cultivator Ashen Pine, you have already come here twice. Did you leave a few people to become new Lost Ones each time? Master Ashen Pine's expression was bleak and he was silent for a long time. Then he nodded and bitterly said, That gray-robed man just now was a friend that came with me the first time. He was taken away by a lost one. Chen Tianjun let out a cold snort and said, "Coming here was a mistake. I quit." As he spoke, they turned around and went back where they came. He disappeared without a trace. Master Ashen Pine didn't stop. After Chen Tianjun left, he slowly said, "Without me leading the way, he won't be able to go back. I didn't think we would encounter a lost one so soon. Fellow cultivator Liu and Zhao, I know of a cultivation cave between the inner and outer regions of this seven-colored realm. You all know the owner of that cave. It was the head disciple of the heaven-breaking sect from 18,000 years ago, Sima Mo." The old woman in green's expression remained the same, as if she hadn't heard him. Wang Lin silently pondered. He looked at Master Ashen Pine, waiting for the rest. Ignoring how powerful Sima Mo was, he was also good at alchemy. He took the pill recipe that caused a calamity and left. Although I don't know how that pill recipe appeared in the rank 5 region, I'm certain that Sima Mo's cave indeed exists. As for whether he successfully refined that pill, I don't know, but even without it, there must be a lot of treasures there. When he finished speaking, he took out a jade and threw it at Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught it and checked it with his divine sense before passing it to the old woman in green. "I found this jade here before, and that's why I'm so sure," Master Ashen Pine said calmly. However, after seeing that their expressions still hadn't changed and they hadn't agreed to continue exploring, he frowned. "Fellow cultivator Zhao, from now on, I and fellow cultivator Peng will give you all our shares of the fierce beasts we kill. Also, I promise you get to pick 10 things first from that place I told you about before." The old woman in green hesitated and asked, "How confident are you in entering that place?" Master Ashen Pine pondered a bit and said, "If you and fellow cultivator Liu help, I'm 60% confident." "Okay." The old woman in green closed her eyes for a moment and then nodded. Master Ashen Pine looked at Wang Lin and said, "The place I and fellow cultivator Zhao were talking about is an inner part of this seven-colored world. Although it is dangerous, the harvest will be greater. According to the clues I found, there are many souls of rank 8 to 13 beasts sealed here. I have prepared enough herbs so that as long as there is enough time, I can produce a large amount of pills. If fellow cultivator Liu agrees, you can pick 10 first as well." Wang Lin silently pondered. In his mind, there was no way Master Ashen Pine's goal was so simple, and given his cunning, there was no way he would expose his purpose. Master Ashen said, "Fellow cultivator Liu, I can take you to a few safe places with fog beasts and gather all the origin crystals there. Also, I won't take a single thing from Sima Mo's cave. Let's take the origin crystals first." Wang Lin looked at Master Ashen Pine. "Okay." Master Ashen didn't say any more and looked around. He didn't continue down the narrow passage, but changed directions. The three of them charged off into the distance. Master Ashen Pine was very familiar with this place. After 1 hour, he arrived at another place filled with fog. This was an abyss shrouded in fog. After entering this place, Master Ashen Pine was very careful and slowly moved forward. When he was 1,000 feet from the fog, he stopped. His right hand reached out, and a large amount of celestial jades flew out and circled him. Then he closed his hand, and all the celestial jades turned to dust. He took a deep breath and carefully waved that dust toward the fog. Just at this moment, a roar came from the fog, and a turtle-like beast peeked out its head. It sucked in the celestial jade dust. Master Ashen Pine took out more celestial jades, which he crushed into dust, and softly said, "Fellow cultivator Peng." The old man named Peng had cooperated with Master Ashen Pine many times, and he skillfully rushed into the fog. The turtle fog beast looked back and hesitated, but at this moment, more celestial jade dust flew over. The beast immediately devoured it. When Wang Lin saw this, his eyes shined, but he remained calm. Shortly after, the old man named Peng rushed back out from the fog and returned to everyone's side. Master Ashen Pine scattered more celestial jade dust and slowly retreated. It wasn't until he retreated out more than 10,000 feet that he stopped scattering celestial jade dust. "How many?" Master Ashen Pine looked at the old man named Peng. "Less than 3,000. The old man named Peng didn't hesitate to hand a bag of holding to Wang Lin. Some rank 12 fog beasts like to devour celestial jades. You can use celestial jades to get some origin crystals." After Master Ashen Pine spoke, he led everyone to a number of fog beasts. Using the same method, they confused more fierce beasts and got nearly 20,000 origin crystals in return. Master Ashen Pine stopped and returned to that narrow road. "On the way back, I'll get more origin crystals for fellow cultivator Liu on a different path. Based on the past, there should be about 60,000 to 70,000 origin crystals in total." Enlightened, prisoner of the Tao of heaven. All sentient beings must endure immeasurable calamities. It only takes a thought to leave the deep prison. Await the path of cultivation. The information from the jade next to the skeleton echoed in Wang Lin's mind. He looked at the seven-colored world and silently nodded. Chapter 1185, 9-Step Heaven Ceiling Formation. There was only one line on this jade. Wang Lin pondered for a long time, but still didn't fully understand the meaning of it. Just based on the words, there were many interpretations. His gaze swept past Master Ashen Pine. Wang Lin knew that Master Ashen Pine had been here several times and had explored a lot of caves here. Master Ashen Pine must have obtained some rare treasures, cultivation methods, or information here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so familiar with this place. They continued down the narrow mountain path with Master Ashen Pine carefully walking in front. He only had a simple map of the area past this point and hadn't actually gone down this path before. Previously, he took another path, and it was there that he obtained a jade and map containing the information that tempted him. They went down the narrow road for several days. After avoiding various fog beasts, they arrived deep within the mountain range. There was one more mountain before them, and after passing here, they would see what was behind the mountain. The old woman in green was calm and didn't look to the side, as if she was a monk. Wang Lin had looked at her several times, but he wasn't able to see through her thoughts. Wang Lin only knew that this old woman in green was named Zhao and nothing else. However, he noticed along the way that although she was following Master Ashen Pine, each of her steps was intricate. There were many restrictions here, but most of them had already collapsed. However, this old woman always stepped on an empty spot or where the restrictions were weak. This was a habit, and it wouldn't change just because the restriction had lost power. It was hard to notice something so subtle unless you were a restriction grandmaster. The old man, named Peng, followed closely after Master Ashen Pine and didn't dare to be too close to Wang Lin. He obviously dreaded Wang Lin a lot. At this moment, there was no road left before them. Master Ashen Pine's brows were knit tightly, and he pondered. The seven-colored lights still covered the sky, making it impossible to tell if it was night or day. Fluctuations of origin energy came from the sky, catching everyone's attention. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he looked into the distance. He could see that there was fog churning in the sky a few mountains back. The origin energy fluctuations were coming from there. There was also a feeling of a power that could shake the soul. Master Ashen Pine looked at the distance and coldly said, "It's Chun Tianjuan's spell." After a long time, the fluctuations dissipated and the fog calmed down. It was as if nothing had happened, and no more fluctuations came. "I fear it is likely that Chun Tianjun is dead. He didn't listen to our advice and deserved to die. This seven-colored realm is not a place you can casually move in, and the road changes every time. Unless you know this place well, you can't casually enter or leave." The old man named Pang sneered, and there was mockery in his eyes. "Well, let's put the matter about Chun Tianjun aside. Fellow cultivator Zhao, I checked, and there seems to be restrictions in the way. As for how to crack them, I need fellow cultivator Zhao to help." Master Ashen Pine took a few steps back and clasped his hands at the old woman in green. The old woman in green had already checked the path ahead, and right now she silently nodded. Unfortunately, fellow cultivator Duanmu was taken by the Lost One. If he was still here, he could have used his Dao to temporarily stop the restrictions from changing and help fellow cultivator Zhao. Master Ashen Pine shook his head. "Most of the restrictions here are ones I've never seen before. I don't have much confidence in breaking them." The old woman in green walked forward as she spoke and arrived at the end of the path. There was no path here, only mountains. If you wanted to pass, you'd have to climb up the mountain, but there was dense fog up the mountain that sealed all path. Touching the mountain rock, the eyes of the old woman in green lit up, and she pondered. Wang Lin wasn't fazed and withdrew his gaze from the stone. He sat down and began to cultivate. He was going to keep himself at his peak, so he would be ready for anything unexpected that might happen. Time slowly passed. The old woman in green didn't move, but the changes in her eyes became even more drastic. She eventually frowned. "Master Ashen Pine, are you sure there is a restriction here? Why not just climb over?" The old woman in green looked at Master Ashen Pine. Master Ashen Pine pondered for a moment before saying, "There isn't just one fierce beast on top of this mountain. According to what I know, there are 7. They are all rank 12 fierce beasts. We came here from another path before and tried to climb the mountain, but we suffered heavy casualties. In the end, we weren't able to pass. Then I found a map that showed that there was a passage through the mountain, and the entrance is here." The old woman in green pondered a bit before retreating 2 steps. Her hands formed a seal. After images of her hands appeared, and they overlapped to form a complex rune. The rune suddenly landed on the mountain's rock. Wang Lin's mind trembled, and he pretended to look over casually. The moment the restriction fell on the mountain, the surface of the rock seemed to melt and ripples appeared like when one threw a pebble into a lake. However, what was strange was that the ripples were strings of small incantations. An ancient and decaying aura came out from the mountain stone. The old woman in green retreated a few more steps. Then her hands formed more seals and pointed a few times at her chest. 7 strands of gas flew out from her orifices, each strand containing a large amount of vitality, and they surrounded her. She took a deep breath and stepped forward. The old woman unexpectedly sank into the mountain rock with 3 steps. The ripples became even more intense, and the rock became transparent. This allowed Master Ashen Pine and others to clearly see the massive stone tunnel inside. However, aside from the entrance, it was completely dark inside. Even their gazes were devoured by the darkness. When the old woman in green sank into the stone, her face turned pale and her body began to distort as if she was being squeezed by an unimaginable force. A faint popping sound came from her body. She closed her eyes and cultivated for a moment. Then she opened her eyes and walked forward. Each step made her body tremble more violently, and the amount of ripples around the rock multiplied. The ancient aura became a powerful pressure that surrounded the area. After walking 3 steps, her eyes were bloodshot. Her hands formed a seal and mercilessly pressed down between her eyebrows. The old woman's wrinkly face went through a shocking change. Most of the wrinkles quickly dissipated. Even her body suddenly seemed to rejuvenate, and she turned into a middle-aged woman around 40. Although her appearance wasn't stunning, she had the grace of a beautiful, mature woman. She took 2 more steps, and just as she was about to take the 6th step, she coughed out a mouthful of blood. She could no longer bear it and retreated from the mountain rock. She only stopped retreating when she was next to Wang Lin. Her face immediately changed back to her old self. The old woman bitterly said, 9-step heaven sealing formation. This is an ancient formation. I have seen it in records, but never in real life. For someone to place this restriction, their restriction ability is already at the peak. 9-step heaven sealing formation. Wang Lin looked at the mountain rock. After the old woman retreated, it returned to normal, and it was impossible to find anything wrong with it. This formation was damaged due to the passage of time, so it has no offensive capabilities, but its sealing power is unaffected. With my cultivation, I can only take 5 steps. Any more, and my body can't handle it. Master Ashen Pine frowned as he looked at the formation and asked, how do we break this formation? The old woman in green took out some pills and ate them. She began cultivating and said, take the 10th step and you can break it. Master Ashen Pine pondered. After a long time, he clenched his teeth and waved his hand. A set of black devil armor appeared around him. Devilish energy filled the area and made Master Ashen Pine look like a devil god. I want to see how many steps I can take with my cultivation and this armor. Fellow cultivator Zhao, open it for me. Master Ashen Pine had no other choice. He had already come this far, and he wasn't willing to give up. He took 2 steps and charged at the mountain rock. The old woman in green formed a seal and pointed forward. A restriction flew out and landed on the mountain rock before Master Ashen Pine. Ripples appeared again, and the rock became transparent once more. Master Ashen Pine didn't hesitate and directly stepped into the rock. His mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator erupted, and the moment he entered the rock, he took 4 steps. Every step seemed to give off a thunderous boom. Master Ashen Pine's face turned pale, and the armor gave off dense devilish energy. After 4 steps, he paused for a bit before his eyes lit up, and he unexpectedly took 3 more steps. After he took these 3 steps, Master Ashen Pine's face was pale, and his body was faintly trembling. However, he clenched his teeth and let out a roar as he took another step. This was the 8th step. The moment the 5th step landed, popping sounds came from Master Ashen Pine's body, and blood came out of the corner of his mouth. His eyes were bloodshot. 1,000 years of preparation, and he was stopped by a formation. He was unwilling to yield. Roar. Master Ashen Pine clenched his teeth and stepped forward again. At this moment, there was a hint of excitement in the old man named Pang's eyes, and the eyes of the old woman in green lit up. It was impossible to see her thoughts. The moment the 9th step landed, it was as if Master Ashen Pine had smashed into a wall. A huge force smashed into his body, and he coughed out blood. His body was ejected from the stone, and it took several dozen feet for him to stop. If I can't enter, then none of them will be able to leave this 7-colored realm. His face was pale as he stared at the mountain rock. There was a hint of madness and ferociousness in Master Ashen Pine's eyes. Wang Lin stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. He looked at the scattered devil armor on Master Ashen Pine and calmly said, let me try. Chapter 1186, As It Should Be. You? Master Ashen Pine looked at Wang Lin. As he did so, the madness in his eyes was gradually hid away. He thought, this person's body is indeed strange. Earlier, he was able to stand up against the dragon with his body. Perhaps he can break the formation with the power of his body. Okay, I'll rely on fellow cultivator Lu. Master Ashen Pine clasped his hands, and his expression returned to normal. The old man named Pang sneered. He thought that if even Master Ashen Pine with the devil armor could only take 9 steps, then how many steps could this person named Lu possibly take? Wang Lin looked at the stone. He originally wasn't going to act, but after he saw the madness in Master Ashen Pine's eyes, he was moved. Although it was dangerous here, there must have been something important in this place to interest Master Ashen Pine so much. If they couldn't enter, Master Ashen Pine wouldn't let them leave. Although Wang Lin had already secretly prepared for this and therefore didn't care, he wanted to know what would make Master Ashen Pine so crazy. I asked fellow cultivator Zhao to help and open the formation. Wang Lin clasped his hands at the old woman in green. The old woman in green was obviously holding back. She had used the fact that Master Ashen Pin was anxious and had made him try it himself, resulting in his injury. We haven't even found the treasure, and these people already began secretly fighting amongst each other to weaken each other's strength. If I want to participate in this mess, I must do the same. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and no one could see through his thoughts. The old woman in green raised her right hand and waved. A restriction landed on the mountain rock, causing it to become transparent, and ripples appeared. Wang Lin arrived next to the mountain rock in a few steps, and walked inside. No one noticed that when he entered the rock, Wang Lin's right hand sent out an invisible restriction as he went inside. Just as he entered the mountain rock, Wang Lin felt pressure from all directions. The pressure was even more intense ahead. He was very slow as he walked forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When the 3rd step fell, Wang Lin clearly felt the pressure reach an unimaginable height, and the pressure ahead was like a violent storm. It was as if countless mountains were pressing down on him, preventing him from moving forward. With every extra step, the pressure would increase. As a result, the more he walked, the more difficult it became. If it was an ordinary cultivator, their body wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure, and they would inevitably collapse. However, Wang Lin had the body of an ancient god, so this was nothing to him. However, at this moment, his face was extremely pale, and he stopped at the 3rd step. After a moment, he lifted his feet once more. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. The moment the 6th step landed, the pressure reached an earth-shattering degree. It was as if countless hands were pressing down and countless spells were up ahead. It made him feel like a lonely boat in the stormy sea. Wang Lin's face was deathly pale, and his body trembled slightly. It seemed like he was going to retreat, but at this moment, a force appeared behind him and prevented him from retreating. At this moment, outside the mountain rock, the old woman in green stared at Wang Lin and pondered. There is a change in the formation. Master Ashen Pine frowned as he looked at Wang Lin's body. After carefully looking at Wang Lin for a bit, he began to carefully think about his own 6th step and became silent. The old man named Pang sneered and thought that he had thought too highly of this person before. This person only had cultivation, but no cunning. If one were to get injured here, they would be unable to continue. Wang Lin stopped at the 6th step for a long time before he took the 7th step. On the 7th step, he coughed out blood, but he didn't retreat. He then took the 8th step. The moment the 8th step landed, popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body, as if his flesh and bones were being squeezed. Large amounts of blood sprayed out, causing his white robe to become blood red. At this moment, Master Ashen Pine was moved, and he walked a few steps closer. His gaze was like lightning as he observed Wang Lin. The old woman in green also stood up, and her expression was serious. As for the old man named Pang, he sneered even more in his heart. Wang Lin's body, which was inside the mountain rock, seemed to become twisted. He lifted his right foot, and there was a faint roar from the mountain rock as he took the 9th step. Wang Lin's body trembled violently, and the veins on his face became swollen. His eyes were bloodshot, but he stabilized himself. Master Ashen Pine's mind trembled, and he shouted, "Fellow cultivator Lu, only one more step." The old woman in green revealed a complicated expression. She looked for a long time and couldn't see any sign of Wang Lin faking it. It was all very real. The formation unexpectedly changed. Even if he wanted to return, he can't. Fellow cultivator Ashen Pine and Zhao, I have already done my best on this trip. If I'm seriously injured, you all, Wang Lin's weak voice came from inside the rock. Fellow cultivator Lu can rest assured. This old man will not forget his promise. Master Ashen Pine sent out his message. Wang Lin seemed to hesitate inside the mountain rock, but soon he lifted his right foot and took the 10th step. The moment the 10th step landed, the entire mountain roared and shook violently. Large amounts of rocks fell off the mountain and alerted the fog beasts at the top. The 9-step heaven-sealing formation collapsed. Wang Lin coughed out more blood. As the formation collapsed, a powerful force pushed Wang Lin out of the mountain. Master Ashen Pine's eyes lit up, and he immediately moved forward. His right hand aimed directly at Wang Lin's back. The moment his right hand touched Wang Lin, his origin energy and divine sense rushed into Wang Lin's body. He cycled once through Wang Lin's body, and then quickly withdrew. It was inconvenient for him to kill Wang Lin before the old woman in green. Otherwise, it would put her on extremely high alert and cause unnecessary trouble in the future. His purpose was to test if this person named Lu was really seriously injured. Now that he got his answer, he wasn't going to bother with someone who was already seriously injured and no longer a threat. Just at this moment, the roar of beasts suddenly appeared. A hawk-like beast charged out from the mountain and rushed at everyone. Master Ashen Pine grabbed Wang Lin and directly charged into the tunnel that appeared once the formation collapsed. The old man named Pang and the old woman in green quickly followed into the tunnel. Everyone quickly moved through the tunnel for a long time. Only after they could no longer hear the roars of the beasts did they stop. Master Ashen Pine put Wang Lin down and looked regretful. He clasped his hands. Brother Lu was willing to get seriously injured to open the formation. This old man will remember this. Wang Lin's face was pale, and there was still blood on the corner of his lip. He waved his hand and revealed a wry smile. That formation was very strange. After I took 6 steps, there was a force behind me, so I could only move forward. No matter what, fellow cultivator Lu has contributed greatly to us entering here. Master Ashen Pine looked very sincere and continued to clasp his hands. Seeing that Wang Lin's face was tired, he immediately took out pills and handed them to Wang Lin. Brother Lu, rest and recover for a bit. Once you recover a bit, we can continue moving forward. Wang Lin pondered a bit and bitterly nodded. He took the pill but didn't consume it. He brought his own pills and swallowed them before closing his eyes to cultivate. The old man named Pang's eyes lit up and revealed a hint of coldness. Just at this moment, Master Ashen Pine looked at the old man and shook his head slightly. Time slowly passed. It didn't take long before Wang Lin opened his eyes and stood up. He said in a hoarse voice, "My injuries can't heal in a short period of time. Let's move forward." Master Ashen Pine looked at Wang Lin and nodded. The old woman in green sighed in her heart, but didn't speak. Everyone walked forward through the tunnel. This place was very quiet, with only the sounds of their footsteps echoing. After an unknown amount of time, light appeared in the distance. Master Ashen Pine suppressed the excitement in his heart and quickly walked ahead. The location of the light was the exit of this tunnel. Looking outside, Master Ashen Pine began to laugh. There was a large valley outside the tunnel. It was filled with vegetation, and one could easily smell the faint fragrance of the flowers. It was a relaxing scent. After the valley stood a mountain range that was like a city wall. These mountains were very tall and walled off the outside world. After we pass the mountain range, we will enter the inner part of this realm. Sima Mo's cave is not in the mountain, but in a valley before it. Master Ashen Pine laughed as he flew forward at a fast pace. The old woman in green followed, and the two of them flew away. Wang Lin's face was pale, and the 7-colored light was even more harsh. He took a deep breath and followed. The old man named Pang sneered and remained not far from Wang Lin. It didn't take long for the 4 of them to arrive at a valley under Master Ashen Pine's guidance. As soon as they entered the valley, they saw a cave before them. The wall of this cave was covered in grass, making it obvious it hadn't been used for a long time. It wasn't very large and only had 3 rooms. The ground was a mess with pills scattered everywhere. Most of them had fossilized and would crumble if you touched them. Master Ashen Pine's mind was obviously not on the cave. He looked at the old woman in green and said, "I won't take anything from here. Everything belongs to fellow cultivators, Zhao and Lu." The old woman in green's divine sense spread out, and she shook her head. "Fellow cultivator Lu has paid a heavy price. So how could I take anything? Let fellow cultivator Lu take everything." Wang Lin looked around and let out a sigh. "I am unable to continue with the 2 of you. This place is quiet and suitable for healing. Fellow cultivator is seriously injured, so it's better for you to heal for a few days. After fellow cultivator Zhao and I return, we'll naturally hand over what was promised. Then we can leave together." Master Ashen Pine smiled. "Many thanks." Wang Lin nodded. "However, although this place is quiet, it is still dangerous as there might be fierce beasts. Fellow cultivator Pang, there is one thing I want to ask of you." Master Ashen Pine pondered for a bit before looking at the old man named Pang. "If fellow cultivator Lu recovers here by himself, I will feel worried. so I'd like to ask fellow cultivator Pang to stay here to protect him. Part of what I and fellow cultivator Zhao find will be given to you as payment. How about it? The old man named Pang's eyes lit up, and he said, as it should be. Chapter 1187, Harvest. Wang Lin frowned and was about to speak. What? Is fellow cultivator not satisfied? Master Ashen Pine's expression sank as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained silent. Since fellow cultivator Lu agrees, then I'll leave it to fellow cultivator Pang. After Master Ashen Pine finished speaking, he looked at the old woman in green, and the two left the cave. They charged straight for the wall-like mountain range in the distance. However, before leaving, the old woman in green glanced at Wang Lin. Similarly, Master Ashen Pine looked at the old man named Pang. After the two of them left, the old man named Pang revealed a gloomy smile and stared at Wang Lin. He turned the ring on his finger and slowly said, fellow cultivator Lu, continue to cultivate. This old man will guard you well. After he finished speaking, he presumptuously scanned Wang Lin with his divine sense. After confirming that Wang Lin's injuries were real, he didn't even look at Wang Lin and began raiding the cave. Wang Lin closed his eyes and ignored the old man. Time slowly passed. When the old man searched the 3 stone rooms, he revealed a look of ecstasy. After returning, he coldly stared at Wang Lin and suddenly laughed. Fellow cultivator Lu, this old man remembers you once said something. Wang Lin opened his eyes. His gaze was calm as he looked at the old man named Pang. Seeing Wang Lin's calm eyes, the old man's eyes narrowed but quickly returned to normal. He said with an eerie tone, you once told me that I should speak carefully. If I speak carelessly, it might invite a calamity. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly said, I did indeed say that, and I'll say it now as well. If you speak carelessly, it might invite a calamity. The old man began to laugh like crazy, and the scars on his face looked extremely ferocious. He looked at Wang Lin with a cold gaze and said, if you weren't injured, I might have been a bit afraid of you. However, now I want to see which one of us has invited a calamity. He looked at Wang Lin and slammed his right hand down on him. The reason he had waited until now to attack was to allow Master Ashen Pine and the old woman in green to gain some distance. He feared that she might notice. Wang Lin's eyes were still as calm as water. The moment the old man's right hand closed in, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. His left hand moved like lightning and grabbed the old man's right hand. Then he mercilessly squeezed. A crackling sound echoed, and the old man's pupils shrank. Pain came from his hand, but it was insignificant compared to the terror in his heart. The old man named Pang immediately retreated and was about to use a spell. However, at this moment, Wang Lin rushed out, and his right hand forced a fist. A powerful force whistled forward. The old man was too close to Wang Lin, and thus was unable to dodge at all. Wang Lin's fist landed on the old man's chest with a bang. The old man coughed out blood, and his eyes became filled with disbelief. His body exploded into a pile of flesh and blood, and his origin soul escaped screaming. He was filled with fear. He was afraid. He would have never expected the person before him to not be injured. He was about to escape when Wang Lin lifted his right hand, and an iron sword appeared. He slashed down without any hesitation. There was a flash of sword energy. Then the old man's origin soul was cut in half, and he let out a scream. Wang Lin waved his hand and grabbed the old man's origin soul. His hand crushed half of the origin soul, and before the origin energy could dissipate, Wang Lin inhaled it. The other half of the origin soul was almost transparent, but it didn't dare to escape. It turned in Wang Lin's hand with the iron sword pointed at it. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin had made the killing strike without wasting any time at all. The old man wasn't prepared, making his spells and magic treasure useless. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he gloomily said, open your storage space, and I won't kill you. The old man's origin soul was very weak, and he already felt like he was dissipating. Wang Lin looked incredibly powerful right now. He couldn't tell if what Wang Lin had said was the truth or a lie. If it was a lie, he'd die, but if it was true, he still had a chance to live. He clenched his teeth and opened his storage space. Wang Lin waved his iron sword and cut off the connection between the old man and the storage space. Then he took everything inside the storage space. Then he coldly looked at the old man's origin soul, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The old man named Pang's origin soul immediately screamed, you promised to not kill me. Wang Lin let out a cold snort as his right hand grabbed the origin soul and forcibly searched the old man's memories while he was weakened. A moment later, he put the origin soul that was close to death inside his storage space. He really didn't decide to kill this old man. If this old man's death raised Master Ashen Pine's guard, then it wouldn't be worth it, as it would destroy Wang Lin's plan. This person has a very close relationship with Master Ashenpine, so Master Ashenpine might have his life token. Once he dies, Master Ashenpine might immediately know. Wang Lin wasn't sure, and he hadn't seen it in the old man's memory, but he'd always rather tread with caution. After calculating for a bit, Wang Lin leisurely opened his storage space and searched the old man's stuff. The old man was a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, so he had a lot of treasures. There were hundreds of thousands of celestial jades, and there were even 50,000 to 60,000 origin crystals. Aside from these, there were large amounts of herb and pill recipes. This old man was fully prepared for this trip. These were all secondary. Wang Lin mainly searched the jades. Among the jades, he found 2 maps and a chant to leave this place. The 2 maps were related to the 7-colored realm. Some routes were marked, including places where you could feed fog beasts celestial jades to get origin crystals. It was very detailed. Unfortunately, Wang Lin was unable to find Master Ashenpine's true goal in the old man's memories. Even the old man only knew that there were a lot of beast souls sealed there. Aside from that, Wang Lin learned other things about the 7-colored realm. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin continued to inspect everything, including the things the old man had gotten from this cave for Wang Lin. There were a lot of pills, and what caught Wang Lin's attention was a short sword. This short sword was stabbed into a beast skeleton in the 3rd stone chamber. He waved his right hand, and with a flash of silver light, the short sword appeared. The old man had just obtained it, and hadn't even gotten the chance to examine it before returning it to Wang Lin. When his divine sense swept past the short sword, he noticed an unusual aura from it. He felt like it was familiar, but couldn't remember what it was. However, there was a seal on the sword. If it wasn't open, it would be impossible to know its exact strength. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin arrived at the 3rd room and saw the beast skeleton on the ground. This beast wasn't very large, only about the size of a person, and it was shaped like a deer. Its bones were completely black, and many of them had turned to dust. After taking a closer look, the dust had appeared recently. It was obvious that the old man done this when taking the sword. Looking at the beast bone, Wang Lin gradually frowned. He felt like something was wrong. Why was there a deer in such a cave? Also, it was easy to see that this short sword was not ordinary, even though it was still sealed. Once the seal was open, its power would be unimaginable. Yet such a treasure was stabbed into this deer and left here. Since this place isn't Sima Mo's cave, then whose cave is it? Wang Lin had searched the old man's memories and found that this wasn't Sima Mo's cave. Master Ashenpine had never intended to take him to the real cave. This was just a cave Master Ashenpine had randomly found. Sima Mo did indeed have a cave in this land, but it was not here. Wang Lin now knew its real location. Looking at the beast skeleton on the ground, Wang Lin pondered for a long time before walking out of the room. He had no clues and wasn't able to analyze more. He put away the short sword and was about to leave. Then Wang Lin's footsteps suddenly stopped, as if he had thought of something. He looked down at the ground. In the corner, there was a ring inside the pile of flesh and blood. Wang Lin remembered that this ring was the old man's beast treasure. It was something he had obtained from the 7-colored realm, but Wang Lin had instantly killed him before he could use it. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the ring flew into his hand. After wiping off the blood, Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense, and his expression changed slightly. There was a seal with a total of 9 layers on this ring. The old man named Pang had opened 7 layers and gained partial control of the ring. He had also broken more than half of the 8th layer. Wang Lin erased the imprint on it and placed his own, then he carefully looked at it. With his knowledge of restrictions, it would not be difficult to break the rest of the seal. His left hand formed a seal and sent out a restriction. The instant it fell on the ring, popping sounds echoed as the mostly broken 8th layer shattered. The ring unexpectedly gave off a 5-colored glow, and 5 rays of light circled Wang Lin. These 5 rays of light formed a very strong shield. As they circled Wang Lin, they could prevent all spells from getting close. If the old man named Pang had opened the 8th seal, I wouldn't have killed him so fast. With a thought, the 5 rays of light went back into the ring, and Wang Lin put it away. He took a deep breath and looked outside the cave. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He shot out of the cave and chased after them. As he moved, he didn't spread out his divine sense. He only kept it wrapped around his body. He navigated through the valley with a strange connection he was feeling. If Master Ashenpine saw Wang Lin's path, he would be shocked. This route was exactly the same one he had taken with the old woman in green. How can I, Wang Lin, let you wear my scattered devil armor for nothing? Chapter 1188, Dao Scripture. This place was covered in grass and there was no fog, so he could clearly see into the distance. Wang Lin was rushing his way through the valley. Sometimes he would stop and close his eyes for a moment as if he was sensing where the path was. A moment later, he would open his eyes and rush forward again. The wall-like mountain range was in the distance, and as time passed, Wang Lin gradually closed in. After about a day, Wang Lin stopped outside a valley. This was already very close to the mountain range. He only needed to travel through the valley to arrive at the foot of the mountain range. Looking at the valley ahead, Wang Lin began to ponder. This valley was strange. After carefully observing for a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His right hand formed a restriction and he pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. A black line flew out from between his eyebrows. It twisted into a restriction mark as it flew forward. The restriction floated in the air, giving off a black glow that surrounded the area. As the black light shrouded the area, silver light came from the grass before him, revealing a strange pattern. It was the pattern of a plum flower. The moment Wang Lin saw this, his eyes narrowed. The 18 plum flower restriction. This 18 plum flower restriction hadn't been here for a long time. It was only placed here one day ago. Apparently, the old woman in green had placed it here. The 18 plum flower restriction was derived from one of the 4 great ancient restrictions, the annihilation restriction. If Wang Lin hadn't gone to All Heaven, he wouldn't have been able to break this restriction. However, when he was All Heaven, Wang Lin gained the inheritance of one of the 4 great ancient restrictions, the annihilation restriction. This 18 plum flower restriction was derived from the annihilation restriction, so it wasn't difficult for Wang Lin to break. The old woman in green left this restriction here. Presumably it is for an ambush and a warning. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he was about to move forward when he suddenly stopped. He carefully looked at the 18 plum flower restriction on the ground. He had a vague feeling that things weren't this simple. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and carefully scanned the grass inch by inch. His expression gradually grew serious, especially when he saw the black light not so far from the 18 plum flower restriction. He immediately thought about the black gas the old woman had used to absorb the dragon's vitality and to enter the 9-step heaven ceiling formation. When he saw the old woman's restriction, he felt it was strange, but it was inconvenient to observe too closely, so he couldn't see through it. However, with the restriction before him, he thought for a bit and gained enlightenment. To form vitality from endless death aura, this method is similar to one of the 4 great ancient restrictions, the life and death restriction. Wang Lin pondered a bit as he squatted down and his right hand moved. He slowly pulled up some grass from the soil, and his eyes narrowed. The root of the grass had already decayed, and there wasn't much vitality left. In just a few more hours, it would lose all its vitality and the restriction here would be activated completely. The old woman in green didn't have time to do anything too detailed with Master Ashen Pine around. She simply left a restriction here that would absorb vitality from the vegetation. Once all the vitality had been absorbed, the restriction would activate. Wang Lin muttered to himself. He then became extremely vigilant toward the old woman in green. Right now this restriction is half complete, so it's not as if I can't break it, unless... Wang Lin smiled and took a few steps back. His hands formed a seal and pointed forward. The black light formed by the annihilation restriction heart suddenly collapsed into specks of black light that landed on this patch of grass. I won't break this restriction. Instead, I'll leave my own imprint and restriction on it before it fully activates. By doing so, I will take over this restriction without the old woman knowing. With my annihilation restriction and the life and death restriction, that's 2 of the 4 great ancient restrictions. Even if Master Ashen Pine were to carelessly step inside, he would be seriously injured. Wang Lin carefully moved through the field. He didn't relax until he entered the valley. After looking around, Wang Lin looked at the end of the valley. It was connected to the wall-like mountain range. The mountain was very steep, as if it was a tower. Without pausing, Wang Lin climbed up the mountain like lightning. Thinking about the life and death restriction, Wang Lin could not help but remember what Li Yuan had said back then. When the world was born, laws appeared. After a long time, a strand spread out into restriction, or formation. They have different names, but they're the same thing. Heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow have been the 4 ranks of restrictions for a very long time. However, there was still a level above those 4, and we call it abstract. The abstract is split into the 4 great ancient restrictions. Aside from the annihilation restriction of the 4 great ancient restrictions, there are the life and death restriction, the ancient soul restriction, and the mysterious time restriction. Even most of the celestial restrictions were derived from these 4 great ancient restrictions and spread to the present. Wang Lin began to ponder as he climbed the mountain. When I left the All-Heaven star system, Li Yuan said that if one could learn all 4 great ancient restrictions and fuse them, they would be able to comprehend the abstract realm. Abstract is the peak of restrictions. However, over the countless years since the restriction law split from the birth of the world, no one has been able to comprehend the abstract realm. Wang Lin let out a sigh and no longer thought about this matter. Instead, he focused on sensing Master Ashenpine's route. Half a day passed by. Wang Lin stood at the highest point of the mountain under the seven-colored light. The seven-colored light surrounded him, and from a distance, he looked like a celestial god. This wall-like mountain range was like a ring that separated the inner part from the outside. This place was filled with dense fog, so it was impossible to see what it was like. It was like a black sea that had faintly revealed its danger. Looking ahead, Wang Lin could clearly feel that Master Ashenpine was in the fog. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold as he charged down the mountain and disappeared into the distance. Master Ashenpine was wearing the divine devil armor and was being extremely cautious. He had to be on guard with every step he took while inside the fog. The old woman in green was beside him, and she had black gas surrounding her. The surroundings were completely silent with only their footsteps echoing. That person named Lu should be dead by now. Peng Detsai is good at soul searching, so he must have had a good harvest, especially with that war spirit print. It is one of the great spells of the god Sect. Master Ashenpine had calculated the time. They had worked together often, so they could know each other's thoughts at a glance. Peng Detsai should be on his way. Master Ashenpine's eyes shined an indiscernible amount. The old woman in green hadn't spoken at all, but she suddenly asked, Master Ashenpine, how far away is the place you mentioned? Not far, it should be just ahead. Just as he spoke, he suddenly stopped. At the same time, the old woman in green also stopped and cautiously looked ahead. There was a blurry, giant statue hidden in the fog before them. The statue seemed to be moving. As the fog churned, the statue seemed to change. The two of them looked at each other and slowly walked forward. It didn't take long for them to arrive below the giant statue and look up. This was a giant boulder more than 1,000 feet tall with a man carved into it. He was looking up at the sky, pondering, and there was a lightning-like mark between his eyebrows. The old woman in green was startled as she stared at the mark between the eyebrows of the statue, and her expression suddenly changed. Just at this moment, erratic voice penetrated from the thick fog. It was strange and contained a force that could penetrate the soul. It seemed to came from the distance, but also close by. It was impossible to know where it was coming from. Enlightened, prisoner of the Tao of heaven, all sentient beings must endure immeasurable calamities. It only takes a thought to leave the deep prison. Await the path of cultivation. Enlightened, all life must walk forever forward and solve the modern age. Escape the will of heaven and obtain the path to life. Await the path of cultivation. Enlightened, seal the will of the heavens. Engrave the dark days. All life doesn't know the true Tao. The bitter abyss forever distorts the true Tao. Await the path of cultivation. This eerie passage echoed through the fog and filled the area. Master Ashenpine's face immediately turned pale, and he looked around in fear. The old woman in green sucked in a breath of cold air. These strange words remained in her mind and continued to echo. It unexpectedly caused her origin's soul to tremble, and her Tao heart became unstable. Who are they? What do these words mean? The old woman in green looked at Master Ashenpine. They are the enlightened ones. Just after he finished speaking, the fog before them churned and a shadow flew out. It was too fast, and it directly floated past between the two of them. The strange voice clearly entered their mind. Master Ashenpine, what exactly are the enlightened ones? The old woman's face was pale as the passages echoed in her mind. She was beginning to feel like she couldn't withstand it anymore. The lost ones have lost their Tao and search in confusion as they wander the seven-colored realm. They blindly search. The enlightened ones have Tao, but due to seeing the Dao Scripture, their Tao hearts collapsed and couldn't reform. They could only float in this fog and search forever. They may already be dead, and this is merely a Tao soul formed from their will. Master Ashenpine whispered as he listened to those words echo in his mind. Dao Scripture. The old woman in green's eyes narrowed. Master Ashenpine raised his head. His eyes were filled with fervor as he slowly said, Yes, it is the Dao Scripture. I have never heard of this before coming to the seven-colored realm, but after entering here, I found countless clues about it. In this world, there is the Dao Scripture that is rumored to be formed by the blood of heaven. What they talking about is the Dao Scripture. The old woman in green sucked in a breath of cold air. What she was hearing now was simply too terrifying. Chapter 1189, The Many Treasures of Master Ashenpine. Master Ashenpine's eyes revealed a strange light, and he slowly said, It is the Dao Scripture. I'm not afraid of fellow cultivator Zhao learning my true purpose. The beast souls are only secondary. My true goal is to see the Dao Scripture. There are many enlightened ones here, so getting to the Dao Scripture won't be simple. Master Ashen Pine Yu. The old woman in green looked at Master Ashen Pine. Fellow cultivator Zhao, do you remember the thing that spread among my generation when one didn't have an ascendant pill? Master Ashen Pine looked up at the statue. The old woman softly said, those who seek Dao are born in the morning and die at dusk. It is enough. Let's go. Master Ashen Pine withdrew his gaze and rushed forward. The old woman in green pondered for a bit and then followed. As the two moved forward, the erratic voices became even louder. This sound was strange and unpredictable, and it would make your mind begin to wander involuntarily. It required a lot of effort to suppress it by force. As they got deeper into the fog, they got a feeling they wouldn't be able to suppress it much longer. Every step they took felt like a large army was bearing down on them and causing their minds to tremble. Master Ashen Pine's face was pale, but it was filled with excitement. They slowly walked through the fog as time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had been in the fog for 3 days. They didn't know how far they had walked in the fog. On the 4th day, they vaguely saw a small mountain before them. This small mountain wasn't very large, only 10,000 feet tall. It was appearing and disappearing within the fog. A layer of black light surrounded the small mountain, blocking the path forward. Master Ashen Pine looked at the old woman in green and sincerely said, fellow cultivator Zhao, my restriction knowledge can't be compared to yours. Please help me break this restriction. This mountain is where the countless beast souls are sealed. As long as fellow cultivator Zhao opens it, you can obtain the beast souls. The old woman in green looked at the black light curtain restriction. She arrived next to it and placed her right hand on it. After a long time, her expression became ugly and she said, this is a time restriction. The longer it exists, the more powerful it becomes. I can't see through how old this restriction is, so there is no need to talk about breaking it. If I had known there was this kind of restriction here, I would have never come. Master Ashen Pine smiled and his hand reached out. A storage space opened and something flew out. It was a black awl with a spiral mark on it. The moment he took it out, a pressure began to spread. Does fellow cultivator Zhao know what this is? Master Ashen Pine looked at the old woman in green. The old woman in green stared at the awl with a strange light in her eyes. After looking carefully for a long time, she slowly said, the strange treasure from ancient times, restriction breaking all. Fellow cultivator Zhao is indeed worthy of being a restriction grandmaster, so knowledgeable. I wonder how confident fellow cultivator Zhao is in breaking this restriction with this. The old woman in green pondered a bit and said, how many restriction breaking alls do you have? Master Ashen Pine said, 4. If it was a time restriction that had only existed for a short period of time, 4 would be enough. However, this restriction has existed for far too long, so I'm only 10% confident. The old woman in green shook her head. Master Ashen Pine pondered a bit before waving his right hand and taking something else out. It was a piece of black wood that was the size of a palm. The moment it appeared, an indescribably powerful aura appeared. This aura even moved the fog and formed a vortex 100 feet wide, slowly rotating. The eyes of the old woman in green narrowed. She stared at the piece of black wood and gasped before slowly asked, Pseudo-Nirvana void treasure? Master Ashen Pine didn't explain and slowly said, how confident are you with this? The old woman withdrew her gaze and calculated for a bit before she said, 40%. If there was the war spirit print, it would be 50%, but unfortunately. Master Ashen Pine hesitated for a bit and took out one more item from his storage space. It was a bright crystal that seemed to have fresh blood flowing inside. The moment it appeared, a heaven-shattering destructive aura spread out. It should be enough with this. Master Ashen Pine looked at the old woman in green. The old woman in green silently pondered for a bit, and then said in a hoarse voice, Master Ashen Pine is going big to take out 2 pseudo-Nirvana void treasures. This crystal is obviously a lot more powerful than the last. With these 3 items, I'm 70% confident. 70% is enough. Master Ashen Pine waved his sleeves, and the 4 restriction breaking alls flew toward the old woman in green. Master Ashen Pine was well prepared. If it wasn't for the fact that his restriction ability was truly inferior to this old woman's, he would have already broken it himself. When you need me to use the treasures, just tell me. The old woman in green no longer wasted any time. Both her hands formed seals and restrictions flew out. At the same time, the black gas around her moved with the restrictions. With a point of her finger, they shot toward one of the restriction breaking alls. Popping sounds echoed as the restrictions landed on the restriction breaking all, then the black gas rushed into it. The all gave off a black glow, then an aura that could split the heavens spread out. The eyes of the old woman shined as she bit the tip of her tongue, and an arrow of blood shot out at the awl. It landed on the awl, causing it to fly directly at the time restriction. As it closed in, the black light restriction began to distort as the power of time came crashing down. The awl immediately trembled and showed signs of disappearing. The old woman in green shouted, "Break!" The awl gave off a blood-red light, and a large amount of black gas rushed into the awl. It directly drilled into a corner of the black light restriction and sank inside before it rapidly dissipated. At the same time, more black gas came out from the old woman in green and entered the second restriction-breaking awl. It shot out like lightning and was nailed into another corner. The remaining restriction-breaking awls also flew out and were nailed into the black light restriction. When all 4 restriction-breaking awls landed, there was a roar from the black light restriction. Originally, countless ripples would have appeared, but with the 4 awls nailed in, it was as if 4 giant rocks were thrown into a pond. Each set of ripples went in a different direction and disturbed the balance on the surface. Just at this moment, the old woman in green formed a seal and pointed to between her eyebrows. She immediately spat out a mouthful of black gas. Her wrinkles rapidly dissipated, and she returned back into a 40-year-old, beautiful, middle-aged woman. Large amounts of black gas charged at the black light screen and landed at the center. It formed a black vortex at the center and started to collide with the black light restriction. An earth-shattering rumble echoed. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, "Black wood." Master Ashen Pine didn't hesitate and threw the piece of black wood. When it got close to the vortex, he pointed at it. The wood immediately trembled and a heaven-shaking destructive aura spread out, and the wood suddenly collapsed. The rumble shook the world and pushed the fog out in all directions. The unimaginable impact seemed to be about to dissipate when the beautiful woman jumped forward. She appeared above the impact and sent out countless restrictions. She was able to control the destructive impact to charge at the black light restriction. The rumbling even caused the earth to tremble, and the fluctuations on the black light restriction became even more intense. More ripples appeared, but it wasn't damaged at all, and instead a rebound force appeared. The first awl that was nailed in collapsed. The beautiful woman's expression changed. Without any order, Master Ashen Pine threw the crystal. When it got near the restriction, it exploded. This crystal contained unimaginable power, and it immediately turned into a huge storm. The beautiful woman clenched her teeth and her hands formed another seal before pointing to between her eyebrows. More black gas scattered from her body, and her appearance changed once more. She unexpectedly became a beautiful young woman around 20 years old. The black gas around her turned into countless restrictions under her control and fused with the destructive force caused by the collapse of the crystal. She directed this destructive force toward the black light restriction. A loud rumble echoed once more along with cracking sounds. A crack appeared on the black light restriction. However, the crack quickly closed, and it looked like it was about to be restored back to normal. Master Ashen Pine clenched his teeth and his heart ached as he took something else out from his storage space. It was just a jade token, but it also gave off the aura of a pseudo-Nirvana void treasure. Master Ashen Pine was extremely unwilling to take it out. The 2 treasures from before weren't really pseudo-Nirvana void. They merely contained some aura of pseudo-Nirvana void treasures. Although they were powerful, it would be fine if they were destroyed. Although his heart would ache a bit, he could accept it. However, this item was a true pseudo-Nirvana void treasure. If this was destroyed, he would feel like his heart had been crushed. This scene made the beautiful woman's eyes narrow, and she sucked in a breath of cold air. She wasn't able to guess just how many pseudo-Nirvana void treasures Master Ashen Pine had. These treasures were extremely rare, but in order to break this restriction, Master Ashen Pine was willing to destroy 3. If they were taken outside, their value would be unimaginable. Just exchanging them for beast souls would allow one to have everything they wanted. Shatter. Master Ashen Pine clenched his teeth before letting out a roar. He was giving it his all. The jade charged into the crack in the light and suddenly collapsed. An impact far stronger than the last 2 suddenly appeared. It formed a storm that affected all the fog within tens of thousands of kilometers. Crackling sounds echoed, but the black light screen still didn't shatter. However, the crack was now 100 feet wide. Although it was recovering, the rate had slowed down. Master Ashen Pine charged forward and rushed into the crack, ignoring the woman. The young woman's eyes lit up, and she also charged into the crack. Shortly after, a ray of light broke through the fog and turned into Wang Lin. He looked at the crack, but didn't immediately go in. After placing down large amount of restrictions outside, he rushed into the crack. Chapter 1190, The Bottle Under the Bone. The crack on the restriction was like a scar, and it was rapidly healing. It won't be long before it heals completely. Once that happens, unless one uses that many treasures to destroy it again, then they would be sealed inside for eternity. There was a small mountain inside the crack. Master Ashen Pine moved like lightning toward the peak with the woman in green behind. The two of them were very fast and instantly arrived near the peak. There was a 200-foot-tall stone gate in the middle of the peak with a lightning-like mark carved on it. This is the location where the beast souls are sealed. Master Ashen Pine sent out a message with his divine sense as he arrived next to the gate. He then took out a silver pendant that was shaped like a bolt of lightning. He threw it, and the pendant flew at the gate while giving off a harsh, silver glow. At the same time, the lightning mark on the gate also released a silver glow as if it was calling the pendant. Just at this moment, a thunderous rumble echoed and the huge, stone gate slowly opened. Large amounts of dust scattered everywhere. The moment the stone gate opened, roars that could pierce the soul came from inside. The roars from the beast souls turned into an indescribable divine sense that quickly spread out. Fellow cultivator Zhao, time is of the essence. You take the beast souls. I want to take a look at the Dao Scripture. Master Ashen Pine clasped his hands at the woman in green. If fellow cultivator Zhao is interested, how about going with this old man? Maybe you will gain enlightenment. The woman in green pondered a bit, and then slowly shook her head. Master Ashen Pine no longer asked. He flew toward the top of the mountain. Although he hadn't been here before, the map he had obtained clearly marked where the Dao Scripture was. The eyes of the woman in green lit up as she stared at Master Ashen Pine and frowned. She didn't believe what Master Ashen Pine had said, but there was no flaw to be found in his words. The beast soul fluctuations proved that what Master Ashen Pine had said was true. There was a large amount of beast souls sealed inside this place. After pondering a bit, the woman in green arrived next to the gate. Her divine sense spread out inside, and her eyes revealed a strange light. After placing down a series of restrictions, she stepped inside. As for Master Ashen Pine, he had already arrived at the top of the mountain. He looked down and watched the woman in green entering the cave, and he sneered. I didn't lie. There is indeed a large amount of beast souls sealed inside. I'm not afraid of you not going in. Even if you had secretly followed me, it would have been fine. He withdrew his gaze, and his right hand formed a seal. Rumbling sounds came from the stone gate as it quickly closed and was sealed tightly. The angry roar of the woman in green came from within, as well as the sound of something pounding the gate. Master Ashen Pine knew he didn't have much time. Once that crack closes, it will be very difficult to leave. He stood at the top of the mountain and took a deep breath. There was excitement on his face. He had waited for this day for a long time. He stood there and lifted his hands before kneeling down. Then his hand pointed at the sky, and he began reciting a strange chant. This chant was very strange, and it was impossible to hear what he was saying. However, as he spoke, the seven-colored light in the sky became even more intense. It penetrated the fog and directly landed on the mountain. The light circled above Master Ashen Pine before turning into a rainbow bridge that extended to the void ahead. Master Ashen Pine suppressed the excitement in his heart and moved across the bridge. At the end of the rainbow, there was a seven-colored vortex in the void. Master Ashen Pine walked into the vortex. The vortex was filled with chaos and with seven-colored light. This light came from a giant stone tablet. It gave off an indescribable pressure that made it feel like anyone who entered had to worship it. Master Ashen Pine was no exception. He knelt there and began to mutter. Runes immediately appeared around him until they condensed around his eyes like a seal. A moment later, he raised his head and looked at the stone tablet. There was a skeleton at the bottom of the stone tablet. Only the upper half of the body remained, and its two hands were nailed onto the stone tablet with seven-colored nails. It was the skeleton of a cultivator. In this world filled with seven-colored light, this skeleton didn't change at all, but instead gave off a black glow. There were faint words engraved on the bones. These words were tiny and were densely packed all over the skeleton. There was a circular formation several dozen feet wide, and there were countless runes carved into the circles in the formation. At the center of the formation, which was directly below the spine of the skeleton, there was a jade bottle. When Master Ashen Pine's gaze landed on the jade bottle, greed filled his eyes. He knew that the words on the skeleton was the Dao Scripture, but he would never look at it. Everything he had said was merely to fool the old woman in green. Once you see the Dao Scripture, you become an enlightened one. I'm living well, so why would I come here to die? He licked his lips. His real purpose for coming here was the jade bottle under the skeleton. At this moment, a flash of black light came from the spine of the skeleton, and a drop of black, blood-like liquid came out. It landed in the jade bottle, causing a boom. Master Ashen Pine charged at the skeleton and arrived next to it in an instant. His right hand immediately reached out for the jade bottle. However, just as his right hand touched the bottle, Master Ashen Pine's body trembled, and a large amount of white gas came from his body. The white gas was absorbed by the bottle. However, Master Ashen Pine didn't panic, as if he knew this was going to happen. His right hand reached to the side, and his storage space opened. Origin souls began flying out of it. In just a moment, more than 1,000 Origin souls flew out. They were all sealed, and there was a thin line connecting them all together. The moment these Origin souls flew out, Master Ashen Pine recited a strange chant, and his left hand grabbed an Origin soul. The Origin soul immediately trembled and dissipated, but then another one began to tremble. In just 10 breaths of time, nearly 1,000 Origin souls dissipated into white gas and were absorbed by the jade bottle. At the same time, Master Ashen Pine bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a blood mist. Shortly after, 4 rays of light came out of his mouth and formed 4, palm-sized, golden swords. They stabbed toward the circular formation around the bottle. The moment they landed, the blood mist entered the 4 swords. Popping sounds were heard when the 4 swords stabbed into 4 different parts of the formation. Just at this instant, Master Ashen Pine let out a roar and lifted his right hand. He pulled up the jade bottle and quickly retreated. He laughed like crazy and waved his left hand as he retreated. The 4 swords immediately flew out, but he didn't collect them. He let them fly out to the 7-colored world. Fellow cultivator Zhao, have you seen enough? The void twisted and the beautiful middle-aged woman appeared. Her hands formed a seal and countless restrictions appeared before her. The restrictions formed a vortex and stopped the 4 swords. However, the 4 golden swords were extremely strange. The moment they touched the vortex, they melted into golden liquid and bypassed the restriction vortex. They then shot straight toward the woman in green. The expression of the beautiful woman in green changed, and she retreated once more. The golden liquid immediately shattered into countless drops of golden rain and rushed at the woman in green from all directions. Fellow cultivator Zhao, although I don't know how you escaped, you shouldn't have followed. This is where the Dao Scripture is, so observe well. Master Ashen Pine laughed like crazy. He was about to step out from the 7-colored world and return to the mountain using the rainbow. Once he returned to the mountain, he would immediately leave this place. The crack on the restriction would soon heal, and the beautiful woman in green would be trapped here forever. Only by giving up her body and comprehending the Dao Scripture would she be able to leave this place. But at that point, she would be no different from dead and would become one of the enlightened ones. However, just at this moment, a cold snort appeared, and a figure appeared before Master Ashen Pine. This person also wore green. It was the old woman in green. Her appearance caused everything to become strange. Even Master Ashen Pine was startled. 2 female cultivators, named Zhao. However, one of them was a 40-year-old, beautiful, middle-aged woman, and the other was a wrinkle-filled old woman. However, one could tell that there was a shocking similarity between them. This is not an avatar. It's the Yang ancestral spell. Master Ashen Pine's expression changed, and a thought flashed through his mind. He had thought of a very old legend of a forbidden spell. This spell was terrifying and went against morals. It was extremely difficult to cultivate, and until now, almost no one had succeeded in doing so. However, Master Ashen Pine had to believe it, as there was someone before him who had cultivated this forbidden technique and reached the level of 3 ancestors. The Yang ancestral spell was for a female cultivators to get pregnant with a girl. Then this girl would grow up in the mother with a special spell to cause the mother and daughter to share the same body. Later, the daughter would form a cultivation couple with someone else and get pregnant with the girl again. Then the 3 would use the special spell to fuse into one. This was the method used to cause one's cultivation level to increase greatly. And because it was the fusion of 3 souls, their divine senses would be extremely powerful. Chapter 1191, Heavenly Fate appears once more. The old woman in green didn't explain, but took a step forward and let out a cold snort. Her hands formed a seal, and she inhaled, creating a powerful suction force. Master Ashen Pine was within the suction force, and he felt like all his life force was going to be sucked out. But his expression immediately returned to normal. He sneered and held the jade bottle tighter. It couldn't be placed inside his storage space, or else he would have already safely put it away. He didn't waste any time with the old woman and used his powerful cultivation to leave this place. Although he was shocked by the yin-yang ancestral spell, he was confident in leaving. At this moment, his left hand reached at the void and golden light appeared. The light transformed into tens of thousands of flying swords, and with a point of his finger, they flew toward the old woman in green. At the same time, Master Ashen Pine hit his forehead with his left hand, an array of red light flew out. The red light looked like a nascent soul, but if you looked closely, it was clearly not a nascent soul. The little person let out a sharp shrill as the blood light wrapped around it, and it charged straight at the old woman. When the old woman saw the little person, her expression immediately changed. She waved her right hand and an ancient copper bowl appeared. She immediately threw it forward. The moment the copper bowl appeared, it began to spin and flew at the little person. The little person's eyes released a blinding blood light, and it let out a scream that could shatter metal. A rumble echoed, and the copper bowl collapsed into countless fragments. At the same time, the countless golden swords flew toward the old woman in green along with the little person. Time was of the essence, and Master Ashen Pine didn't have time to deal with the old woman in green. Ripples appeared around him, and he was about to leave. However, just as he took half a step into the ripples, a withered arm stuck out from the void and reached at his right hand. It unexpectedly is the fourth ancestral realm. Master Ashen Pine's pupils contracted, but it was too late to think. His left hand reached out at the withered arm, and a thunderous rumble echoed. Master Ashen Pine groaned, and his face immediately turned pale. Peak mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer. Master Ashen Pine's left arm felt numb and was completely black. Yellow liquid immediately secreted from his arm. He was poisoned. Borrowing the power of this force, he stepped into the ripples. An even older woman stepped out from the ripples. She looked like she had stepped out from a coffin. She also wore green and had lost all her hair, making her look extremely terrifying. Her eyes gave off a ghostly light as blood came out from the corner of her mouth. She waved her right hand, breaking the rain of golden swords, and grabbed the little person. After sealing it, she chased after Master Ashen Pine through the ripples. Master Ashen Pine's expression was pale. He didn't think the old woman in green would have perfectly hid her cultivation level and managed to launch a sneak attack without him knowing. The old woman's spell also contained a strange poison that was attempting to circulate through his entire body, but he forcibly suppressed it. As long as I can leave this crack, there will be no time limit. With my numerous magic treasures, this old woman isn't my match. The moment Master Ashen Pine stepped out from the ripples, he wanted to leave, but the old woman immediately caught up. The two of them constantly attacked each other with spells, and a heaven-shaking rumble echoed across the mountain. They were closing in on the crack in the black light restriction. At this moment, the crack was only 20 feet wide, and it was recovering even faster. Master Ashen Pine's eyes lit up, and he recited a strange chant. The moment he did so, the seven-colored light in the sky flashed violently and descended from the sky. The 7 rays of light turned into 7 swords that shot at the old woman in green. The old woman's expression was gloomy as her hands formed a seal, and a large, violent light shield appeared before her. The moment it appeared, an ancient aura appeared with it, and there was a hint of devilish energy inside. The 7-colored light immediately collided with the shield, and an even more violent rumble echoed. The old woman coughed out blood, but her expression became even more fierce. Her right hand hit her forehead, causing her body to shiver, and her origin soul flew out. The moment her origin soul flew out, the old woman in green and the beautiful middle-aged woman in green, who had just stepped out from the ripples, also hit their foreheads. Their origin souls also flew out, and they quickly fused together. The 3 origin souls perfectly fused together in an instant and turned into a ray of light that shot toward Master Ashen Pine. Master Ashen Pine's expression became ferocious. He clenched his teeth as he moved the bottle to his left hand and waved his right. A bead immediately appeared in his right hand. Without hesitation, Master Ashen Pine threw the bead at the old woman's origin soul. Summon, Defying One. Master Ashen Pine roared, and the bead gave off a ghostly light. It caused the 7-colored light to rush over and be absorbed by the bead. Shortly after, the bead collapsed and a bolt of 7-colored lightning shot out toward the old woman's origin soul. At the same time, the old woman's origin soul let out a screech, and 3 restrictions flew out. The moment they appeared, the world changed colors, and even the black light restriction trembled. These 3 restrictions were extremely powerful existences among the life and death restrictions. Life, death. As her divine sense spread out, the 3 restrictions fused to form a destructive force that could destroy the heavens, and it collided with the 7-colored lightning. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mountain trembled, and a large portion of it began to collapse. The fog was pushed back, and all the figures floating in the fog paused. All the enlightened ones floated toward the source of the rumble. Under this powerful impact, the origin souls split into 3. They were very transparent, and quickly returned to their bodies. Master Ashen Pine didn't expect her restrictions to be so powerful. His body was pushed back by the force, and he coughed out blood. His left hand was already being affected by a powerful poison. His flesh and blood had turned into yellow liquid, and even his bones had begun to melt. Under this impact, his left arm was torn off and dissipated. The jade bottle flew out under this impact, and flew toward the crack that was now only 10 feet wide. Master Ashen Pine's eyes were bloodshot as he charged after the jade bottle. The old woman's eyes lit up, and she also charged at the crack. Just at this instant, a white figure shot out and moved at the speed of a late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. It moved past the old woman in green and Master Ashen Pine. It grabbed the bottle, and without any hesitation rushed out of the crack. The moment this person came out of the crack, his right hand pushed down at the crack and sent out a restriction. The speed at which the crack healed increased greatly. Lose a hail. Master Ashen Pine was startled before letting out a roar, and he charged out from the crack. He was about to chase after the white figure. However, the moment he stepped out from the crack, he stepped into the restrictions Wang Lin had set up earlier. A rumbling sound occurred as many restrictions were set off, and caused Master Ashen Pine to pause for a moment. The old woman's 3 bodies fused into one and rushed out of the crack like a bolt of lightning. She chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin had completely hidden himself the moment he entered the crack. He had been hiding near the crack, waiting for a chance. This place was very strange. It was impossible to spread out your divine sense too far inside the blacklight restriction. As a result, he had the perfect opportunity to hide himself. At this moment, he was holding the jade bottle and quickly charging through the fog. The strange muttering sounds continued to enter his ears. At this moment, shadowy figures floated toward him and passed by. The old woman in green was chasing closely behind, but with 2 speed talismans, Wang Lin's speed was unimaginable. As they moved, the distance between them gradually grew wider. You deserve to die for stealing my belongings. The old woman in green revealed a vicious gaze. She waved her hand, and a poison mist immediately appeared. In the blink of an eye, the image of a poisonous scorpion appeared in the 7-colored sky. The poisonous scorpion was tens of thousands of feet large. Its tail lashed out, creating an afterimage as it shot at Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly turned around, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. He raised his left hand and threw a punch at the scorpion's tail. There was an earth-shattering rumble, and the scorpion tail trembled and immediately collapsed. Just at this moment, Master Ashen Pine also ran out, and his eyes were bloodshot. He took out another bead and ignored the heartache he felt. He threw it and shouted, "Summon, Defying One." After he spoke, all the 7-colored light in the world quickly gathered toward the bead and rushed inside. Then the bead suddenly collapsed. The moment it collapsed, the 7-colored light in the world flashed violently, and ripples echoed. 7-colored light gathered quickly within the ripple until a giant finger was formed. Heavenly Fate Finger. This place is indeed related to the All-Seer. When Wang Lin saw the giant finger in the sky, his pupils shrank for a moment. The giant finger seemed to have absorbed a large portion of the 7-colored light in the sky, causing the sky to dim. A thunderous roar echoed as it descended toward the escaping Wang Lin, as if it wanted to crush him. The eyes of the old woman in green shined as her hands formed a seal before pointing to between her eyebrows. 3 restrictions immediately flew out. They were the 3 powerful restrictions from before that were the peak of the life and death restrictions. Life, death, life. The old woman's hoarse voice echoed, and the 3 restrictions fused together into a life and death restriction energy. It contained the essence of life and death as it shot toward Wang Lin. Chapter 1192, Trident. While Wang Lin moved, he tried to store the bottle in his storage space, but something very strange happened. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't put it in his storage space. Wang Lin was actually prepared for this, because if it could really be put into the storage space, then there would have been no need for Master Ashen Pine to be holding it. He moved like a bolt of lightning under the effect of the 2 speed talismans and shot straight ahead. The giant finger formed by the 7-colored light descended with an earth-shattering roar. It got closer and closer to Wang Lin. The old woman's 3 life and death restrictions were chasing closely after. Under the combined attacks of the 2 powerful mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Since he had dared to steal food from the mouth of the tiger, he was confident in holding them off. Wang Lin suddenly turned, and his figure began to swell. A dense ancient god aura filled this 7-colored world. Then ripples appeared around his body as he grew to 100 feet, 500 feet, 1,000 feet. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 3,000-foot tall titan. 5 clear ancient god stars rotated rapidly between his eyebrows, and a 6th star began to appear. The skin on his large body was rough and formed a rune-like texture. His giant-like body would cause anyone who saw it to feel a sense of fear from their soul. Master Ashenpine's pupils shrank. He had never seen this kind of spell, and his mind was startled. The old woman's eyes shined brightly and were filled with disbelief. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to turn into his true ancient god body. He turned around, looked up at the sky, and directly punched at the descending heavenly fate finger. This was a true punch of an ancient god, and its power could shock the world. This punch was done when Wang Lin was in the form of a true ancient god, so it also contained a heaven-defying will. The thunderous rumble quickly echoed as Wang Lin's giant fist collided with the heavenly fate finger. An indescribable impact spread along with the fierce rumble. The heavenly fate finger began to collapse and dissipate as the powerful force collided with it. Countless specks of seven-colored light scattered, and it collapsed even faster. The whole finger unexpectedly disintegrated under a thunderous rumble, and the countless specks of seven-colored light filled the world. All of this happened in a flash. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he borrowed the force to leap with this 3,000 feet body. He crossed an immeasurable distance in one leap and arrived at the foot of the wall-like mountain. Without hesitating, he kicked off the ground and jumped over the mountain before him. The life and death restriction quickly followed and arrived near Wang Lin in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin was currently above the mountain, and his right hand reached at the void. A giant crack appeared, seeming like he had torn the seven-colored world apart. A giant trident that was completely black appeared from the crack. This trident was about 4,000 feet long and pierced the sky. The moment it appeared, an earth-shaking aura spread out. Dense ancient god aura filled the area as Wang Lin grabbed the trident and swept it before his body. 3 black lines appeared across the tip of the trident as if the world was being split open. Holding the trident, Wang Lin stood like a god on top of the mountain. He swept at the restriction with the trident. The restriction closed in and instantly split into 3. It was about to charge at Wang Lin, but at this moment, the trident swept by. The ancient god power inside Wang Lin's body rushed into the trident. The trident released a black light and swept across the restriction. A thunderous rumble echoed as the 3 parts of the restriction were cut in half. The black light from the trident became even more intense and turned into 3 dragons that devoured the restriction. After devouring it, the trident trembled and 3 marks appeared on it. It looked as if Wang Lin was holding 3 black dragons. These dragons were extremely fierce and continued to roar as they twisted their bodies. They revealed monstrous gazes toward Master Ashenpine and the old woman in green. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the 2 people chasing after him. When his gaze swept by, it was as if an icy wind had pierced their bodies and made their bodies feel a sudden chill. Anyone can take the heavenly treasure. What is this stealing you speak of? If the 2 of you continue, then like the heavenly finger and the restriction, I'll slaughter you both. Wang Lin's words echoed as he turned and shot off into the distance. This scene caused Master Ashenpine and the old woman in green to gasp. This is... Master Ashenpine's mind trembled and couldn't calm down for a long time. He had cultivated for a very long time and knew of many body refining techniques, but none could produce such a large body. What shocked him the most was that he didn't feel like the body was fake. It was very real. The old woman in green's face was a bit pale as she stared at the giant figure that was about to disappear over the mountain. She clenched her teeth and gave chase. Although Master Ashenpine was shocked, he had prepared for 1,000 years and had spent a lot of treasures for this. He wasn't willing to just let it be taken from him. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot and he also gave chase. His right hand pointed at his left shoulder several times, and a new arm formed from the 7-colored light. Wang Lin's figure leaped over the mountain and didn't pause as he moved further away. In just a moment, he arrived at the valley where he had placed the restriction. He crossed it with 1 step and was about to charge ahead. Just at this instant, the old woman chasing after him revealed a vicious gaze. Her hands formed a seal, and she pointed at the restriction she had left behind here earlier. The grass under Wang Lin immediately withered, and black ashes flew into the sky. They turned into a giant vortex and were about to surround Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a muffled groan as he collided with the restriction and struggled to get through. The vortex formed by the black ashes chased after Wang Lin. At the same time, the old woman's eyes revealed a strange light, and she sped up. She jumped off the mountain and instantly closed in. She entered the restriction in the valley. Master Ashenpine was behind and quickly followed, but his eyes lit up. He hesitated for a moment outside the restriction in the valley and didn't fully enter. It wasn't that he had seen through its weakness, but he was cautious of the old woman in green. Just as the old woman in green entered the restriction, Wang Lin suddenly turned around and pointed at the vortex. The black vortex suddenly turned around and shot toward the old woman in green. Shortly after, countless restriction lights lit up in the valley the old woman was in. These lights were blinding, and the thunderous rumble was enough to shake one's heart. Countless restrictions appeared from the ground and immediately surrounded the old woman. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of them. These restrictions gave off a ghostly light. After fusing the life and death restriction and annihilation restriction, their power was earth-shattering. The moment Wang Lin activated them, all of them rushed toward the old woman. There was also that black vortex. It instantly shrouded the area, making it impossible to see inside. However, the thunderous roars and muffled groans of the old woman could be heard clearly. At this moment, the earth trembled and the old woman's angry roars became even more intense, and there were flashes of blood-red light inside the vortex. The roars continued. It was clear that it was difficult for her to leave. She was in a life-or-death crisis. This scene caused Master Ashen Pine's expression to change greatly. With his wisdom, he immediately realized that this restriction was placed by the old woman but was taken over by Wang Lin. Wang Lin had led her into this killing formation. This person is also proficient in restrictions. Master Ashen Pine looked at the restriction that had completely trapped the old woman. He could clearly feel the power of the restriction. He took a deep breath, but he didn't give up on fighting for the jade bottle. Old woman Zhao being trapped is good for me. As long as I kill that person named Lu, I can take back the jade. With my understanding of this place, no one can find me. There was a flash of killing intent in Master Ashen Pine's eyes, and he made a decision instantly. He moved around the restrictions outside the valley, and his hands formed a seal. Tens of thousands specks of golden light appeared, and all shot at Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He had been waiting for this chance. He couldn't battle two mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivators at once. He had to injure or trap one of them before he could be safe to battle. Master Ashen Pine was malicious even back on Peng Lai. Seeing the spell closing in, Wang Lin let out a cold snort and waved the trident in his hand. The three dragons roared, and the rain of swords was knocked into the sky. They weren't able to close in on Wang Lin. Master Ashen Pine's eyes revealed a vicious gaze and reached out at the void. A crack to this storage space opened, and a flying sword flew out. This sword was crystal clear, and the moment it appeared, the aura of a pseudo-Nirvana void treasure surrounded the area. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. Just at this moment, Master Ashen Pine let out a roar and threw the crystal sword. The sword let out a heaven-shattering roar as it flew toward Wang Lin. His first real battle with a mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator made Wang Lin excited. He didn't retreat, and instead swept the trident forward. The three dragons unexpectedly flew out from the trident and attempted to devour the crystal sword. What was even more strange was that the three marks that had formed after devouring the life and death restriction shined. They flew out and fused with the three black dragons. This caused the aura of life and death restriction to suddenly appear. This was the true power of the trident. Chapter 1193, A Bloody Battle Against Master Ashen Pine. It could devour all spells in the world for its own use. This was the ancient god treasure that ancient god 2C refined back then. 2C was extremely satisfied with this treasure, but it was lacking a spirit, so he turned it into a mountain and threw it on a planet. He hoped to use time to condense a spirit for it. After he finished his technique, this would be a treasure that would be on par with his god-slaying spear. However, it was unfortunate that 2C failed, and this trident was lost in the flow of time. After the All-Seer obtained it, he could use its power, but he couldn't activate its ability. Only an ancient god could use its ability. Although Wang Lin's cultivation level was below the All-Seer's, he was an ancient god. After experiencing the first trial and 2 calamities, he was now a true ancient god. With the trident in hand, he could display its spell-devouring ability. The 3 dragons were the devouring dragons. The life and death restriction was devoured and became a spell of the trident. The restriction flew out and fused with the black dragons as they rushed at the pseudo-Nirvana void crystal sword. This crystal sword was very powerful among the treasures that Master Ashen Pine had. The reason he had taken it out was to quickly kill Wang Lin. As it flew across the sky, it seemed like it could slice the world in half. The black dragons immediately closed in on the crystal sword. A thunderous rumble echoed as the 3 dragons opened their mouths and devoured the crystal sword. At the same time, the 3 black dragons' bodies trembled. A roar came from one of the dragons, but it didn't explode. It struggled to return to Wang Lin along with the other 2 dragons, and they turned back into the trident. There was a faint, crystal glow on the trident's body, then an imprint of the crystal sword slowly appeared on it. Master Ashen Pine's expression changed. but he quickly charged forward. His right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. A flash of light appeared before him and instantly changed into endless sword energy. The sword energy filled the sky and shot at Wang Lin. Shortly after, his right hand reached at his storage bag and 3 beads appeared. He threw them and shouted, "Summon, Defying One." All the 7-colored light in the world gathered once more and surged into the 3 beads. As popping sounds echoed, one of the beads quickly collapsed. The moment it collapsed, it turned into a blurry shadow in the sky. It was impossible to see clearly what the shadow was, but a sword might envelop the world. The shadow lifted its right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. With one finger, all the 7-colored light gathered an array of 7-colored sword energy that could pierce the world shot at Wang Lin. Shortly after, another bead collapsed. The earth trembled and a large part of the wall-like mountain range collapsed. A stone giant walked out from the mountains, each step causing the ground to shake. The stone giant was draped in the 7-colored light and charged at Wang Lin. At this moment, the third bead exploded. The 7-colored light gathered like crazy and turned into a giant compass. This compass was ethereal, and it rapidly rotated to create a powerful pressure. The moment he started attacking, he used all his killing aces. He obviously wanted to kill Wang Lin quickly. His right hand formed a seal and pointed to between his eyebrows. Then his face turned red, and another ray of blood light flew out. There was something like a nascent soul inside the blood light. It was exactly the same as the thing that attacked the old woman in green. This nascent soul released a fierce scream and charged toward Wang Lin in a blood-red glow. It contained an unspeakable ferociousness on its face. All of this happened in an instant. The moment the trident returned to Wang Lin, Master Ashen Pine's killing move arrived. He was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer, so his dense origin energy allowed his spells and magic treasures to have shocking power. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. He grabbed the trident and threw it into the sky at the compass. From Wang Lin's point of view, this was the most dangerous item. Shortly after, his right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. The 7-colored sky was covered in a roaring, black wind. A number of black dragons formed, but they didn't scatter. Instead, they all shot toward the blurry, 7-colored figure in the sky. After Call the Wind came Summon the Rain. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and thousands of drops of crystal rain appeared. They quickly shot at the immeasurable sword energy Master Ashen Pine had shot out, and a portion of them went after the stone giant. Popping sounds echoed as Wang Lin walked forward, and his right hand formed a fist. He threw a punch at the incoming 7-colored sword energy. A thunderous rumble echoed. The 7-colored sword energy trembled, and 6 of the colors collapsed. Only the blue light hot out and drilled into Wang Lin's right hand. Wang Lin's body trembled as he felt a crazed aura rush into his body from his arm, causing him to let out a groan. His left hand formed a seal and pointed at the void. Then he opened his mouth to allow the celestial sealing stamp to fly out. The moment it appeared, battle souls came out one by one. Master Void, the All-Seer, and Wu Qing all appeared and charged at the ferocious-looking blood-nascent soul. In addition, a large amount of battle souls walked out from the celestial sealing stamp. There were Celestials, All-Heaven Cultivators, and Alliance Cultivators. This immediately caused a violent aura to envelope the area. This scene caused Master Ashen Pine to suck in a breath of cold air. He thought that he had overestimated Wang Lin, but just the few treasures Wang Lin had shown were enough to terrify ordinary cultivators. A thunderous rumble echoed in the 7-colored world. The trident rushed at the compass in the sky, but when it was 7 inches away, it was stopped by a 7-colored light screen. The 3 dragons on the trident devoured the light screen like crazy and continued to close in. The blurry figure that was also floating in the sky gradually dissipated under the impact of the black dragons formed by Call the Wind. Even farther away, the stone giant was covered in countless layers of ice under the assault of the countless raindrops. Before it could even get close, it turned into a giant ice sculpture. The blood-nascent soul-like thing screamed under assault of the souls of the old monsters. It tried to escape, but it couldn't get out. What was worth Wang Lin's attention was the All-Seer's soul. The moment it appeared, its eyes were filled with confusion. It didn't follow the order of Magic Arsenal to attack, but instead stared at the sky. Wang Lin didn't have time to pay attention to the All-Seer's soul. He rushed out, and his hand reached at the void. Countless bolts of lightning appeared. It looked like Wang Lin had grabbed lightning. The endless lightning condensed and turned into an ethereal spear. This was the illusion of the god-slaying spear. He mercilessly threw the spear, and it shot at the huge compass in the sky, breaking all obstacles in its path. Wang Lin didn't stop there. He charged forward, and his right hand mercilessly pressed down. His huge palm descended from the sky as 2 fingers from his left hand quickly pressed down on the back of his right hand. The origin energy surged from the 7-colored world and rushed into his right hand. A giant illusionary handprint appeared before his right hand and descended on Master Ashen Pine. Master Ashen Pine's eyes were bloodshot and revealed a hint of madness. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. He waved his right hand, and his expression became ferocious. 7 nascent souls immediately appeared, and they all let out mournful cries. In the blink of an eye, a lightning mark appeared before Master Ashen Pine. The moment the lightning mark appeared, the entire world darkened. It was as if all the light in the world was absorbed by this lightning mark. Using the blood of 100 origins to exchange for the 7th spirit of the sealed realm, Master Ashen Pine roared as the lightning mark flashed. At this moment, Wang Lin's palm descended on the lightning mark. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the palm collapsed. The moment it collapsed, a ray of lightning shot out toward Wang Lin. It was so fast that Wang Lin didn't have time to dodge at all. It landed on his chest. Wang Lin's body trembled and was knocked back several steps. For the first time, ancient god blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were fierce. His right hand reached at the void, and an iron sword appeared. It circled his palm once as if it was locking onto a target and shot at Master Ashen Pine. Master Ashen Pine's left hand waved at his storage space, and a 7-colored nail appeared. This was exactly the same as the one that had pierced the skeleton with the Dao Scripture engraved on its bones. Die for this old man. Master Ashen Pine waved his hand, and the 7-colored nail shot at the iron sword. This nail contained an unimaginable pressure. It was actually stronger than pseudo-Nirvana void treasures. In an instant, the nail collided with the iron sword. Crackling sounds echoed, and the iron sword cracked down the middle and split in half. The 7-colored nail shattered the iron sword and directly embedded itself into Wang Lin's right shoulder. An intense pain washed through Wang Lin's body, causing him to tremble. At the same time, although the sword was split, the tip of the sword penetrated Master Ashen Pine's chest and inserted itself into the ground. Master Ashen Pine coughed out blood. He was seriously injured as he turned around and charged at the wall like mountains. Wang Lin's body trembled violently. The 7-colored nail seemed to be able to piece his origin soul. His eyes became confused and his body rapidly shrank. He was about to turn to the size of an ordinary person. He clenched his teeth as he stared at the escaping Master Ashen Pine that was constantly coughing out blood. The war spirit print appeared in his mind, and he ferociously pushed his palm forward. The war spirit print appeared, and the world stirred. When it got near Master Ashen Pine, he used some unknown spell that caused his body to collapse into 7-colored fog. He was able to escape death as the 7-colored fog wrapped around his origin soul and disappeared over the other side of the mountain. Wang Lin coughed out blood, and his body returned to normal. He retrieved all his treasures and didn't even bother looking at the old woman trapped inside the restriction before he quickly left. His face was pale, and a large amount of blood was flowing out of his shoulder. His battle against Master Ashen Pine had resulted in both of them being seriously injured. The giant compass in the sky slowly moved and chased after Wang Lin. Chapter 1194, Shattering the Compass. Wang Lin's face was pale, without a trace of blood. The blood at the corner of his mouth made a shocking contrast. He put away all his treasures, including the split iron sword, and retreated into the distance. The blood-nascent souls Master Ashen Pine had sent out couldn't escape and were captured by Wang Lin's battle souls. His vision was a blur, and the feeling of drowsiness filled his whole body while intense pain came from his right shoulder. He was alternating between passing out and being awake. In his eyes, it looked like there were multiple roads before him. The giant compass moved in the sky. It was locked onto Wang Lin and kept moving with him. As it rapidly rotated, a powerful pressure appeared and locked onto the escaping Wang Lin. Wang Lin was very weak, and under this pressure, he almost staggered. Just at this moment, a loud rumble came from the compass, and it rotated even faster. 7-colored light gathered in the compass like crazy, and soon, countless 7-colored runes appeared around the compass. A sense of danger spread in Wang Lin's heart. At this moment of danger, Wang Lin mercilessly bit his tongue to become sober. Just at this moment, the countless runes descended from the compass. The moment the runes fell, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and his left hand reached at the void, grabbing the trident. The runes whistled through the sky and fell like rain. A thunderous rumble echoed, and Wang Lin coughed out blood. Many of the runes landed on Wang Lin's body, leaving deep imprints, and each mark caused Wang Lin's body to tremble. His eyes were filled with madness. This was Wang Lin's character. The more critical the moment, the more dangerous it was, the more calm he was, but with a hint of madness. Calmness and madness weren't contradictory. Calm judgment, but crazy actions. The compass had to be destroyed, or else it would continue to chase Wang Lin and bring him danger. Also, with this thing following him around, Wang Lin would be at the mercy of the two enemies in this place. As Wang Lin's left hand held the trident, the madness in his eyes became even stronger. He knew he didn't have much sober time left. As his injuries grew worse, he could lose his consciousness at any time. He had to break this compass and find place to heal. Time was of the essence. Wang Lin took a deep breath and battle intent filled his eyes. Fire filled his left eye, and the red vermilion bird armor appeared around Wang Lin. At the same time, thunder flashed in his right eye and made the area within 10,000 feet of him a thunder lake. The thunder rumbled as the lightning snaked across the earth. Popping sounds came from the earth as lightning traveled along it. The remnants of his ancient god power left his right hand and gathered in the trident in his left arm. At this instant, a thunderous roar that defied the heavens echoed, and Wang Lin jumped off the ground. A sea of flames suddenly appeared, and a vermilion bird appeared around Wang Lin. It was as if Wang Lin had taken control of all the fire in the world and charged at the compass. The moment he charged out, the thunder rumbled and flew into the air along with Wang Lin. The thunder rose up with Wang Lin and formed a thunder mountain. A mountain made of thunder. Wang Lin was at the peak of the mountain. The thunder mountain grew and eventually condensed outside of Wang Lin's body. It was as if Wang Lin had absorbed the thunder mountain. With the power of thunder and fire, Wang Lin was like a meteor covered in thunder and fire. He held the trident as he charged forward, searching for his own heaven-defying cultivation path. His speed became faster and faster. The moment the countless runes appeared around the compass, he closed in. The sound of him breaking through the sky became louder and louder until it was an earth-shattering roar. 9 Mysterious Transformation. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he unexpectedly split into 9 parts and then fused back into one. An aura far more powerful than before descended on Wang Lin's body in this 7-colored realm. The cry of the vermilion bird echoed, and Wang Lin's figure was dazzling as he charged at the compass. He moved faster than before and smashed into the compass. A thunderous rumble echoed like crazy. The rotating compass trembled and began to collapse. At first it was just a few cracks, but soon they spread until it was completely covered in cracks. Then, with a bang, it was torn apart. As the countless fragments scattered, a red figure flew out from the collapsed compass. It didn't even look back before it disappeared over the horizon. Although this figure had dissipated, the sound of the compass collapsing echoed across the entire 7-colored realm. On the outer region, a large amount of fog beasts rapidly condensed and looked at the direction where this earth-shattering sound had come from. The numerous lost ones wandering around all stopped. They raised their heads and looked at the direction of the sound with confused expressions. The boy named Duanmu was one of them. There was a hidden cave in a mountain on the outer region of the 7-colored realm. There was a burly man sitting inside the cave. His face was pale, and there was still blood scattered over his clothes. His eyes suddenly opened, and the rumble and fluctuations he felt made him gasp. He was Chen Tianjun. The old woman was trapped inside the restriction outside the valley and couldn't escape in a short period of time. She had to withstand the constant attacks of the restrictions, and her face was pale, but her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Her hands kept forming seals and sending out restrictions to resist, but the power of the restrictions here was far beyond her imagination. The life and death restriction had completely fused with the annihilation restriction, so she could no longer control it. She was constantly being attacked, and her injuries were getting worse as time went by. The moment the heaven-shaking rumble came, the old woman suddenly looked up, bewildered and uncertain. This rumble echoed across the 7-colored realm and passed through the wall-like mountain range. It traveled through the fog, causing the fog to rumble. The large amount of enlightened ones stopped chanting for the first time and looked over in a daze. Inside the fog, between the eyebrows of the huge statue with a lightning mark on its forehead, there was a cloud of 7-colored fog. Master Ashen Pine's weakened origin soul was sitting here healing. The moment that rumble arrived, he suddenly looked up and was filled with shock. This time he was truly shocked. He had already predicted that Wang Lin would be powerful, but he had never thought Wang Lin would be able to match him and cause them both to become seriously injured. Thinking back to all the treasures he had used, he felt his heart bleed, especially those 3 beads. Losing them really stung his heart, and the crystal sword as well. However, compared to the 7-colored nail, these things were truly insignificant. Thinking about the seven-colored nail, Master Ashen Pine felt like his origin soul was about to collapse. That nail was the most powerful treasure he had, and it was his hidden ace. However, even after he took it out, he couldn't kill that cultivator named Liu. He had even lost his own body and almost died. The reason he escaped, aside from him being too weak to keep fighting, was that he was sure Wang Lin would die. Being that seriously injured meant that Wang Lin couldn't possibly escape the compass spell formed by the bead. Once Wang Lin died, he could control the compass to bring the body back and absorb the origin soul. After his injuries recovered, he could easily obtain everything. However, the roar and the sensation of his connection to it being cut off shocked Master Ashen Pine, and he began to ponder. Even with injuries that severe, he was still able to break the spell on the compass. For the first time, Master Ashen Pine felt fearful of Wang Lin. The mountain where Master Ashen Pine was at was not the true center of the seven-colored realm like he had said. Even deeper, at the edge of the true center of the seven-colored realm, there was a valley submerged in fog. Master Cloud Soul was sitting there with a pale face, and he didn't dare to move an inch. Wang Lin's divine sense became blurry as he quickly moved forward. However, he clenched his teeth to keep a trace of sanity. His vision gradually dimmed as he rushed into a deserted valley and into a deserted cave. He only had time to open his storage space to allow the woman in silver and Su Luwa to come out before he fell on the ground and passed out. Su Luwa had his task when Wang Lin was killing noble money and had been put away by Wang Lin. Now that he had come, he was about to boast, but he immediately saw that Wang Lin's eyes were closed and that his face was ashen gray. His eyes couldn't help but turn. However, just at this moment, a cold snort appeared. Su Luwa's body trembled, and he immediately revealed a look of flattery. He already knew how powerful this silver female corpse was, so he wouldn't dare to offend her. "Guard," the woman in silver said in a cold voice. Then she sat down next to Wang Lin. When she looked at Wang Lin, there was a hint of confusion and tenderness in her eyes. Su Luwa quickly agreed. After he noticed that the woman in silver was no longer paying attention to him and was only looking at the fiend, he began to pretend like he was guarding. However, he was secretly complaining in his heart. "What's good-looking about that fiend? It is your grandpa Su who is suave, graceful, handsome, and beautiful. Alas, I'm just too eye-catching, and I'm completely helpless about it." Su Luwa was sighing in his heart and revealed a very regretful expression. Chapter 1195, Seven-Colored Nail. The woman in silver withdrew her gaze after a long time, and the confusion in her eyes became even stronger. She vaguely seemed to remember something, but it was very vague. She lifted her jade-like hand and waved it according to her fuzzy memories. There was a faint flash of a ghostly light, and a restriction landed on the entrance of the cave. If Wang Lin was awake and saw this, his eyes would narrow. This restriction was the life and death restriction. This technique was far above what the old woman had made, extremely skillful. Wang Lin wasn't in a coma for too long. After a few hours, he opened his eyes, and when he saw the entrance, he was startled. He looked at the woman in silver, but didn't ask. Instead, he sat down and began to cultivate. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. During these 3 days, the outside world was calm without the slightest fluctuation. It was as if all the cultivators in the seven-colored realm were recovering as much as possible. After 3 days, not only did Wang Lin's complexion not recover, he became even more pale. There was a faint, seven-colored glow coming from his right shoulder. The wound had healed, but the nail was still impaled in his bone. The seven-colored nail made his bones constantly shatter, but due to his powerful ancient god vitality, the shattered bone was quickly recovering. This repeated endlessly and brought Wang Lin intense pain. What was even more serious was that not only was the seven-colored nail embedded into his bones, it also felt like it had penetrated into Wang Lin's origin soul. His origin soul was sluggish and weak. If that was it, it wouldn't have been an issue, but Wang Lin was shocked to find that the seven-colored nail was constantly draining his vitality. It was as if it wouldn't stop until it had drained all his vitality. What kind of treasure is this to have the power to even break the pseudo-Nirvana void sword in half? Wang Lin's heart ached. The iron sword had been with him for many years and had been extremely useful, but now it was broken. There were also the beads that Master Ashen Pine threw out. Each of them could summon a spell in this seven-colored world. They are very strange. Even the heavenly fate finger appeared from one. As Wang Lin endured the pain, he began to ponder. He thought about when the All-Seer's battle soul appeared and looked at the sky in confusion. This place must be connected to the All-Seer. After pondering a bit, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. However, Master Ashen Pine is also seriously injured. His body collapsed under the war spirit print, and only his origin soul escaped. He was also seriously injured by the iron sword and has consumed a lot of his treasures. I must recover as soon as possible, and the next time we meet, he will undoubtedly die. There is also that old woman in green who was trapped inside the restriction. Even though she is proficient in the life and death restriction, with my annihilation restriction mixed in, it won't be simple for her to come out. Even if she breaks out by force, she will be seriously injured. There is also Master Cloud Soul. When he was teleported here, he was teleported to a random location, but I don't know where. However, this place is filled with danger, and being randomly transported here is very dangerous. It is likely he can't even fend for himself right now. These three were all done in by me, but that Qin Tianjun left early. Although we felt his spells dissipate before, it is difficult to prove he is dead. Everyone here was scheming against each other, and no one wanted the others to leave here with the treasure. This was what they called, even though a person doesn't want to harm a tiger would still want to harm the person. If you continue to be passive, you will only end up being schemed against. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had long since seen through all of this. This was why he acted first and forced Master Cloud Soul to teleport to another location. Then he trapped the old woman in the restriction so he could have a battle against Master Ashen Pine. While pondering, intense pain came from his right shoulder and sweat came from his forehead. He revealed a decisive gaze and swiped his left hand over his right shoulder. A wound immediately appeared and continued to expand until it revealed the 7-colored nail embedded in his bones. In an instant, the 7-colored light covered the entire cave. Su Ligua licked his lips as he looked at Wang Lin and thought, the fiend is indeed a fiend. Not only is he ruthless to others, he's also ruthless to himself. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin clenched his teeth, reached for the 7-colored nail, and mercilessly pulled with a roar. Intense pain came over his body. Wang Lin let out a muffled groan and sweat soaked his clothes. His body trembled, and he was unable to pull it out. This nail seemed to have merged with his bone. It was impossible to tell it wasn't part of it. What was even more strange was that the 7-colored light seemed to have entered his bone. The bone of his right shoulder seemed to have become 7-colored. Wang Lin's face was pale. The moment the 7-colored light entered his body, his mind went blank. There was a hint of him going mad. Although this feeling disappeared in just a moment, it made Wang Lin gasp. At that moment, the madness was completely out of his control. It was as if his mind had fallen down many layers of hell and was sealed inside. He was no longer himself. Looking at his right shoulder, the 7-colored nail had shrunk by half. Wang Lin stared at the 7-colored nail. He had a feeling that if the nail disappeared completely, his bones would turn completely 7-colored. At that time, the madness wouldn't just be for a moment, but permanent. What kind of magic treasure is this? The wound on Wang Lin's right shoulder quickly healed and disappeared, covering up the 7-colored nail. After silently looked at the healing wound, Wang Lin closed his eyes and his origin soul began to struggle. Since he couldn't take it out using external force, he was going to try using his origin energy and ancient god power to force it out. Time passed, and another 3 days went by. Wang Lin opened his eyes. With his cultivation level, he could only suppress it. He couldn't force out the 7-colored light, much less the nail. If I can only suppress it, then it is not the end. Now I just need help. If there are enough helpers, I should be able to force the 7 colors and the nail out. Wang Lin silently looked at the jade bottle. This was Master Ashen Pine's ultimate goal for coming to the 7-colored realm. Holding the bottle, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out. The bottle was half filled with black liquid. It looked like blood, but didn't give off the smell of blood. Once I obtain Master Ashen Pine's origin soul, I'll know exactly what this is. If I'm not mistaken, this should be related to helping him increase his cultivation level. He put the jade bottle in his clothes, stood up, and looked at the life and death restriction at the entrance of the cave. Then he looked at the woman in silver. You know the life and death restriction? The woman in silver pondered. After a long time, she whispered, There are some memories. Open the restriction. Wang Lin nodded slightly. The woman in silver walked next to the entrance of the cave, and her jade-like hand gently slapped it. The restriction slowly dissipated and not a trace of it remained. Wang Lin didn't ask, and waved his sleeves. Su Ligua was about to speak, but before he could open his mouth, he was put into the storage space along with the woman in silver. After leaving the cave, Wang Lin took a deep breath as he endured the pain in his right shoulder and rushed out. He wasn't going to the depths of the 7-colored realm, but the outer mountain range beyond the valley. That place was filled with mountain peaks with fierce fog beasts. These fierce beasts were the helpers Wang Lin had thought of. He quickly flew through many valleys as he traveled along the path he came. heading toward the outer region of the seven-colored realm. Soon, he saw the tunnel leading to outside and looked up. His eyes lit up as he stared at the dense fog at the peak. He carefully went over the plan in his head and then revealed a decisive gaze. Although this trip was dangerous, if it could force out the seven-colored nail, it would all be worth it. Let's see how strong my ancient god body is. Wang Lin's body turned into a ray of light and shot at the peak of the mountain. Before he got close, a roar came from the fog and a giant, 1,000-foot-tall eagle rushed out from the fog. It roared as it shot at Wang Lin, and the fog followed it. It was too fast and instantly closed in. The eagle charged and rammed into Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't dodge. He used his body to resist it instead. The person and eagle quickly closed in and collided with each other. There was a thunderous rumble, and Wang Lin took several steps back. He didn't even try to reduce the impact, and all the force rushed into his right shoulder. This caused the seven-colored glow from his right shoulder to intensify until it penetrated his skin. From away, it looked like Wang Lin was covered in seven-colored light. The eagle beast let out an angry roar and was also knocked back. It circled once in the sky and rushed at Wang Lin once more. Wang Lin's mind trembled, but he didn't stop. He charged at the fog once more. At this moment, as the roar echoed, another eagle rushed out from the fog. This one was also 1,000 feet tall, and the two eagles formed two rays of black light that shot at Wang Lin. Popping sounds echoed and Wang Lin felt like countless mountains were smashing into him. His face became even more pale and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But his eyes became brighter. These two fierce beasts were both rank 12, and their impact was extremely powerful. However, Wang Lin passed all the impact to his right shoulder. Even if his body got seriously injured, he was going to force the seven-colored light out no matter what. Half his body was covered in seven-colored light. With Wang Lin's method, it was as if the two eagle beasts were helping him force the seven-colored light out. As the seven-colored light flashed, it gathered toward his right shoulder. There was a flash of black light as the two eagle beasts continued to attack Wang Lin's body. His injuries became worse and blood flew out from his mouth, but his face was filled with ecstasy. As long as the root wasn't injured, an ancient god body could immediately recover. Even if he were to sustain serious injuries, Wang Lin wouldn't care as long as he could force the seven-colored nail out. He rushed toward the top of the mountain. At this moment, Wang Lin's body had reached its limit. The seven-colored light on his right shoulder had all condensed back into the seven-colored nail. Under these continuous blows, the nail seemed to have loosened and was showing signs of being pushed out. Just at this moment, another roar came from the top of the mountain, and a third eagle flew out. It turned into a ray of light and mercilessly slammed into Wang Lin's chest. Wang Lin's body trembled, and the powerful impact caused his already injured body feel like it was going to collapse, but his eyes were filled with joy. He let out a laugh as his right shoulder burst open and blood flew everywhere. The seven-colored nail was inside that blood. Chapter 1196, Sima Mo's Secret. Wang Lin grabbed the seven-colored nail and rapidly retreated with the help of the impact. He fell to the bottom of the mountain. The three eagle beasts roared as they chased. They were like three rays of black light. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to rush into the tunnel. He endured the intense pain from his body and charged ahead. The eagle beasts' roars echoed in Wang Lin's ears, but they didn't enter the tunnel. They circled outside the tunnel with ferocious gazes. After a long time, they slowly returned to the top of the mountain and turned into fog once more. Wang Lin found a hidden place in the tunnel and sat down. After placing a large amount of restrictions, he took out pills. He swallowed them and then began to cultivate. His body had been seriously injured, but the ancient god body not only had power, it also had unimaginable recovery. After several hours, his injuries were healing. However, Wang Lin didn't leave. He sat there and continued to cycle the ancient god energy to every part of the body. While he was healing, his origin energy was rapidly moving through his body. Without the seven-colored nail, there was nothing stopping Wang Lin from recovering. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more days went by. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and they shined like lightning in the dark tunnel. He stood up and moved his body. All his injuries had almost healed. His origin soul was no longer weakened, and the origin energy in his body had all recovered over the past 2 days of cultivating. He had reached his peak once more. Even if Master Ashen Pine wasn't injured, he could battle Master Ashen Pine again. In a flash, Wang Lin charged out through the passage and appeared in the valley. He took a deep breath and thought of the dangers he had just faced. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the seven-colored nail appeared in his palm. He still had lingering fear towards this nail. He was lucky that he had the body of an ancient god, which prevented the nail from making his bone become 7-colored instantly. This helped delay the madness, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. It was also thanks to his ancient god body that he could suffer serious injuries to borrow outside force to force the nail out. If it was any other cultivator, they wouldn't be able to do this. Even if they were late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, without the body of an ancient god, they would still die to this 7-colored nail. This item is definitely not ordinary. Not only did it break the iron sword, it also pierced my body. I fear if not for the iron sword blocking it a bit, it would have directly penetrated my bones and turned them into 7-colored light in an instant. Wang Lin stared at the 7-colored nail in his hand. His divine sense spread out, and he left his own mark on it. Although I lost the iron sword, I have obtained this even more aggressive 7-colored nail. This will become my ace in the future. With this, even late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivators will die. While pondering, Wang Lin's right hand reached at the void, took out Peng Ditsai's ring, and placed it on his left thumb. The defense of this treasure was excellent, and it could be considered good protection here. Then he took out something else. It was the short sword that was stabbed into the beast bone in that cave. Unfortunately, he couldn't open the seal on it right now, so he put it away after looking at it. The last thing he took out was the little nascent soul that belonged to Master Ashen Pine. It had become weak, but it still had a ferocious expression and roared at Wang Lin. This thing is interesting. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of origin energy and surrounded it with it. Then he swallowed it and left it to refine in his origin soul. This thing seemed like a nascent soul, but also like a treasure. It was really strange. Although Wang Lin didn't know where it came from, it didn't hinder him from refining it. He was going to refine it with his origin soul and wipe off Master Ashen Pine's mark. Then it would belong to Wang Lin, and he could study it at that time. Although both Master Ashen Pine and I ended up seriously injured and I suffered heavy losses, I also gained a lot. The jade bottle with the black liquid, the 7-colored nail, the blood nascent soul, and the crystal sword. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the trident appeared in his grasp. He shook it, and a small, crystal sword flew out. When he grabbed the sword, the aura of a pseudo-Nirvana void treasure appeared. Although it couldn't match the iron sword, its power wasn't ordinary. After sorting his treasures, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. From all the treasures Master Ashen Pine had, it wasn't difficult for Wang Lin to guess that this 7-colored realm had a lot of treasures. Most of Master Ashen Pine's treasures must have come from here, especially those beads that could summon spells. This is a treasure trove. If Master Ashen Pine can obtain treasures, so can I. The battle in the future will depend on who can obtain the stronger treasures and pills to increase our cultivation levels. Wang Lin licked his lips and charged into the valley ahead. This first goal was Sima Mo's cave from Peng Ditsai's memories. In Peng Ditsai's memories, after they found Sima Mo's cave, they didn't open it completely, and instead just opened a part of it. This time they were prepared to obtain the soul beasts and refine them into pills. Once their cultivation levels increased, they were going to break open Sima Mo's cave completely. A cave that hasn't been completely opened and is still intact. Wang Lin quickly moved based on Peng Ditsai's memories. He quickly moved through the valley, but he didn't trigger a single restriction. This place was extremely vast, and the valley was filled with restrictions. Most of the restrictions had collapsed, and even if the valley had any caves, they were empty. After one day, Wang Lin stopped outside a valley. This valley was very ordinary, but when he closed his eyes, he felt a gloomy intent enter his mind. The valley was filled with weeds, and there were signs of restrictions being destroyed. This was the location of Sima Mo's cave from Peng Ditsai's memories. After carefully observing this place, Wang Lin walked forward. When he got near the entrance to the valley, he stopped and deduction filled his eyes. A moment later, his right hand formed a seal and shot out a restriction ahead. In an instant, the valley trembled as if a picture was torn apart before Wang Lin and blown away. Things changed before him. The originally ordinary-looking valley became purple, and the weeds on the ground were replaced by black soil. Even the entrance was different. A black light prevented people from moving forward. There were 2 layers of restrictions on this valley. The first layer was an illusion. No matter how hard one tried, they would ultimately never be able to enter the cave inside. What Peng Ditsai and company were cracking was the first layer. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, with his understanding of restrictions, he immediately saw through it. He raised his hand to make the second layer appear and revealed the true appearance of this cave. Staring at the black light, Wang Lin revealed a wry smile. This black light was the same as the one protecting the place where Master Ashen Pine went to get the bottle. Both were time restrictions. He placed his right hand on the light and pondered for a bit. With his understanding of restrictions, he could calculate that this restriction was nearly 20,000 years old. Although it couldn't compare to the one around the jade bottle, it would still be difficult to crack unless he was willing to sacrifice treasures and open it by force. Looking at the black light, Wang Lin began to ponder. Shortly after, his eyes lit up and his right hand moved. A jade immediately appeared in his hand. This was the jade he got on the Wild Continent that belonged to Sima Mo. I obtained Sima Mo's relics on the Wild Continent, and here I see Sima Mo's cave. Interesting, Wang Lin's expression didn't reveal joy or anger. Holding the jade, he slowly pushed it toward the black light. At this moment, the light violently fluctuated and countless ripples appeared on it. Eventually, the light gathered toward the jade in Wang Lin's hand. Then, with a bang, the black light that couldn't be opened began to dissipate with the jade as the center, and a passage opened up. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he pondered a bit. He then stepped into the opening, and after he entered, the crack closed. Then the ripples dissipated, and everything returned to normal. An illusion appeared over it once more. The purple valley returned to normal, and the black soil once again was covered in weeds. Everything returned back to how it was before Wang Lin arrived. After passing through the black light, what appeared before Wang Lin was a green, grassy valley. This valley wasn't big, only about 1,000 feet wide. There were 9 caves on the mountains surrounding the valley, and each one of them was sealed with a rock. There was a skeleton in the meadow in the valley. It was sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall of the valley in front of Wang Lin. Its head was lowered and its right forefinger was pointing at the ground. There were 3 jades placed before his body. Wang Lin silently looked at the skeleton and his pupils shrank. The skeleton's bones gave off a faint, 7-colored light glow. He slowly walked up to the skeleton before squatting down and carefully examining it. Then he picked up the first jade, and his divine sense entered it. I didn't think I'd return here. Back then, my uncle master and I and many of my fellow sect members found that mysterious spatial crack according to his request. This crack was very strange, but it was filled with 7-colored light. It was very beautiful. Junior's sister was very fond of this 7-colored light, and I promised her I'd take it back for her. We entered the crack and entered this horrible nightmare. It was just that back then, I didn't foresee any of this. We entered the deepest part of this place and found a terrifying existence. This secret could shock the entire cultivation world. Not just my Cloud Sea, but also all heaven, Summon River, and Brilliant Void. However, it was too late. We destroyed our hope with our own hands. We are sinners. Teacher kicked us out of the sect. I know he had no other choice. I left with my sect members and became lost in the fog of the Cloud Sea. Looking at the fog, I felt fear. Because of that secret, I didn't expect that immeasurable calamity would return in our moment of despair. We escaped once only to return here. Perhaps I won't be able to leave this place again. Is this fair? I believe in fate, and I gave into fate. Chapter 1197, Sovereign. Wang Lin held the jade, and his divine sense carefully swept past it. It has been 3 years. Second brother is dead, and third brother is also dead. They became lost ones and wandered here. I saw them 4 days ago, but they no longer recognized me and just walked past me. I can't let things continue. I must find a way. This is the 6th year since I came here, and I found a jade. It contains a restriction called time restriction. I must learn it. Uncle Master left. He went into the depths of this place. He told me a voice had called him. This is the 11th year since I came here. I managed to grasp a bit of the time restriction. How much time has passed? It must have been at least 30 years. The enlightened ones attacked once more, and I clearly saw Uncle Master among them. They took away 5th brother and 6th brother. I have finally mastered the time restriction. I and the remnants of my sect set a giant time restriction in a valley. 9th brother sacrificed his life to reinforce the time of this restriction. Before he died, he made me promise him that I would take his remains back to the heaven-breaking sect. I promised, but can I do it? The time restriction has protected the valley, and the valley has become my home. However, I didn't find the warmth of home. I only saw familiar faces gradually become unfamiliar. I can't continue like this. I must find a way. I'm going to save them. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the skeleton before him. The contents of the jade ended. He looked at the second jade and picked it up. His divine sense entered it. It has been 100 years. There is no night or day, so I can't accurately calculate the time here. However, by judging the power of the time restriction, it should have been 100 years. Just why do I feel like 1,000 years have passed? 13th brother destroyed his own body and died. He couldn't bear this kind of existence any longer. The people around me have become lost ones or enlightened ones. Only me, 16th brother, and 4th uncle remain. I know we are sinners, and perhaps this is our punishment. However, I'm unwilling to yield. I won't yield. Today is a day I will never forget. It has been more than 130 years since I came here, and this was the first time the Defying Ones appeared. Fourth uncle turned into a Defying One. They're all gone. Only 16th brother and I remain. However, I thought of a method to save them. I must try, even if it means death. I said goodbye to 16th brother and left the valley. I brought back second brother and third brother, along with everyone else that became lost once. I entered the depths of the mountain and found fifth brother and sixth brother, who became enlightened ones, and brought them back. I then went into the depths of this place. I was very familiar with the path there. I found second uncle and brought him back. The jade ended here. Wang Lin stared at the jade as he put it down. He pondered about the contents for a long time, and then picked up the third jade. I have already been here for more than 300 years, and have gone to all the places I can go. I found a bead that could seal the spells of Defying Ones. I don't know what they are exactly, but in order to save fourth uncle, I searched a majority of the places and found a few more beads. That was the fourth time I went into the depths of this place. I knew that it was here that fourth uncle faced those powerful Defying Ones. I used the beads to seal all their spells. I searched for a few years before I finally found fourth uncle. It's just, I didn't expect him to be there, so I failed. A 7-colored nail pierced into my body. This nail was very strange. It immediately melted inside my body. I finally escaped and returned to the valley in a blur. My consciousness gradually faded, and an insane idea kept appearing in my mind. This insane idea wanted me to kill all living creatures I could see. It's just that the only other living thing here besides me was 16th brother. I drove 16th brother out of the valley. I gave my identity token and beast bone to him. I made him leave the valley and told him to come back in 10 years. 16th brother left. I sat in the valley, looking up at the 7-colored sky, waiting for the final madness to come. Second brother, third brother, and all my fellow sect members, if any of you awaken and see my jades, you will know what happened in those hundreds of years. Also, I have collected a lot of those strange beads. I vaguely found some clues about them. These stone beads are not natural. They were refined by someone. There was no difference between their size, weight, or surface. It is as if someone came here and used a special spell to make these beads a long time ago. My consciousness became blurred, but I had a feeling something was pulling at my origin soul. I don't know why, but at that moment, my consciousness became clear and a crazy idea emerged in my head. Maybe I should do it. If I succeed, I won't go crazy. I will be reborn. My consciousness seemed to leave my body and extended into the starry sky. I saw a person, a middle-aged man in a black robe with a round mark between his eyebrows. He said that his name was Sovereign. Wang Lin's face turned pale, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. He subconsciously took a few steps back and stared at the jade in his hand and the skeleton. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Sovereign. Wang Lin wasn't unfamiliar with this name. In Qing Lin's cave, he learned that outside the sealed realm, there was a powerful existence called the Sovereign. However, at that moment, the Sovereign was a faraway existence, a powerhouse from Qing Lin's era. A long time had passed since then. However, Wang Lin didn't expect to find a jade with information about the Sovereign in the Cloud Sea Star system. In this 7-colored world, in this valley, Wang Lin closed his eyes and couldn't help but think back to when Qing Shui was battling the Moongazer Serpent. He had collapsed the void, resulting in those two mysterious cultivators showing up. Those two people were residents of the outer realm. If not for the heaven-defying bead appearing, he would have been captured by them. Back when the old man saw the heaven-defying bead, he called me the Sovereign of the sealed realm. Wang Lin opened his eyes and let out a deep breath. His mind was like the raging sea after learning of the information inside the jade. He couldn't calm down for a long time. This 7-colored realm is related to the All-Seer and also the Sovereign. Especially these 7-colored nails that can make one go crazy and kill all living things. Senior brother Qing Shui said that before the celestial realm collapsed, he was in closed-door cultivation when he suddenly went mad. Even he himself doesn't know why. All of this was related to going mad. Also, the old Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor said that after senior brother Qing Shui went to the Cultivation Alliance, he went crazy again. What kind of secret is behind all of this? It must be related to that Sovereign. All-Seer, Qing Shui, Sima Mo, Sovereign, Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, he let out a sigh and looked at Sima Mo's skeleton with a complicated expression. There was no trace of destruction around Sima Mo, meaning he didn't go crazy in the end. Since he didn't go crazy, then that idea related to the Sovereign had succeeded. I didn't think this would be the spatial crack that the heaven-breaking sect found back then. It is also where the beast bone pill recipe appeared. However, how did the beast bone and jade leave this place? Could it be that the 16th brother somehow left this place, causing the jade and beast bone to appear in the cloud sea once more? Then there is the person that was mentioned in the jade. Who is he? According to Sima Mo, the heaven-breaking sect didn't know of this place back then. They came here because of that person's words. And hundreds of years later, Sima Mo unexpectedly saw that mysterious person again. Wang Lin rubbed his temples. The more he learned, the more confused he became. He raised his head and looked at the 9 caves sealed by rocks. Wang Lin arrived next to the first cave and looked at the rock. His eyes lit up and looked at it for a very long time before he placed his right hand on it. His origin energy gently entered the rock. The rock made a rumbling sound as it was moved to the side. The moment the cave was open, the smell, time, and decay flew out. This cave was very small, only 100 feet wide. There was a gray light, and 10 beads the size of a baby's fist floated inside the light. Every single bead contained a faint rune and was flashing. However, they were giving off a gray light that was hard to see. If you weren't careful, it was easy to miss. After seeing the beads, Wang Lin's mind trembled. He immediately recognized them as what Master Ashen Pine had used to summon the spells of the Defying ones. The contents of the jades are indeed true. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his right hand reached out, and one of the beads flew into his grasp. His divine sense spread out, and he carefully observed it. Wang Lin's expression changed greatly. It was as if countless bolts of thunder had exploded in his mind. When Master Ashen Pine took out the beads, he was very fast, and it was inconvenient for Wang Lin to try to get a closer look, because it would distract him from the battle. Wang Lin had only taken a glance and didn't get a closer look, but now he could clearly examine them. Heaven-defying bead. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 1. I previously translated the name to Supreme, but found Sovereign much better fit after talking with people. Chapter 1198, Pill. Wang Lin's origin's soul trembled as he stared at the bead in his hand. The heaven-defying bead had accompanied him almost all his life, so he couldn't be wrong. Regardless of the size, weight, and even aura, this was exactly the same as the heaven-defying bead. The only difference was that the bead didn't have the 5 elements pattern, only a faint, blurred pattern. I have collected a lot of those strange beads. These stone beads are not natural. They were refined by someone. There was no difference between their size, weight, or surface. It is as if someone came here and used a special spell to make these beads a long time ago. The information inside the jade echoed in Wang Lin's mind. His rough breathing gradually calmed down. These beads were made from trying to imitating the heaven-defying bead. Someone was here trying to produce the heaven-defying bead a long time ago. After a long time, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. This person must have seen the heaven-defying bead or even had it in his possession to be able to make something so similar. Wang Lin touched the spot between his eyebrows, and his eyes lit up. It must take great courage to want to refine the heaven-defying bead. Could this person also be the sovereign? Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He had a feeling that he and the sovereign from the outer realm would cross paths in the near future. Perhaps, the people of the outer realm already know of my existence. After all, that old man from the outer realm didn't die. A chill crept up in Wang Lin's heart. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin waved his sleeves and collected all 10 beads. He checked them and felt the fluctuations of a spell within each one. It seemed they all contained a spell inside. Their beads are all failures, or else they wouldn't be randomly discarded here. For some reason, these failed beads can seal spells. Wang Lin pondered as he left his own mark on the beads and put them in his storage space. His gaze swept through the first cave. After finding nothing more, he walked out. Entering and exiting the cave made Wang Lin feel a mountain of pressure descend on him, and his expression became extremely gloomy. In particular, he thought of his previous battle with Master Ashen Pine. The spell he had used to summon the 7th spirit of the realm was very similar to the spell the outsiders used. What is the identity of this Master Ashen Pine? Wang Lin walked away from the cave and looked up at the 7-colored sky outside. He remembered that back in the void, where he first encountered the people from the outer realm, there was also 7-colored light coming from the outer realm. The more he came in contact with and understood this place, the more confused he felt about it. He silently withdrew his gaze and arrived at the second cave. He waves his sleeve, causing the rock to move, and exposed the inside of the cave. A giant pill furnace occupied more than half of the room, and it was surrounded by a large amount of herbs. However, they were mostly dried out, and there were storage bags laying around. It had been a very long time. The ground was covered in dust, and if you wiped the pill furnace, you would leave a mark in the dust. Opening the bags one by one, Wang Lin was moved. These bags were all filled with herbs, and the amount was unimaginable. After exiting the cave, Wang Lin walked toward the third cave. There were restrictions left on the door blocking the third cave, but they weren't a time restriction. After carefully examining them for a long time, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and restrictions fell on the rock. Popping sounds echoed and the rock slowly moved to the side. In the third cave, there was a circular formation, and there were origin crystals on the edges that were keeping the formation active. There were 3 bottles floating in the formation. They seemed to be getting nourished by the origin crystals. Although the formation was still active, a lot of the origin crystals had been dried since a long time ago. There was barely enough to keep the formation active. After looking at the 3 bottles, Wang Lin walked forward and looked at the formation. He didn't act recklessly. This formation contained a hint of the time restriction. Although it was faint, it was enough to increase the power of this formation. More importantly, Wang Lin saw through the formation. The effect of the formation was to keep the pills at the moment of completion so they wouldn't be affected by the passage of time and to protect them. If they were opened by force, the pills inside would be immediately destroyed. Frowning, Wang Lin sat down. He hadn't even checked the rest of the cave when deduction shined in his eyes. The light in his eyes became bright, and he lifted his hand to reach at the void. A piece of origin crystal flew out from his storage space. Holding the origin crystal, Wang Lin squeezed it, and it collapsed. When the origin energy surged out, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and he took full control of the origin energy. He then pointed at the edge of the formation, and the origin energy surged into the ground. As Wang Lin waved his hand in the air, the origin energy formed a diamond formation on the ground. Then he waved his right hand, causing a thin line to extend from the diamond formation and connect with the formation inside the cave. After doing all of this, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his hand quickly reached into the formation and tried to grab the 3 bottles. Just at this instant, the formation gave off a powerful light and lit up the whole room. A destructive aura appeared and was about to charge at the bottles. However, at this moment, the destructive aura paused. The powerful light seemed to be guided into the diamond formation by the thin line. During this pause, Wang Lin grabbed the 3 bottles and withdrew his hand. He retreated and left the cave in the blink of an eye. He appeared on the grass and sat down. As Wang Lin looked at the 3 bottles, his heart pounded. He had taken a big risk just then. If he had made the slightest mistake, the 3 bottles would have shattered. The pills inside would have been destroyed too. These pills were left here by Sima Mo and his sect. Being stored like this means they must be very valuable. Wang Lin licked his lips and opened the first bottle. A pill fragrance came from inside the bottle, and there were 3 red pills inside. A fierce fluctuation of beast soul came from them and filled the area. Even Wang Lin's origin soul was attracted. He pulled out 1 pill and held it between his fingers. He carefully examined it. Rank 11 pill. Wang Lin vaguely identified it. He pondered a bit before picking up the second bottle. The moment he opened the bottle, a large amount of fog came out. The fog was divided into 2 parts, black and white. They eventually split and floated into the air. There was a pill inside each of the 2 clouds of fog. A fog soul pill refined from a rank 12 fog beast. Wang Lin's eyes revealed ecstasy. He vaguely recognized the rank 11 pills, but this was an extremely rare pill refined from rank 12 fog beasts. These were very rare in the Cloud Sea, and they had a distinct characteristic that could be easily recognized. The reason the fog pill was so rare was because very few people were willing to give up the long-term benefits of a fog beast and use the fog beast they had captured to refine pills. Wang Lin licked his lips, and his gaze fell on the last bottle. When his divine sense swept this bottle, he couldn't find any clues. After pondering a bit, he slowly pulled the cork from the bottle. The moment a small opening appeared, an unimaginable fluctuation rushed out like crazy. A fierce roar that couldn't be heard, but was clearly felt by one's origin soul echoed. This roar was far stronger than a rank 12 beast and was earth-shattering. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he didn't hesitate to reseal the bottle. All of this happened in a flash. After sealing the bottle, Wang Lin's face was pale. He cultivated for a moment and then looked at the bottle with a serious expression. Rank 13 pill. Wang Lin took a deep breath and carefully put away 2 of the bottles, leaving behind the first bottle. He picked it up and walked toward the cave with the furnace. Only after reaching the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer could one devour a rank 11 pill, or else their origin soul couldn't combat the fierce beast soul. The result would only be having one's origin soul devoured by the beast soul. This was something every cultivator in the Cloud Sea knew. Although pills could help increase your cultivation level, you had to be extremely cautious. Wang Lin's actual cultivation level, ignoring his ancient god body, was only early-stage Nirvana cleanser. He couldn't devour a rank 11 pill directly, so he needed to refine it again. In the cave with the pill furnace, Wang Lin pondered a bit, and fire flashed in his left eye. Fire immediately appeared and rushed into the pill furnace. The furnace trembled, and the markings on it slowly activated. Taking out a rank 11 pill, Wang Lin placed it inside the pill furnace. His right hand patted the void, causing the fire inside the furnace to surge and refine the pill. Two-time refining was an alchemy method that all Cloud Sea cultivators had to learn. This was a method of refining a higher-level pill to split its power. This method had a great relationship with the furnace. The better the furnace, the less effectiveness was lost. While Wang Lin was refining the pill, deep within the seven-colored realm, far beyond where Master Ashen Pine was, there was a place covered in fog that made it impossible to see anything. There was an altar here, shrouded in fog. At this moment, a bright light flashed from the altar. The light penetrated the surrounding fog and pushed it back, revealing an empty area. A large crack silently appeared above the altar. Countless lightning bolts appeared along the edges of the crack, tearing it wider, and then 3 people walked out. These people's clothes were clearly different from what the people of the Cloud Sea wore. What was even more bizarre was that they all had a mark between their eyebrows. The man in front had a lightning bolt between his eyebrows. As for the 2 behind him, one youth had a crescent moon mark and the last one had a flame mark. This is the spatial crack you found. The youth with the crescent moon mark between his eyebrows looked around with excitement in his eyes.